The
The goat,
good.
Old Man Waldreg.
He's the VIP.
Oh,
Old
he
Man
tr-
Waldreg is like he's the one like when like the magic card you open, you're like, oh yes, the meta card, yeah, the sleeper hit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like one of the best of the low-level cards that is actually super important in the early
Yeah,
game.
he's an uncommon, but like they totally didn't realize how he'd synergize with welcoming people to Mordor.
I love that was his job.
Oh,
And he
he
loves
it.
He loved it.
He's
Oh,
loving it.
he
Waldreg's
loves he
he's living his
loved his
worst
job.
life. It's great.
Well, and he was
Most
evidently
evil
so good
life.
at telling everyone that it was Mordor that word reached the High King of the Elves on the other side of Middle Earth because he's
He's
calling it
unir-
Mordor.
Waldreg is unironically the most competent character in the entire show. He makes Mordor.
He is.
He makes Mordor. He's so good at being a fucking greeter that the elves on the other side of the continent
Mordor
have learned of his
greeter.
exploits. They speak of a greeter to the east.
Well, so
He was-
we are going to be getting like the funeral episode, right, for him for the
Whoa,
whole world.
spoiler! Whoa.
No, I just mean when he inevitably dies. He's old, man.
No, he's not. Old Man Waldreg isn't old.
He's going to get one of
That's
those rings
just
of
a
power,
name,
right?
damn it.
He's currently going through his midlife crisis.
Gonna get a
Okay, you
ring
leave him
of
alone.
power.
Yeah, he's going to
just
get a ring of
speaking to
power.
Mortal
Why not?
like Sauron, you know.
Waldreg gets a ring of power.
Yeah.
Well, the twist is that he's the evil alter ego of Tom Bombadil. He's
Oh,
been there since
Yes,
before the
yes.
stars were born. There's always been a Waldreg.
This-
There's always been a
it's-
Waldreg.
It's always.
I would love that, man.
Yeah, Sauron became Halbrand and Waldreg became Tom Bombadil.
Bumblebee
I don't
think-
Bill.
He turned into goo and he ate a bunch of squirrels outside the Shire and he became Tom Bombadil.
It all checks out in my books.
Well, that could be a
Um,
place to start. Just general
right.
thoughts about what you've seen so far. You know, like, well, how's everyone feeling? Are we? Have they done it? Have they realized what was cringe, and are they uncringing? Are they better getting
Yes.
better? Oh.
Yeah,
Have
it's
they
fucking amazing.
have they reforged what has been broken? I
do you
guess
mean
we'll
broken?
find out.
Like the
We'll
Elden
find out.
Ring?
Begin with, right?
The Elden Ring. Episode 1,
Maybe-
The Elden Ring Under the Sky.
Maybe the more suitable question is how long did it take for any of you guys to be like, oh, we're so back with the cringe?
First scene.
pretty-
About 10 seconds.
No, no.
The upside
It took a
down
little bit
crown. I won't say what happens yet, but the upside down crown is when I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
There was some stuff before that. That was, you know,
They could have justified it though, but they just didn't.
It was when I saw Waldreg. I saw Waldreg and I'm like, oh, we are so fucking back.
We are back, baby. The boy.
I would say Sauron's speech is also, you know, that's also really fucking cringe. and stuff.
I walked into the second season thinking about what I was hoping to see, what I was wanting to have happen, and any realistic sort of desires for characters that I liked or wanted to actually see more of. But I was just like thinking, what will they do? What realistically might they actually do with the people that I enjoy? All three of them. So, well, 4 Waldreg, but I would say that going into this, I wanted to see Durin, Disa, King Durin, and of course Waldreg. Those were the characters that I had any level of actual investment in, because there were points in season 1 where Durin and King Durin were actually, I really, really quite like them. I enjoyed
Yeah,
the acting,
same.
and they actually had good conversations with one another, and generally in isolation, they had some legitimately good scenes. Disa is just the best character in the show after season 1. And she's probably who I'm most interested in seeing for this season. All of the Southlanders, all of the Numenorians, all of the elves, all of everyone else couldn't give a shit. Just could not care. All of my interest is almost like super hyper compartmentalized to Khazad Dûm, and those 3 in particular. They are the only 3 who feel like they're actual people who have actual relationships with other people, and the acting is generally quite good for the 3 of them.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like I always pretty much always enjoy at least the conversations they have because
The reason why
they have conversations with each other and react to each other to what they say and not talk some fucking bumbling nonsense.
I like that they kind of talk like normal people compared to
Yes.
the elves, where all they do is talk in shitty purple prose.
Oh god,
Like,
this
Yeah.
It's
painful. It's
it's so
actually
bad.
painful every time it's an elf
'Cause the
scene. They always
people-
have these really
Like, well, can you imagine Gil-galad going, and that, Galadriel, is a recipe for strong gravy.
strong gravy.
Yeah, the people writing
yeah.
the lines for the elves, they don't know what to do. They've heard it
There are
before.
so
They don't know
many
how to do it.
terrible analogies, so many
It-
bad analogies and
Yeah.
stupid sayings that are
Well-
so clunky and dumb.
So when we get to episode 2, we'll see, like, because the dwarves generally seem like they have genuinely been written by other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you still have these really, really dumb pseudo profound
Pieces,
analogies
yeah.
popping out. Like some of them are better. There's a couple that are like okay, fine, but then there's also a couple of ones that come out of the dwarves that are just really dumb.
My favorite's the strong gravy one. That gets a pass. That's I
Strong
like
gravy
it.
is
It's a
good.
pass.
It's
Strong
nice and
gravy's
quick.
good. We,
It's not. Yeah,
oh, that's
it's
a
not
recipe
trying to
for
sound
strong
clever.
Gravy. Like, oh boy, we don't want that, do we?
We'll say,
Decent
by
as
the
a
way,
around some gravy. All right.
Random, it's hard to recognize you at all with that brand new avatar. You look completely different. It's,
You look
Yeah, I know.
reborn, reforged.
crazy.
I should have maybe done something to change my voice, or anything to maybe
Nah.
convince.
Just roll your
Oh.
R's every time you speak.
I
speaking of
I really can't roll my R's. I don't want to try it, but I can't do it.
I
Rings
guess
of
I
power.
told them before we started, but as for my voice, I am a little bit under the weather, but we should be a-okay. So,
We're all
That's why I
under the
sound this
weather,
way.
Rex.
haha, we're all under the
No.
volcano
Darn.
cloud.
Nah.
All right, so
Well, for
anyone,
me, the closest I had to a sense of joy was genuinely Waldrick. Waldrick, I was very excited to see him. I thought the outfit. Well, we'll get to it. It just, that was the character that I was sort of in this for. So obviously, we'll talk about all of the events of the season. But I've been on a roller coaster ride of emotion, to say the least. But yeah, it was. We Are So Back was easily the first scene for me, but the scene to follow, the sequence to follow, that I'm sure you're all aware of, that surprised me, and I was so thankful to be surprised within just 2 scenes. I was like, "Thank you, show, for giving me this, because I never thought you would do this. This is such an awful decision, but you know what? You did it." On that note, I shall be taking care of visuals, hopefully appropriate. Where
we will not be
discussion
going quickly,
is to
so
be
do
had.
not you worry.
Yes, I have. It's funny.
You will sweep away the confusion of this podcast like salt from a table.
Yes. Come up with as many of those
Yeah.
as we
Oh
can.
my god.
This is a salty floor podcast.
There are 8 episodes in this wonderful season. We shall be doing
Yeah.
2 per episode of EFAP. If we're
That's
lucky.
right, and no spoilers.
No, we treat this as
Okay.
though you've never seen it before in chat. You don't know what's going to happen, but with us guiding you by hand, we shall take you through a journey, a storybook that they paid bazillions of dollars to produce for some reason.
So
What a
in
waste
essence,
of
Think
fucking
of what that
money.
money could have been used for instead of making this fucking pile of garbage. Like,
Yes.
holy fuck.
somebody in chat asked,
So
"But-
insane.
But does this podcast gaze up at the stars and float?"
Sometimes.
Good question.
I'm just waiting for a scene where, like,
I
just,
feel more
you
like
know,
a stone, to be honest.
they needed a bit of insight. One of the characters turns to others like, "Why does a whale not fly?" And you're like, I don't. What?
Because
What
it's
the?
too
There's so many
heavy
reasons.
and it cannot
Also
produce
physics.
enough lift.
It's because they don't
To
listen to
overcome-
Gojira.
Yeah.
It's just the funniest shit when they started off and you're sitting there like, oh god, here we go. Like, what am I gonna say now? But what I was gonna say was your helmsman for this one, your guide, your pilot for these wonderful episodes of Rings of Power shall indeed actually not be myself. It shall be Ragathan for.
I'm
of
not the
House-
pilot. I'm your beautiful stewardess. I'll be bringing you
You
your
can be both.
biscottis and your 4 ice cubes, and we'll just go through this one bit at a time, chronomagically, and
Romalambagy.
we'll see what
Chronolambo.
happens in the land of
profanity?
the land of Middle Earth and beyond? Question mark? Who knows?
Yes.
All
So just to be
right.
clear, everyone here has at least seen season 1 and season 2 episodes 1 and 2.
Yes.
In
Yeah.
video.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
Some people
Wish I
here have
had.
seen
Well, that
episodes
was
3 and
fun.
4. They're
That
the
was
lucky
so
ones.
fun
I haven't seen 4
having to
yet.
Fuck no.
I'm
to
partway
rewatch
through
all
4
season
and
one.
it's pain. Like 4
Yeah.
is breaking me now more than 1, 2, and 3 have.
I
Hey.
will
Four is
say
my
Yeah,
there
I
are-
favorite
lost
one
focus
because
on
like
4. I need to rewatch it.
somebody actually punches a Harfoot in 4, which is really nice to
I
see.
said no spoilers.
Oh, sorry.
And
Shit.
then you talked about
think of it
We
as a
haven't seen
trailer.
it yet.
all right?
listen. As much joy as it brings me to hear that Harfoot gets decked, I don't need. You have to let me experience these things naturally. I have to see it happen like it would in real life.
I'm
Okay.
sold on episode 4. Episode 4's
All right,
popularity
now that we've
just spikes.
established episode 4 is the best episode,
The goated episode.
It's already my
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah.
we will
Gotta
begin
be
our
best
recap
episodes.
of episodes 1 and 2, which, at least up to this point, are, I would say, the worst and the best episode,
Ooh.
interestingly, of
Which
the
are- which is
entire
which?
show. Which is which? We
Bum,
won't
bum,
know.
bum.
We'll have to discuss it, and we'll see if
So
I
how
was
many
right
true
or wrong.
fans we got here actually rewatched season 1? Because I did.
I did.
I
sort
rewatched
of.
it.
I sort of did.
That was so fucking painful. My god, this show is so boring. Like
It really is.
insane.
Can I just say it's
And
so
every
weird
episode is-
to get like
Yeah.
because we did this 2 years ago? Rings of Power
Yeah.
season 1?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
2 years
Yeah,
ago.
it all
God,
comes back
get
to you.
reminded of it all. It's like, wow, yeah, I remember all these awful decisions. That's crazy.
Remember when she
Oh,
jumped in the
yeah.
sea?
yeah.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
the,
Oh,
the
yeah.
amount,
episode 1.
the amount of things that line up in the story, I say story loosely. The
Oh.
things that all line up is like, oh wow, if this small thing didn't happen, this all just did not happen like ever at all.
Remember how the Numenorians all set sail to go to a war that hadn't actually started yet?
Oh yeah, that's great.
Remember
And
how
they're
she
like,
taught
go
them how to fight? Do you
And
remember?
they fit like
You know,
100
that
fucking
was
horses in
the-
that.
Yeah,
small
stab,
ship.
twist, cut.
Yes.
That's right. And
It's
then,
so great
Scott.
because they go there with their 2 or 3 ships or what it was, and then you have this random scene on the ship where Miria goes like, "Tell the troops to go at full haste," and I'm just like, "Why? You're just going to check it out. Why are you so in a hurry?" And then they make it just in time to help Arendir and all the other people
They just
just
knew.
in time.
That is fun if you
Just
actually
in
look at
time.
the
I have a
maps the
very-
show uses. Because like, if you look at the maps that they say when they have to take the ships up the Anduin into the mountains, because ships can go into mountains really easily. And they say we can do that
Yeah.
in a day. And if you look at the map, as the crow flies, it's 450 miles. So those ships
yeah.
are moving at like 50 miles an hour upriver into mountains with sails.
The
It's
sea is
great.
always
Some
right.
Numenorean
guys.
The
ships.
sea
Right?
is always right.
Oh,
Sea
they
is fucking
they
fast.
compress their
The fjord is
compress-
always Njord.
Yeah, they're
They
not even
compress
on the
their-
sea. They're in a river.
distances so hard, like the whole show.
Yes, they
Like-
do.
The one time they're like, oh, we have Sauron / Halbrand at this time, completely sliced open. Oh, we're gonna go and ride for 6 days without rest all the way to Eregion. It's like,
Listen,
what?
just- who
Should probably clue you into that he's not
you
a
can
normal
cross-
human after that.
you can cross fantasy Europe in 6 days.
So,
you can do that. on a
Episode
horse.
3, I'm not going to skip ahead, but episode 3 actually gives us a number for a distance between 2 locations. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, goody.
Oh my
So
yeah,
god!
yeah. Number.
I may have gone into a little bit of a deep dive and tried to work out if the timelines line up, and
That's just
they
a huge
absolutely
mistake.
do not.
Yeah, I was gonna say they should never ever.
I mean, it was obvious they didn't, but you know, that's
Yeah, in
funny.
season 1, their
Yeah.
distance
I
and
might-
time is all.
I might go into that later because it affects what happens at the end of episode 2, but I'll wait until we
Mhm.
get there if it comes up.
Mhm.
Yeah, that they like to do the thing where it's like, oh, these people are here now. It's like, wait, hang on, wait, what do you mean they're here?
Yeah,
How much
people
time
just
has
teleport
passed?
all the fucking time.
It's pertinently, in terms of things not adding up, obviously the reason they all go to Numenor at the end of, or toward the end of season 1, is that Galadriel finds a symbol off screen in a library in Numenor. And she says, this can only possibly mean that Halbrand is the king of the
You're giving it
Southlands.
too
And he
much
says,
credit.
no, I'm not the king of the Southlands. I just took it from an old guy. And she says, nope, you are definitely king of the Southlands. And then they take him to the Southlands, and everybody in the Southlands looks at the symbol and says, yep, that definitely means
that's
you're our
him.
king, which I'm setting up all here now because it's about to go very badly wrong.
You forgot
Oh,
that all that
bad
information in the Hall of Lore was because some random spy, some indeterminate amount of time ago, was
Yep.
scouting and then got captured
Oh,
and
yeah.
overheard a bunch
Mhm.
overheard a bunch of stuff, and then he wrote it down, and then somehow that information made it to Numenor.
Mhm. And then Galadriel hadn't looked at a map for like 2,000 years and just saw the symbol matched Mordor's landscape.
Well,
You
and
know,
the reason why that happens off screen, I'm convinced, is because obviously Halbrand is not the king of the Southlands, and Galadriel learns at the end of the season by doing the smallest amount of further research that he isn't the queen, that he isn't the king of the Southlands. So, had we actually seen her learn it, we would have been like, well, hold on, there's a hole there because how can you? If we see her learn it, then it would not make sense. So they keep it vague so that they can then jump in at the end and say, oh, actually, she was misled or whatever.
It's just that she didn't care at the time. She just jumped to conclusions and didn't actually check, and then she checked later. And quickly fucking realized she was mistaken, yeah.
Someone just said, well, I guess we're never getting the Hot D finale. It's done. It's out. Go watch if you want.
Yeah, go
It's all
watch
done.
it. Go
7 and
see
8
it.
on
Go
Moolah.
look at use your eyeballs.
We did it. It was like 6
After
hours.
this stream, of course.
Yes, after the stream.
They
Question
released it
about-
off screen, guys. You just didn't.
Yeah.
notice.
The scene that's
It's,
currently playing out just behind the thing cannot actually coexist with the first scene of season 1. Am I right in thinking this? Like, season 1 opens, Galadriel's saying, I've hunted Sauron for 1,000 years. You get the nice little pretty trailer shot where Sauron is standing at the head of his orcs and the army. He's wearing his full armor. And then like the symbol has been carved in her brother's flesh. It's been left in the fortress where dark magic has been carried out because Sauron has been in charge and experimenting on all of his orcs to try and create this power over flesh. But now we know that none of that could happen because the first scene of this show, he's not in power. He looks like an elf for no fucking reason.
Oh,
and
look,
he
my
gets killed
second
before
bullet
he can
point.
do anything, right?
So I do have kind of I've tried to work out if that makes any sense based on what the show has told us, but I did actually want to ask you, Platoon, the first age of Middle Earth ended when Morgoth died, is that correct?
Pretty much, I think.
I hope I
Yeah.
get to be so cool that when I die, like a new age begins.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically where it ended.
I die. It's the age of
Yeah.
the short.
It
will
was the
begin.
sinking of the landmass to the west, right? That's under the sea now.
Lemuria.
That's basically the...
Because what I think happened, I mean, do we want to go into this now? Like how the timeline does or doesn't line up with the prologue from the first season?
Oh, and it should probably be mentioned, death of Morgoth, is more complicated than that, obviously. We're just saying it as a sort of like
he's
colloquially.
not dead. He's actually imprisoned, kind of. He's not
Yeah,
dead, technically.
think of it as in air quotes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Go on.
Well, I guess we can sort of start there because that's sort of where the episode starts. Season 2, episode 1, Elven Kings Under the Sky. Oh my goodness, Elven Kings! I love Elven Kings. They're great. We get a recap of the first season, which is kind of what we've been doing. You know, stab, twist, gut. You know, that is
All the
this,
highlights, yeah.
You know, all that good stuff.
All the
Theo hates
highlights.
rats. There's so
Wall
many things we
drag,
haven't
wall
even
drag.
touched yet. Old Man Wall Drag.
Yeah.
It's so many wonderful things happen in the first season. But it reminds you of a number of those things, but certainly not all of them. And then we begin at a bit of a flashback to the dawn of the Second Age at Forodwaith, which many of you might recall is the spooky castle, the spooky frozen castle in episode 1 of season 1, where the place is so evil. It's so evil. How evil is it? It's so evil that torches give off no warmth. Boy,
That makes
that
sense.
Chat,
is
that's crazy.
Also-
Chat, that's crazy.
Forodwaith is like a massive fucking landmass, and it was always fucking frozen. You know, something happens later, and that that's not accurate. But
Nuh-uh.
Because that's an
that's more
important
for the
question.
course of the show.
You might be asking, why exactly is this place really far up north so cold?
Mhm.
And your natural response to that question is because it's really far up north. But actually, that's not how the climate works in Middle Earth. Bad people have to explode to make things cold.
oh well, yeah, absolutely. Now, here we have Morgoth is dead, imprisoned, out of the picture, whatever they want to do for the Amazon lore, and the elves have won the big battles, and we see Sauron before he's all flumpy and spooky. Sauron is here at Forodwaith talking to a bunch of orcs.
But Rags, he doesn't look anything like the Sauron I know. What is happening here?
Well, this is before you met him.
Oh, okay.
I see.
He was, yeah, he looks
He's the same but different.
Yeah,
Well,
he's the same, but he's different.
It should
This
be
is what he-
stated, this was not a wise decision from the creators necessarily, because we've already got the only other character we're supposed to recognize in this scene for eagle-eyed viewers would be Adar, who has been recast IRL. And then we've got a different look for the main character deliberately in universe. So what I'm saying is a lot of people who aren't going to be as big a fan as us might be very confused by this scene. They might be like, what the fuck's going on? Who even are these people? I'd just be like, well, good luck. Off you go.
Yeah. Also, it's obviously the whole thing with Sauron at this point is like he can transform and take like all these different forms. Just keep that in mind. I'm sure they're going to use this to their advantage to create really good stories and stuff.
Of course, of course.
But he gives almost like this carbon copy speech. So like Adar in season 1, it's the first speech when they're about to set off to attack the villagers. He says, we will create ourselves a homeland. We will be free. Some of you will die, but that is a sacrifice I am prepared to make. And the orcs are absolutely fine with that.
Well,
Sauron here basically says, we'll do the same thing. And then they decide that they're not fine with this.
No,
it's a little bit different.
Yeah, well, because in season 1, Adar says, you have to do fighting and stuff. Some of us will die, but for the first time, we'll be dying for our homeland and dying in the pursuit of freedom. And this in this one, Sauron is just like, some of y'all are just a lot of orcs are gonna die, and we're gonna be powerful.
We will enslave all of Middle Earth and unite it.
To enslave and torture all of Middle Earth,
Awesome.
Which we know they like.
I'm on board.
I think.
But they're just misunderstood, though.
Sauron says he has a plan. Sauron has a plan to create a new power over flesh, and he's out here on his steps, and he's appealing to the orcs for their support. He wants the orcs to go with him and support him.
Yes, them once again for their support.
Yes. But some orcs in the crowd say, "Oh, he's lying." Oh,
yeah, in black speech.
He's got detractors in the audience who are heckling his fucking stand-up routine. Like, hey, you suck
already.
Boo!
Already, we've got. I guess Sauron doesn't just automatically. The orcs just don't do what Sauron says. He's not already like their mega leader dictator guy, and they just do what he says because he's having to get them to follow him. But also, apparently, a lot of the orcs just really don't like him.
Yeah.
And I don't know why yet.
So this is complete bullshit in terms of lore, but
this is this is kind of where my theory as to how this lines up. I'm probably giving the writers too much credit here, but what I think is what happened is that Morgoth is defeated, then Sauron is in charge for a bit, because like we learn in season 1 that Waldreg knew that he was a Dark Lord, which he wouldn't know if this was happening, immediately after the defeat of Sauron. Then he wouldn't be after the defeat of Morgoth. Then Waldreg wouldn't be worshipping Sauron because he was never anything really.
But then this scene doesn't work because this is this is supposed to be right after Morgoth dies.
That's why that's why I don't think it works, because in order for this to line up, he has to have killed Finrod prior to this scene. He has to have glued all the orcs to the wall prior to this scene. And then what I was thinking is that pissed off the orcs, and it will have pissed off Adar here, which is what then led into this scene, and that's why they don't like him. The problem is that the title card at the beginning of this scene said Dawn of the Second Age, which is which is why I just wanted to check and make sure that the Second Age started when Morgoth was defeated, because
pretty much
this scene is staging itself as if this is a couple of months after Morgoth is gone, which cannot be the case.
Sauron must have built a profile somewhat with
power.
Morgoth's lieutenant, right?
Yeah.
His
second, his second man, basically.
Would that explain Waldreg's worship or not?
I don't think so, because he would surely worship Morgoth, and the fact that he was specifically acolyte's the wrong word, but an acolyte of Sauron. Would suggest that he was all for Sauron while Sauron was running things for maybe a few hundred years or whatever, which evidently did not happen.
Yeah. I guess he could just assume that Sauron took over, but he seems fairly fucking sure. But this is the events of Waldreg is 2,000 years later.
So Waldreg says in season 1, he says to Theo, he describes Sauron as he who was lost but shall return, which means that he knows that Sauron is lost and hasn't been around for a while. But the fact that he is worshipping him and wants him to return means that he knows about Sauron, like
But
which
what
he
if-
wouldn't know if this was happening immediately.
What if there was one
doesn't
orc
make
in the
sense.
crowd who went, "Yeah, Sauron, woo!" And then once all this craziness happens, he's like, "No, I always hate him. And then as the years go by, he's like the one orc who spreads rumors about how awesome Sauron is, and Waldrick was his son's son. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
a bit
Fixed
more
it.
down the line than that, like 2,000 years later, like I said. But yeah.
Yeah, so how, because in the first season, Adar says that he essentially rebelled against Sauron because he was doing all the spooky evil black magic stuff and getting a whole bunch of orcs killed. But this is him like pitching that plan.
Yes.
So very confusing as to what the timeline is. How does Adar and Waldreg knowing about it, and how long is Sauron actually in command of these orcs? Well, as we'll find, not very long.
Not very
So
long.
I have
Not
I
at
have
all, you could say.
no clue.
Well,
how
everyone
any
always
of
has
the
a
timeline-
first day on the job that's difficult. You know, there's hiccups.
This is called an orc hazing. It's totally normal.
Also, this scene like suggests that Sauron and Adar have been working together, like doing evil for a period of time.
Mhm.
Because yeah, he ends up here. I'm trying to get this straight in my head because that still doesn't fit with the timeline.
No.
Adar says that he has worked with Sauron like during the Age of Morgoth, basically. So that does kind of add
Yeah.
up, but there's a bunch of other problems
but
that
Adar,
happens later.
because
Yeah.
Adar later
Maybe-
mentions Morgoth and the Chosen 13 and the mountain for whatever. So
He
Maybe
does,
any-
but then Adar's whole
Oh.
thing is that he doesn't want the orcs to be killed in order to create a power over flesh.
Yeah.
He's very sympathetic to the orcs and he wants them to have a home. And you would think that if he was working with Sauron for a period of time, that would come up in conversation, which means that Sauron should know, surely, even if not for the fact that you've got a whole bunch of orcs in this room saying, Sauron's lying, etc. He should know that everyone in this room does not agree with him.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to. I
There
mean, I
is
know
a
he's a
master
master
leader, but
manipulator,
information.
you know. Yeah.
there's a lot of
he
info
doesn't
that
pay
we
attention.
just don't get access to. It is
No.
what is Sauron and Adar's relationship? What is their view on what their goals are and what are they willing to do to get them? Are the orcs able to pick and choose what kind of thing they want to fight for? I guess they're not just like mindless servants of evil, of the biggest evil in the room. There's a lot of stuff that we just are not sort of enlightened on, and it makes us ask many questions. But these are many important questions, and a lot of them, especially as far as Adar and Sauron are concerned, very like character-related questions. They should have been talking a lot.
Oh, yes.
But I have no idea what the extent of their relationship is, even though Adar seems to be the number two after Sauron here.
I mean, they
So-
could have opened the series with a scene prior to this, leading directly into this, where Sauron is having a chat with Adar and he's trying to convince him, like, if something bad is going to go horribly wrong if you try and convince your loyal children, the orcs, to die in service of your insane power over flesh fantasies thing, and then we could actually get something for a relationship, some hint of a prior relationship between these two characters, because what we get in the scene is basically nothing.
You're talking about adding scenes, but like I don't even know if this whole sequence needs to be in this show.
It absolutely doesn't. But I'm saying if you wanted to start it, then it could have had a little bit more context, because in season 1, the only context that we have for this is the scene in the barn in episode 6, where Adar explains that, what happens in this scene.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
guess that's the thing, though, right? Is like I don't need to see why it's all covered in ice. I don't need to see how Sauron got the little like amulet thing.
I think it only adds questions. It doesn't help
well,
explain
yeah,
anything.
Apparently, this land in the very far north wasn't covered in ice for a period of time for some fucking
was
reason.
spring. It was
Finally,
spring at the time.
finally, I know why the
And then
ice is there.
innocent winter for all
It
eternity.
draws a tremendous amount of attention to how little sense the timing makes for all of it. It's like all it does is make you go, "Holy shit!" Running into Galadriel was insane. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, don't
Like
worry.
it was already
get all
insane
through
in
that.
season
The-
1, and
Yes,
but
speaking of
The
running
only,
into
the only
characters by
explanation is that
coincidence.
Sauron has fucking, plot reading powers, basically.
So Sauron's giving a speech, and all the orcs are like, "Oh, he's lying. I don't like this at all. This is really bad
Get better
stuff."
material.
Boo.
Yeah. One of the
Get off the
orcs,
stage.
like takes out a knife and tries to stab him in the back
Mm-hmm.
in front of all the other orcs, and Sauron's like, "Nope," and he kills that orc very stylishly in front of all the other orcs.
It keeps
He makes
stabbing
sense
him in
of
the
it.
face too.
Yeah,
It's like
he has a
Jesus.
little
You
bit of
missed,
an
you missed the
unhinged
flipping of the
stab.
crown, though.
No, that's afterwards. That's
No,
afterwards.
that's
That's
after.
after.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never
You
mind.
got the Sauron unhinged stab. That's very much an unhinged
Yeah.
stab.
To be
right
honest with you,
there.
considering what happens,
Right.
I would have thought that would have been enough to prompt a bunch of other orcs to be like, "No, fuck you! Stab, 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 stab." You know, like that alone. If they know what the plan is, seemingly, or if they don't, and it's all
Well-
spontaneous, you'd think they would have done it from that point.
That's the. I
Yeah.
think that it has to be spontaneous because that orc that you see him a few times. He's reaching for his knife behind his back as Sauron's giving his speech, and then he jumps on Sauron and starts stabbing him. The fact that none of the orcs do anything, and the fact that like Adar doesn't do anything, suggests that everything that Adar does up from this point onwards was not part of some master plan.
Maybe it was the guy just fucked up the cue. He's like, oh, now. It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, maybe.
The signal.
As he's
it
being
might be just
stabbed, he's
way
like,
worse
"Fellas,
than that, right?
guys, are we not
It might
okay?"
be
Team?
that the
Team?
writers were like, here's how we convey that the orcs kind of don't like him is this one random orc like tries to get him and then gets killed. But then, wouldn't it be really dramatic if Adar grabs the crown, flips it upside down, and then stabs him? Ooh, like I think
Oh,
it's that
God.
simple.
Well,
Even you, my Adar.
Well, after that orc gets killed, all the orcs are like, yeah, Sauron, you're great. Oh boy, you're awesome. And then they present a very spooky evil crown. It is a very evil crown. It looks very evil. It's all spiky and it's all pointy. It's very bad stuff. And Adar gets it, and Sauron kneels, and he's gonna get crowned. He's gonna be king of the Fordwaith, king of the orcs, king of whatever.
Yay,
He's gonna be the
finally.
leader. We love our pomp and
The
circumstance.
hero completing his
So-
journey.
That's right.
Yay. Wait.
So, Adar kills Sauron with the crown. He flips it
Oh.
upside down because the top part is extra pointy. And when he stabs Sauron, Sauron's like, ow, why'd you do this? Not really, but you
Sauron-
can see it in his eyes.
Sauron would
Sauron
also
just
totally
kind of-
fucking hear him doing that as well.
He shows him the back of his neck, and he's like, "Hey, don't stab me, even though you guys all clearly don't like me right now." And he kneels down in front of him to get a
Well-
sharp crown put on his head.
Well, I think he thinks Adar's on his side.
I don't know why he would think that because of the
The master
aforementioned fluid orcs in
manipulator
the wall.
didn't know this was gonna happen.
Well, we didn't know that Adar was. He didn't necessarily know. Listen, we don't have any idea what his relationship with Adar
Rag's trying to
is.
say we have no
clue.
information to work
This is the
with.
thing- yeah, if we the
have
writers
no
give us no
idea.
information to work with, and then we have to just infer something that makes sense, and then it's like, well, no, because that means that the show doesn't make sense. So that you're just constantly
Sauron-
battling against your own
I think-
assumptions.
Sauron and Adar, I guess they're on the surface okay with each other. At least Sauron seems to trust Adar. I guess he certainly does here. But
like, why would it's absolutely a mad way to introduce a villain as important as Sauron, who, by the way, is like he's basically an evil demigod, and Adar is like the regional manager of a Wendy's. It's not like a comparable power relationship. Sauron should be able to see all of this coming, should be in command, should be in charge. If you have him killed by his own hat, how are we supposed to take that seriously?
He was killed by his
Dying
own
like
hand
one
and
weakness.
several of the
Some
lower
mutilation.
level workers, alright? Several. Like, maybe even 8 stabbed him. But what I was going to say is I found odd about this moment is he looks up at the crowd, and I just get the impression that the way that he looks, he's like, oh, good, the stabby part is facing up, not down. Good.
It was an incident before.
He's like, maybe
And
he's
then-
going to stab himself, kind of thing.
Then it makes a really fucking loud noise when he flips it, and he doesn't react whatsoever.
well, you know, there's an old saying in Fordwaith: if it's stabby crown down, get out of town.
Mhm.
So,
Of course. I don't think there are any
Didn't-
towns up there.
I think that was actually on the Ring of Power later in Black Speech. It's something
That's what they written
Gandalf
down.
said- Yeah, Gandalf says that when he takes it out of the fire. Anyway, so boy, you know what they say about stabbing. You can't just do it once. And we have our little Julius Caesar moment. And all of the orcs, they just get to stabbing. It's a stab fest. Oh my goodness, they
There's a
stab
bunch
boy,
of
do
orcs
they stab,
playing,
yeah.
there's
It's
a
like
bunch
Rebel
of
Moon
orcs
all over
in a
again.
string quartet in the corner, doing a little song while
I
it's
will
happening.
say, I know they tried, but they couldn't outdo Zach's portrayal. Like, Zach still wins this one for the cringeometer. He blew it open.
Oh yeah, this isn't cringe. It's just orcs. They stab Sauron a lot.
Yes.
Yeah,
and it
I
goes
was actually
about-
surprised by the bloodiness of the scene. I was like, oh, geez,
Yeah.
okay, that's surprising.
Well,
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
black.
a
Those can
lot
get
of
away with
blood.
it.
A lot of
Yeah.
blood comes out. That's true.
They can
A
just be
lot
like,
of
no,
blood
it's
comes
mud,
out.
bro.
Mud.
He's muddy.
So all the
Mud.
orcs
didn't
they
wipe
stab and
good.
stab, and Sauron tries to fight back, and he flings some off into the wall, as he loves to do. But it's just too much. There's too many orcs, too many stabs, and then Sauron Sauron dies. He's still. Adar gives him a couple little taps to make sure that someone's dead.
You okay, bro?
Then he's like, "You all right there? You all right? Just kidding. It's just a prank, just a prank." But it was not just a prank. They meant it for realsies.
But the thing
they
is-
killed Sauron.
Because they left it so open, maybe Adar knows what happens when you kill Sauron, that he explodes with ice, and so he's kicking him like, do the ice thing, go on. Do it. Like,
Something's supposed to happen. Come on.
come on.
Well, it's a little bit
So-
amusing the way that it's actually shot because it goes really silent, and while his kicker's like, right, so there's going to be some big loud sound that's
Yeah.
about to happen. I've seen
Yeah.
TV shows and movies before.
Yeah.
So from the first season, all that we really know from Adar is that he killed Sauron, or he believed that he killed Sauron. So it's pretty easy for us to imagine in our minds. We have a lot of room of interpretation for how Adar thinks he killed Sauron, but didn't actually do it. Especially because we don't know really anything about sort of the nature of Sauron's resilience in this show, or how does he come back from the dead, or what do you have to do to truly kill a being like Sauron? So it wasn't really an issue in season 1, at least that one little bit. But now they've elected to show that to us visually.
Yeah.
This
You
is
just have to stab him a
the
bit.
TV show. Well, it's a lot, to be fair. You have to stab a shit ton, which
Yeah, you need like
fair
50
enough,
orcs,
I guess. You need a lot of orcs and a lot of stabbing.
Or one Galadriel.
a pointy crown, a pointy crown.
Yeah, the
Pointy
problem is
crown.
that they were just stabbing, they weren't twisting and gutting, so that's why he
Yeah.
comes
Oh,
back.
true, but he wasn't an
But he's
orc.
not an orc,
Oh,
though.
He's not an orc,
Those
so
fools.
they don't have to.
Those
Yeah.
fools.
True.
So he explodes in ice. He makes a little the body of Sauron. He screams. He goes blah, and then ice
Blarg.
shoots out from everywhere. He explodes in ice, and we see ice fill the room. All the orcs and everyone gets knocked down, and the entire landscape around Fordwaith gets icified, and now everything's frozen. And it's wintertime, baby.
So,
Except,
well, everything
like-
is frozen except everything right around him where it exploded, because all the
Yes.
orcs just stand up. It's like, no, that's annoying.
Fine.
Anyway,
Also,
Yeah, they all get knocked down, but
why did this happen?
oh, because that's what happens when Sauron dies. He explodes in ice.
Because fourth wave is cold and we need an explanation for that. You know, like
But they
Mordor
could
was
just had it
created. We
be
need that for.
cold.
No.
Well,
can't be a thing.
Well, no, it
No.
can't.
Hold
it
on,
can't just be
because
cold. It has to be
Yeah.
so cold and evil cold.
mm.
It has to
Yes.
be evil cold.
Evil cold.
Most cold places are just cold, completely morally neutral cold. But we need some evil cold.
Why are they in Forodwaith? Because that's not explained, not that I think it should have been, but just out of curiosity, does Forodwaith exist in the lore, or did they make it up?
Yeah, Forodwaith exists in the lore. This specific fortress, I think Rings of Power calls it Dornos, does not. But there was one of Morgoth's old fortresses.
Yeah, but-
Ulmo? No, that's the Valar. Or Tomno, that's the one. Like that
Yes,
used to
yes.
be up there, but it was destroyed in the First Age. And I guess they just thought, well, Morgoth used to be up there. It'll be a cool place we haven't been before, so we'll do that, and then we'll make it really cold, and we'll show how it
He-
became cold. So in the space
His,
of like,
his old fortress is under the sea to the west now.
yes.
I
I
guess
guess it's
it's-
like basically half a season. If you go from like season 1, episode 6 to now, they've turned the bottom half of Middle Earth into hell, and they've turned the top half of it into like the cold version of hell. They're doing a tremendous amount of environmental damage in quite a short space
Hell
of
is the
time.
cold version of
Tho-
hell.
Those
I did
are the,
link
no,
a
there's-
map in the
You
chat.
get the hot hells and the cold hells. Those are the main ones.
It's
You don't
bottom.
get
It's cold
any
down there.
mild hells and stuff really.
I don't know. Maybe mild hells for people who are really like non-committal or
It's
something.
like
Isn't
apathetic
that
evil.
purgatory? Mild hell is purgatory?
Maybe.
No, I don't know.
But yeah,
So yeah, he explodes in ice, and then boom. So now you all know why, because I know you've been asking since season 1. Why is it so cold here, and why is it evil cold? Well, now you know. So they've answered
This
that
was pretty
question
cool.
that's been
Like,
sitting on everyone's mind.
I think this had a trillion viewers live that we were all going crazy. The whole world went nuts. Everyone queuing around the corners to find out about this, and we finally got the answers.
I
so-
remember where I was when Sauron exploded.
Yes, made it to every news
But,
station. It's just a big deal.
Strange as it is, I guess that's just what happens when Sauron dies. He explodes in ice. Things get super evil cold. And I think that based off of this, Adar can reasonably assume that Sauron is proper dead. His body is gone. Only the armor and the clothes are left. He's poofed into ice and
He's
transformed the
done. He
landscape.
does an Obi-Wan Kenobi, and you're saying it's reasonable to assume he's dead.
Listen,
His body
he
has
fucking
disappeared.
his body explodes after he explodes into ice.
Ah.
I think it's
Does-
not
does
unreasonable.
this
I
mean-
don't think it's unreasonable for
It's-
Adar to think Sauron's dead.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
All right,
In a
fair.
world filled with magic, especially, by the way, considering, like, of all of film and storytelling, also on the audience's end of things before I do Adar's, like, I think someone being gone and their clothes being left behind is oftentimes a thing of, like, they will return. You know,
Yeah.
for
Would Adar
Adar
know that?
specifically, well, that's what I'm saying. For Adar, it's just a matter of he knows how powerful these creatures are. That, like, do they often, when dying, have no body to see? Is that a thing? I don't know. I
We would
wouldn't
have
think
to.
anything for sure
I
with
think
that.
We'd probably have to lean pretty hard on these beings being so, because we don't know. He's a Maya, right? That's what he is in the lore.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's never stated in the show.
Like a swamp.
Maya.
Mime.
Oh, I see. Damn it. Yeah, that's never stated in the show, but like, given how presumably rare those creatures are and how powerful they are, their deaths are not going to be something that people are going to really know about. So
They're basically minor gods. Like they're very high up.
And
yes,
if in this
yeah.
story Morgoth can be killed, then
Well, he wasn't.
Killed, sort of inverted commas. He's supposed to come back in Judgment Day. Is it the
Yeah.
Dagorath? I think it is. But like none of that's in this show. So the show just says he's dead. So I
Yeah,
guess
so
that's
if
what we
they-
have to assume.
so if they
that he
think
is.
so if they believe Morgoth can be killed, then especially I guess if you can
Well,
just
it-
stab Sauron and the blood pools out and he dies and explodes in ice and there's nothing left.
That is like, yeah,
But
that is
Morgoth
definitely
didn't
what
die,
happens
though.
when they die. Just trust me. We don't need to check. That's just what they do.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what we could draw from this. The main way you just be like, well, we did something to him.
Yeah, I assumed he escaped, but when I saw this, but
Hmm. There is another potential
Anyway,
problem
there's-
as well, which is that like if we compare again this to the opening of season 1, during this time, Galadriel is searching for Sauron, and it's like she
Yes.
searches for him for 1,000
Right.
years. Did she not think maybe the North suddenly becoming really cold makes that a very, very good place to check?
That's a good point, actually.
she
that's
got
why
there
she went there
eventually.
after 1,000 years.
Guys, should
Maybe
we
that's
check
why
out
they
an
went
ice
there.
explosion over there? It's like, nah, it's fine.
All
It's
the
climate
time
change or
she
something.
took to get there is being counterbalanced by all of the super fast time travel in season 1 and 2. That's how they've managed to sort
course.
of balance it out. Yeah.
Mm.
As far as as far as the believability or not goes, it's interesting because there's a lot of stuff here that I've written down that a lot of my notes end in question marks. I have noticed as I was watching the show with Random and we were
I don't
going
blame
through
you.
it. And I have questions like, why would Sauron need orcs for these black magic experiments? If the orcs hate the idea of being used for these experiments, why not use captured people? Why not use animals? Why not use the blood of other beasts? Why does he specifically need orcs, especially if he's pissing off the orcs and he knows he can be stabbed to death? It makes me
Yeah,
wonder.
He's particularly vulnerable where he is in a sense now, knowing how the mechanics must work. So you'd think
Yeah,
he'd
he's
be a
a-
little more careful.
He's just a massive retard. Like that's what.
That's a way to
what
put
he is.
it.
Well, he's we won't say he's inconsistently written in that regard. We all saw season 1.
Yeah.
I have notes about how why when Sauron is talking to the orcs, when he says the Valar will never forgive the orcs, what does he mean by that? Did they fight on the wrong side? Did they choose the incorrect side and they're being punished for it? Or what about orcs that were born after that? Or do we have just mass racial punishment? What's going on here in terms of all of that? We don't know. It's the nature of what the orcs are, their agency, and what the show wants me to think about them. It makes me do a little peepo sus.
I'd say that's
I'm
part
like,
of the shittiness of the speech, where his main appeal is everyone else hates you. So it's like,
But I'll
dude.
kill you for
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
I'll
dude.
kill less of you than if you don't follow me. Is pretty much what he was doing.
I like how he says everyone hates you, and then he kills that one arc on his stage. But me,
I killed you with love.
Yeah, in the actual lore, like the orcs are just they're created by Morgoth, and so they're also like bound to him, and by extension they're also bound to Sauron. So they just they're not really they're not really free. They're kind of enslaved to his will in the actual lore. But fuck that.
so A lot of good stuff so far. Pretty strong episode. So after everyone stands up and everything's icy, and they're like, "Wow, that was weird." I guess Adar, he gets up in front of everyone and he says, "Yeah, freedom. We're gonna get you freedom. He's gone, and I'm gonna lead you to. We're gonna get a home and stuff, and things will be great." And they say, "Yay! All hail Adar! All hail Adar!" So Adar's in charge of him now.
Woo!
Yay.
All right,
Go.
yeah, okay.
You know you
Boy,
can
it's
trust
a
Adar
revolving door
because
with the management here.
he elevated Waldreg to lieutenant, so I'd say that's
Yeah.
evidence of Adar's
Adar is
intelligence.
way better than Sauron, absolutely.
I just thought of another goddamn question. Surely Forodwaith can be their home. They're already there.
No, there's nothing to eat.
No, it's frozen and icky now.
It's frozen.
Okay.
They run outside,
Orcs
run back in,
don't
it's like,
like
"Sir, all of our fucking farms have been frozen." What? Like,
Oopsie.
I don't know,
That means they'll
man.
last forever. That's good.
Oh, well,
Waldreg's
I
answer
tried
comes
to.
in like, "Sir, my cow is now bleeding like evil goo." Like, we
Yeah,
can't
and it's
eat
like I
it
tried to
anymore."
melt it all with my torch, but the flame there's no heat. Like, it's
No.
you need to get out of here, man.
Okay. Yeah, we plugged that hole. I guess that makes a bit of sense.
All right.
Of course, yes. Yeah, very much so.
Now that hole's been plugged expertly. So, Sauron's blood has remained.
Yes,
His body
yes,
may
it
have
has.
disappeared, exploded, done magic, whatever. There's a lot of it's magic. I ain't gotta explain shit in this show. So it's magic, except the blood. The blood doesn't explode. The blood, you see, that is left over from Sauron's demise. It starts to drip, drip, and pool and run down in between the cracks of the stone floor, and it drips down into a cave beneath Forodwaith. And there it remains for an amount of time that I could not tell you, but I think we're implied to
Yeah.
believe that it is quite a long time that it is
He
down
just-
there.
Yeah, like a whole hour.
Yes, he just exists for a puddle for a couple of hundreds or
I just-
thousands of years.
I always
Sauron
want
is a blood
yeah.
puddle.
I always want the goofy payoffs of just the blood slipping down, and then fucking some orc goes, "Hey!" and starts stamping on it. Stop it! He's getting away! He's getting away! Get him! And they get a straw, and they're like, gotta get him, pick him up.
The orcs have a little outpost out there, like for eternity, you're stabbing him every 100
Yes,
years.
stab the blood.
So this whole section that we're seeing now that takes a couple of minutes on screen, we're meant to believe, I think, that this is centuries, possibly as long as a millennia.
My God.
That's the only way it makes some amount of sense, yes.
Well, because Galadriel is already hunting him at this point, and she says in season 1 that like century gave way to century, so it was like hundreds of years.
The only
I mean,
other
in
option, if it's
theory-
Sauron fucks around for like 1,000 years, just wandering as Halbrand, doing fuck all. But
So I guess they removed his armor from that spot where he died, or else Galadriel would have found it probably.
yeah, it's good
So-
armor. No, but somewhat
But,
useful,
and-
yes.
In any event, maybe in the timeline she was here in season 1, episode 1, while he was just a little blood puddle,
Aw.
in the little cave, and she was so close, so close, and yet. So we see one of my least favorite scenes. A little rat is just trying to do his best. He's in the cave. His home has been icified. This used to be a nice neighborhood, and then the orcs moved in, and he's trying to scrounge some food, and he thinks he finds something interesting, and then Sauron turns into the he turns into the goo from Little Nemo: Adventures in Slumberland, and he grabs the rat and kills the rat and eats it. And we get a
Oh.
evil boo.
Evil.
That was just
Evil
minding his own
fuck.
business. That rat didn't deserve this.
No, he
Um,
didn't.
So, black goo, not good. It kills a centipede. It just gets slowly but surely bigger and bigger. It's implied that it is eating little critters in the cave and getting larger and larger, taking on a admittedly somewhat vague shape now. Actually, it's a little bit creepy. I think it's kind of got these little flumpy arms, and it kind of like pulls itself out of the cave, and then it slips out of the cave once it gets sufficiently large and slides down into the snow.
You're making it
So-
sound so much better than it is.
I was going to say, what the fuck? So, first of all, it's good that they got work for the same actor who did so much to make Resident Evil 5 so strong, and I think that seeing all of this
Turns into
evolve
Ouroboros,
this way
yeah.
is kind of. I mean, there's something to work with, but I couldn't not laugh at certain points. I thought it was too fucking funny.
I got your rat. Oh, I got your centipede.
It's when the funniest shot, I think, is when he flops out of the mountain and just goes kind of like
yes,
stupid. Really
slides down the
stupid.
mountainside.
yeah.
There
And
it
then
is.
just sighs.
It's
So-
it was a bad choice compared to the many choices they had. I don't know how many people here have seen the first Hellraiser, but one of the things that's so impressive and shocking about it is near the beginning, a character is like just droplets of blood until it pools, and then gradually, like with reverse photography and a hell of a lot of different kinds of amazing work, they sort of create like a horrifying, it's like reverse melting essentially until he's gradually able to get parts of his body and bone back. And I was thinking, like, it would have been really cool if we had something like that. This is silly.
It was
say
more
the
more
least.
recognizable body parts, maybe
I-
forming
Well, it's just
slowly.
It's like a big floopy clump of seaweed, like falling down a
Pretty
mountain.
much.
It looks really stupid and
Or like a
dumb.
bundle of worms or something like that. It looks fucking. Ugh.
And I don't know. I think it would have been way creepier to have had like an approximation of a fucked up like bone hand sort of squirm out and actually grab the rat instead of the tentacles, which feels a
Yeah,
little
the
more
tentacles
generic.
are meh.
And yeah, for like, because I can buy that it maybe requires that sort of thing to regenerate, but like some of this stuff I just wouldn't show, especially sliding down the mountain. He looked like he was having fun.
Yeah, I think this is where he
This is our
decided to
villain,
not be
guys.
evil anymore. I think this is where he decides, like, you know what, this
This is
is
our villain
fun.
at a
Maybe I'm just
slow
gonna go
point.
around and have some fun.
It's about time I fucking did something that was for me.
Whee! I wish I
Just
could
need to
So,
have a shot of him climbing back up to the top to do it again.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I got time to kill. So, good thing that Sauron got killed right above a place where there were cracks in the floor, and there was a
Yep.
cavern full of bugs and rats to eat, so that he could regenerate. That's really, really fortunate for him.
Imagine if he was in a cave that was like actually just completely closed
What if-
off.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like,
What
Like
if
a
his
cave?
death
Yeah.
spell that he cast was the reason there were cracks? He that was why he did it. He went brah, and he went,
so when the ice,
Whoa.
yeah, it made it so that 1,000 years later there'd be a little gap that he could
Big
get
smart.
out of and slide down the mountain.
It does make you think,
Um,
though, like if he had died by like drowning, because presumably he needs to breathe. So if he gets sent to the bottom of the ocean with concrete tied to his shoes, then he's going
I
to
guess
die
that's
down
just
there.
the end. Yeah.
That'd be good
Um,
though.
And
he
if he gets set on fire, like burned to a crisp, and there's nothing left, because I was thinking maybe Adar like did that to his armor, probably, because you probably would, right?
Yeah, might as well.
yeah.
Hmm.
One of the orcs is like, "Can I sell it? It'd be worth so much." He's like, "No, I gotta burn it."
To who? Adam's like, to who?
To
who, Ray?
literally
To
who?
Oh
Who
God,
has the money? Who here has the money to buy that sort of thing? You know what we make.
you just made me think. The fact that they didn't show us the armor getting destroyed means it's probably going to fucking show up in like the Hall of Lore in Numenor in season 3 or some shit.
We found this in the cellar somewhere. Look at this.
1,000 years ago, we had a spy who got captured at Fourwaith, and then he found it, and
He
brought
brought
it back
back the
here,
armor.
I guess, or at least maybe he shipped it. I don't know. He's gone now.
He hid the armor up his ass to carry
wanna-
it back to
Boy,
Numenor.
this is gonna be a long fucking episode. Jesus Christ! All right.
Yeah. You know him doing his little slither like a giant fat slug. I just want someone to watch the whole thing. You know, to be like, "What?"
Yeah.
Get close
is
enough to him,
this?
he can't attack you, but he like, you know, one of his tentacles sway
He
you, and you sort of
reaches out,
avoid it. Yeah, and you're like, what
Yeah.
are you? He's
Yeah,
like,
they should have just had him
fuck?
like
Fuck is
crawling
this?
up, and then they stop when he gets to the little hole for the surface. They don't even show. They'll show him flooping out, having a good time.
This is
He's
the
at a
evil
rough
Lord of
thing.
And then we
Middle-earth.
get one of the most, you know, that feel when Mondays sort of
Yeah, it's like,
moments.
ugh.
Fucking sigh.
this
Um,
particularly was the moment where I was like, "Are you serious? Are you seriously showing me this? What? Like, what do you
The
want
funny
me-"
part is that means he climbed up on the rock first for
Yeah.
some reason,
Yeah.
and then flopped back down.
Oh, I'm just gonna have a little sit down. I'm kind of tired. Like, man, being pure evil is fucking hard. Like,
I wish I had legs.
Well, they want to show us his struggles so that we see, so that we feel more sympathy with him later on.
but like, if you show this several times to a person and then say, "This is Sauron," You're like, what do you mean it's
Yeah.
Sauron?
Remember the
Sauron.
first time we watched Lord of the Rings and saw the battle in the opening prologue? And fucking Sauron beating everyone up? Like, you imagine he would be in this situation?
Listen, we said he was a shapeshifter, okay?
Yeah.
You've even got the Hobbit. Like in the Hobbit, when he has no body, he flies around as a meteor, and it's like, okay, I've seen you've been
Well, he's got, like, a
reducing your power, but at
shadow.
least it looks
Yep. Like,
cool.
he's a
And
shadow in a
the
hallway.
trippy shadow
he's-
thing,
yeah.
that's also pretty
Yeah.
cool. He can do stuff, and like he's about to go and glomp some old woman and turn into a
No.
man somehow. But like,
Interesting.
if you
What do they
can
mean
do
by
that, why
this?
wouldn't you just glomp the rat and turn into a rat? The rat would have an easier job
Yeah.
of running across this place than the flop
Maybe
monster
he
does.
can't
So
turn into a.
All we have to work with is
Rat.
whatever
Not
we
mad.
see is what he could only do. That was.
I get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really fucking.
Like he's trying his best. He doesn't even have a brain. Okay.
You
Doesn't
can
even
totally
have a
imagine
brain.
little platoons walking with him, be like, "Why don't you turn into a rat?" He's like, "Fuck off! I'm trying."
What about a fly?
It's
about
beneath
some
me.
sort of
This is
a-
way more.
What about a bat?
When
turn
he-
into a
did
millipede and
that.
get eaten by a bird, and then turn into the bird, and then the bird
Oh
can
yeah.
fly, and then you
turn
can
into
go
a
somewhere else.
parasite. Yeah.
It's like he has to be sat in the cave at some point, just thinking, "I now have but one choice. I'm going to go and flop across
It's Gouda
fucking
Man, no
the
steps
fire
in
of Middle
between.
Earth."
Oh, fucking hell.
Well,
Look at
I
him
mean, yeah, you
go.
tell him like, "Hey, why don't you turn into a rat, or why don't you turn into a bird?" And his response is just gonna be, "No. I need to go and look like Charlie Vickers so that Galadriel wants to slam me."
The
that
audience
would-
need-
I'm saving all
That
of
would
my
be
power for
cool.
that.
God damn it.
Yeah, he has
It would
flop
be-
reading powers. He just knows.
It would be interesting if, like, out here he turns into a deer and specifically like positions himself so that he will get hunted by humans, shot with an arrow, and then they consume his flesh like he's a
Mm.
fucking parasite,
Mhm.
and then
Oh,
they like
imagine the horror scene. Weird bursts out
Yeah,
of
and
several of
then-
them, and it all connects back up into a person.
Yeah, it like comes from the inside out and it envelops them because they've eaten the Sauron deer flesh.
I don't-
And then,
I don't think the makers of this show
yeah.
do that. You know, like right or
interesting
think.
things.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
that's. No.
Oh, if
But,
only
you
they
know.
would have thought about it casually. Then they
Yeah,
would
throw it on
maybe
the
had
throw it on the
something,
maybe pile for when we get $200 million to burn. Maybe we'll do it.
Like, oh, we have
Uh,
this character that can transform into stuff. What should we do? Keep him the same character for the most part. It's like, oh,
It just
okay.
like Rag
Very
suggested
smart.
that in the right room. They're like, but I really want him to glop on the floor.
Look how funny it would be.
He can
Why,
go up
though?
on the floor before he does the thing.
We'll have him do it.
Yeah.
They're like, no, I just want the glob. Your thing takes away from the glob pig.
Clumping
I
is
want him to be a little goober glomb.
I need to read this from chat quickly. If you can't handle Sauron at his most flaccid, you don't deserve him at his most erect.
True.
What the fuck?
Well,
Speaking
you
of
know that
most direct.
when he is lying down after that little flu, you can tell he was like, I was almost the king of the world, man.
He does a sigh. He does an audible sigh when he lays there.
I bet you're asking, how did I end up here?
I wonder how I ended up here. Oh, man.
So
those days.
he slides down the mountain, and there's we don't know how much time passes throughout all of this, but he makes his way sort of to this valley here, and he is able to kind of floomp himself onto a road, and Stace. Oh boy, here it comes.
Oh,
No,
God.
false alarm.
Run.
So he's on the road in the cart, and there's a cart that comes by. There's a lady on a cart, and the cart goes across the road, and he sticks to the wheel and rides up the wheel, hops in the cart, and then he eats the woman. Oh no. He purifies the woman.
I was already having so much trouble with what I'd seen. When I saw this, I was like, what? She ran over Sauron?
yeah. He got run over by a car.
Maybe the unluckiest lady in Middle Earth.
Or
She is
did,
very
Also,
unlucky.
here's why it doesn't make sense that this is 1,000 years later or whatever. Because what the fuck is this random woman doing in the frozen hellscape north?
Well,
fuck
wait,
you doing
hold-
up
we,
here?
well, we have no idea how long he's been here.
Ugh.
He's on a road.
But if
someone will
she's
come by
here, it has to be
eventually.
like within the same week. Because why the fuck would you be
It
up
doesn't,
here?
it doesn't have to be the same week. It could be 100 years. It could be 200 years.
He
Someone will
flies
come by
out from
eventually.
Rocky
Could be
Lay
ten
there
billion
for 500
ages.
We don't
years.
know.
I think
It's
forever
road.
literally means like wasteland. Like there's nothing up here basically.
There's a woman in a cart in a road. There's a road here.
There
You
shouldn't
can
be
see
one.
the tracks. Why should there not be a road up here?
Well, okay, hold on, because
it's
I
been
don't think
1,000 years. No one should fucking be here anymore.
We have no idea why people would or wouldn't be up here. We don't know.
It's a frozen hellscape.
If the time period is longer
So?
though, and there's a long period of time since it became a frozen hellscape, then there's maybe more of a justification for people going up there to see what is there, maybe, or maybe
Yeah.
she's gone to find something. I don't.
Or maybe
fucking
she's
know.
come
What
here
is
to
she hold-
kill
Just because
herself.
And we
Maybe,
say
maybe.
just we say frozen hellscape. It's just frozen. It's just like a winter place. It's like someplace really up north. That's why we didn't assume it was evil at first. It was just
Well,
it looked like a really cold place.
The way
so
they
we
do
don't
the
know
fading
why.
and the camera work, the writer could be here right now being like, no, this is way away from where he was. Okay, I thought we
we don't
we
know.
got
He's
that.
been traveling for like 50
like
years.
he's on the
We
border
literally don't
now
know.
of like normal places, non-frozen
Right,
places.
right.
Yeah.
That could be the case.
They could argue that. What I was struck by was this completely lucky because Sauron seems to get hit by the first wheel and be like, hey, and then grabs the
He was
second
so
one. Like,
He was just there sleeping and he just grabbed onto
yeah,
the
he's like,
second one.
oh shit, let's
He
go.
wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't
yeah.
going. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah.
Wait for it. There goes first wheel. Yeah, we don't know.
I just love
unless
it
he
if they
shows-
put the sound effects in of oh whoa.
If it was a cart that only had 2 wheels, he would have been out of luck, and he would have had to wait another year or month or whatever until some random traveler came through here. We don't know. We know. But he climbs up the wagon wheel. He eats the lady, and then we hear the blood.
Yeah, they actually cut a deleted scene where he comes up, sits next to her, and he's like, "I've had a doozy of a day," and talks to her.
And she's like, "Oh my god, talking goo." And then he says, "All goo can talk." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I guess I never
Don't be
considered that.
Yeah,
I just assumed goo."
yeah. They get into a discussion about race, and that's where it goes wrong, and he eats her. It happens, you know.
You know what? I believe it.
Sauron is like, "Wait, you're just as racist as I am," and then they kiss.
You can be my queen.
You will be my dark queen.
Hey, can I interest you in being a queen? Just the first woman he finds.
Oh, I've never been a queen of anything before.
He's like, I was almost king of the world, you know. And she's like, yeah, old goo says that. You're not the first fucking one.
All the frogs say, "Kiss me, I'm a prince." Yeah, we've been.
Romantic music starts playing. It's been a long time since I've seen a woman. And then
It's great
It's
stuff.
been a long time since I've seen a woman, but
This is what I meant. This whole sequence, I was just like, oh, we are so back. Rings of Power season 2, baby. It's gonna be so stupid constantly.
Yep.
All right. So
What a
yeah,
start,
she,
man. What a fucking
Sauron Goo eats the woman, and then Halbrand steps out of the back of the cart. It is Halbrand.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Unlucky for him, also the horse ran off.
The horsey escaped.
The horse ran
It could have
Which
been a
is good.
Half Halbrand.
because
Into
Sauron
the
might have
world of
become a
it.
horse. We have no clue, but he didn't. And
Well, he
Could've
might
been
have
now-
gone faster and never met Galadriel.
Oh, you don't have to worry about him having trouble traveling across the continent. We'll get there. But yeah, he's Halbrand. Here he is. Oh my goodness. So during all of this point, I suppose Galadriel has been looking for him. All the elves think that he's basically gone or dead, except her. There's been no sign of Sauron in a long time, and there is no reason for Galadriel to think that Sauron is alive or around.
No.
He's been up here in the snowy mountains as a pile of goo, and he has just now obtained a human form, and it looks nothing at all like what it used to. He just looks like a guy.
Mm-hmm.
How big do you
So-
think the trench is by now that they've been dug? You think how big
Oh
that is
boy,
by
we'll
now?
get there. I'm glad you asked that because we're almost at the point where we have to start asking pesky questions. So, another nondescript amount of time passes, and he walks a nondescript amount of steps, and it is implied that he has walked from Fordwaith to the Southlands, I believe. Because he's out here. Look, what a wonderful change of scenery. What a
Yeah.
lovely countryside. He meets a bunch of people.
Well, luckily that's right around the corner, so it couldn't have taken that long, right? Oh.
Yeah,
interactive
so,
map says it takes us like 1,150-mile journey as the crow flies. So that's not going around the mountains that he would have to go around, which actually adds like another third to that journey. So it's a long way.
yeah, he has gone an
yeah.
insanely
Well, you guys don't
long
know.
distance.
He could have shapeshifted into having wings and then lost them.
True.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
get
about-
fucked.
Eat a few ducks, and you know.
The distance that he
Uh,
travels is around about double the distance that Bilbo travels to get from the Shire to the Lonely Mountain, just for
Oh, boy.
context.
Pretty much.
So yeah, a lot of questions. Why is he going to the Southlands? Why specifically here? Because I mean, we don't know. I mean, I don't know. Why would he know to go there?
Is it the plan, the thing, the symbol he carves in? Well, the
That's
symbol
what
he
I'm asking
can't have
here
carved
is-
into
Yeah.
anybody's body
Because
because
it's
he
not
wasn't
Mordor
doing
yet.
that.
It isn't Mordor yet, so he doesn't know. I don't think we are supposed to know that he knows how much time has passed. Just a long time, I would assume. Is there already a plan to turn the Southlands into Mordor at this point? I
So-
guess there is.
Picked out
There
that
has to be.
volcano because it was
There must be,
particularly
yeah.
sexy.
There must be, because all that
Yeah.
stuff. Because after this, he meets Galadriel.
So at
So
this
I
point-
assume that all that stuff is set into motion.
Yeah, so at this point in the in season 1, Adar has started, sneakily taking over and burning down villages and then enslaving the populace, because he's digging his trench and he's also looking for the evil sword that Sauron made. Because that is referenced in season 1 by Waldreg as being passed down by Sauron. So I don't know how Waldreg knows that it was made by Sauron, but we're supposed to infer that it was made by Sauron.
Specifically to
Adar
activate
doesn't-
Mordor.
Yes,
Yeah,
Adar doesn't
It's
know
a
where it
glorified
is.
lever.
It's even worse
Which-
to activate
yeah.
a lever in an elven
Yeah.
garrison that will open
Yeah.
a dam to activate Mordor.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
opens a little door for the water. It's a glorified lever. That's all it is.
Well,
Which means
Fucking-
that had Sauron and
show.
Adar not had a falling out, then he would have known where the evil sword is and been able
Or-
to create Mordor
Well,
1,000 years ago.
We
I
just
don't know why
destroyed
the sword is
dam.
lost. Why is the sword lost? Sauron should have that on him like all the time, or it should be like that's an instrumental key
I
to
think-
this entire
Look,
plan.
it's Waldreg, the
Yes.
eternal Waldreg kept it for the portion.
And his
The
yeah,
eternal
old man Waldreg
actually
has
also
it in his
my-
barn.
the Waldregs are quite beloved in the history of
Yeah.
like the bad guys.
Sackville
Like
Waldregses.
yeah, there's loads. They go way back. I think he's got a lot of
No way
Morgoth's
back.
blood in him. Actually, you can trace it.
It
I
is
mean,
where it
you
turns
just
up as
swap
well. Like
out
the,
the-
the
you just swap
evil
out the fucking-
sword thing is in his basement for like the entirety of the lead up to when it becomes relevant in season 1. So he's had it the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Protecting it. He knew.
Let's see. Yeah, so
You could just
The
swap it for a pickaxe.
They should have
but,
just
you know,
collected enough orcs to all spit at the same time into Mordor, and that would have done it, right? Mount Doom.
I mean, they
Yeah.
could have just destroyed the
That's how
dam.
volcanoes
That's
work.
all they
No,
had to
ooh,
do.
No,
They
that
didn't
doesn't
even
make
need
any
that thing.
sense, Mel. What you just said
Can't
was
be
I just-
crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just checked something. So this is what Waldreg says, which could be false, but he says that the evil sword was fashioned for our ancestors by his maker's own hand. So Waldreg thinks that Sauron made the evil sword for Waldreg's own ancestors, which means that at some point there was a plan to do what we get in season 1 with Mount Doom.
Yeah, which is why they have the symbol being etched into the skin of the elves they kill. But if that was the case, then why are they even still up in Forodwaith at the beginning of this season when the plan must already be in motion? So they really should already be there, which canonically they
I mean,
are already there.
could be-
Sauron goes to
there
Mordor
could be a
immediately.
huge amount of time between then and the plan happening. This could have all been started while Sauron was reforming.
It's just strange to try and like
No.
lay it out.
I don't think it could have started too long before the start of season 1, because the longer it takes, the more insane it is that no one realized what was happening. Because there are
Oh
elves.
yeah, but we're already there
I
in
mean,
insane territory. It
yes.
makes no. They
Yeah.
cleared like massive
Galadriel didn't look
forests
at a
and
map for
everything.
2,000 years. Like,
Like they're trying to dig a secret trench and they decide to level the forest for like 100 yards on either side.
To be clear, did the
And
elves
it's-
build? They must have built. The elves part of that facility, that structure, was that before
Osterith.
or after the plan was made?
So,
by Sauron?
Based on what we get in season 1, Osterith is the fortress, the tower that is a symbol of our strength that they then blow up. That is an elven stronghold. It's
Yeah.
referred to as elven, which suggests that the elves built it. How Sauron put a mechanism in there to put an evil sword hole to open a dam, who knows?
The dam was already there, but nobody thought to look into it. And the elves didn't know. Well,
An
they
opening
noticed the
mechanism,
evil,
yeah.
like the actual place where you stick the evil sword, because Don Lemon says, "Oh, I've seen this before." And then lo and behold, in his own tower is the evil sword hill key. And so they built the tower around it, and nobody thought to ask any questions about why this very obviously evil thing
Which is
should be built into this very obviously
Yeah, there's
suspicious
like a-
dam
There's
that
like
the
a
orcs
spooky
seem to be
face.
building a massive
It's just
trench leading away
crazy.
from that we didn't spot.
there's so much shit that happens, but like at any point, any Kind of like stealthy orc could have just activated Mordor. Really, I guess they have to build the why. So they expected people to have to build the trench as part of this plan as well. That was like a big thing.
Yeah.
For some reason.
They
yes.
have to know about the volcano being dormant, and
That's
then
so
they have to say,
insane.
"All right, so we need a big water source that's high up. There it is. We will dig a channel that leads all the way."
And they
to
didn't
the
get spotted the
Because we all know
entire
just
time. I know
adding
it's
some
season
water
1
to-
ship, but still
What do your Elfi see?
Oh yeah, it's
Nothing.
crazy.
nothing
Yeah.
at all.
Nothing. They put tarps on it so they
And
can't
remember
see
as
it,
well,
don't worry
they
about
didn't
it.
trust any of the humans in that area. They thought of them all as like, evil because they're the offspring of the offspring of the offspring of the people who signed up with Morgoth.
Guess different elves have different perspectives on it, but they're definitely not really trustworthy people. That's why they're still here.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
all I'm saying is that you'd think they'd be a little more
Like looking
interested
around
in
stuff?
checking out, making
Yeah.
sure they're not doing evil things.
Especially if news of villages being burned and everything, because Halbrand here, he runs into a bunch of refugees from
He
the
does
Southlands.
indeed.
Yeah. Isn't that convenient for him?
Also, apparently, there's been no sighting of orcs for like
Dude,
2,000 years. But
He
who's
runs
But all these
burning
into,
villages
them?
just keep getting burned for some reason. No one knows why. No one knows
Yeah.
what they're running from.
the guy he speaks to
And,
feels like he's the guy who writes for the elves. Just fucking spamming like life advice.
It's awful.
Yeah, and he's just trusting Halbrand immediately. Like, this is just random guy next to a village that's just burned down. I'm gonna bring this guy with me.
Regs, so
Yo.
when we watched through this the other day, I wish that we had actually recorded your reaction to this dialogue because it was so funny. When Regs is just slow realization that, oh my god, they're actually doing this.
So,
amazing.
yeah. So he meets this guy. His name's Diarmid, right? Big D in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A
Sure.
little Big D over here. He's got something around his neck. He's got this.
My
He's got
God,
this little insignia, this little pouch.
the thing.
Oh boy, it's a thing.
Oh wow!
Look at
Well,
that.
That means
right.
she's the king of the
origin story in the
Southlands.
pouch.
You know that,
He's the
yeah.
king of the Southlands. Big D's king of the Southlands. Big Diarmid, the diadem having dude.
He actually
but
says
yeah.
he's not, but yeah.
No,
He
he's
says
just,
it's a
he's just
servant.
humble. He's just humble.
He's just humble.
I think there'd be a lot of stuff that they could have done that obviously they didn't. Halbrand should be asking, like Robin Williams in Jumanji, what year is it?
Yeah.
And things of that nature. Maybe he hears it's a different age, or maybe he hears that that's duh. But no, we don't get anything really interesting like that. Because if there is a plan to terraform the Southlands, he needs to find out if it has happened yet. If people are actively working towards it, if that plan is underway. And we have no idea why the orcs waited this long to start the plan doing this Southland terraforming into Mordor. And again, we have no answers on how the spooky bloodsword got into the old man Waldrick's barn.
Nope.
We don't know why Sauron didn't keep it on him. We don't know why Sauron should be looking for the sword now. We don't know, is he going to where it should be? We don't know anything about it.
I think they've said 100% doing a side, like another show for Waldrick. I think.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
a spin-off show for Waldrick.
A Rings of Power story, right?
Yes.
The Lord of the Rings, Waldrick.
Yes.
Waldrick
Lord
story.
of Waldrick.
No, wait. No, do a spin-off game like Lord of Ring Gollum, just Lord of Ring Waldrick.
You crawl around as Waldrick. Crawl on walls and do stealth missions.
You get
Come on,
to
lad,
count
it's your
potatoes,
time.
greet people in Mordor.
And the final
Who made
mission
you
is,
leader?
The final mission is getting that key. It's a DLC mission to
Yep.
show you how he did it. He killed 1,000 enemies getting there. You just didn't see it. It was off screen.
Yeah.
Damn. He's a
So-
badass, dude.
Hell yeah.
So on his way from Fordwaith, he goes. Halbrand goes all the way from Fordwaith to here, and then right at the doorstep of where he wants to go for some reason, he meets a guy who basically says, Diarmid says, he gives him a bunch of life advice. He tells him to be good. He says fates are never certain.
Because-
That fortunes can turn for even the most powerful. A sure path may crumble, but there's always another. Often it can lead us someplace better, someplace good. They say there's places across the sea a man can escape himself and find another life. Or walk on and keep chasing death.
Whoa.
I found this so confusing because this is Sauron, What the hell is this? What am I meant to conclude from this? That he was seriously entertaining turning good?
He hadn't considered being good, Fringy. I just that's,
Yeah, just
yeah.
be
I mean,
good.
that's
So,
what season one conveyed in a bit, with him just wanting to smith in Numenor. He doesn't want to part in the big world anymore.
In
What's
a
that whole
very,
fucking thing?
very short conversation, Sauron bumps into a guy who says, "No, don't go over there and seek revenge or death or whatever. Be good. Do something else and change your
maybe
life for
go
the
to
better.
Numenor and
Yeah,
become
come
like
with us. We're
Yeah.
we're
And not-
going on a boat,
Yeah.
so you should
maybe
come with
I-
us instead." And Sauron does.
Yeah, I was like, all right.
And not only that, but it's the first guy that he speaks to.
Yeah.
Certainly the first
Yeah,
we see.
the-
Yeah.
The implication being if he had just bumped into some guy who said, "Hey, go just climb up a tree and just sit in a tree," he'd be like,
He bu-
Like,
Well, or if he
yeah,
found a guy,
I'll do
if
that.
he found a
Good
guy
idea.
who was just like, "Oh man, my fucking bitch of a wife just like cheated on me. I'm gonna go and like stab her or something." Then Sarah would be like, "Oh, I can help you out with that."
Oh yeah, I can
probably
eat
would
her.
do
bumps-
that, yeah.
he bumps into Kristen Cole, and he
Oh no.
oh shit, fuck it. Maybe we'll die.
Mm.
I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's kind of just sort of what happens.
Yeah, he
Um,
thinks about it
does,
for like 3 seconds, and it's like, all right, off to the boat we go.
Yeah.
He does break the other scene in season 1 as well, because he is wearing that one brooch with the one symbol that Sauron will need, but at this present moment does not know that he needs,
Yep.
but yet will take anyway. If this is the kind of thing that Southland people might just randomly be wearing, then yes, it's very dumb that Galadriel should ever believe that this definitely means that Halbrand is king. But the people who are most stupid is Bronwyn, she who will not be appearing in this season, and like, all the people around her. Because like she looks at that symbol when he turns up and says, "You must be the king that was promised." But it's like, but if old random dudes wear this symbol, how can you possibly have made
she
that
says
conclusion?
this to a lot of people. Everyone thinks it's annoying, but she
Every
does it just
single
for
every
everyone.
She's like,
strange
"You're the
No,
king."
Every
God's
person.
Are you the king that was promised? Are
That
you
old guy
the
got
king that
stopped
was
like
promised?
thousands of
King?
times. We were
Yeah.
just
Put
walking
it on a
around.
cow.
Are
She'll
you our,
ask.
are you our king? It's like, no, I just found that. It's just a reminder. And he starts doing the same speech he does to Sauron to every single one of them. And all the other people like, just shut up, go away.
So yeah, this guy has successfully, very quickly turned Sauron not good, but he has turned him away from seeking his revenge on
Thank
Adar,
goodness.
which is, I assume, why he's
Which
heading
is
to the
yeah.
Southlands.
Are we to conclude that he was that easily convinced, basically, by just like,
Literally,
one old
yes,
guy
because
saying,
that's
Yes.
what the show does.
Yeah.
So it
Like,
does.
And
I wanna
Galadriel,
the characterization of Sauron has been very odd.
Dire.
Yeah.
So far.
Dire.
That's one
It
way
does-
to put it.
It does
Odd.
get a little bit more complicated, and it starts making a little bit less sense as a result of becoming more complicated in the next couple of scenes. But
Yeah.
for the moment,
Yeah.
if it's not enough to convince him to just be good flatly, it's enough to convince him to not hunt down Adar. Right?
Yeah.
That's
And
what this scene
as-
tells us.
And as we can probably gain from that, not just hunt down Adar, but get these, whoever the orcs are now, get them back in line, start his plan for powers over flesh, and begin his whole reign of ruling over Middle-earth, get all that started. So he's going to put that on hold, maybe indefinitely, because, you know, I got a boat, and it's going slow. So, yeah, just imagine all the ways that they could have shown scenes where Sauron slowly but surely learns to leave behind his old life. He meets new people. He encounters people he's never seen before, people who maybe are kind to him or take him in. Maybe he meets someone that he falls in love with. Maybe he's all the millions of things you could have done because you have hundreds and hundreds of years.
You love him.
Look,
I don't know
look
about
at
that.
this shot, Rags. Is this not love? Look at that old man. Draw me like one of your French girls.
But yeah, Halbrand, they're on the boat. They're crossing the sea. I do not know where it left from, and I do not know where it is going. I
leaves
don't think
from
it's
the
going.
harbor. Right.
It's the Bay of Balfalas, which is sort of like on the map that was in the Discord. It's like the one just to the slight southeast of Mordor. It opens up into the bay.
Yeah.
It's the one the Numenorians sail in through that's 450 miles away from where they left.
Oh.
Is
So-
that where this boat comes out of?
Yeah, if it's
Should
the
be
only
around
river going.
that
Unless
area.
it would, yeah, they
Yes, I
can't get
don't
onto
know.
the sea the other way, so it has to be.
Are we meant to
Yeah, well, he
believe?
walked across Europe, so
Are we meant
True.
to believe that this boat is going to Numenor?
Yes.
I have no clue.
I'd seem so.
I
That's
have
what
no
I
idea.
thought.
Because you
Numenor
would
has
think,
never mentioned taking.
Yeah,
You
yeah, I
have to
think
go
so that
past
would have been
Numenor in
mentioned.
order for Galadriel to get there, right?
Well,
I
yeah,
have no way
because
to back
well,
this,
no.
but I just
if
thought
the
that's
boat
the
is
case.
going to Numenor, then it kind of slightly plugs the hole a little bit as to how they could have crossed paths in the ocean, because at least it's the same massive part of
but
ocean.
if
No.
most
The
of,
problem
wait.
is that Galadriel is way further west than Numenor, so
No,
it doesn't
wait,
make
hold
sense.
on. So, but if they're sailing to Numenor and they're like, hey, we're fleeing from orcs, doesn't that wouldn't that mean that if they got there that could change a lot actually?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Also that, yeah.
That,
And I guess this was the only boat, because if others had arrived before them, the Numenorians
Yeah.
would have mentioned, a
Would
bunch
have
of human
already known. It's like,
Southlanders refugees came
said
here.
orcs.
Apparently,
in
the orcs
season-
only attacked this one village and nothing else.
In season 1, we
Otherwise,
didn't have
it's-
any mention in Numenor of them having refugees, taking in refugees, or refusing refugees, whatever they might decide to do. That's not mentioned once.
The closest you get is the elves thing, the anti-immigration thing about the elves. They don't want the elven workers
So
coming in
that's
and
the
taking
The
their
one
jobs.
elf on the
Yeah.
island.
Yeah, but they specifically relate that to elves because of what ends up happening with Galadriel tricking the queen. Well, I say tricking, accidentally tricking the queen and then going to war and then pissing everyone off. But just in a general sense, what might have been effective is because obviously what ends up happening is that the little raft that they end up on with the other survivors, no one else ends up surviving. They get killed, they get eaten by the sea monster, and Halbrand and Galadriel are the only ones alive. If all of them had made it to Numenor, then we could have seen maybe what Numenor does with those other Southlanders. But then, as you say, the problem there would be that would mean that Numenor would learn about the orcs too early.
Yeah. And Numenor
Also,
apparently has fucking
logistically
settlements
as
all over
well.
Middle Earth already for some reason.
I got logistically, where would this boat have had to have how far are we meant to assume that Galadriel swam?
4,000
You know what I mean?
miles. It's about
She
4,000 miles.
was at the edge of
Holy
the
shit.
promised land. So,
So
it's fucking insane. I'll get a map. Hold on.
Was the idea
Yeah.
of either this boat was really, really, really in an odd place, or Galadriel swam really, really far?
Swam.
I don't know.
Oh, she swam very, very far indeed, yeah.
So I can't remember exactly how I ended up on the number of 4,000, but I did sort of research it when I did my season 1 videos. And if we're assuming that she was going to swim from Valinor to Middle Earth, that's about the same as swimming from the Caribbean to England, which is obviously insane.
I've done that.
If her plan was to swim from Valinor to Numenor, then I have no idea because I couldn't find anything, even remotely close.
Damn it.
A long way to swim.
And she's wearing a fucking dress as well, which is just insane. That's the worst thing that you could possibly be wearing while swimming.
I've
No.
heard that makes you faster.
I can tell you from experience that it does not.
All right.
Well, stop wearing a dress when you go swim then.
Do tell.
That's why,
No.
I don't wear anything when I swim. I just jump in.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've swam a lot, while wearing. God damn it! This is why it's confusing me. Okay, I have swimmed. I had swimmed. I'm now speaking like I'm an elf.
It's
I have
swamped.
swim.
I've
I
swamped
swam
while
with-
wearing baggy clothes before, and it is a lot harder.
True, yeah, I had to do it for Boy Scouts and search and rescue and stuff. You had to jump in the water while fully clothed, and then you
Yep.
had to take off your pants, and you had to
Oh God.
listen. No one molested me, and
There
you
go,
had to
there's a map.
kind of inflate them a little bit, and it was. So
Yeah. So is the placement of Numenor on that map is canonical in terms of the distance between it and Valinor versus Middle Earth?
There are a bunch of different versions. I think it's somewhat accurate. But this is from the distance that Galadriel swam compared to Frodo's journey, basically.
Yeah, okay. Which
Yeah.
is still insane. You can't.
Yeah.
You are not doing that. I don't care
even
if you're
on
a
this
fucking elf,
graph,
you're not doing
she
that.
avoids the D.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
well,
rather, it's the boat trip Galadriel took, and she jumped off where the red arrow ends, somewhere around that area. And then the ship would have to have sailed past Numenor until the Undying Lands, which is fucking forbidden. But
Yeah, was that what they were
it
trying
makes
to
no
go?
fucking sense for them to go there.
Conclude that they weren't
Well,
actually going to Numenor?
I don't know
No,
why
they
they were
can't-
going
they
to
can't have
Numenor.
been.
No,
I hadn't
well,
even considered they were going to Numenor because surely there are a whole bunch of other places in Middle Earth that you can just go to,
Yes.
right?
you could sail
But
along the
they
coast.
end up where Galadriel is, so they have to go in that direction. So they have to be going to Valinor, which they
I
can't.
guess so.
because
that's
Men are not allowed to go there.
They were like, oh, I might as well try. Let's see what
They
happens.
think that they could,
Maybe
so
that's
they
why
were
the sea
going
monster
for
appeared.
the shot.
Did the Valar send the sea monster to make sure that they couldn't get into
Protector
Valador?
of the Valar.
Pretty much, that's my interpretation.
What did the Numenorians say though when they found out about the ship being destroyed? Like, oh well, the sea is always right. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, get it.
My wife drowned, but the sea is always right.
The sea is always right. What a fucking moron.
God, they make it even worse in episode 3. I'm not going to get into that now, but
Yeah.
Want that awkward scene where it's like the sea is right, but the creatures in it are wrong, and if they eat you, fuck them. I hate those things.
Oh,
Okie
fuck.
dokie. So, yeah, they're on a boat and it's going slow,
They're on
and
a
they have a
boat.
conversation, and it's really, really great. So Diarmid is he asks Halbrand about his nightmares, like, oh, I have fucking nightmares. And Halbrand says that yes, he's done bad things, which he has because he's fucking Sauron.
Yep.
He's fucking Sauron?
But he is right
He's fucking
in the,
himself.
right
Right
in
in
the
the
butt.
Wow.
Right in the well.
I mean, he's a
Halbrand,
shapeshifter, so he probably can do that.
but Diarmid tells Halbrand that he's alive because he chose good.
Well, that's not true. He's alive because he ate people. Like
He's alive because he's a magical demigod creature. True. He did not
chose
choose
good.
good.
He
He's
did
alive
not
because
kill
he
an old
ate
woman.
a woman.
You know what he's like,
Yeah,
you know,
I think you're
I've got these like regrets of this life I've lived. The guy is like, you know, we've all done that. He's like, dude, I was like a trash bag of jelly absorbing
I
rats.
tortured people.
You should have seen me 50 years ago. You wouldn't believe it.
Like, the old
do
dude is
that
like, you
all
know,
the time,
I've
but the number of
stolen, I've
questions-
punched people or whatever. It's like, we're not the same.
Yeah, I've tortured entire populations to death. You know. It's...
The old
They go
dude
to
says
extreme
that.
lengths
Like,
to make sure this
Yeah,
never
we all
comes
do
out.
that. You know.
All the
It's like,
time. Like
how-
season 1 had the same thing happen. Is that when they're in the scene when they're in Numenor and Galadriel's talking to him about how, you know, she's had a bit of a dark past, and he turns to her and he's like, as evil as possible. He's like, you have no idea what darkness is. I've
Yeah.
done things that the most
Yeah.
evil person in your life has never even dreamed of. And she says, it's fine. I don't need to ask any questions about
She
this.
probably
Just
flew
look
her
to
in,
the
you know.
future.
Put it
Don't worry
behind
about
you.
it.
Choose good. Choose life.
So I was figuring that, like, from the old man's perspective, he's talking to someone who clearly has been traumatized by something that he has done in his past. And, like, the worst thing that he could imagine that this guy is probably like a serial child murderer, right? And his response to him isn't to maybe work out like why he did what he did and maybe get him to deal with it in some other way. I don't even know how you would approach that, but he approaches it and says, you just got to be good. Like, that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Like,
that's a good point.
Well, no, it isn't. It isn't the end of the conversation. We have a few more words left. And then it's done forever. So Diarmid tells, like he says to Halbrand, you're alive because he chose good. And Halbrand asks, well, what about tomorrow? And Diarmid says, you have to choose it again, and the next day and the next until it becomes a part of your nature. The conversation ends, and that's it. That's it. That's all of it. We're finished.
it's just
Those two characters are now basically done.
It's here to let us know that Sauron really did think it through. He even got like a wise sage to help him along the way, but he chose evil.
Yeah. Needed someone to
purpose-
believe in him.
Remember,
The purpose of these two short exchanges is to set up the idea that maybe Sauron is teetering on this idea of maybe I don't have to be Sauron, the evil orc gluer, flesh magic maker. Maybe I can just go and live my own life or do whatever. It's supposed to set up that being a thing he considers. And they are two very, very short conversations. And that's all that there is. There's no more after this.
remember when
And
in season 1 where he said, I'm the connection to power and you can be the connection to being nice or whatever to Galadriel. See, he was even thinking about it then. He was like, I might be a good man. It all makes sense.
Yeah.
He was thinking about this old man when he had that conversation with her.
if you
I
have
could make him
someone
a queen.
if you want to do what they're trying to set out, these are not the words that I would choose. There's stuff in here that I would just you don't say like, oh, you just keep choosing to be good. You would have to say stuff about how being good isn't something you do just once. It's a repetitive thing that you have to do every day, and you have to stick to it. And maybe he says something about how being good isn't easy. It's a difficult thing to be good, but it takes great strength of character and da-da-da. And maybe this could be in tandem with people being good to him. And so he sees that, oh, maybe good is pretty good. Because I've always been surrounded by like orcs and shit. So, I'm not from this kind of life. but they like super speed through this entire what's very, very important for his character section, and it's really bad, and it's super convenient.
You suggested that like they could have completely changed, instead of having the old lady in the cart roll past and then he eats her and then becomes Halbrand. Like, what if he comes out of the mountain as looking like Halbrand, but not in a good way? Like his legs falling off, really bad. He looks like he's really badly injured and he's not moving. And then this nice old lady like rolls past in her cart. It's like, holy shit, this guy's nearly dead. What the hell are you doing here? And then nurses him back to health, and doesn't expect anything in return. Then that would potentially give him a reason to actually feel some kind of empathy for someone that prior to that he would have just felt
He's been in a cave for 1,000 years, and the first thing that happens is this random person that finds him helps him out, and it begins. It's the first of many little steps on trying to turn him into a good person. At this point, though, we're writing a different show, but that will probably happen a lot because what they do is pathetically shallow. Anyway, the reason their conversation is cut short is because a sea monster attacks the boat. Holy fuck! And it bumps into the ship. Diarmid gets pinned under a beam. And Halbrand yanks off his insignia without really saying anything to him or helping him.
Yep.
And then he leaves.
And just before this happens, he yells to him to grab onto something as well. So it's really fucking strange that he yells that out and then doesn't help him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diarmid's alive as far as I can tell. He's alive. He does not. Yeah, Sauron is still. He doesn't help Diarmid. He just takes his insignia and runs.
Because he knew he would need it.
What they could have done here, which I don't think this is what we're meant to read, is maybe he tries desperately to save him. Because even if he gets him out from under that thing, he's probably fucking dead. He's an old man in the water in the middle of the ocean, so he's going to die anyway. So maybe he fights to actually try and save him, realizes that, quote unquote, being good doesn't actually accomplish anything, and then that affects his actions going forward. What we end up getting here is that he clearly cares about him because he tells him to grab hold of something, and then he's like, oh, well, I guess you're dead, and then he leaves.
Yeah. Or the old man gives the emblem to him as he's
he tells him, don't bother trying to get me out, I'm done. Yeah.
This is take this insignia, it's the past of our people, or something like that. It's our
Yeah, perhaps you can
remember the true king is out there somewhere. Oh yeah, he said out there is the true king somewhere. You have to find him, or actually you're going to Numenor, so don't worry about it.
Maybe you know what would be better at this point, Rags, if you just said, "Look, shiny, take it."
Yeah, but he just grabs it for a reason. I don't actually know why he takes. Well,
he read the script,
so him grabbing it.
He read the script.
Unironically, that seems to be the reason why he takes it. Is because I don't know what the reason is.
For a lot of things he does.
There's no reason for Halbrand to just be like mine and take that insignia because it's not valuable. It's just a little symbol on a bag.
The only thing I can think of is that he would want it to establish some kind of cover story to suggest that he is actually from the Southlands because he's been inside a mountain as a goo monster for 1,000 years. He doesn't really know the way of the world.
On them. Like
sure, but actually tries
if anything, it makes it worse.
I was about to say, wouldn't
because
it then...
now he has to explain the information of the insignia and what it means. And
if anyone around him survives, they could all be like, "No, we picked this guy
up
from fucking whatever."
Take that thing.
He could just say he's from the Southlands anyway.
You're right. So, that insignia does not help. It makes things worse because he has to invent stories that can be verifiably proven wrong.
So,
but he does sort of tell the truth, though. When Galadriel asks him about the symbol, he does say, "I took it from an old guy," which he just has done.
Dead guy, so he's technically lying.
Dead guy, even. Well, I suppose it's semantics.
A dying man.
So it just made me think of something else, though, is because we see in a minute, like my read of what happens in a minute is that he mind controls the sea monster to not eat him.
Right.
But if that is what happens, then that implies that in season 1, when the sea monster comes back and kills everyone else, that he wanted that to happen because he could have prevented it and he didn't.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, so that would then suggest that maybe he wants to get rid of all of the other Southlanders who would then be able to poke holes in his backstory. He can then go to Numenor because he knows that he's going to bump into Elendil at some point. He can go to Numenor without the Southlanders revealing who he actually is, and without them revealing that there are orcs in the Southlands too early. I don't think that makes any sense. But
I just thought they fucked it up
around the person hunting him.
Because I just thought it's like, oh, the fish realized that his power level basically, and I was like, oh, then why the fuck did it attack again in season 1? Like, Just
Yeah.
shouldn't do that at all.
It resets after a while. It's like an aura.
It was still a cooldown.
So it we end our little prologue sequence here for season 2 with Galadriel swimming up to the raft.
And man, were they proud of themselves at this point. The soundtrack was like,
Yeah.
You're like, yeah.
I feel so bad for Ben
Yeah,
McCreary,
we
dude.
know.
So, like, I just want to ask you guys, like, at this point, given the extra backstory that we just got, do you guys think that Sauron is in like full speed ahead, let's be evil, or do you think he's still conflicted?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
It's
I
really
think
hard. to
if you
tell.
were asking
I
the writers
thought-
in season 1, they would have said conflicted. If you were asking the writers in season 2, they would have said he's doing everything deliberately. Because
Yes.
toward the end of season 1, they actually have the exchange, and he
Yeah.
tells Galadriel, "You created Sauron," which implies that up until the point at which she created Sauron, i.e., after the moment we're seeing on screen right now, nothing he was doing was deliberate. But I think season 2 has sort of looked at that and thought, well, that was a bit controversial and seemingly quite unpopular, so maybe we need to give the impression that actually our main protagonist, Galadriel, is not the most evil person in the world. So now we have to retroactively give Sauron cause from the beginning. It doesn't work because they haven't actually lined it up at
Yeah.
all.
And
How
it
does
also,
go away with him seemingly wanting to stay on Numenor and just be a smith. Like,
well, and
that
him
does-
him
it
wanting
doesn't
to be the
work.
king of the
doesn't
Southlands.
work
It's
at
like
all.
he's just going to be in charge of all the filthy peasants in the Southlands. How does that help him? None of
I
that
mean,
makes any sense.
Yeah, what would have happened if Waldrig, if like they didn't manage to switch out the sword, right, and they got it? It's like, oh well, then Mordor, like that would have just been the end, and he would have just been chilling out in the Southlands, I
mean,
guess.
You could just fucking slam a pickaxe to that fucking stone wall and make the water go out. You know, you don't
course.
need
To your
the fucking
question, though,
sword whatsoever.
Would he just LARP as the king of men until he's like, you know, this is boring. Like, I want to do something else.
Well, that was what I
Yes.
figured based on season 1. I literally figured that this elf has just said that I'm the king of the Southlands, so I might try and wear that hat for a little bit and just see what
Well,
happens.
that would have been a good thing to set up as a parallel for him, where
Yeah.
he starts off as being king of orcs, and that sucks. Orcs are shit, and he gets stabbed,
that
and no one
too.
likes him, and he's evil himself, and it's a very, very lot of negative energy in this relationship.
Yeah, negative.
And then he eventually learns, oh, I can still like lead people, but like in a cooperative sort of way. I can, be in charge of men, and men are not orcs, which is a vast improvement. And I could live in a nice place, and it's like an almost like the same but different. But he learns to be a good king, to take care of people, and he chooses that instead. But at this point, we're just writing a different show.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there we go. The Rings of Power. Season 2 has begun.
You know, if
Isn't
you
it
had
great?
said end of episode 1, I think some people in chat would have been like, oh.
Oh my
Okay.
god, you guys have no idea. We've been
That
here
was a short
for
episode.
been here for 100 or so minutes, and we have so.
Oh yeah,
fucking
how far
long to
in
go.
are we in the episode?
This is the longest
20 minutes.
episode.
I think this
Yeah,
Also,
this is the longest
it's
episode
actually
of the
a-
entire
yeah.
series.
It's a good point as
Yeah.
well. It is 22 minutes into the episode, which, I mean, I was just personally struck by how much we could have just started here. We didn't need any of that.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. And
Uh,
they
insane
just
amount
created
of
so many
work.
more. They created so many more problems of them meeting. Like he could have taken longer to eat some rodents. He could have left through a different hole. He could have taken longer to find a human victim. He couldn't have met the fucking random old man. He could have wandered somewhere else. What else? They couldn't have attacked by the sea creature. The blown could have gone a different way. So Galadriel never met this. The odds were already super low in season 1, and then they just added all of this on top. It's like, oh, that should just not have happened. It's just insane.
We cut to present day to
Yay!
see
Finally.
2 of my favorite characters, Elrond and Galadriel.
Yeah.
2 incredibly well written, high quality characters that I love.
Currently on a multiple day chase through the.
They're on a-
high speed chase.
They're on a high speed horse chase. So
I did not understand. What
So
was
here's what's
going on.
happened. Here's what's happened. What's happening right now is that Elrond has somehow grabbed the rings of power,
Mhm.
put them in a little bag, and he is on a horse, going fast, riding to Lindon to deliver these rings to Gil-galad.
I was
Now-
drinking something.
Can we just? I want it set. There's a pin in the board. Not necessarily why I'm saying this will be clear now. I just want it known. The foundation of this season, the first scene that's not like prologue and everything, is two characters very quickly moving from Linden to Eregion, or rather the reverse. I just want the process of moving from one of those places to the other is the first scene of this retarded show this season. You know,
And
I
it's
know
a
exactly.
long way.
I know exactly what you're getting at, Mola, and that is the distance that they clarified exactly of how far it is, which means that we know how long it should take, which is why nothing makes any sense.
Maybe you
Well,
could
a lot
argue
of
they're
things don't
very
make sense
passionately
about this.
invested in moving from one of those places to the other right now, and that's why they're doing it, and they're doing it pretty fast and efficiently.
Whoa.
Well, consider I don't think that look, I think about this. So at the end of season 1, when the rings of power are created, we are left with the 3 rings sitting together on a table. There is Celebrimbor there, there's Galadriel there, and there's Elrond there.
I know him.
So we can only assume that in between then and now, Elrond grabbed those rings and put them in a bag and then went down to the bottom of the Forge Tower, hopped on a horse, left the city, and has been running at a breakneck speed towards Linden. No one has stopped him. Galadriel hasn't somehow found a way to stop him yet. None of the guards stopped him. She could have called to someone to say he was somehow, we'll just have to grant that he was able to do all of those things. This politician was able to get the better of her, and he's riding his horse better than her because she can't catch up, but she's so close. Oh my goodness, but she just can't do
It's
it.
also just funny that the first scene of Galadriel is her just like, give me those rings, like, give me
Good fucking rings.
Give me the rings.
Yeah, her first line in season 2 is Elrond, give it to us.
Give it to us.
Oh
You
shit.
have to imagine the scene that happened that we didn't see. They were just putting the rings in the back, and I was like, "Oh, can I see those real quick?" It's like, "Oh yeah, sure." And it just runs off. It's like,
So yeah, they gallop.
Man,
Oh no, Galadriel.
They
sees
have
a
her like a
bush,
half
and it-
meter away from him for ages. It's just like
Yeah.
perpetually stuck right behind him.
It's supposed to
been
be
that
They
way for
do this
frustrating.
all the way
500
from
miles.
Eregion, by the way.
You'd think she'd be
Infuriating.
saying stuff like, "Dude,
Come on.
Does your horse not have
doing?
to like sleep or eat?
Yeah, like it would take.
Do we not
days.
have
No,
to
they
sleep
don't
or
do this
eat?
here.
Apparently not. Given this is the thing,
Uh.
given that she jumped into the ocean, you have to assume that she doesn't need to sleep or eat.
Yes.
And given the fact that at the end of season 1, she carried Halbrand on a horse to a 6-day ride, and it heavily implied that they did not stop at any point,
Ugh.
which
Well, I think
No, they
means
say it. It's not
literally
implied. They
without
say it.
rest. Yeah,
Would have
without
been
rest.
longer.
Oh,
than
they
6
say it.
days,
yeah,
said
okay.
yeah.
So
Says it, yeah.
if they say it, then that's even more concrete. So that means essentially that the travel between Eregion and Linden right now that we're seeing, they're doing this without stopping. Which
Yeah.
time frame wise, given the distance and given approximately how fast horses go, means they're making this journey in approximately 22 hours,
Which no, that doesn't
which
happen.
does not work at all.
These are Valinor
that's like your
horses.
opinion, Mio.
We know the distance from Edoras to Minas Tirith, and that's 3 days.
Because I'll also
So,
point this out,
yeah.
because this doesn't matter until later, but I'll point this out. So at the end of season 1, Sauron reveals his identity to Galadriel for no reason. Then the next time we see him, he's in Mordor, and it
Oh,
takes
yeah.
about 6 days for him to get to Mordor, right? If he's riding full tilt and he goes to Mordor, which means he's not there yet.
Yeah.
Which means that
This
by the time we see him doing things in this season, that is taking place probably at the very least a few days after this chase that we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
And by the time he ends up getting back to Eregion, we're talking at a minimum a month has passed, which does not line up at all.
This is longer than the distance that Gandalf and Pippin travels from Edoras to Minas Tirith by about an extra 50%. So, like, add
3
like
days
1.5
ride.
days.
And we're talking about the Lord of Horses here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. That's on Shadowfax, the best horse in the fucking world.
That was all talk.
It's just a title.
I just want to say as well about some of this struck out to me. She keeps fucking going to grab the rings, and it's like, Elrond, maybe put them in your hand while you're, just put them somewhere that can't easily be grabbed. Like, you know?
Put him in his
Like a little
pants.
fucking gremlin just trying to grab at it all the time.
Look how close she gets.
We will have to.
Oh, this looks like the scene from Fellowship where the ring wraiths are reaching
Ugh.
for Frodo when he's riding on the.
A little bit, yeah. Why did they put Galadriel in that position? What did it mean by this?
This is that, dude. There's so many of those in this season and in the last season, and it's such a like we have Lord of the Rings at home sort of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the funny
I
thing
would
is?
never have this at my house.
I rewatched Lord of the Rings like this year. At no time I was thinking about the original trilogy while I was watching any of these.
I never.
Like,
I don't know. It's easy for me to pretend.
Got you an avatar there, man.
Oh god, the faces are back.
That's an amazing face.
Oh no.
Okay, so we have got to make some fucking progress.
No, we don't. This is the whole reason we said 2 episodes at a time. Rags, do you remember what happened season 1, episode 1 and 2?
We have barely begun to scratch.
I mean, we're like 1 minute into
this.
We are a third of the way through episode 1, so times 6. We're on schedule. We are on schedule.
We're not a third way through at all, man.
All right. So they ride like the wind, and eventually Elrond, because of a very inconvenient bush.
That's a rude thing to say about Galadriel.
Wow.
Oh
He's
no.
worse than inconvenient. But
There's the face.
Elrond arrives at Lindon first, and then she arrives shortly afterwards. When
Gently.
she arrives, the guards at Lindon tell Galadriel that she has to come with them because Harold Elrond has essentially commanded it of them.
I was
Which
trying
is
to
weird
imagine how
because-
that would play out. Like he just rockets past and like, arrest behind me.
Well, I don't know why Elrond has enough authority to tell the guards what to do, period, let alone to take Galadriel, who we will later learn still is the commander of the Northern armies.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a politician, Rex.
Oh,
So,
true.
Well, so can we
The
just to roll it back a little bit? I don't know how the fuck he teleported ahead of her. Like he just
Well,
disappeared.
the bush.
It's just funny. You blink
yeah.
and then he's gone. It's like, wait, what? It's like,
Yeah,
oh
she
yeah,
was
he's
reaching, but then there was a
Gilgalad
bush.
now. It's like, oh.
Because they
It's
do.
like it's a one when Halbrand teleports like way further away from
Personally,
Galadriel.
I would have edited it such that you show her her reaction where she's like, man, she's like, oh, whoa, look out. But they show this shot. He's got about, what is that, like 3 meters of cover before he's back out again. What did he do in there?
No, there's a
Oh,
bush.
No, so on the left-hand path where he goes, that is the entrance to Lindon.
No, but you can see that. Like, this bush is only really short. Like, he can only hide temporarily. What I'm saying is, like, I don't know what happens to her. She, like, it's like she goes on a drug trip and then cuts back into real life.
Whoa.
Like, just
The
to be
exhaustion
clear,
caught up
okay?
like
It's
really
one of those
quick,
kinds
really
of
shortly.
bushes.
It's like, oh.
You get in there, and then she's like, "Oh, he's gone." See, like that doesn't make any sense. She would see him going up that route.
Yeah, he just disappears.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
does just actually disappear, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I understand what the
fuck.
filmmakers, I guess, wanted, but I guess when the editor got this, he was like, "I can't make this work."
You want me to make
What do you want me to
Elrond
do?
We can
disappear?
see through the bush as well. There's just a rock on the other side. There's like nothing there.
Oh, hold on. He's wearing an elven cloak. Does that give us some leeway?
Oh.
No.
No.
Is the horse wearing a fucking
Because of the
cloak?
horse.
Why would he have pulled that out ages ago if he could just go invisible whenever he wants?
Oh, that would have been so good if they ever add in that the elves can just sometimes turn invisible. I will love that if they do that in Rings of Power.
It would be hilarious because then they could have Galadriel looking around for him. He's like, "Oh, where's Elrond? Oh, is it? No, that's just a brown horse with no body on him. That can't be. Elrond. I'm looking
went
for
straight
Elrond
up to
on a
fucking-
horse. Where is he? Where is he?
Yeah.
Where is he? Oh,
He
no,
must have
it's
gone
just that
straight
it's just
up
that
the
horse up
fucking
there.
cliff with the
Once
horse.
they get all this sorted, she needs to sit down and be like, "What did you do with the horse? Like, how did you do that?
Yeah.
What was that?" And he's like, "I'm never telling you."
He either went into the rock or over the fucking mountain. You know?
I thought he doubled back was supposed to be the reveal, but then it can't be that because he got to the guards ahead of her. So
I think the idea is that he's gone up a hill on the top left of the screen that we can't see. I think that's
Got
what's
a
meant to
Skyrim
happen.
horse.
You can't go up there with a fucking horse. Yeah, a fucking Skyrim horse. Like what?
He just disappears. I mean, it's just the editor didn't know how to make it work. I don't even blame him. So he's like, okay, he just fucking disappears. This is what you wanted.
The thing is, what they could have done is, I have no idea if this is accurate to the lore. Not that that matters at all for Rings of Power, but in the
lore of
Hobbit,
the elves would disappear.
in the Hobbit movies, there are multiple ways to get into Rivendell, and one of them is essentially a secret passage. So it could have been that maybe Elrond knows of a way in that Galadriel doesn't somehow, or maybe she realizes too late. It's like, oh shit, he's gone that way, kind of thing, and then has to rework where she's going.
Chat figured it out.
mean-
The Eagles.
Oh,
The Eagles. Yeah.
we
Fucking
got it.
brilliant.
now it all
got
makes
it, man.
sense. Okay.
Oh, and grabs him. Perfect. All right, now that we've solved that, yet another plot issue solved.
Is
by
Elrond
every
now
frame of
king?
Applause.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, the guard armor looks terrible, and I hate it. Just
Oh yeah,
gonna say
the
that.
fucking helmets looks.
Yeah,
really
I don't
bad.
like the armor. It's like it's this terrible mix of like painted thin, cheap looking metal and stuff that doesn't fit. It's just it's
And
all
metal's
just
cheap
a
looking as it
disaster.
is, so.
True.
Hey, man.
Some of it, some of the
Okay,
armor in
okay.
season 2, some of the armor in season 2, I think does look like substantially better than what we got in season 1, but this armor is not that.
Yeah, it looks.
There are some that looks like vaguely better, but we do get. I think we do get even shittier armor in a Region later on. Like it's the same design, but it looks even worse. I think.
Disagree, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Ah,
Gil
damn.
Galad. They lead her to Gil Galad up to the tree, the Valinor yellowed the goo tree. They're up at the goo tree.
No,
Elrond is already there talking with Lyndon. They've had apparently the beginning of a whole conversation, and and Elrond's already up here. I don't know what the fuck the time is. I don't know. Where did she go? How did she so far behind? She was right behind him. Who knows? Yeah, there it is. What shitty armor.
Yeah, it looks really fucking cheap.
So, sorry, I lost my place here.
Does he
Gil
get
Galad,
incredibly bored, do you think, just standing there the entire time? He's like a
He looks
old
like-
Bethesda like NPC. He can't move from that position unless it's a cutscene when he's in a different place. He's otherwise just standing there the entire time.
Yeah.
He feels very Podge to me. He's very much a Podge type of character, and it just doesn't feel right at all. It hasn't felt right the whole season 1, and it's so good that they've got him 100% just like in season 1 and season 2. Because I'm getting that feeling once again.
I feel like he's even more like himself, I guess, in this episode in particular. He has some very strange mannerisms that we see.
The scolding finger.
So
Yeah.
when she arrives here, Gil Galad asks her if what Elrond says is true. And
I
it
don't
takes
know.
Takes a lot of dancing around. Takes a lot of like actual pressing. Gil Galad's like, answer the fucking question,
So-
bitch.
To clarify, what Elrond would have said is, we don't know who Halbrand is, and he
True,
helped make the rings.
because
That's what he would have said.
Remember, at this point, Elrond has been told that Halbrand is not who he claims to be. He doesn't know that he's Sauron. Galadriel knows that, but she has not told anybody yet. Because
Those weird-
Galadriel is a terrible person.
Yes.
Yeah, I was a bit confused actually because I thought that Elrond made a connection that he is Sauron, but I guess he just thought he's someone who
Nope.
tampered with the rings. Because I don't know why he would.
So
Because if he
he-
doesn't think he's Sauron, why would he run away with the rings? Like it's the craziest
Wouldn't it
thing
be funny
ever.
if it's like, yeah, it turns out he's called Derek Winters. He's just, he's from the local shop. He was a butcher. He became a blacksmith.
Mhm.
He was really ambitious. He tried to be king. It's like,
So
okay.
I feel like what Elrond does here, I think, lines up regardless of whether or not he actually knows that he's Sauron, because essentially what they've just created is, I mean, a weapon of war. Like, imagine if like you would just develop the first nuclear weapon, and it turns out that one of the 4 guys who was most involved, it's like he lied about who he
lying.
was.
Well, so
Yeah.
to be clear, I think the reason that's more interesting is the fact that she's hiding everything. If I were him, I'd
Yes.
be
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that's real fucking
She-
sus.
She knew before they created the rings. Like,
Yes.
Yeah,
she knew before
Elrond-
they
I think it has
actually
to be sort
Yeah.
of restated to everyone that Galadriel has many crimes against humanity.
made it.
Yeah.
And she
but
keeps getting
probably
rewarded
the-
for them.
Probably the worst
Yeah.
that she has done at this point of relevance is that after discovering Halbrand is Sauron, she doesn't tell anybody and allows for the Rings of Power to be made, knowing that he had a very direct and key part in their creation for many weeks.
It goes worse
Yep.
than that, because by doing that, she has ensured that season 2 happens, which
Oh,
means on a
yeah,
meta
that's
level,
true.
it's the worst crime imaginable. But like,
Yeah.
no, she doesn't. All she tells
Rude.
Celebrimbor is, you must never work with the Halbrand guy again, because he's not who he says he is. And Celebrimbor's
Yeah.
like, okay, then that sounds fine to me. But
Yeah,
her
alrighty.
entire thing up until that very
Mhm.
scene, she jumps off a ship and tries to swim 4,000 miles back to Middle Earth because she is obsessed with fighting Sauron. And then she gets to the point where she realizes the most important things that have ever been made by anybody in Middle Earth, the fate of the entire world is on these things. And she knows Sauron is involved in making them, but she thinks she might look a bit bad if she tells people, so she keeps it to herself. Like, she's
Yep.
just the worst person ever.
Imagine
So that's also
um,
part of why she is chasing Elrond at the beginning, as she's reaching for the rings, because she wants to be the one to be like, "Hey, Gil-galad, look at what we made. Don't listen to Elrond. Sauron wasn't involved. Put
Yeah.
this on." Like, because the reason why she had the rings made is because she says later she doesn't believe that Sauron has corrupted them. How and why? Yeah, exactly. How and why we'll get to later. But she, for some reason, doesn't believe that, which means she just immediately, "Hey, King, put this on. I made it. Happy birthday."
I
By the way, it's actually hilariously awful to try and capture how stupid everything is here, because if you said one of the 4 people that like invented the nuke and you go, yeah, who was the actual guy? And you go, "It's Hitler." You'd be such a like, what? But it's even worse than that. It's actually dead Hitler from 1,000 years ago. It's like super duper evil. And how do you even react to it? I'd just be like, I don't even know where to begin. Like, in terms of what the fuck
wait,
is this?
who got us to the moon? What?
That's basically what all of the debate back and forth in this episode is they learned that Sauron had a key part in making these rings, and they're like, well, should we use them? Should we not? You know, why is that even a
Genghis
debate?
Khan came back from the dead and created the rings.
All right. So yeah, Gil-galad asks if what Elrond said is true, and she dances around. He has to hold her to actually answering the question, but eventually she does spill it that Halbrand is Sauron.
That poor screen.
Oh, it's really
Just thinking about Sauron. Are you okay? You haven't been like horrifically corrupted, right?
no.
But yeah, so this is Elrond learning that Halbrand is Sauron. It's Gil-galad learning it, and also the 2 random guards that are just standing like 10 feet away from these guys, who I assume have elf hearing, which, as we know, is very inconsistent from season 1. But
Did you guys say Sauron?
what? Who is Sauron? He's back.
Well, just when they announce and celebrate these rings eventually, and just that one guy was like, "They were made by Sauron, by the way." You know that? It's like, what do you mean they're made by Sauron? He's like, well, that's what they said, man. I was standing there, and they go with it. Nah, he's lying. It's like, I'm not lying. I swear.
So, this means that indeed Gil-galad was right in season 1. He wanted to send Galadriel to Valinor so that she wouldn't end up
Fucking everything up.
being the reason why Sauron got brought back.
Gil-galad was right all along.
Yeah, Gil-galad was right all along.
I will say though, it's pretty nice to actually hear someone talk back to Galadriel and actually giving her some shit.
Yeah,
for once,
it's very brief.
And she's just taking it because she doesn't have anything to say in return. Like she can't actually say anything. It feels really good.
Yeah.
It's not enough though.
Because the worst thing that she did was not tell anyone that Sauron and tell anyone about Sauron's return and his involvement in the rings to be created. And remember, Sauron's, I think his original intention was for there to be 2 rings, which was originally going to be a single crown for Gil-galad.
Yeah,
so
with 3 there's balance though.
That was Celebrimbor's original intention, wasn't it? Not Sauron's.
Yes, that was Celebrimbor's intention, was to make 1 crown, and then when Sauron got involved, he was like, "We need to make 2, and they're going to have to be smaller because you're going to."
And then you had that retarded fucking speech about balance. 3 is balance,
and then you had that.
Yeah, 3 makes balance. Yeah.
Well, whose suggestion was for there to have balance? It was Galadriel.
And
balance
was 3. That's 3 is balance.
So we've got 2. There's 2 rings, and then Galadriel's like, "No, you should make a 3rd because that's way better." And I mean, it
so
makes
maybe
you
I
think.
can have one.
The logic though was so good. It's like, 1 corrupts, 2 divides, 3 there's balance. It's like, why wouldn't 3 just divide it into 3? Like, why would you say that it's balance?
But that's
Where's
more
the
division.
balance?
Because
division.
God, the fact that it goes like with no question, like everyone's like, yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone knows 3 is balance. That's true.
Of course, it's really awkward now because it's like, well, now you know that Sauron made them. So,
So
I don't know, guys.
Just something I want to highlight is that there's 2 things that Galadriel has done like catastrophically wrong that are essentially, well, one of them's evil, one of them's just really fucking dumb. So Sauron deceived her is what they are talking about in this scene. They do not touch at all upon the fact that after knowing that he had deceived her, she then allowed the rings to be created. So they basically do touch on it later in this episode, and the response is really dumb. But for now, they are only addressing the fact that she was tricked by Sauron, not that she allowed the rings to be made.
Elrond says that she was blind, not tricked. But yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I guess that's
Yeah,
more satisfying to be like, it's your pride and your dumb. Like, I wish they'd given him more than like,
It is
you've been a
satisfying,
fucking
but
idiot
yeah,
monster.
it's not enough.
Yeah.
We had a good thing, you stupid.
yes, Elrond,
It's
Elrond
perfect.
chastises
No.
Galadriel.
We had a good
You're
thing.
blinded.
We had
Oh,
you
no.
go into Valinor, but you fucked it all up.
You and your
You,
pride
your
and your ego.
Everyone should watch Breaking Bad.
Now, when Elrond chastises Galadriel and says that she was blinded by her own pride and ego and all that sort of thing, and he doesn't address that she had the information to let the rings be made. Haven't got there yet. She tries to reverse Uno card on
Ooh.
Elrond.
I fucking hate this.
Galadriel tries to pin this on Elrond's failure on gaining Mithril from
Gosh.
the dwarves.
Yeah,
Even
fucking
though-
Yeah.
bitch.
Even though he obviously got enough Mithril for 3 rings.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
And how
also,
does she know
how was
about
that
this?
his fault? The king said no. What
Yeah,
was
he-
he
yeah,
supposed
he went-
to do?
Yeah.
He went out to negotiate, and the negotiation
They
failed
offered-
in that
yeah,
regard.
they offered
But he still
everything.
got some.
Even if you're going to be as charitable as you possibly can be, technically speaking, Elrond did fail to negotiate for the Mithril, because the reason why he ended up with the little Mithril nugget, he didn't try to do that. That just kind of happened.
Yeah.
That's
Which
also true,
means
yeah.
that what Galadriel is saying here is she resurrected Satan or Hitler or whatever analogy we're going to use, and she's like, yeah, well, you suck because you didn't negotiate for a thing.
Did
That's
You forgot
basically
to
what
buy
it is.
milk from the store.
It's petty. It's petty and pathetic, and it makes you wonder if you almost want to see the writers and you'd be like, yeah, that is the character from season 1, yeah, and then they're like, yeah, and you're like, what? Why do you?
Why?
But she's awful. Why do you want her
Also
to be
did-
awful?
Did Elrond actually tell her about this, or did it happen off screen, like during the fucking horse race?
I think
Maybe
it's
just like-
reasonable to say that it happened off screen, because in episode 8 of season 1, Galadriel has that whole discussion, and I say a whole discussion, it's off screen, but she explains to him everything that happened with Numenor and the Southlands and all the rest of it. I think it's probably reasonable to assume that he told her what he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because as the show tells us about 16 fucking times in this episode, they are the best of friends.
They are friends.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So, Galadriel is still a fucking bitch.
Consistent.
Gil-galad. Yeah, she is very consistently written. Gil-galad asks Elrond to give him the rings. Now, I don't think Gil-galad has decided that they're going to use them or anything yet, but it's like, these are insanely powerful. Sauron had a hand in them. You should probably give them to me. I need to have them. I'm the king. We need to figure out what we're going to do here. But he asks
think-
Elrond for those
Does
rings.
he not actually say, no, we have to use them,
Yeah,
because
I
otherwise
think-
Yeah,
like,
I
we're
thought that
doomed,
was the point of the
basically?
scene.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
okay.
he
He
was
does,
talking
yeah.
about the idea that, like, oh,
So-
well, we're screwed, so
Yeah,
give
no,
me
we have
them
no
rings.
choice.
So
He
it's,
says-
it's actually an issue I take with this scene, to be honest with you. Like,
Okay.
Yeah,
It's-
he
it's like he's
says
not
that if we
even-
don't use them, if you don't use them, we'll leave Middle Earth to its fate, basically, and we
Yeah,
have to use them.
which feels
Yeah.
like he's not even listening to Elrond. It's like, this was
Mhm.
made by the super evil dark wizards for obvious purposes of corruption. And he's like, yeah, but we got to use them to
Yeah,
save
but
the world.
power.
It's like, bro, hello? Like, I thought I just,
Yeah.
okay.
You
you
could be
listen to
corrupted,
me?
or you don't,
So
you
I
don't
don't-
know what's gonna happen. Like,
I don't think that Gil-galad has necessarily accepted that is true. I think that at this point he is trying to convince Elrond to just give him the rings,
In that case,
because he wants to get rid of the variables of
Maybe.
Elrond and Galadriel.
in that case,
He does say
Elrond
that's
should
not
make
your
the
decision,
case,
yeah.
like, more in this scene. He seems
Oh, yeah,
to give up
absolutely.
pretty quickly, even though he believes that putting those rings on is like the end of all of living kind, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Elrond says, yeah, we can't use them because Sauron had a hand in making them. And Galadriel says she doesn't think the rings are corrupted because she says that Sauron did not touch them. Which I think she's referring to literally physically touching them, like with his finger.
There's so many
Yeah.
problems with this. It's like, first of all, he touched the mithril, so whatever. And
Yeah.
second, and they all know that. Secondly, you don't have to touch a thing to corrupt it if you're a super powerful wizard. Like, that's not...
True.
Who the fuck made that
I
up?
think that,
He's a god,
The
like-
show's perspective is actually that Rags is right on that. Like, the show thinks, well, nah, he's got to... How much... We can't jump ahead, I suppose.
Well, yeah, even though, because Elrond
well-
directly says that Sauron worked for Celebrimbor for weeks.
Yeah, like...
That's
I
a good
think
counter.
He had access
Yeah.
to that forge.
Yeah.
for
Yeah, he could've-
basically that
yeah.
entire
Maybe he
time.
corrupted
And-
Celebrimbor, who can now corrupt the
Celebrimbor.
rings. You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
Celebrimbor or the forge itself,
Well, also this is something that is
actual
not
smelter.
this is some, this is something that isn't mentioned ever in this episode or in the next one, is in the final episode of season 1, you get that shot of Celebrimbor talking about power over flesh, and Galadriel starts becoming sus.
Yeah.
Which means that Galadriel should know that Sauron is already fucking around with Celebrimbor's brain.
And you know what?
Yeah,
You
and
know
that's
what fucking
never
annoys
mentioned.
me is how much like they like this wasn't too difficult. You didn't need much mithril to do this. Maybe to be
You could
safe.
Just give it another shot.
Yeah, we'll just
Yeah.
make
Melt
some
them
new
down.
ones.
2 new
Yeah.
ones. But
We know how to do it
exactly,
now.
like-
You know about alloys.
Like
You can do
Yeah,
it.
right.
Right.
But that's dark knowledge. It's from Sauron.
Dark knowledge.
Secrets only the Sith knew.
Pure metals
Yeah.
only. Let's see. So
I think
yeah,
that
she
the
does.
problem in terms of the read on like Gil-galad just being like, no, I'm just being chill and I'm trying to sort everything out and make sure that there's no variables. Is like he kind of starts being a little bit more like unhinged, and a bit more angry. And it's like,
Yeah.
looks like you get a
it's
little
boring
bit
because
evil.
the writers don't let him have a brain. He has to just get aggressive and be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
obey me." I don't even like this
Yeah.
shot, this obviously deliberate shot where they're like, "Isn't it cool?" Because in this point in the conversation, it's
yeah, and
they switch sides.
side.
Galadriel and
Yeah, he's
Gil-galad
shifting.
are on Elrond. I'm just like, that's not. It's not even. We haven't addressed so many problems. We haven't even gone over all the things
Yeah.
she should be fucking probably jailed for. The amount of mistakes she's made.
She's
So
not
then-
even replaced as commander, even though she was exiled. Like, what the fuck?
I wanted to slide this in somewhere, but Gil-galad in this scene really reminded me of that guy you covered on EFAP a little while ago who pointed all the time.
Oh, point man, yeah.
Point man.
Point.
True hero of EFAP. So Gil-galad says, "Yeah, give me those rings. The longer you wait, the more endangered we are. I need to have them. You don't have the you basically don't have the authority to do this sort of thing." And Elrond refuses the order to hand over the rings, and he jumps off the cliff into the bay, taking the rings with him because he believes that the rings are very likely the way to for Sauron to get his full power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Elrond's
willing-
kind of a bit of a chad. A little
Well,
bit.
So-
Yeah, based
Elrond
on
is a Chad, yeah.
I do mostly agree with that. It's just that if he's willing to do this, you'd think he'd have been willing to make more of an argument.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's fuck yeah.
Like,
Yeah, like,
how do
It
you
it's
make
also
it
gets
clear?
even more
Like,
fucked later on.
like if he'd said to Gil-galad, like, the
Sorry.
reason I am disobeying you is because I believe this will cause the end of the world if I hand these to you. Do you understand? Can we talk about this for a little bit longer? You have to understand. Like, why won't you give me the respect to at least let me make my case? Or why like something like that? But instead he's like, wee.
I let my body do the talking.
Yeah.
This scene is still shit, but there's some nuggets of corn in there. That's
Well,
somewhat
apart-
unspoiled.
Apart from the jumping off the waterfall thing, which is really fucking dumb. Like he could have just thrown the rings off, or he could have done any number of other things. But yeah, apart from that, Elrond is quite amazingly, easily the best character in episode 1.
Yeah, I
Because
liked
they
this
act-
move
the
from
writers-
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the writers actually allow him to challenge Galadriel and challenge Gil-galad, and it's really weird because of all the characters in season 1, Elrond is probably the least consistent.
Yeah.
He just
I
forgets what
hated
happened
him
in
in
the previous
season
scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in episodes 1 and for the most of episode 2, he actually has a spine, he has clear convictions, and he actually
That are
challenges.
justified,
He's able to exercise judgment on these other characters, which
He
is not
stands
what
up
he
to
did at all in
Galadriel,
season
stands
1.
up to his king, and he
Yeah.
he leaps off a cliff.
Mhm.
The guy, he puts his money where his mouth is.
And they're like, hey,
So, wow,
you can let's
Elrond.
go be
Yeah.
evil. And then he's like, nah.
No.
No, that's the answer.
Yeah, he's shown more than anyone else that he's willing to potentially sacrifice his life to save Middle Earth.
I don't
You know what they
Yeah.
could have done?
God.
Is to throw a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the fact that he broke his oath like 16 times in season 1. Is
Yeah.
when he's standing there next to the waterfall, Gil-galad should have said that, like, when I made you a politician, you swore an oath to obey me, and then he just kind of like looks at the camera, winks, and jumps off the waterfall or something.
I lied.
So
I lied.
now, the scene basically ends. Gil-galad says, "Go look for those rings. Go try and get him in those
Give
rings."
them to me.
Yep, but we don't know what's up with Galadriel. What is the punishment for her? What's going on here? We still don't know
Punishment?
yet.
Why would you say that?
Punish
Oh,
what? Why would you be
yeah.
punished for what?
So we go to Mordor.
Is this not a funny
Yay.
image?
Yes, we can clearly see on screen.
Isn't it a funny image? It's like we're in Lord of the Rings
Mordor.
world. You show us a big fucking volcano, and then it's like, by the way, this is Mordor. You're like,
This is
fuck
Mordor.
Yeah.
We're here. You remember Mordor?
we wouldn't want you to mix up this volcano with the other famous huge volcano. Yes, okie dokie.
So for timeline purposes, we have to be 3, 4, 5 days ahead of the scene that we just had at this point, because Halbrand has got to Mordor in the time it took them to get to Linden.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He teleported.
You know, some people
yeah,
who would
so fuck.
defend a show that does something like that would probably say it about this, and I'd be like, do you actually think the average person could possibly contemplate that when there's just no map information whatsoever?
No.
No.
Oh, yeah, we don't
There's
know
something
what
that
the
bugs
word
me
is.
about the generosity a lot of viewers have to give in terms of trying to puzzle piece where scenes would take place to try and match things up, when the fucking makers just don't care. They're like, you'll figure it out.
It's even worse than that later, because he goes to Mordor and all the way back in the same time.
Yeah, and he stays in Mordor for what I think reasonably. We have to assume it's at least a week, possibly more.
It's a while, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
It's definitely not in and out in a day.
Well, I mean, to be reasonable, like, you know, they'd have to do some pressures on him, right? Not just torture, but also just waiting on him, waiting him out.
Unless Adar gives up in like an hour, you know.
Well,
also-
why would he do that?
There's a line a little bit later as well, because like the elves need to know roughly what's happening over in Mordor in order for their actions to make sense. So there is a line from some random nameless elf who says, "Our spies last saw him entering Mordor." I said, but you've only just found out who this guy is, so why have you got spies on the edge of Mordor looking for him when you didn't know that was happening? And then the same spies who spy him going into Mordor do not spy him making the entire journey to Eregion where they fucking live. So, no.
Yeah. And how do you even know it's Mordor?
Hey,
You
maybe
shouldn't
he
just be
shapeshifted
calling it
into
Southland still.
He could have been a trash bag of jelly for that whole journey, so they couldn't recognize him. You don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, of course.
It would actually be kind of smart, but they don't do that.
Yeah. He can transform into, wolves and bats and shit. But
Well, I mean, if this show were
So,
really clever, it would be interesting to have several influential characters here and there that pop up so every so often, and then like gradually over the course of the show, it revealed they were each of them Sauron, just at different times, doing different puppet string pulls and stuff. But no,
That's what I meant with the using the transformation stuff in a clever way. There's basically there's pretty much endless options as what you can do with that. Have them infiltrate an army. Have him go through the ranks of something that he needs to. I don't know, convince someone to do a thing, but they just have him, just the one guy, and he just goes around. It's like, I'm the king, Lamau. It's like, no, you're not.
All right, so we're back in Mordor. We have a bunch of Southlanders here that have been, captured, and they're being led to Adar. There's some orcs eating a horse.
Wait, no, not Morgoth.
Morgoth. He might as well be.
He might as well be.
But yes, posing as Halbrand still, Sauron sort of like turned himself in, posing as the king of the Southlanders to talk to Adar. And here we see him. It's
The absolute
Waldrig,
Chad,
Yeah,
the goat.
look at
leader from
Yeah.
Mordor. The
Welcome
major
to
domo.
Mordor.
Little suit of armor.
literally-
Look at him, he's moving up in the world.
His job is to just make sure that everyone knows it's Mordor. He literally, his first words are "Welcome to Mordor," and then afterwards he says, "It is the Southlands no longer," just to make sure that everyone knows.
Yeah. And in case you didn't realize how evil Adar is, he has he has all the Southlanders that come here form a big line, and every single one of them has to kneel in front of them, or they get stabbed.
Yeah, if they don't do it in 2 seconds, you get stabbed.
Yeah.
like
No,
5
don't think about it. You can't think about it. But yeah, Southlanders are lined up one by one and asked to swear allegiance to Adar. If they take too long, or I guess they know, they just get stabbed with a bone. And if they do swear allegiance, they get a brand on the back of their neck. So, ouchie.
Yeah.
Now,
Waldring, he's so happy with himself.
Yes.
Dude, he loves his job,
he
man.
made
He's
this
just
place.
really-
This is,
Yeah.
if anything,
He had
Mordor
achieved
is more his than anyone else's.
actualization. He's integrated his shadow, and now he has achieved the height of his life.
We
Standing
need Jordan
around in
Peterson to
his
tell
armor.
us about Waldrig.
He gets up every morning and he sort of has his coffee and he stands there and he takes a nice deep breath in the air and he looks around and he says, "Yes, I made
I've
this.
made it.
This is me."
Funny that
exactly what I
really
wanted.
happy about living
He's
in
like-
this desolate wasteland where you can't grow anything. He's so thrilled.
There is
Well,
actually
I mean-
a line in this scene, isn't it, where one of them says, "If you," I think it might be Waldrick who says, "If you
Yeah,
work
if
the
you
land well, you'll be
fed well."
rewarded." It's like,
Yes,
how
yeah.
the fuck are you growing
I'm
things
gonna-
here? What are you
I'm
doing?
gonna work this land. What?
I
I'm
hope
gonna
you
dig
like
in the fucking ash.
potatoes.
I mean, I suppose that
Potatoes and
I suppose
mushrooms.
volcanic ash can isn't volcanic ash. It's actually like quite good as a. I could be
It can
totally
be.
wrong on
It
this.
is, but it's like
That
it
can
takes
be
2
good.
turns in Civilization 6 for that to happen. So it's
Yeah,
not
like
gonna-
it takes a while. It eventually makes the soil more fertile, but yeah.
And also, this is a weird kind of volcanic ash, the kind that like causes no damage or like respiratory illnesses or anything.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really
Yep.
evil.
People
get
aren't
it
going.
transformed to landscape.
It
So
does
it
blind. It does blind queens though, apparently. But
Yeah.
other
I
than
don't,
that,
I don't
it's
even.
fine.
I'm not even sure if that was
No,
the.
she got blinded by the embers or something, right?
Yeah,
Which,
that was
yeah,
after
embers
the
of the house.
pyroclastic
I
flow.
mean, it's a pyroclastic flow. They should all be fucking dead. But
Oh no! What do you mean? They all have fire
No, they
resistance.
got randomly scattered into smaller groups, and
Well, also,
it's
Evil
evil
Unless
fire,
you're
it's
an-
not hot.
Yeah, evil fire's not hot. That's how it works.
Yeah.
True.
Unless
Right.
you're an extra, then you get set on fire and lose legs and everything.
Yeah.
So you better be a main
Oh.
character when that happens.
So yeah, Halbrand tells Adar to let his people go, or Adar's people will be destroyed.
And then
Uh,
Norcos
and I'm-
then stabs him because he's not respectful, right? That's what happens, right?
No,
right?
this is Halbrand. Adar knows who Halbrand
Ah.
is, sort of. Because they met in the bar and they talked a bit. So I'm not sure where all of the orcs here are from or where they came from. They're just a lot of orcs now. All the ones we saw earlier got destroyed.
That's true.
So I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess it's just full of orcs now. I guess there's a whole bunch of
They
orcs here and
multiply
run the
really
place.
Maybe
I
they made
guess.
maybe they made the trench living quarters and they were just living there until it was their
Maybe.
time to rise from
Did
the
they all
ashes.
drown them?
Yeah, Adar says that they defeated the men of these lands, which isn't really true. The men kicked your ass. And then,
Yeah, you had a
and-
fucking volcano ex machina. You know, it's
yeah,
yeah.
but Adar
find
was playing the
it-
objective, and the volcano went off, and they just sort of won in the end.
I find it
So,
really amusing how he says he defeated the elves, even though
There were 2
you-
elves
There was
there,
like-
and they're both still
there
alive.
was 2 elves. Well, the thing is,
There was
they
like
lost. They
6?
hit for some reason. They didn't find their big fuck off trench. Didn't go look for him, and then they left. And I guess technically that's a win for him, I guess, but he didn't really fight them.
Calling that defeating the elves, that's not defeating the elves.
No.
you kind of cheated, dude.
Yeah, you captured like 6 of them. Like, calm down. So Halbrand tells Adar that Galadriel is seeking out Sauron to teach the elves how to forge a new weapon that has power over flesh, and it will use and they'll use Adar's children in order to do that.
Which is absolutely mad. Like,
It's
how the fuck could
bonkers.
anyone believe that story? Like, how could it almost have come true because the writers believed it temporarily? This is another question. But like, how can Adar think, oh yes, Sauron will absolutely side with the Queen of the Elves, basically? You know, the
Because
2
we
people have been
stabbed him.
fighting for thousands of years against him. There was a massive war that flooded half of the world. They are definitely on each other's side now. Believable. Second order question is, when Halbrand does turn up here and say, like, I'm the king of the Southlands, basically, why does Waldrick just accept that? Wouldn't Waldrick know he isn't? Because Waldrick's lived here his entire life and he keeps hold of a sword for decades and decades and decades. Like, surely he wouldn't notice that there hadn't been a
Well,
king around for a long
The
time.
Southlanders
different
just
part
sort
of
of
the Southland.
accept the idea that he's the king,
Yeah.
and
So did
he-
the other Southlanders as well in the episode. Or season
I guess, yeah, I guess it's probably fair to say, because Bronwyn, for some strange reason, believed that there was a lost king that was promised. So it's probably reasonable to say that Waldreg also thought that there was one, and he's probably like, oh, I guess it's him.
yeah. So let me see.
He's introduced that way with Adar, right? When they met in season 1.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
But Waldreg has never met him prior to this scene, I think
Well,
is the point.
I guess I'm saying like Waldrick might actually just be like, is he? Okay. You know,
the,
it's like,
the
whatever.
orcs also call him king. In
Like, it doesn't
when
really
he
matter
arrives.
to Waldreg at this point.
I
The
do
orcs
I
will
do
call him king
appreciate
because he
moving
turned
king.
himself in.
I do appreciate the interest in making sure Waldrick is well characterized, though, because he was the one I was mainly concerned about, like I told you. And you know, on the subject of, oh yeah, we won, we killed him. It's like, I think Waldrick should stand up and be like, or maybe nudge Adar, be like, come on, man, just, put a word in. I did kind of win it for us. you know, entirely.
I was actually sitting here watching this entire thing thinking there's a really obvious and quite good way I think you could weave Waldrick even more deeply into the narrative, which is unquestionably, of course, what we want to do. Which is that, you know, Sauron here is going to be imprisoned. We know from season 1 that Waldrick was expecting Sauron, not Adar. And Sauron is the one he was holding the sword waiting for. And we know that Sauron is a master manipulator. So I was sitting there thinking, I wonder if what they'll do is they'll have Sauron in prison doing his clever manipulating thing on Waldrick to get Waldrick to turn against Adar, just for the satisfaction of seeing Waldrick kill Adar. That would be great. But no, instead Sauron just sort of manipulates a wolf to eat his face off. Spoilers. So
Yeah.
rip.
So
The stream is apparently down.
It's
well,
all right again.
everyone said refresh. It's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
refresh.
That's right.
Yeah, mine seems to be.
I tried to type it, but I'm on my main account. I
Is
don't have
she-
a blue
she back
color.
up yet? Hopefully it's working again.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Just a minor
So I don't know if you want to get into this now, but because Rags, you know what I'm referring to here. But why does Sauron want the Southlanders to be free? Do we want to do that yet?
Yeah, we can do that now because that's what he asked for. He is asking to have the Southlanders be set free, and in exchange, Halbrand will basically say that he'll go and find Sauron.
Yeah,
Fucking
and
Halbrand.
if we like skipping ahead to the
Halbrand,
next scene that we get in the Southlands, that is what ends up happening. Adar does release the Southlanders, and he agrees to Halbrand's terms.
We can wait till we get there, or we can do it. Yeah, we can.
Let's-
We can wait till we get there. I suppose,
Yeah, let's
or
do
we
it.
can
Do it then, because that's when it actually happens. Yeah. fair
Okay.
enough.
But
Personally-
Adar, yeah.
I think there should be a scene, at least around here, maybe cut between, where there's celebratory to show a humanity to the orcs and the Waldrick when they're all appreciating, let's be honest, the wonderful colors from Mount Doom at night. It's going to be it probably looks amazing. And be like, that was me. I did that. And then they can tell stories. And then, because this is the one thing they definitely fuck up on, Waldrick should be legendary in Lord of the Rings films. He should be in
He
books.
is legendary.
He should
The
be-
man made Mordor.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
Should
annoying
be
that
statues all over Mordor.
I mean, while they're having their walks, like, there should have been a scene in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings where Gandalf talked about Waldrick, and you could be like, he was misunderstood. People thought he was like a bad guy, but really,
Have you heard the tale of Waldrick the Wise?
not all men
But,
are understood in their time. Waldrick was a hero.
Oh,
Waldreg. I'm Waldreg the White.
Just cut back to Saruman sitting in Isengard, and he's reading one of his books, and it's about Waldrick. It's the tale of Waldrick.
I wish I could hire him. He seems great.
Anyway, Adar listens to the offer from Halbrand, and he declines, and instead just double captures Halbrand to, I assume, torture him and stuff to find out what he knows about Sauron.
Woohoo.
oh,
All right. Now, as Halbrand is led away, a random orc asks Adar if Sauron could return, and Adar says it isn't possible.
Bullshit.
so-
Nah.
Is it, are you sure?
Sure.
Go
Yeah,
to
the
Pinky
orc's like,
Promise.
Sauron can't return, right? Because he was a big meanie. I don't know if I was alive at that point, but I hear stories.
You're like, hey, Gribbles, you went down into the caverns to make sure he didn't congeal into a pile of blood and become a slug monster, right? And he's like, oh, that was me that was supposed to do that.
Oh, I
I
wasn't
thought you said
duty.
Oh, you said Gubbles. Gubble. Oh, I thought Gubbles did.
Like
it.
Gubbles is like
Oh.
eating, and he's like, don't bring me into this again. You always do this.
So I like how the names that you've come up with are almost what his actual name is. So the subtitles tell us that this orc's name is Glug.
No way.
Glug.
I'm not joking. His name is
Fucking
Glug.
Gibbles, gobbles, and Glug.
Okay,
Gobbles and Glug.
Gluck was the
Oh,
Who's gonna
what a
win?
team.
Got a
It's
fun
okay.
Saturday
We
night.
ain't getting any Lurtzes anymore, right? We're done with that.
no.
No,
Yeah, so I just got things like, why would Adar ever believe that Galadriel would team up with Sauron, or Sauron team up with Galadriel? But maybe, since she came across as a bit of a psycho the last time that she spoke with Adar, maybe that's
That is true. She did threaten to torture his children in front of him and then kill him
Yeah.
last, which is a villainous thing. Like, it's the kind of thing you would expect Sauron to say, actually.
that was really the only thing that was making me think that Adar could believe it, is because from his perspective, Galadriel is a psychopathic bitch And so saying, hey, so that elf, because what Halbrand says in this scene is not that the elves are working with Sauron, it's that Galadriel has decided to seek out Sauron to make a power over flesh. I think it's plausible. I just think that it's plausible for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that makes sense. The showrunners
Sounds
doesn't
like
think
power
it's
to
the
me.
reasons, but yeah.
It's funny to have any
Okay.
kind of moral indignance about any of this when he's just doing what he's doing here with people. You know, I do wonder about
Yeah.
Adar. Like, what is... I was about to say, what is his character? As though I've already admitted to myself I'll never know. Like, they're never going to really tell me.
He just wants,
if you
he
want
just
more
wants
of
a home
him,
for his children when they can enslave and torture and kill people.
yeah. If you want
He just
actually something on
misunderstood.
him, you probably need to look at the lore, the Tolkien lore. Right.
It does made up.
Is
Yeah,
he?
no,
Yeah, that doesn't
he
exist,
does
no.
not exist. Like, he calls himself
Waldrick wasn't in the
season one.
Silmarillion. He doesn't make Mordor
Sadly,
with
no,
a
he's
sword.
the one person of this show I think really should have been in the Silmarillion, but Tolkien never found
Yeah.
a way to include him.
That,
But no,
I-
Adar
I
calls
thought he was like a
himself,
whole. I thought Adar was like a whole thing, actually.
Nope.
No,
Never mind
He
then.
calls himself a Mariondor, which is like the show's terminology for the first of the orcs, because the show is running with the theory that the orcs were originally corrupted elves, but like the Mariondor concept doesn't exist in canon, and Adar as a character doesn't exist in
Oh.
canon either, which is for a good
I see.
reason, because like if you have lieutenants of orcs who are still basically elves, who have complete free will and agency, and can politically appeal to all of your orcs more than your actual lieutenants can, to a degree where the orcs will betray the succession plan in order to go for the person who's nicer to them, then your entire evil scheme is broken. You can't possibly hope to
Yeah.
control your armies anymore.
The orcs will
So
have
there's a reason it doesn't
elections
exist.
and sub-districts, and
So-
they'll choose their representatives, and they'll vote for the evil Dark Lord.
We are pretty much expected to accept that Adar is an elf then in the context of the show, because it hasn't been told to us, but he looks kind of like one, right?
No, he does. So in season
Looks
one,
healthy,
when
he's been
he's
alive a long
having
fucking time.
the conversation with Galadriel in the barn when she threatens to torture his kids, he refers to himself like in succession as an orc, an uruk, which is what he prefers to be called, and then he also calls himself an elf. So it's like it's whichever's like the writers prefer at any given moment is what he is, but he is kind of basically still an elf, but also the first of the orcs.
I'm a
Right.
Shiva, a dog, a canine, a quadruped. I'm all these things. Whatever's most
Mhm.
handy in a conversation.
Spaghetti monster, you know.
True. No,
Spaghetti.
no. Spaghetti is
Touch
the
my
lowest tier
spaghetti.
pasta. We've been over this.
That doesn't mean it's not to
so-
be counted at all.
Hmm.
I suppose so. I suppose even the least of pastas are still, among their number. Now I hope you guys can forgive me for a moment, but we have to step away from Waldrig's realm
No.
No.
because we have
boy.
to go.
The
we
first
have to
of
go
the
to
Gandalf
like-
scenes.
Oh.
This is the fun part.
No.
This is the. A lot of you might be thinking that the entire Harfoot plot from season 1 was basically one massive waste of time that had nothing to do with anything.
Yes.
And I won't say you're right or wrong on that. I'll just leave that in the air. But we're back, baby. We
Oh,
are
no.
so back.
Wallace doing a thing.
But it'll be better now because Gandalf can talk, I think. So
Yeah.
Sure.
we have not Gandalf wandering around in the night. Apparently it's some kind of a dream. He touches a stick and gets a weird vision. Next bullet point.
Yeah. Dude, these fucking Harfoot and Gandalf scenes, like every time I watch them, it's like, what's the point? What are we
It's
doing?
Bored
bathroom
every
break
time.
time, baby.
Well, it's worth remembering the entire point of season 1 was to be like, he's not Sauron. He's very
Yeah.
likely Gandalf. You're like, okay.
Mhm.
And did we need
Cool.
He's looking for a
Fucking-
Gand, guys.
did we need 4 hours for that? Like, why did you?
To me, it just demonstrates that the showrunners have absolutely zero faith in their audience because they were demonstrably unwilling to make a Lord of the Rings adjacent show without having a brave young hobbit who goes on an adventure.
Yeah.
Wizard.
And wizard, yes.
Okay. So
I hate
they're
the
walking
Harfoots.
around, the two of them, not Gandalf and Nori. They're walking around in the desert, and he will not tell her about the dream. She asks about the dream, and he says, "No, I won't tell you about the dream," because he's a fucking asshole who brings it up, and then when she actually engages with him and asks him more about it, he's like, "No, she can't tell you. Don't do this. Don't do this to people. It's fucking annoying. Don't mention shit." And then when they ask about it, say, "No, I can't say." I guess they're still on their way to Rune, or maybe they're like in Rune. Rune's a big area, I guess.
They are not
But
in Rune yet.
Not in Rune yet.
They're on their way, but they are being followed by what we can assume is a man in a spooky skeleton copper mask, which I will call Skeletor because, I mean, look at him. He looks Skeletor.
Oh, God.
So apparently, they have been walking in circles.
Fuck
And
you,
Gandalf says the land is bewitched to keep making him walk around in circles.
Wow.
They discuss they discuss that they don't have any food, even though Nori is literally wearing food for her hair decor. But that's all right, whatever. Maybe they're old or whatever. And what happens to these? Here it comes.
I've never really tried this for any extended period, but if your entire sense of direction is coming from looking at the stars, which his is, and if he knows that Rune is in the east, which he does, how can you possibly get lost? You
It's
just
magic.
go in the
It's
direction the
magically-
sun rises. But it's not magic
But
because
look,
fucking,
it is.
what's the name?
It is
Podge.
magic.
No, it's not. Podge turns up with a map and says it's this way.
Well, no,
But
you
that's
can
not-
get there. No, you can get there.
You just
I'm
have to
magic
know the
sec-
words to
yeah.
the song.
Through purely secular means, you can arrive in the enchanted circle walk land. But once you're there, you're bewitched. They got you.
It doesn't make any sense
What
at
bugs
all.
me
But
is look at these landmarks. It's so easy to not go in a circle.
Yeah, if it was like
Hey,
a
let's go
super
towards that
crowded
mountain back
dark
there.
forest, I could kind of
Well,
believe it. But out here,
so-
you can see for so long.
Mm-hmm.
so I
guess
think
it's
like
bewitched. It's magic.
yeah, based on how this episode goes, they end up at this location 3 times, which means that they are actually going in circles. Which means, I mean, either they're just unbelievably stupid, or it is actually, it is indeed black
Yeah,
magic.
if it's magic,
it's they're stupid.
like, because if it were magic, it would be like, oh, it is. Like, we went forward, we hit the thing, and then we went forward again, and now we've hit the thing again. It's like, this is fucking magic. We're screwed.
Yeah.
It would be funny that she says we've been walking in circles, and not Gandalf is like the land must be bewitched. Yeah, the land
Yeah,
must be
that's it.
bewitched, so we're walking in circles.
It couldn't be that we don't have a fucking map, that we didn't
then
check
when
to get a map
someone-
before we left.
Yeah,
If
and then
a ma-
someone shows up with a map later, and it's like, oh, you've broken the spell. The map breaks the spell, and now we're not lost anymore. Interesting.
You think
It's
the
a
guy in the
magic map? Ooh.
I think the guy in the spooky mask was just watching them the whole time, just going in circles. Like, what are they doing?
He's
Why
like,
does-
oh,
why-
this is a
why does
magical.
Rasputin want
This
this
is a
guy?
plan.
What the fuck?
They're casting a huge spell. They go in circles to. They're doing
You
this.
have
on
to go and
purpose.
find that wizard. That Istar. He's so powerful that he watches him walk in circles for
Yeah.
days.
Also, I think the rune is described as a big open plain, like in the
Oh, yeah.
lore. But yeah.
Funny you should say that, because that happens in episode 2.
All right, so they're hungry. And Nori tells him to cast magic on a tree, like he did in season 1. He cast a magic spell on a tree. A branch almost fell and hit a girl, but otherwise it was an incredible success. It basically made
Yeah.
the entire forest bloom with food. An incredible success.
Yeah, it
However,
really wasn't his fault
Gandalf-
that happened. Everyone was really close to that stupid tree, and then this stupid little girl's like, "Oh, let me go under this tree,"
Let me
and then
get
almost gets
closer.
killed.
And in this scene, he says, "Have you forgotten what happened?" And it's like, it worked.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah,
Have you
it
forgotten
worked
what happened?
incredibly
Yeah.
well.
Yes.
There's not a
Um,
retarded child to go under the bench this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says no, it's dangerous. I can't do it because
You should
remember what
probably
happened
more
last
more
time,
be
blah,
like,
blah, blah.
"Oh yeah, let me try again. I can actually talk now. I should probably do this better than last time. It shouldn't take a whole day to happen."
So
But,
so anyway, he decides that he relents and he decides he will cast magic on the tree. He puts his hand in the dirt and then he runs it up the tree, and then the tree fucking explodes. Holy shit. And then a bunch of beetles and bugs and stuff come out
Yeah.
from the bottom, and she's like, "Yay, we've got food to eat."
Yay! I love bugs because I'm a
she does.
disgusting
They
fucking
like
Harfoot.
bugs.
Couldn't you just get a bunch of filet mignons with like little legs that pop
No,
out and then the
bugs.
legs pop off? Or just
It's
I
the
don't know,
bugs.
just like
No,
anything
yummy
else.
bugs. No,
Oh,
bugs are
alright,
good.
yeah.
Bugs taste good. They
Yeah.
like bugs. Bugs are yummy.
Eating bugs is good for the
right.
environment thing.
Yeah, it's got a lot of protein.
So I wasn't
Um,
sure just from
Right,
watching
and
this
the
scene
protein
if
is in the
It's
urine.
just a bunch of
Oh,
happy
no.
meals that go out of legs.
That'd be cool. Yeah, just Big Macs with legs pop out.
No.
Big Macs
Ah.
with legs.
are Are we meant to read from this scene that he made there be bugs, or are we meant to read that he accidentally blew up the tree and there were bugs inside the
They
tree?
just
I
happened
think it
to
was
be
an
bugs down
accident.
there. Yeah.
There was just bugs living there. He'd blow up their home.
I don't know. It's
Because if that's the case, then it's blind luck that they managed to find food.
Yes.
Yeah.
he would have just
Last
blown
time
up the tree
fucking
and nothing happened.
Made a whole like shit ton of apples, but couldn't. I would have sold for like 5, you know, instead of bugs.
I guess this tree is like so desiccated and
Whatever.
dead that he can't rejuvenate it, and the other one
Maybe
was
the
just,
other one got
was
hit
just
by like
a meteor.
multiple
Listen,
ants.
it's different.
Yeah.
All right. It just got. It's not. It didn't kill the
He's
meteor. The flaming meteor
magic.
didn't kill the tree. It just
Maybe there will be food there in like 2 days, but you know,
Just flame
who cares?
kissed
We
it.
have bugs.
yeah.
Yeah,
They have food. I don't know how,
they'll-
but they do have food now. It's magic. Whatever.
Well, next time they go around in circles, the next time they get here, there'll be some food.
Yeah, it's great.
True. All right. So later on, they're eating their bugs. Yum. And
Yeah.
Oh, Nori
not
loves that shit.
Gandalf says, I lost control, and she says, you need to learn not to lose control.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for the
Great
input.
advice.
Good stuff. And then he tells Nori about the dream, about the stick. You know, the dream where he sees a stick and he
Mhm.
touches it, but he doesn't tell her about the weird vision.
Yeah, no spooky stuff.
He says the thing because she misses home. She misses home. She misses her family and her friends and all that stuff.
Loser.
And she's a little bit sad. Yeah, she's a big loser.
I
Little
wonder how
cuckold.
all of the half-foots that got abandoned felt.
Oh, they're dead. They're dead.
When they were
They're dead.
withering. Well, I'm just saying before when they were withering away, you know, maybe even like bugs and stuff were starting to eat them while they were still alive. You know,
Holy
'cause they
fuck.
were so withered away. Yeah, I know, terrifying. How did they feel?
In pain.
Do any of
They're
them
all
have
pain.
any remorse for that?
I don't think they're
No.
capable of feeling remorse.
Yeah,
I don't
they'll
think
laugh
that
about
they're-
it. They'll laugh
Yeah.
about it
Remember,
when they remember
They'll
the
be
ones
like,
that got lost.
haha. Yeah.
They made a joke about it in season 1's last episode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But the
Remember
no,
that
no,
one
no,
idiot
no,
that
no,
died
no.
of bees?
No, I'm not talking about that. They
Oh,
made
okay.
a joke about the pathfinding, whatever. They needed to pass it over to someone who wasn't a Sadek because he's dead now, and that the lady who was
Right.
gonna take over for a moment is like particularly shit at it. She was gonna drive them into like a backwards or whatever,
Mhm.
and then the Chungus not Sam girl was supposed to be the one to take over, like
Poppy.
to help him.
And she just fucks off. Yeah.
Like to be clear, season 1 finished Poppy's story. It was like she's going to become the new, most important person of this village, and that's going to be wonderful. I'm just saying that. I'm just putting a pin in the board, but I'm
Yep.
also saying
Mhm.
that it's just funny the idea that they may all have died by now. It is possible.
Probably.
I-
It's
They
been,
probably all
it's
wanted
probably
to
been like
Mordor and got
30 minutes.
enslaved.
Yeah, I love the idea of them all just walking into Mordor, telling each other that no one goes off trail,
No one goes off trail. Just walk right
they're-
into the wrong mountain.
reading the fucking map upside down.
They
It's like
climb
if-
Mount Doom
Yeah,
and
what you
walk into
fucking
the
deserve.
lava.
Like several thousand
Yeah.
years in the future when Frodo is going through the dead marshes and they look down and
Yes.
it's just
Nothing but carpets.
It's just
like,
a bunch
oh my
of
God.
cards in an area of the swamp. You know?
So anyway, Nori is very sad about, being away from home and all the people she loves.
just a
And,
minor note. It's not really a spoiler, but and also worth putting a pin in the fact that she's crying here about leaving home. So if in some hypothetical future episode she cries and says we have no home, that might be a slight contradiction.
Nah.
So
Well,
I was
yeah.
I can't remember the scene that you're referring to, Platoon. It's possible I haven't seen that happening yet. But I was figuring that the specific reason why not Gandalf says, "Oh, it's normal for a half-orc to miss home," because what she's missing is her family rather than her home.
Yeah,
And-
her home is that's what she considers her home, is wherever her family and the caravan is. That's home.
Yeah, and I was thinking that they were, deliberately using the word home because that is how it goes in The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. So they're trying to make another reference there. I could be wrong, but given that she misses her family rather than literally the location.
I assume that's what she means because they move around. They're migratory.
She misses her cart.
She misses her cart and her
They got burned.
stuff.
Nails.
That's true.
So, but anyway, not Gandalf says the things you leave behind can be the heaviest burden to carry. Moving on. He says he misses home. He says he misses his home, even though he can't quite remember it.
No,
So
loser.
yeah,
Okay. Well,
There
that's
you
sad.
go.
Next scene, please.
Well, we end that. Yeah.
Worth mentioning at this point, so in season 1, at the end, the Mystics, who turned out to be wrong about everything, they were right about him needing to go to Rune, and they were also right about him having a veil on his mind that is slowly lifting. Because his final scene in season 1, he says, like, more has come because the veil is lifting, and I know that I need to go to Rune. So that is probably the explanation for why right now he kind of feels like he can remember his home, but he can't really.
Pieces.
Yeah, he's getting bits and pieces, and also I'm guessing the vision of the staff probably relates to that, but so far I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's all very very exciting and interesting. And we will have to depart from not Gandalf and Nori. I know that's sad, but good news, we're going back to Mordor.
Yes.
Yay!
Waldreg.
Oh yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yay! Yeah, we are. Sorry,
Yeah.
I had my order wrong. Yeah.
Back to Halbrand in Mordor. He's in a prison. A warg is growling at him.
Wow.
So I have.
You sound like Wario.
He's a little different.
A warg Luigi.
The warg here, he's a bit different than the warg in season 1. That goofy goober. This one's a little bit. This one's different. This one looks different.
You think this one looks better?
I think this one looks better. Yeah.
I think the design looks better.
I don't know. I like them both.
I mean,
but this one
I think
looks
they both kind of looks like shit, but I think this one looks better.
I like the warg in season 1. That goofy goober.
Yeah,
the one in season 1 was crossbred.
I like the bug.
Not...
I like the kind of the bulgy sort of eyes, and I like the. Oh,
I
liked it.
I did not.
I
like
liked it. I'm a big fan of that.
It looks
guy.
too cartoony.
No,
it looked a bit cringe.
My precious baby. All right, so
fucking downsword.
Amazing, incredible, beautiful creature. So, Waldreg, Waldreg's here, and he's coming to give Halbrand some food because Waldreg's just a great guy. He tells people this is Mordor. He's got Waldreg. Now, should Waldreg be concerned about his original fealty to Sauron? Because originally he was pledged to Sauron. So should Waldreg wonder about Sauron being alive, as is claimed by Halbrand here? How should that conflict with Waldreg's fealty that he made to Adar, who he originally thought was Sauron in season 1?
This was my pitch earlier for rewriting him in a way that allowed Sauron to actually manipulate him to get out of prison, as opposed to what he's going to go on to do, because he was waiting for Sauron. That's a known fact of Waldreg's character. He's a good character, and we should make the most of his established beats.
Yeah, I think that we are missing a really good opportunity to explore Waldreg's allegiances and what his deeper motivations are. Unironically, I think that it would be weird. It's Waldreg's. I'm pledged to Sauron. Oh, this guy showed up. He's Sauron. Oh no, he's Adar. Well, I'll worship you anyway. He said that Sauron's dead, and this guy says, oh no, Sauron is alive. So like, what do I do? Like, oh man, what about my allegiances, my fealties? What's going on here? But Waldreg
and you could have a cool scene where like Waldreg comes in being like, prove it. You know, how did you know? What gave it away? Because like he's so interested in Sauron, and then you'd be like, close the door, and then he does a little show of magical shit, and he'd be like, I am Sauron, and then
holy fuck.
Yeah, Waldreg would be like, holy fuck, we gotta get you out of here, buddy.
But Adar said he killed you, and then he would say, no, I only exploded into ice and became goo. Trust me. Trust me. It all works.
He says all that, and you just have a cut of Waldreg just nodding, like, yeah.
Well, narrative you can build all the way through with Waldreg sticking by Sauron's side for so long that by the time of Return of the King, he is the mouth of Sauron. That's Waldreg.
Oh my god, that would be so fucking great.
Oh, yes, good.
You get to Eregion, and they're like, who's the guy with you? And he's like, oh, he's just a helpful little smith who helps me with different things. And Waldreg starts to like hunch over a bit.
Like, yes, see, like throughout the series, his mouth just gets like
years.
His mouth gets bigger and bigger throughout the season.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see. So so Waldreg lies about Adar knowing that Halbrand, or not knowing Halbrand's here, like he's forgotten about him. I think. Obviously, Adar wouldn't forget about him. He's trying to figure out what's going on with Sauron and if it's true or not. But yeah, when he leaves, Halbrand enthralls the warg with a bone. And it just sort of puts him a little enchantment on him, and the warg is like, all right,
Uses
we're
the
chill,
dark speech.
we're chill.
So this
And
is
so, yeah.
something that Rings of Power seems to be trying to establish that Sauron needs to physically touch things or to have some kind of physical connection with an entity in order to corrupt it. Because Galadriel, for some reason, was under the belief that he hadn't corrupted the rings because he didn't physically touch them. This scene is showing us that in order to enchant, because if he didn't need the bone, he wouldn't use the bone. He'd just, mind control it from the other room, right?
How did he
Yeah,
do
from
it
a
with the fucking
distance.
big fish, though?
Precisely.
Well, the water
Gil-galad
connected
actually
those two.
does-
You see.
Yeah, he
Oh,
touches
yeah,
the
yeah.
water,
So
the
he
water
ca-
touches him.
We
Gil-galad
can't
does have a
everything in
line.
the ocean if you put his
Air
hand in it.
molecules are too thin. It can't transmit the magic. Magic is like sound waves. It doesn't work in a vacuum. So, he uses the bone. The bone goes to... And also this would confirm the idea of how obviously, if he is involved in the creation of the Rings of Power, he's been touching the tools, touching the forge, touching probably, other people. So, and they're all involved into it, like, obviously, it's the Rings of Power. he
Gil-galad
made 'em.
has a line later, though, when he's talking to Galadriel, and because the show does a very bad job of actually displaying its characters do the things that they're most known for. Like, Sauron doesn't do much manipulating, Pharazôn does not do much politics. It has to have characters just explain what they're doing after the fact to make it seem like they were always doing it. Gil-galad has a line later when he says, "It is said that once the Dark Lord has got into your mind, he can corrupt it at will," which kind of suggests he can do it psychically as well as physically. So
He says he needs to gain your trust, right?
that's the one.
Yeah, once he gains your trust, then he can sculpt your very thoughts, I think is the line.
Something like that.
So what he's doing here is gaining the warg's trust, presumably with a bone, because it's a dog, and dogs are really easy.
I fucking love bones. They're really good. They're really good. It's really good stuff. It's really good stuff. Let's see. Now we'll just leave him here in his little pit. His little pit here. And we'll go to Lyndon. We have
a new set.
Yeah, we do. And they're going to milk that
Yay.
set.
Yes, naturally.
So
Of course.
we are here and we meet our new character. Here's Círdan.
Círdan.
The Grey Havens is fucking small, by the way, but never mind.
Well, this is just a part of it. This is one little piece of the Grey Havens. This is just a
the
little
rest
bit.
of it is just
Maybe.
over there.
Yeah, the rest of
Oh,
it
yeah,
in the
yeah,
background.
okay.
This is just where he lives in this little peninsula.
Alright, yeah.
Now, in the lore, I understand he's the oldest being in Middle Earth.
He's the
what's
oldest
that?
elf.
Is
The
that
oldest
correct?
elf.
He's
That
not going
was
to be
my
older than Tom
understanding.
Bombadil, right?
Yeah, Tom
Yeah,
Bombadil
Bombadil's
is the
older.
oldest, but he is the oldest elf in Middle-earth.
Oldest
That's why he
elf.
has a beard.
Well, he's the oldest in Middle-earth by the time everybody leaves Middle-earth. I don't think he is at this point. There will be a few like him, but like he arrives.
Maybe not,
He's
yeah.
one of the people who never goes to Valinor originally, because like the elves sort of spawn in Middle-earth. Loads of them end up being called to Valinor for protection. Some of them don't make it. He actually gives up the chance to go because he's looking for his brother, and he repeatedly gives up the chance to go, even though it's the one thing in his life he really wants to do. And then he turns out to be like the last person who leaves in the Fourth Age. By that point, he is the oldest elf in Middle-earth. But that's why I think in this show, all he does is sort of stare mystically off at the sunset, is because they want to convey that sort of thing. And that's the only thing they can think to do with. Otherwise, he just sort of does that. I'm wise, so I'm going to look really smug the entire time. And I'm going to tell people how it's really, really difficult to be humble, but I'm good at it, which is kind of ironic.
I am the most humble of them all. I'm
Yeah.
so humble. You wouldn't believe how
I'm
humble I
extraordinarily
am.
humble.
So
Most
I just find it
humblest of all the elves.
I find it very amusing how the writers are so bad at characterizing their characters that they immediately they have Elrond tell Círdan that he's old and wise,
Yeah.
and then that
Oh, wow.
becomes a plot point later on because Círdan being the old and wise person is how Galadriel knows how to find Elrond later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here in the Grey Havens, this is Círdan's workshop. He walks in at night, and apparently he can like detect people or whatever, he knows. But Elrond is here. Elrond has survived the plummet, and he has
Nice.
swum here. He came to visit him in his boat shop.
I
Elrond
just like that he hid like in a corner the entire fucking day for some reason.
He's under the bridge hanging out.
Yeah, he was hiding under the bridge. Yeah, but he
Like a common
Elrond
troll.
Elrond says to him that you are the oldest and wisest of our kind.
Oh, thanks, Elrond. Didn't know that.
Yeah, and Círdan asks what Elrond has brought with him. And then Oh my gosh, we can't stay at this conversation. We got to do other things.
He says, I perceive you carry something in your charge, something louder than the sea.
Ugh.
And then Elrond
Yeah,
says, "What the fuck does
The
that
sea
mean?"
is always loud.
They have to stop. It is unbelievable how
If you were-
these stupid
Oh.
quotes.
Yeah,
It's
if I
so
said
cringe.
if I said the ocean, all right, tell me 10 things about the ocean. I don't know if loud would
I feel
be
like
on the
big,
list.
Really
calm,
loud.
and
Maybe
wet. Number one is
What?
big.
big,
That
and
would be
Big.
Wet.
Always
Yeah.
right would be number 2.
salty,
Yes,
always
Big
right,
and wet.
fluid.
The problem is, I don't even feel like you could ascribe a temperament to the ocean because the ocean,
Fishful?
it could be calm, but it could also be violent and turbulent. It depends on.
It's
what the
always
seas are,
correct, though,
right?
yeah.
Oh my god, it's like the characters in Rings of Power.
I just, it's crazy because like I can't imagine them sitting in the well. I guess I have to because they did, but it's difficult to imagine people sitting in a writer's room coming up with these phrases, looking to each other and agreeing that they're good.
Like, hell
I,
yeah.
I don't understand. Like, they can't do it. They think that they're like, oh, look at us,
Tons of fucking
brilliant
anger.
wordsmiths. Yeah, we're giving Tolkien a run for his money. It's actually unfathomable to me
They're
that
so
they
loud
think
for
that these
me,
lines
like an
are
ocean.
good.
Yeah,
Platoon,
I would never describe an ocean as loud. Like,
Platoon, I
Yeah,
wanted to
loud.
ask: does Círdan have some kind of psychic relationship with the ocean in the books? Is there anything like that?
he
Yes,
does have
sort
the Ring
of.
of Water.
Yeah, he gets the Ring of Water later, but he sort of has a pre-established one because he lives always sort of on the sea, having not made it to Valinor with the rest of them. He lives on the sea and develops quite a close relationship with the Valar of the Sea, or is it the Valar of the Inland Waters? One of the two. Ulmo,
His
I think it is.
title is the shipwright.
Yeah, he becomes a kid and is actually mean shipwright, I think, in
Oh, okay.
Kenya or Sindarin, one of the two. So yeah, he has a special relationship with the sea, basically, yes.
But it's magical in nature. It's not just that he's been on lots of boats, kind of thing.
Semi-magical, in that he also has a relationship with the god of the sea, and the god of the sea
Semi-magical.
gives him visions, right? So,
Why wasn't-
like,
A question:
Okay.
why wasn't he in season 1?
why wasn't he in season
That was
one?
a question that many
Yeah,
people
Good
asked.
question.
He wasn't born
Yeah.
yet.
He should have been.
Probably should have been, yeah. Given how massively important he is, it would
Yeah.
have been nice to have him established earlier on, rather than just
Yeah.
chucking him into a scene now and saying,
Does he,
"Oh, you're old and wise."
Does he even get a name mention? Does he get a name
You're
mention?
old,
No,
wise,
no.
and famous.
No,
Yeah.
his name
I
he is
don't.
never
I don't.
he is
think
never
they
name dropped in
mentioned
season 1 because I did not even hear the name Círdan the Shipwright until after I did my videos.
What's
Yeah.
funny to me is I knew it because I've heard Gary say it like 1,000 times. He's been complaining all of season 1. Where the fuck is Kid of the Shipwright? And I'd be like,
I mean,
yeah, whoever that is.
Yeah, where is
At the
he?
end of this episode, it does make you wonder.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
we've met him now, and I'm sure great things will, because when they say that he's the oldest and wisest, I have a lot of confidence in the showrunners and writers of Rings of Power to be able to write not just a wise character, but essentially the wisest of all of elf kind.
Oh,
And they
yeah.
just-
sure they can do
They
that.
they just come out of the gate and tell us straight away this dude is wise, so that way they don't have to do any
Yeah.
effort later on. They can just use
What do you mean?
whatever he does. It's the wise thing
They
to
say
do.
it
He's already
several
said
times.
something wise.
He
said
is
that
he's
the
what we
ocean
call
is
wise
loud.
prescriptively.
Yeah, the ocean is loud. Yeah, it's very wise. Very wise thing.
God, I
They've
hate this
taken a
show.
stick. They've taken a stick man and written the word "wise" on his forehead, so that way whatever he does, the audience can just accept.
Whatever he
Yeah.
is wise, so whatever he
yes.
does
Mm.
is wise.
Exactly.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. So elsewhere in London, we have Gilgalad, who is giving a message to messengers, as you do. It's what they earn the big bucks for. And while he does this, he tells the messenger exactly what the message is. In front of all these other people, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
The message being that Halbrand is fucking Sauron.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
This
This
is
is
like
what we
insanely important for,
yeah,
for these
this
first
is what
two
we
episodes.
call very bad news, my dude.
Yeah, man,
Maybe-
you might
maybe
think
send
you
more
want to
than
send
two
some-
guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
Maybe you wanna
Send
send
like 100 soldiers to make sure
Maybe
it fucking
and
gets
just an entire battalion, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just send a full fucking anything there. It's insane.
Apparently, they have multiple armies because Galadriel is the commander of the northern armies, so they have
Yeah.
multiples of them. So just send like a couple of hundred guys over there.
I know.
Ugh.
I know they're elves, right? So that they can be quite stoic and everything. But it's just the idea of, yeah, do you mind popping over to, Frank's house? He's like, yeah, what's going on over there? It's like, oh, Satan might be there. Anyway.
Just like,
I was like, what?
Yeah.
Make
Oh,
sure
yeah,
that
the
Frank gets the
kayak
message.
for him.
Oh yeah.
The-
Oh, his
the-
wife.
the,
Yeah, I know
um,
what you mean.
better
Yeah.
one I
yeah,
was like,
to make it
goes
funnier, it's
down,
like
it
the
goes
message
from-
is Satan is there here. that's it. That's the message. It's
Remember
like,
this
do you want
guy
me
you were working with before? Yeah, he's Satan, by the way.
I just love the idea. He's like, is there any? What if he is there? what if
Yeah,
everyone
what
is
do I
He was
dead?
there last we saw him.
Should I shoot him with a gun or like what? What
He's
do
like,
I-
oh,
what
just
happens?
come back.
Let him know. Yeah.
Just
go there, let him know, come back.
He's actually asked exactly what would happen in that situation, and his response is, "Oh, it'll be fine because he has a couple of rivers."
Yeah, there's a rivers and walls. That will
Rivers and
stop
walls, he's
Sauron, the
fine,
master
yeah.
manipulator.
Well,
You can't get in.
Once again, we have like everyone in this room has now heard Gil-galad say that Sauron is back. Which I don't know, may something you want to keep close to your chest, or maybe you want to sound the alarm on it. I don't know. I don't know what your strategy here is because we don't discuss it. So
yeah, he doesn't say like, you don't mean Sauron the guy from, and he's like, no, different one.
like
I think
the guy
like, oh, okay.
from before who
different guy.
Did you say
Similar
Sauron
name.
or Wuldrag?
yeah, it's basically no, not that Hitler.
You always mix them up.
I just wanted to highlight so I missed this the first time I watched this, but Moeller, if you can rewind it like a couple of shots. So when he's actually writing the letter and he stamps his seal on it, the point of that is that it goes on the outside of the letter because it's like a seal of authenticity that no one else has read it. He stamps it on the piece of paper and then wraps it up.
You're gonna know more about this
than
than
I.
I.
That on the inside.
What? But I've
It depends.
okay. So literally, my knowledge I'm pulling on here is I'm pretty sure I found parchments like that in games where they have the stamp on the bottom right or left or whatever. I think there's precedent for this.
Yes, it does. It's just like a seal to show where it's from, basically. So both versions do exist.
No, I
Okay,
guess
so it's got nothing to do with the fact
the
that no one else has seen
thingy.
it then.
No, you might put one on the
you
outside
can do it that
to
way
make sure
to make
that.
sure, like, so you can see if the seal is broken or not. But
Okay.
yeah, you don't have to do it that way. It's the seal is to show like where, like who sent it, basically.
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
to show like, yeah, this is authentic.
It says gay there on the bottom right.
It says Geiku. Geikua.
Hey, Celebrimbor, Sauron is here, you little gay crumb.
You little Geikua.
So he stopped. He finishes
How
the
could you be
message.
such a gaycrum?
How could you be
So Galadriel is so we learned that apparently Galadriel is not being punished
No.
because Gil-galad is considering her being punished.
No, he's
That
not.
is-
He's fucking lying.
That is
He
the-
says he is.
Yes, that's the reason. Yes, the reason when she asks how come, he says I could have you clapped in irons for this, and she says why not, and he says I'm considering it.
I was like, what is there to consider? She jumped off the boat and helped Sauron like return
Create
to
the
Middle
rings,
Earth
to
and like
create
create the
magic
rings
nukes,
that are going to
yeah.
control the entire fate of all of the world.
Not in another
know.
motion. Like
Smells like a lot of treason to me. I don't know.
She goes on to say, like, I swear to you that I will destroy him. I'll like totally annihilate him from the face of Middle Earth. And then his response is, "You wouldn't be here if I thought otherwise." So his reason for not punishing her is because he believes that she will actually set this right, even though he really doesn't like her.
Yeah.
But
Well,
this just shows us that she's learned fucking nothing, because the whole
Nope.
reason why all of this started is because she like swore a blood oath of like murder spanning a century against Sauron, and now she's just done it again. Like, I'll just fucking go and purge all of Eregion and kill him,
Well, that's
thinking
the
that
thing,
nothing
right?
will
It's
go
like
wrong.
the nature of a character arc is it shouldn't be like, oh well, no, I was wrong this time because he's Sauron. But it's like, no, the way that you go about things is really, really destructive and reckless. And you have to like learn to be less destructive and reckless, not like, well, now that I know that he's Sauron, I'll get it right this time. Like, what kind of arc is that? It's not
Yeah.
even one.
It's not. Yeah.
for the consideration of our panel and for all of those watching, we need to keep in mind as we go forward constantly that the nature of Sauron is that he can shapeshift, he can get inside your mind, he can manipulate you, he can corrupt objects, that he can exert his influence through. Everyone should know this, especially Galadriel, especially Gil-galad in this scenario. Going forward, you have to always be aware of that and wary that that could be an element of what Sauron is doing. If you are Gil-galad, Galadriel is doing everything that somebody would do if they were completely enthralled by Sauron and were working towards his rise to power. There is no real difference between Galadriel as she is, really, for all we know, and for what you have to believe she could be. She has facilitated so much for Sauron, and she wants the rings, and she says to use the rings. She's saying everything that Sauron would say. So, something to consider.
Yeah, probably even further. It's like, oh, you three were like in contact with them, with Sauron for like weeks. You're gonna all stay at home and not do anything where I can see you because I can't trust any of you three.
Yes, it never seems to be that Gil-galad never considered that Galadriel could literally be Sauron in disguise right now, and he doesn't even consider it. It's like the whole scroll thing over again. No one gives a shit that the shapeshifters could be anyone. They just don't care. They just don't take any precautions for it. They don't do any tests, double checking, none of it, and that will continue to be an issue through this show as well.
And in
For all he
season
knows,
3, we
Galadriel
learned that
actually
there's...
went. For all he knows, Galadriel actually went to Valinor, and this is Sauron this whole time.
But in season 3, we learned that there's actually 1 million Saurons in Middle-earth.
Now, the scene after this, it's implied that they just walk from one location to another nearby in Linden. It is nighttime, and even here, when he's writing this letter, he's even got his lamp on and everything. Why has Gil-galad waited until night to send an urgent message back to Celebrimbor and Eregion that Halbrand is Sauron? Sauron had a hand in making these rings. Holy shit! Be careful.
Urgency is implied.
I don't know.
he made a lot of typos when he wrote the letter, so he just
it's gotta
rewrote
look
it like
nice.
50 times.
True.
Yeah,
It's gotta look
Also,
nice.
here's another question. There's something I just don't know. Don't they have like better means of transporting messages, like birds or something, like messaging birds or whatever?
You
Shouldn't
think
they
they
have?
might have pigeons or ravens, right?
So
Yeah, something like that. I'm not
they
sure, but I don't know
They
why
do
they
pay
wouldn't.
lip service to this in episode 2 because Galadriel says, I believe the line is, "We've sent, we haven't had a response from any of our messages to Eregion," implying that there was more than one. But without spoiling anything, there was only one. If there was more than one, then everything becomes even more insane. Well, either that or
the more there is,
things get even
the more
more
sense
insane.
it
Yeah.
makes, but the worse the plot becomes.
Yes, exactly. The
But
plot.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
The plot relies on there only being one message.
Yep.
So yeah, Gil-galad from last season, not doing great.
No.
Elrond stocks have sharply risen,
Oh,
oddly as that is to say. But Gil-galad is still just kind of clumping along in terrible. It's just pretty bad character.
So I just want to mention here as well, just to keep track of the timelines. So took about a day, about 24 hours thereabouts to get to Linden because horses don't have to stop. And he's now sending a letter that evening, which means we're on about 2 days since leaving Eregion. Whereas the Sauron plotline is it took him about a week to get to the Southlands, and he's being tortured for an unspecified amount of time. I think saying that that's any less than a week would be unreasonable. So we're about what 10 days ahead in Sauron land.
The film, or sorry, the show makes absolutely no attempt to even like begin to try and explain the timelines here, or I mean, God forbid the distances, but the timelines. No, it's you got to do a lot of sleuthing to try and figure this sort of thing out.
Well, and when you do the sleuthing, which is what I spent a couple of hours on earlier today, it just falls apart. It doesn't work at all.
Worse.
Yeah.
So they go to some sort of a meeting room, Galadriel and Gil-galad, and a bunch of soldiers are there. I say bunch, just 3. What?
The soldiers say that they have searched everywhere across the coast and they couldn't find Elrond.
They've scoured the coast and they've looked for the rings and for Elrond, but they haven't found him.
Which
is weird because I thought this was like the same day. So when Elrond jumped off the cliff, Gil-galad said, "Go look for him." And then here we have the scene where he's sending a message to the other elves at Eregion saying, "Yeah, Sauron's back," which you'd think he'd be doing with the utmost urgency. And right after he sends the message, some guards say, "Yeah, we looked everywhere along the coast and we couldn't find him." Like it's been an afternoon.
Yeah.
It's been less than a day. You couldn't have possibly done it.
To be fair, I think the world building is sound here because they couldn't find the big trench, so they can't find one guy with a ring. So, and you know what? I think that's fine.
Let's see. Yeah, but
He might be dead.
Galadriel says that Elrond's plan is not escaping; it's destroying the rings, and these two things are not mutually exclusive. You can destroy the rings and escape. You
Mhm.
can
Yeah.
escape so that you could destroy the ring safely. She says it like he couldn't possibly do both. He couldn't escape to destroy the rings. She says that Elrond would seek out somebody that he can trust, somebody who is old and wise.
Oh, I know a guy.
Wait
I know a
There's
guy.
only one of those.
We only have
Galadriel can also
those,
read
yeah.
the plot.
Wouldn't it be funny if Elrond was hiding with some guy, and the guy's like, "Why'd you choose me, Elrond?" And he's like, "Well, because she would have assumed I'd go to someone old and wise, so I went to someone young and stupid." And the guy's like, "Okay."
Then back at Linden, she says, Elrond will suspect that we'll look for him with someone old and wise. We should seek out the youngest and the stupidest of the elves. They're like, oh, I know just the guy, old Florpendale.
They turn up
he's
with
all
that.
Down there and,
They turn up with that reasoning, and that floppy guy is like, "Okay, this is mean, guys. Like you're all saying, like when did this become a thing?"
Like you don't all agree. Like it hurts coming from the king, but you guys don't think that, right? And they're like, oh, I mean,
He's got some friends.
You're-
Like you guys.
Listen, you're the only elf on welfare. Is what we're saying here.
my arm don't work so good. I don't know.
Let's see. So yeah, back with Elrond and Círdan. They're talking in the Grey Havens, and I don't know how Círdan could think that based on the conversation and what Elrond has said. I don't know how Círdan could think that Sauron didn't touch the rings based on Elrond's accounting. Because Elrond has explained the rings, what they are, it's Sauron. And so, again, we have this element of, oh, he didn't touch them, right? As if that's the only way to corrupt something. I don't have to touch something to corrupt it. I could mess around with the pieces before they're put together. I can tamper with the mechanism of the creation. There's a lot of different ways to do stuff, especially once you start throwing magic into the mix. But Círdan is wise, so he must be right, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't seem wise so far.
What they're vaguely going for based on the characterization, and I use that word very loosely, we've had for him, is that one of his opening lines is there is only perfection in Valinor. And so like his concerns are supposed to be kind of otherworldly. He's not particularly interested in what is actually going on in this world. His mind is always on perfection. His mind is changed when he sees these things because he believes that they match the beauty of Valinor. But that's like his entire mind is based on that. I don't think he's necessarily supposed to be thinking about things he really should be thinking about, like have they been created by Satan?
I was gonna highlight it, but that exchange he has with the lady there is really fucking retarded. Like the lady does the little thing with the wood, and she says like perfection.
Yeah, the lady,
Círdan responds like perfection only exists in Valinor, and she says thank you, master. Like what?
I mean, I know. So I fucked up. What's wrong? Tell me. I wanna strive to improve. What's wrong with it? It looks so good, though.
Yeah.
It looks really good.
Nah, it's not perfect.
No, it's not perfect.
Listen,
really
you were kind of hampered from the beginning. It was never gonna work out. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's like it'll. I mean, you're doing your best. You're doing your best. At least you're not Florpendale. He's beyond helping. But you might make something of yourself one day. But yeah, once again, apparently the people seem to think that the touch element by Sauron is literal. Like literally, he has to touch the rings after they're created.
which is dumb as fuck.
Very dumb. And it seems like no one's even considered that he
also-
snuck into the forge at night or did anything when no one was looking.
He's been there for
Surely-
weeks. He could have
surely
done
the
all kinds of
most
things.
Important singular thing he could touch wouldn't even necessarily be the forge, which he's touched. Wouldn't even necessarily be the tools, which he's touched. Would be the mithril, which he has touched.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's already over.
The most important element of the rings.
It's actually the first thing he touches when he gets in the forge. Like the very first thing. It's
Yeah.
like,
He
oh,
picks
what's
up the
this?
gems, yeah.
Well, the thing
Literally,
is,
the first thing is
I don't-
the
I don't
gems that
actually
they're gonna
know,
put
like,
into it. Yeah.
Is the conclusion that these ones are corrupted? Like these ones, they have. You know what I mean? Like what are we supposed to conclude, that they have or haven't actually been corrupted?
That's something I've been That's something I've been wondering myself. It's like, wait, so are they corrupted still? Did they corrupt
Well,
anything?
Whether or
They're not
not,
clear
I guess
on
at the,
my impression is whether
Huh?
or not they are corrupted in the sense that you put them on, you do Sauron's bidding or whatever. But they're set up on the network, right? So once the One Ring gets
Yes.
installed, they'll be they're ready. They got the Wi-Fi signal set in them, and that's the problem.
But we are
No.
supposed to be wondering at the moment exactly this question. I have a nasty feeling that the show has actually replicated two of the most irritating beats of season 1 already. You've got Gandalf's stick, which will be the MacGuffin of this entire season, and you've got the will they, won't they sort of corruption angle of the rings, which kind of mirrors the Sauron question of season 1. So we're going to probably have to spend 6-7 episodes of saying, oh, I wonder if Círdan's been corrupted by the ring, and I wonder if Gil-galad's been corrupted by the ring. And then the end result will be the least satisfying answer, which is no.
No, yeah.
Well, the thing is, if the answer is no, which I absolutely would not put it past them, then that means that, it's skipping ahead very slightly, but they start seeing things after they put the rings on. And if that isn't Sauron doing that, then it just means that the writers injected those ideas into their heads to make them do things.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess that's just
That's just
in
some of the
this
rings do,
universe. That's
or-
just some of the rings do. I guess.
No, just the powers.
And that's the
We
thing.
don't
We've
understand
already had them.
Because we don't know what they do.
Yeah, they haven't told the
really.
audience
Just rings
this.
of power.
This show
We
doesn't
don't
have
know
a
yet,
perspective
yeah.
on what the rings fucking do outside of clean leaves.
Yeah,
At least from
So-
this part of the story, of course.
it's a
Now-
glue remover.
Círdan is the wisest and the oldest, but he's the wisest of all the elves. Círdan, being told all of this stuff by Elrond, should consider whether or not this is something that Elrond or something that Sauron would want him to be told. Should he consider that Elrond is Sauron in disguise, and that Sauron's machinations are such that he wants Círdan to have these rings? Especially since Elrond even says in this conversation that Sauron is, very cunning. There's no sense of like there's no like, oh, this enemy that we have who's a big trickster and he's really sneaky and he's clever and he's going to try and subvert all sorts of stuff. Like there's no the wisest elf should have a lot of questions and concerns about this and maybe second guessing things to be on the safe side, but
Yeah.
there doesn't seem to be any of this element to Círdan that we see in the show.
There should be a whole conversation here on this table where they talk about back and forth, but it's pretty much
Yeah.
over in like a minute.
Elrond,
Yeah.
how do you know that this wasn't the plan, that Sauron's plan from the beginning, that you should give them to me, or that you should get them away from Gil-galad and that they should be in your charge? How do you know that this isn't all da-da-da-da-da-da?
Mhm.
Yep.
But in this conversation, we find that Elrond is 100% on board with the idea that the worst fate for elves is that they fall prey to the enemy's designs. That this is worse than leaving all of Middle-earth to its fate, which Gil-galad implies is very, very bad as well. It's better that Middle-earth falls when the elves aren't there, I guess, to get corrupted as well. This is Elrond's perspective. He kind of lines it out very clear. That's the worst thing that can happen, is for elves to be corrupted by these evil rings and Sauron's influence.
I figured it was a
So-
similar idea to what we got in The Lord of the Rings, where Gandalf's like, this ring is really powerful, but through me it could wreak, I forget exactly what the line is, but so he would rather just not, or sorry, the elves would rather just do nothing and leave, and I guess the Middle Earth has to suffer the consequences of Galadriel's actions rather than inadvertently get involved and make things worse.
Yes.
Which makes sense, and
basically-
Elrond's very clear about it, which is good.
Basically, he feels that they would become enslaved to Sauron's will if they, took
Which
the
is
rings.
pretty fucking reasonable.
Oh.
Yeah.
Especially given what's happened, yeah. That
It's also-
seems likely.
It's also worth mentioning probably that like Elrond at this point doesn't know that the rings are evil. His objection is that he is not willing to take that risk.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a very, very real risk of that happening.
And of
considering
course,
everything.
there's no. It's been mentioned before, but you can just destroy these ones and then go to Celebrimbor and say, "Yeah, let's make new ones, but not while Sauron's around."
Yeah,
Well,
or bring him
we
back and
we
be like,
need
let's just
Mithril,
crush
though.
these
Remember,
and melt
the-
them down and
The initial deal with the dwarves was for like a really huge supply of mithril. They could probably be like,
access
okay,
to the mines.
let's go and see if we can just get a fucking bar of it. All right, let's see about that. And then they would
Yeah.
go
Or like
there.
a nugget.
And what would happen
Then
is
put
they
it
would
next to the
realize, oh
tree.
shit, you guys actually need our help. So we can, great, we can make a full-on deal now. You know, like it would all. It's almost like consequence forces the story to go in a particular direction because of the way they've written it. They can't get away with being like, these rings are their only chance. Like they're not, and we know this. We've figured out
You know
how
how
to
to
fucking forge
make
this
more.
bitch now. Like yeah,
We
we
can
can
make unlimited of them.
To be honest with
I
you,
think what
they need to like put reasoning in for why they would stop at 3 rings. Why wouldn't they want to do more than that? Maybe they've got to go sort
Yeah.
this all out.
I think what we're having to lean on here is the fact that the rings can only be crafted by Celebrimbor, and Celebrimbor is compromised at this point. The problem is that the show doesn't
I
acknowledge
was gonna
that.
say the show's not
Well,
doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't know this yet.
Yeah.
Like, that's not
Galadriel
something
fucking
they're
does.
aware of.
At least
But
he
yeah,
She
shows
doesn't
Galadriel
shows
does,
really.
them.
yeah.
Well, no, I mean based on the end of season 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she doesn't like tell people or anything, which
That-
only compounds the issue and makes it
Sure.
difficult for people to.
Well,
get
yes,
to that
but
point,
imagine
yeah.
if she had told Celebrimbor, yeah, he's Sauron, so
Exactly.
never talk to Halbrand again. That
She
would
didn't
like-
tell Elrond that she
But she
didn't tell
didn't.
Celebrimbor.
if
All
she,
she
if
told.
she had said that, then it would seem that that would have actually be the Lord of the Rings doesn't happen. Like,
Yeah.
she just said that.
All she told Celebrimbor was, "Don't talk to him again. He's not who he claims he is. Don't talk to him again." Okay, bye.
Yeah. Pretty simple instructions.
I gotta go
actually.
chase Elrond because he took the rings, I guess, when I wasn't looking. All right, so
Oh, God.
Elrond he's got his line, he's sticking to it, and he has brought the rings to Círdan because he thinks that Círdan, being the oldest and wisest of the elves, might know how to destroy them.
It would be so
So-
funny if there was a shot where he pushes it onto the table, and then the other end you see Círdan push a hammer. He's like, "Have you tried this?"
Yeah.
Did you try punching it?
Elrond's like, "Oh shit, no, actually,
actually
just
haven't,
assumed
like,
that I haven't." So
I mean, they do look
Círdan-
really fucking cheap, so they probably. Well,
Círdan says that there's a deep trench where the bones of the some I don't know if it's supposed to be a real thing that actually happened or just a mythological story, but there's a super mega crazy deep trench nearby in the ocean, very nearby in the ocean, and he could drop them in there.
Don't
And
let
while
the fucking children play there.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And while I don't think it would destroy them technically, it would take them out of play forever. They couldn't be used by anyone. It would never be possible to retrieve them. That's where they would remain forever. So Círdan seems to think that it's an appropriate method of getting rid of him, which seems like it would be the case. There's no way you're getting down there to get them, and as long as they just sit there and no one uses them, they can't do anything.
Mhm.
So
I just
think
like,
that would work.
like Elrond is such a muppet though for that to have to, because it's not exactly something only an old wise person could come up with as a plan. Oh,
What if I
by
dropped
the
him in the
way,
ocean?
have you considered just
Dropped
throwing
him
them
in-
down a really deep hole?
I mean, if
Oh man, that's so wise, Kieran. Thank you
Elrond-
very much.
if Elrond
So
jumped off the
wise.
cliff, accidentally dropped
Hmm.
them when he hit the water, they might be just irretrievable. They'd be at the
Yeah.
bottom of the bay.
No, because
Why would we even know
Gil
what it
Galad
was?
would have a fucking scuba team. Like the elves.
Well, elves.
he
Scuba
builds
team,
a
dive,
U-boat.
dive.
So also the fact that this trench exists means that by the time we get to season 5 or whenever this goddamn show is going to end, the One Ring will exist.
Yes, I
Which-
don't know how does this trench come into play when the third age rolls around. I guess we'll never know. Because
Well,
we
I mean,
will never know.
It's really a matter
The
of
argument
courage.
against
Gollum would
dropping the
jump down
One
there.
Ring, the
Yeah,
argument
yeah.
against just dropping the One Ring anywhere is that because it would never actually be destroyed, Sauron would eventually, A, you couldn't kill Sauron, and B, he would probably find a way of getting it back eventually. The only place it can be destroyed is in the place it was made, which isn't true of the rest of the rings. In fact, you probably could just hit these really hard with a hammer, and it probably would work, but it doesn't apply to the One Ring, which is why they
Well, they
had
never-
specifically to take it back.
Well, yeah, here with these three, they never consider
No.
have you tried hitting them with
Oh.
a hammer?
Yeah, hold on, because I'm just subconsciously drawing from information from the Peter Jackson films here, which I need to not do. So Mithril is as light as a feather and as hard as dragon scale, which would suggest that when you smack it with a hammer, nothing's going to happen. Rings of Power has not told us that, unless I'm mistaken. It's
They
just a
say
special
it's a
metal.
very good metal,
They
basically.
say it's real good.
Do they say that it's? Do they say it's really hard to like?
I don't
Did
think
it bend?
they give us like a reference for how hard, other than
No.
like it's stronger
Well,
than.
still, as thin as it is.
They also say it's unstable, right?
So
Celebrimbor
And if,
Celebrimbor-
says-
if you've got a
um,
forge that you can like shape it and work it, you have a forge that can
Yeah.
undo it.
he says nothing can diminish its light, but that doesn't.
What about a blanket?
Well, he says, I've tested it under every duress. and nothing can diminish it. So, like, by implication, he's tested it under a huge amount of different trains. He says every duress, which is obviously not true because he hasn't, presumably
have
rubbed,
access
he
to
hasn't
every
rubbed
duress.
cheese on it or something, or he hasn't dropped it in a volcano.
You guys are right. You wouldn't.
counts as
How do you
duress.
know?
He really wouldn't need anyone who's wise, would he? He would need to just get to the forge. You need to go back to the forge and drop them in, melt them, and I don't know, fuck with the materials in a way that's just like build them into like a little block or stick.
Sabotage the forge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
You have to assume that would work.
Yeah, like that should have been Elrond's whole operation, probably. Like, the problem with going to the wisest elf is you have no idea if he's gonna fucking side with you, bud. You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe the wisest self is like, yo, we should totally use them. These are great. Not that he would, because he's wise.
Celebrimbor would probably not be fine with him smashing the rings he just made. But
Well, that would be cool character stuff that we'll never have.
Yeah.
So, so, Círdan's gonna drop in the water. You ever think of that? No, because you're not wise like me. And they're having this chat, and the conversation is cut short. There's a horse arriving.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
my
no.
god. It's Gil
Whoa,
Galad
nay.
and Galadriel and some
Drat, They tracked
extras.
down the one
It's-
fucking Wiseman.
Gil-galadriel.
How did they know?
Yeah.
So Gil-galad came here personally, probably because he wants to make sure he can get a hand on the rings
Well,
himself for
Ragnar-
safekeeping or for use.
I'm a little bit disappointed you didn't describe it as a rare Gil-galad action scene, because he...
Oh
he
yeah,
doesn't-
this is a very rare Gil-galad action scene.
He's
on
away
a
from the
horse.
tree.
He left the
when
soundstage.
Random, when you and I were watching this episode, when Elrond jumped off the cliff, I said, "Oh, a rare Elrond action scene."
Oh god, yeah. I'm not going to mention it in case anyone in chat hasn't seen it, but there are things that are going to happen based on the trailer that I am really looking forward to involving Elrond, because I don't know how they're going to justify it.
Well, so Gil-galad is here in an action scene. He wants to take the rings, personally and see to them. But when they arrive, Galadriel, she asks Gil-galad if she can go inside and talk to Elrond himself personally. And Gil-galad, who should not be trusting her at all ever.
Yeah,
not
what
one
you should
single
say is,
tiny bit.
fuck no, everyone surround the building, go in at the same time.
Yes.
But sir, he's wise.
And old.
he like, they walk in the room and he does the Professor X motion, and then they go, ah, and fall over.
Oh, he's so wise and old.
That would actually be quite a good payoff, is if one of them says, "But sir, he's wise," and then Gil-galad goes, "And old," and then they go.
And one of them does the thing from fucking Last Crusade. He says, and old, and he goes, ah, and turns to a skeleton or something. He's just like, I don't understand these powers. Like, where do you make people die from old? Like, what?
So, Gil-galad actually allows Galadriel to go inside and talk with Elrond, because Gil-galad's a retard. And now we get to have an incredibly wonderful conversation between two very good friends and Galadriel, where we can see just how far she's come since season 1. She walks in and she says, I've come to coax you willingly, or else we'll arrest you. So,
It would just be
Damn, I fell at the first hurdle.
It would just be so funny, because I want Elrond to cut to like, do you understand my argument? Give me my argument, because I need to know that you have any idea what I'm trying to say. Then if she managed to do it, he'd be like, so you understand, I think that you're essentially corrupted. So everything you say, I think is you trying to corrupt me, you dumb fuck. Like, why would I listen to you? You don't understand what's happening. None of the characters do. But to be fair, Elrond hasn't made much of an effort to make them understand, so whatever.
No.
let's see. She says, I should have trusted you, as I asked you to trust me. I do not know what this is referencing.
Yeah, so the promise that Elrond made to Galadriel, or I should say, Galadriel asked Elrond to trust her, which happened at the beginning and at the end of season 1. That is something that happened. But the fact that she says, I should have trusted you as I asked you to trust me. When should Galadriel have trusted Elrond? Because as far as I can tell, the only thing that they've actually disagreed on is what to do with the rings. Which, if that's what they're appealing to, if that's what she's appealing to, then she's saying, I should have trusted you that we shouldn't use these rings, whilst trying to convince him that they should use these rings.
I don't know what the writers mean. I legitimately don't know what they mean. These two characters have actually not talked that much in season 1.
No, they're great friends.
I don't know what the... I don't know. I have no idea what this references. I don't know. I don't know. So
This
if
might
one
be a
becomes
stupid
over it, let me
question,
know.
but is this possibly a reference to the lore?
Don't think so.
No, I don't think
The
so.
only thing I can think of is not going after Sauron, but that really doesn't make sense either.
She tries to assure him that with 3 there's balance, and that this is a path that we chose together. And then Elrond says, "No, you chose it for me,"
Yes.
which is good.
Yes.
Well,
Base.
Good boy, Elrond.
Elrond is actually.
I like that he's pushing back, but it's like this path we chose. Like, well, it changed. No, you did some wacky shit, and then nobody agreed
Crazy shit.
with whatever the
We
fuck is
take
going on
what we
now.
can
Yeah.
get, Mahler, alright?
There was no one else to agree with. You just decided this is gonna be what was gonna happen, and boom.
Sorry,
it
I-
got
I-
set into motion.
She's doing a gaslighting. You gotta stop her.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
incredibly manipulative. I hate Galadriel. She
she's
is
so
one of the
massive cunt.
shittiest characters I've ever seen, and she does not get punished for it. She should not be allowed to have this conversation.
I just love the idea that Elrond's summary of Galadriel's actions in season 1 is you did some wacky shit.
So essentially, the reason that Galadriel allowed the rings to be made, even knowing Sauron's identity and why she wants the elves to use the rings, is because she says, "In my heart, I know the 3 rings are free of his influence."
Oh, so all
that couldn't be-
all my
that couldn't be
incredible
Sauron
arguments are going to be
corrupting you, right?
countered with your feelings. Okay.
It's fucking
It's-
amazing, isn't it? Because you'd be like, Galadriel,
Yeah.
that's exactly what a corrupted fucking idiot would say.
Yep, that's exactly what.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's also the second time she's done it, because in episode 1 of season 1, she said, "It's what is it? The evil is gone. Why is it not gone from in here? Oh, well, you just kind of feel like he's still out there. Is that it?" It's the
No,
same
she's just
thing
saying
again.
that she's evil.
yeah. Sauron would, by design, have the rings be such that it didn't feel evil, because that would
Mm-hmm.
that the jig would be up. So
Yeah, if you put them on
Anyway.
and felt an urge to like stab puppies or something, then it would be pretty obvious that you
You
should
just-
take that ring off.
You just want that moment where she's like, I'm not corrupted. He's like, that's what a corrupted person would say. She's like, yes, but I'm not corrupted. He's like, that's what a corrupted
but I
person would
know
say.
I'm not corrupted.
And she's like, no, but I know it. I can feel it. He's like, oh my god, Galadriel,
I know it,
seriously.
yeah.
My God,
Yeah,
God,
Snap you
you're-
now.
you are so not the oldest and wisest.
No.
Sauron can absolutely be fucking with you right now, and you have no fuck.
True. Yeah.
And then
Galadriel
Gil-galad
could
comes
literally
in.
be
He's like,
Sauron.
no, I'm pretty sure she's not corrupted. He's like, you're corrupted too. And he's like, no, I'm not. I would
I'll
know
get
if
all
I was
arrested.
corrupted.
It was 3 Spider-Men pointing at each other. Anyway, so yeah, she's in my heart. I know the 3 rings were free of his influence. And Elrond asks, "But are you? You turned your back on Valinor. Maybe that was Sauron's influence." Elrond is telling her that she could totally be corrupted, and he's right. And everyone needs to fucking recognize this, but only Elrond does, which is
Yep.
insane.
Oh, it's boring too. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much conflict left on the table to make a show interesting. They don't even know they have it there. It's right there. Pick it up. Use it.
So there's also this is the first of 2 references from episodes 1 and 2 that suggests that the writers are trying to suggest that all question mark of Galadriel's actions in season 1 from the moment she met Sauron, because he touched her as soon as they got on the boat. He pulled her onto the boat. Everything that she did was to some degree corrupted by Sauron, and therefore she is not as responsible as she was presented as in season 1. Which to me seems like a very hasty retcon to make her more likable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some of you might be wondering, you might be screaming, wait, where is Círdan? He was right here. They were just having a conversation in the workshop. Where's
He's
Círdan?
wise.
He was
The
right
workshop-
here. Their conversation ended because they heard the little horse feet pitter pattering coming in to get him, and then there were guards and a king and everything. Where did Círdan go? He's just not present.
He's wise, Rags. He's wise.
Would it be great
Yeah.
if they did a
And old.
Scooby-Doo cut where Kieran's doing the little Scooby-Doo sneaky run?
Or I thought you were gonna say he was like up on the rafters, like or above the door or something, and he's like standing in between 2 beams or whatever, like sideways or something, like
And
a
it-
ninja pose.
And revealed between that little argument where she's like, I'm not corrupted, you are. I'm not. And then the camera pans up and he goes, you are kind of corrupted though.
You are. You
like-
probably are. You were with
I would
Sauron
just-
a lot. You've
I
helped
would
him
just
out
love-
a lot.
I would just love to see him like sneaking away in the background, like
Yeah, while they're talking.
he's out of focus in the background. Yeah.
So we find out that Círdan is he's not hiding, or he's not behind a barrel or anything like that. He didn't jump out the window. He is apparently he took a boat from that little building they were in, and he left with the rings to go dump
No
them
one
in the
saw him.
trench.
You sure
Yeah,
did.
no one saw him leave.
The workshop was
No-
surrounded with elves, and no one is like,
With
"Is
all
that
of their
Kiernan
elf
over there?"
eyes, all
It's
these
like, yeah, he's
elves
just-
just didn't see him leaving in a boat out this little building.
It's one
He
of
was
those
on the
things I
water,
think
they
where
just didn't see it.
you can picture the scene, right, where he slowly closes the door and he's listening. You can hear Galadriel, and he's like, "She didn't notice." And then he closes it, and he's like, "Ah." The Galad goes, "Hey, man," and he's like, "Ah." He's like, "How you doing?"
Oh, Your Highness. Oh, it just sounded like they needed a moment in there, so I was just getting some air.
I
He's like, "You didn't. You
I
don't
guess
know
he
anything about the
swam to a
rings, do
boat
you?"
on
And he's
the
like,
other
"No."
Yes. No,
Yeah,
no, no.
Right? What are those?
That
Never
must
heard
be
of
true
that.
because you are very wise. The wisest and oldest of us all.
It really is a. Oh, hold on! I just noticed actually. So if you go back, the other boats that were like moored, they all had little lanterns on. His doesn't, which therefore means it's invisible.
Ah,
It is,
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
He should
Well,
learn
it's
to
smart.
attack Osgiliath.
He's a wise man.
If you also notice in that earlier shot, Galadriel's hair is not moving in the wind, and that boat is
Ah.
moving at quite a rate of knots.
Well, it's
Is he
actually
corrupted?
it's sort of a reference to because she's corrupted. Wind doesn't work when you're evil.
Yeah.
It's evil wind, yeah.
Yeah. You should know these
The
things,
cold
man.
and
Come on, I
the
thought you watched
evil
this
hair.
show.
Yeah.
But yes, is Kieran's just he's going his little boat. He's gonna go dump off those rings. What a cliffhanger!
I just want to see Gil-galad paddling a little boat going, "Stop!
Stop!
Don't
Hey,
do
where
it!"
are you
Get back
going?
here.
Don't you throw those rings in? I know you're going to. I know you're going to do it. I see them. Stop! Don't do it.
Stop.
He's like, "I don't
I
have any
command
rings." He's
you
like, "You
not
do
to."
have rings. You do. I can
No.
see
You
them."
do.
Or
No,
they
no,
just,
I'm
they just
wise.
see a boat like leaving the harbor, and they're like,
I'm
"I'm sure that
wise."
will be fine." Yeah.
He's paddling so wiser than me. I can't catch him. I wish I was as old as he was, so I can catch up.
Oh, fucking roll wisdom to paddle.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. Okay, back to Nori and not Gandalf.
No.
Now,
Oh God, why?
Now they
We don't have
think
to
that
spend long on
someone's-
this, do we?
no, you
No.
don't. We don't.
I
So
just love that image right there. I love it.
Okay,
Yep,
that's
yep.
their trap.
Fuck,
That's
That's the
Dude.
trap.
Amazing trap, bro.
that's their trap because
That's
they know someone's
too-
following him. It's been
that's
implied
too
to be
rocks.
Skeletor.
That's
Oh.
2 fucking rocks.
Also
If
by-
anyone just steps on it, it just
Barely even off
moves.
the ground.
It's
Well,
just
there's
on the
a-
ground.
It's actually
There's
hard.
a shot just
Yeah. To get your foot
Also,
under
those
that would be
rocks-
annoying.
Those rocks
there's a
aren't going
shot
to weigh
just
anything.
before this when they're looking straight at her and they can't tell it's her. Like Gandalf is looking like straight at her from not
Yep.
that far away.
Yeah,
I
Nori-
can't decide what's more embarrassing, that the trap itself, or that whoever is here is actually gonna fall over it.
It's before this as well.
So
Well-
also, Nori is on top of that rock, which means she absolutely would know who this is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like I
fair
said,
enough.
Gandalf is looking straight at her just before this
And
happens.
that, yeah, they should know. We don't, because the camera is, they're hiding it from us with blurry shots and careful
And the
framing.
best-
But
The best moment here, he picks up a fucking rock. Imagine if he fucking smashed her face in.
Brained
Oh, I
it.
wish
Yeah.
he did that.
So it's like, wow, the person following us is like Harfoot size. That's interesting.
But like, why wouldn't she be calling
Yeah.
their name? Does she think this is a dangerous place or something?
Well, my other question is, how
She's
long has
blind.
she been following them? Because they've been walking for ages, and she must have been fairly close behind them. How has she not already caught up to them if they've been going for months at this point?
They're walking in circles for months.
they're walking in circles. They do throw in a line in a minute where they say, well, you hadn't exactly gotten very far, so
Yeah.
finding you was not difficult, which I like, fuck that. That's bullshit, because they're in the middle of a desert. We haven't seen anything like this. If this is actually a couple of hours walk from the Grove at the end of season 1, then the writers are lying to us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like this shot, how is he not, noticed this is a fucking tiny person?
Tiny person.
Because they stole the thing from Return of the King with the shadow on the wall when Sam goes into Cirith Ungol. That's what they did, and so it makes him think it's a bigger person because the shadow was big.
Dude, he looks like he was barely paying attention. No offense to the actor, I think, but like I think did they tell him they were shooting here? Because he just sort of, you see his face, he's like, and then he goes, oh, like she's actually
just put us
fallen. It's
down.
like, how are you
Yeah.
not? I thought you were staring right at her. What the fuck?
His mind's veiled, he's a bit slow.
I hope Nori's up there to throw
But
that
lo-
blanket on them from
That'll get him.
50 feet in the air.
Yeah, but that
That'll
is the
stop
shot
him.
from that is the shot from before, and then it pans down to see Gandalf is like right there beneath the shot. So he's looking straight at her, like they can't tell it's a halfling.
So anyway, they trap the person, and it's Poppy.
Oh,
The only thing that happens in the Harfoot plotline in episode 1 is, oh, it was Poppy. So
They totally
why?
retconned. They did not intend to have her for season 2. So I don't know what changed, but they decided, fuck it, we're bringing her in.
I was feeling that maybe they knew that they were going to do this, and they knew that nothing of import was going to happen in episode 1. So they were like, well, let's blue ball the audience at the end of season 1.
They needed fuel for a fake out.
Exactly. They needed fuel for the fake out. So then they made her arrive, because otherwise they would have the map and they would have Poppy, which means nothing happens in episode 1. So they contrived drama to fill time in their TV show.
So I suppose it's at this point that you kind of wonder, like, what's the point in this show? Like, why does it even exist? Why are you doing
That's
this?
a good question.
That point
I don't
arrived
know.
a long time ago.
I suppose it did. I suppose it really did. But like, I'm just struck by why they'd even feel compelled to make this show and tell these stories. You know,
in a world that made sense, this wouldn't exist.
Also, this show cost $1 billion. Just throwing that out there again.
That's why it's really good. Yeah, it's really good. You can tell.
Yeah, we've got that fucking
Got the
that
market
framing
quality.
with the actor who doesn't know what he's doing. We've got the fact that they should have already seen Poppy. We've got the booby trap that is like the lamest booby trap that I could have made in 5 seconds, and it's $1 billion show. Like, people, shit on things like the Acolyte, rightfully so, because it looks cheap and it cost $180 million. This cost $1 billion fucking dollars. It's unbelievable.
Oh, Jesus.
So yeah, I have many questions. I don't know how she was able to follow them this far, this long. I don't know where she got food and water, because the other two, they were like starving and dying of thirst, and I don't know how she had enough provisions when they didn't.
Because
she remembered to
put
bring
it all in
food.
her hair.
Yeah, I guess I feel like the show just wasted my time by not having Poppy not join them when they departed at the end of season 1. Makes me feel like the writers changed their minds or something. I don't know.
There's a lot of that in this series. I feel like the rewrites occurred. That's the case with fucking Halbrand going to Mordor as well, and then just walking back later on.
That one's really funny.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll get to that, because I have a little theory as to why that happened.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, so Poppy has a way for them not to be lost, which is, boy, that's great. That's really good. That's fortunate, is what that is. She has this little map, and the key to getting unlost is singing this song that they made up for this season.
Yeah, because that fucking thing apparently was a trail a very long time ago, and now the song was, that's the directions, and now we can go to Rune.
This is the song from the
Cool.
travel montage in season 1 episode. Is it 4? I think it is.
Yeah.
No, so I checked. It's not the same song.
Yeah, they changed it.
Oh, that's
Yeah, this is a new. I think this is a new song.
Bastards.
This is
I'm
just this is just Harfoot lore.
I'm gonna double check it. I'm gonna double check it right now.
I'm pretty sure it's the same, because they reference trees made of stone, black sand, tower, light that was no longer my home. Because I remember thinking when I listened to it in season 1, thinking that makes no fucking sense, because none of you lived in a tower ever. So why would you have a song that mentioned it? And now it's become relevant. I think it's the same song, and they've just managed to turn it into something. They forgot to include the line in the song which said this will be relevant later, and that's the thing that's throwing people off.
Mauler, can you get the because not Gandalf says one of the lines to the song? Can you just get
This
that
Wandering Day, I think it's called.
That's from the one in episode 5. I'm talking about the one here, because I think it's different, but I'm just going to double check.
You know
I
when
thought
he
it
says
was
it.
as well.
It's after Poppy shows him the map. Yeah, no, before this.
Wait, where am I going?
Actually, fuck it. You keep
Oh,
going.
this,
I've got-
right. I'm sorry, I just don't know
I
this
was gonna
show as well as some people. Okay.
I've got the show, so I can find it myself if I
I
need
just
to.
realized
It's
my
fine.
copyright cover wasn't on there though. Ugh. Risking some shit.
Yup. Ah.
Oh yeah, I think I've got it, because he does a line here. Song? What song?
Yeah, here we
Give you
go. What
one
song?
guess.
The Wandering Song.
Sing to me, land far away.
Which is the song from season 1.
Oh, that was it?
It's the later things that I didn't think was in the actual song.
I can,
that was
I concede I am wrong. Those are lyrics from the song
Okay.
in episode 5, so it's the same song.
I mean, the fact that Nori says the Walken song, I think that's supposed to be a signal to the audience, like, you remember the song from season 1, don't you, audience? It was very fun and lovely, and you loved it.
That was what I assumed, and then I guess I double checked but got it wrong. So, but yeah, it is the same song.
Well, it's a really good thing that they sung it that time because it's gonna get them unlost. You have to sing. You have to follow like the instructions of the song lyrics with the map, and then you can get through the magical get lost place.
Mm-hmm.
And Poppy has those, so now they can get not lost. So
Isn't that satisfying and cool?
Yeah. So Poppy showed up, and all's well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's great.
So anyway.
Yeah, so anyway, I guess now that problem's fucking solved. Yeah, they look around for rock formations that fit the words to the song, and they find it, and then they do the thing, and blah, blah, blah. They're not lost anymore. I guess they would have just died here if Poppy didn't show up to break their loop of being lost. And maybe the tracker would have tracked them forever. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, the Skeletor people are still following. All right, back to Kierden.
Whoa!
Yay!
Kierden is in the water on his boat. He's at the trench now. It's very close to land. It's very, very nearby. He's already there. Now,
oh god, the scene.
he has the bag with the rings in him, and he holds it overboard, just like Pirates of the Caribbean. And then he's about to drop him, but a random wave knocks the boat around, and it knocks the bag back into the boat.
It's not even a wave, it's like a bubble from the ocean.
It's a little ocean fart.
Burps at him.
Yeah, it's like
The ocean farted at him, yeah. And the sea is always right, of course.
This is so shit. What did this? Why?
What
this
the
is
fuck
unbelievable. I think
I'm
this
glad
is
you
just
asked. We'll never know.
unbelievable that they did this. It's like, oh, we need him to change his mind. How are we gonna do this? Oh,
I don't know,
how
what
about he's
about a
on the
double?
fucking boat and then the sea farts at him and then he drops the thing, looks at him, and it's like, oh, those look powerful. Let me go back and shit on
Catfish
Elrond.
gun, hiccup,
There are
was-
two
wild
theories
blow.
as to what this could possibly be, because we do see him later using one of the rings to control water. So one of the theories is simply that the water is reacting to that ring,
Like, don't
and
put
that
it in
ring
me.
does not want to be destroyed. So that's why the sea burped to him. The other one is that it's actually the god of the sea, but I don't think that is the case because this show tends to avoid those
They
questions
don't
completely.
rule out that it could be Sauron. He,
Void
Oh,
answers
okay.
too.
Could be.
he gets some
He knew.
long-distance shenanigans in this season.
Sauron can do
Yeah.
Damn, Sauron can
Anyway.
do sea farts now too? That's insane.
Yeah, this
He's so overpowered.
this just to be clear, this random sea fart leads to the elves putting on the rings of power.
This sea
Could
fart leads
also be
to the
that
entire
We
story
thought changed
happening.
history. Yeah, it changed the
Could be
history
that
of
the
Middle
rings
Earth
have a will
forever.
of their own and have like magicisms, you know.
And also, again, when he's looking at it, like, oh, look at that ring, it's like, so they're evil then, are they? Like, what's going on?
Everything
He
you
also-
said
The
before, you
ocean
know.
wants them.
He heard Elrond's explanation for why he should destroy them, and he didn't say I agree, but the fact that he's here means that he agrees, right? He was convinced.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then he
Well,
changes.
Fuck that, shiny.
He reconsiders a little bit and takes pause and looks at them because the sea splashed him. And then the next time we see him, he's wearing one of the rings, which means that he actually the process of him changing his mind happened entirely off screen, and I don't know what we're supposed to make of that.
Well,
Apart from
looks
he's
at
just
them-
wise.
He looks at them. He does come back and he says there is perfection outside of Valinor after he sees the rings. So I think the idea is supposed to be this is a person who is so obsessed with the beauty of Valinor, and of course the show has retconned the origin of Mithril to make it Silmarils, and Silmarils are the light of the Valar. So when he sees them, he sees the light of the Valar, which is the only thing he really gives a shit about. So as soon as he sees them, his mind is changed purely by how beautiful they are. Which is kind of requires a lot more to substantiate it than we get, but I think that's what they're going for.
So he
calling those fucking dollar store rings perfection though is the funniest thing in the show. They look so fucking ass. Especially Galadriel's ring.
He's
It's
entranced
so
by them
fucking
now, and
incredible.
they're still in the bag. So I guess he gets really curious.
Like,
So yeah,
You just want that to be acknowledged. So you agreed with me until you saw the rings that I
And you
told you
saw
corrupts
them.
the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah,
Hello.
and they just skip that completely in episode 2. They skip it completely.
It's like, oh, you wouldn't throw away a poem because the person who wrote it was
Ah.
drunk. It's like, as though that comparable in any way. It's like, we're not talking about a drunk poet. We're talking about
about an evil
Satan's
ring.
nukes
Yeah,
here.
like
It's
if Sauron
slight
was just
difference.
writing poems, then we could have this conversation, but that's not what he's doing.
Did you
And
talk?
maybe we couldn't even, because maybe the poems got evil flames in them. Maybe the paper is evil.
Did you say we've got Satan's nudes?
What?
That's what I thought I heard someone say.
Hell yeah.
These
I
are
said nudes,
Satan's
but nudes would
We
do
got
just as
Satan's
bad.
nudes, boys.
Damn.
You're not to look upon them. They are corrupting in the beauty.
All right. So, that was fun. Back to Halbrand.
Oh.
Yay.
No.
So, we go back to Halbrand, who's laying down in his little prison, and Adar is there, and Adar tells him his backstory.
Stop it, Zach.
He says Morgoth chose 13 to be his chosen, and he was led up to a dark and nameless peak and chained there, and he was really hungry, and eventually he saw his servant's face, Sauron's face, and it was beautiful. Sauron offered him wine, Adar drank it.
You just want Halbrand to be like, yeah, I know I was there. Go on. Like, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
So there you
No,
go.
instead he fucking cries.
Ugh.
Anyway,
Amazing.
I'm not sure why Adar is explaining his backstory to Halbrand. I'm not even sure why Halbrand knows, or Waldrick knows, or anyone knows. No one knows. Not even the oldest and wisest could know.
Maybe that's part of the torture. I don't know.
Ah.
However, what is a relevant piece of information is that Adar claims to have set the Southlanders free.
That's nice of them. Why?
It would be kind of stupid if he did, considering he's not certain that Halbrand can actually come through with this deal, or if he's lying, or...
Yeah, that would be a great plan, wouldn't it? Let's just tell Halbrand he set them free to get the information. How about that?
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah,
Halbrand,
so-
of course, is smart enough to say, prove it.
I want proof it, yeah.
Well, yeah, what he should have said is, like, give me this information and then I will set them free. But also we see after this scene that he has not set them free, but then by the next episode it seems like he has. So it looks like he is in the process of setting them free.
He's like, yeah, there's loads of paperwork.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe.
So did Sauron actually care about the Southlanders? Like,
well I don't know.
That's what that was kind of where my theory comes in here, because
let me do this one
Go for
part,
it.
and then you do the theory, and then that'll sort of tie up that bit.
Mm-hmm.
So Halbrand says that he has the trust of the elves, and he wants Adar to release him so he can go and find Sauron, even though Halbrand said he doesn't know what form Sauron has taken. Earlier, he claimed to Adar that he knew the location of Sauron, but I wouldn't know how he would know the location of Sauron without knowing who Sauron who he even looks like. Which should be really big sussers to Adar here.
He knows he's in Middle-earth.
Fair enough. That does. I mean, that
Narrows
narrows
it
it
down.
down a lot. Cosmically speaking, that narrows it down a fuck ton.
Yeah.
So
Knocked out.
yeah.
99.9% of the universe. So.
The location is all
and the
Adar
way-
really needs to learn, though, right? All he needs to learn is that Sauron is in Eregion, and then he can just go there and kill everyone in Eregion. He's won.
Yeah.
All he needs to know is the location, surely.
But yeah. Anyway, so that had me asking, why would Halbrand come here first? And is it that he really wants the Southlanders free? So,
any takers on
discuss.
explaining this? 'Cause
Yeah.
I got nothing.
discuss.
Can you say
I
that again?
got something, but I'll wait and see if anyone else has anything.
Can you say
I
that
mean-
again? I didn't quite catch that.
I
Why
don't know
would-
why
we're
else
ba-
he would be here. Yeah.
We're basically asking why would. I mean,
So what
it's like,
happens-
why would? Yeah, is it that does Halbrand Sauron really want the Southlanders free?
Because what he does kind of requires that he wants them to be free, because he's in Eregion, and then he goes to the Southlands to speak to Adar and say, I can find Sauron, set my people free, and then he goes back to Eregion. So what is the point of going to Mordor and back, other than if he wants the Southlands to be free?
Maybe he needs the Southlanders at some point for his own army.
or it's
Maybe
just
it's
it's to
That's
maintain
all I got.
cover.
Very effective, as we've learned.
Maybe it's
It's
some
to
big
maintain his
4D
cover,
chess
isn't it?
move, you know.
So like he needs someone with forces to go and attack a Region. He can't do it himself, and he's posing as King of the Southlands. It would look very suspicious if he didn't seem to care about the fate of the Southlanders. So
Yeah, is he
to
just
keep
trying
his
to
cover
do a
story intact.
convincing lie? Is that the whole point?
That
Would be my
But
guess.
why would he want
I
that
think
if he
that's
wants to make
possible.
more rings, though?
Well, so I think that's possible, but if his plan was to quote unquote locate Sauron, which is of course himself, then he would do that and then go to Adar and be like, I found Sauron, I'll tell you where he is, kind of thing. Rather, because what he does, he goes to Southlands or Mordor and then says, I think that I might be able to find Sauron for you, as implying that this is something that he can come back to him with later. So why would he go to Mordor now is kind of my question.
Yeah.
And yeah, so the only theory that I came up with, which it just popped into my head while doing episode 3, is by releasing all of the Southlanders, which Adar has done by the time we hit episode 3, it means you've got a whole load of people running around with the mark of Sauron branded on their flesh. So I think that Sauron is going to do magical bullshit to activate the mark of Sauron, and all of the Southlanders are going to be sleeper agents that are going to be switched on and are then going to fight on, for Sauron. That is all I've got.
That's really retarded, but it could be the actual case.
It's really, really, really dumb, but it also is the only reason I can think of as to why he would go there.
So is this show.
And
so,
why
you know.
they did specifically show us like the people being branded if they chose allegiance. So we know that Sauron likes his weird marks in places. So
And also-
who knows?
And in episode 3, we see a character conceal the fact that they have the mark on their skin and then like put another brand over it to hide it. And that would, if I'm correct, mean that they are not actually under Sauron's sway. Because like everyone in the series kind of seems to be treating, oh, well, if you've got the mark of Sauron on you, then that means that you are evil, even though that's obviously not how that would work.
Like
Because you could have been like captured and enslaved and then you escaped. But yeah.
Yeah. People are asking, why would Adar use Sauron's mark anyway to put on people?
So I don't know if this is actually backed up in season 1 because I haven't checked, but it could be that what we are calling the mark of Sauron is not actually the mark of
Just the
Sauron.
Southland
the
map.
mark
It's
of
the
Mordor.
Southland W,
Yeah, it's the
sideways
mark of
W.
evil Melkor's mark.
I think it was just explained as like, it
Melkor's
was the
mark.
map reference to get all of the orcs to Mordor, so they all knew where to go. So it wasn't the mark of Sauron specifically; it was to tell the forces to gather in this
Maybe
place.
he's adopting it.
That
He's
was
making
what
it
it
his
was
own.
in season 1, but they kind of retconned that, didn't they?
He's reclaiming it.
The fact that it is a map or a symbol for orcs to follow, that is, they say that at the start of the season, but that's not what ends up happening. Because also, why would he put that on Finrod's flesh?
Because the
unless he
writers
And
needed
in
something.
fucking Fourth Wave, when they are going to Mordor, like what?
I like.
But it's the
well-
call to action for the mystery box. It's like it's mystery box writing. I don't think there is an in-universe explanation. I think the explanation is just the writers needed something to get the mystery hook there that Galadriel can discover as the big oh no moment in the library. I think that's the only reason that mark exists. I mean, I could see them doing an Order 66 with a magic mark. It does sound dumb enough for them to do, but at the same time, I think every time I think there's something that's dumb enough for them to do, I'm probably overestimating them. There must be something else which is even more dumb they
Gotta
could
call
do.
Quite-
it Mordor
quite possibly, they-
66.
Mordor.
66.
Order 66.
But yeah, I think the only reason he is actually in Mordor right now is because they left him there at the end of season 1, and they had to think of some way to get him out of there again because they rewrote a bunch of shit. So they had him do some shit there. Oh, I guess he wants the Southlanders to
Why
be
did
free.
they even
Okay.
send him there though in the first place?
Well,
Like, if they were
exactly.
just
Why would he
gonna
leave?
send him
Because they had a
to,
different plan
Mordor?
for the show. He was probably gonna go there and be an incel lord and like take over Mordor and shit.
But how does that? But like, I thought. Okay, yeah, maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
another potential idea is that like this is a way of getting rid of Adar because he knows that if Adar thinks Sauron is alive, Adar will lead the army personally and will probably die in the attempt. And so it's a way to get him sort of death by ward, basically.
Yeah.
Sure, but I mean, so that makes sense. But at the same time, Sauron could have waited for a month, done bullshit to Celebrimbor's brain, and then gone to Mordor and said, "Sauron's in Eregion, go."
Yeah.
He doesn't
but
need
the
to
reason
come
is
now.
because they left him there at season 1, so they had to do it now.
Yeah.
That's my theory
Well,
anyway.
it's so weird, isn't it? Because when he suddenly leaves in season 1, if you were him, you'd be like, so Galadriel's going to tell everybody I'm Sauron, and she's going to say like to stay away from me, and I'm kind of fucked now. And to think, he arrives there so much later, and he's like, you still think you still think I'm Halbrand, right? And Celebrimbor's like, yeah. And he's like, wow.
Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, we're friends. Well, what?
But like, what he should have done, honestly, is leave Eregion, or honestly, just like go to the toilet and lock the door for a couple of days, and then walk back out and be like, "Are they gone? Okay, cool. Celebrimbor, come here. We have work to do."
Yes. Oh,
the whole going
that
to.
He
I
just
think
assumes that he just assumes that Celebrimbor is still chill with him is fucking insane.
It's just you need like a little a goblin.
He just
companion.
fucking knows.
Oh, it should have been Waldreg. You could have that companion with Sauron, who's like, he suggests the plan. Like, go back to Eregion, try to make the rings with Celebrimbor. And he's like, that's insane. They would have told him I'm Sauron by now. And he's like, no, maybe they didn't. And he's like, why would that happen? He's like, oh, maybe they was too scared. Like she sounded, she didn't want to tell anyone because she was like self-conscious about people thinking she failed or something. It might not have happened. He's like, nah, they would have sent letters. Someone would have figured it out.
They're not that retarded.
Yeah, and then they get there, and Waldreg's like, I told you.
Oh yeah.
Does his little Waldreg dance that he's famous for.
I might have worked it out. If Galadriel was being controlled by Sauron at the end of season 1, then that would be how he knows that she didn't reveal his identity.
Yeah.
Which is unbelievably cheap writing, but I think that's the only thing that makes sense, right? Because otherwise he just shows up like, hey, do you remember me? No? Okay, good.
A lot of other things don't make sense, though. This is fucking clown show, you know?
Yeah.
True.
And here's another one. Once you've established that Sauron is a shapeshifter, why does he even go back there as Halbrand? When he knows that Celebrimbor is waiting for word from Lindon, why doesn't he just pose as an elvish messenger and get in that way? And then he's like, oh, it's fine.
He could literally turn up and be like, I'm Anatar, hi.
Yeah. Or just turn up, turn up as
still.
God or whatever.
Oh, it's so fucking retarded. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it is funny, the whole, like, suggestion of an idea and then be like, well, that's retarded. It's like, so. Very likely then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem is that we have. If this was season 1, then we wouldn't have the precedent of season 1 to know the kind of bullshit that they are, frequently prone to pulling.
Yeah, and it only gets worse the more you go on, right? Like every time with shows like this, all the people who are trying to enjoy it, right? And that's why I use the word very carefully. Like they're trying their best to take this as a story. They're like, you see, it's gonna make sense later, and you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, it won't. It's gonna be much worse by the time we get to later.
Yeah.
They're never going to mention that spy from the Hall of Law ever again.
Nope. I also wanted to point out, by the way, it's really funny how the torture of Halbrand is consists of 2 beatings from fucking Waldreg with a stick.
Yeah, they could have honestly
and, like, smacks his ass for a little bit.
Again, without skipping ahead, like given what ends up happening in episode 2, they could have like sliced up his face or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter.
Nope.
You just mentioned the Hall of Law. It just makes me think if you said that to a writer, like, oh yeah, are you gonna do anything about the spy from the Hall of Law? I could just picture being like, is that like a Silmarillion thing? And you're like, no, from your show. And they're like, oh,
yeah.
Like where was this? Valinor? And you're like, oh my god.
See, that's the character that needs his own Lord of Ring Gollum spin-off game, because he knows how to speak the black speech.
Yeah, but
and he knows.
They got to do the Waldreg one first. That's the important one.
I suppose.
That's how you actually can be the mouth of Sauron, because it's a secret Numenorian.
So what's up with Waldreg?
What isn't up with Waldreg?
I like the part where he beats people up with his stick and stuff. I think that's cool.
Oh, have we talked about the sadness?
Well,
not yet. Not yet.
No.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, I did.
The sadness.
All right. Well,
you got a little bit of boot kissing or whatever, right? First.
Yeah, we have Waldreg asks Halbrand to swear his allegiance to Adar. And Halbrand says, basically says yes, and then swears to serve the Lord of Mordor. To the end of
see?
his days.
He's being
and then he
sneaky.
smiles to the audience.
He's
He
being a little
smiles.
Smiles
sneaky
to the
cheeky
audience.
fella. He's actually swearing allegiance to himself.
I just have the
Yeah.
camera tightening up in his face, and I just want Adar to come in like a fucking ODNG level cartoon
Is
and
that
just
a-
be like, swear allegiance to me, actually. Specifically.
are you swearing
Specifically to
like
me.
that? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
What are you
no,
Why
no,
are
I
you
didn't say that.
smiling? Why are you
Why are you
smiling?
smiling,
I
dude?
know you're not happy. It's an evil,
You're my prisoner.
mischievous smile too.
I don't want my prisoner smiling.
Yeah, I tortured you like for 2 weeks. Why are you
Prisoner
smiling?
feels bad.
Swear.
So yeah, pretty you know, fair enough. Sauron
pretty good.
fucking hates Adar. I guess he uses a little wordplay there. Fair enough. Probably about the most clever thing we'll see in a bit. So Halbrand leaves on his horse, the one horse in Mordor that orcs haven't eaten. Oddly enough, still Southlanders all over the place. So
Yeah, pretty worth
Uh,
mentioning as well that as Halbrand leaves, Adar says, follow him. He says one of the orcs needs to follow him.
Mm-hmm.
That is not mentioned again in episodes 2, 3, or 4. I have no idea if that's going to come up again later or if Halbrand killed him off screen, but supposedly
Oh,
he's being followed.
I think that
oh,
that
did
actually
it tell Glug?
It's not Glug. It's not Glug. It's definitely not
No!
Glug.
I
Wait.
think them
Where's Glug?
following. I think them following them is gonna be is the whole point why they don't get the message.
It also looks
wait,
fairly
wait.
light outside.
Yeah,
with, you
that-
know,
I
don't
the
think
that-
sunlight.
Mel,
I
That's
don't
for
think that
later.
works.
how many episodes have you seen?
2.
Oh.
3,
Okay.
sorry.
You get the
I've
answer to
seen
why
2.
there's no message in 4, and it's not that.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Wait, what? They show you the dead.
Yeah. They give you a different
You get
explanation.
another answer. You get
Honestly,
more answers.
I'm amazed that they actually give us an answer because
Is it an even
I
more
was too.
stupid thing than I thought it was?
It is very retarded. Yes.
Oh,
I
Okay,
can't
course
wait
it
to
is.
get there because I haven't seen it yet.
We'll get there.
Well, I'll get there.
Oh, next
yeah.
week is actually the plan to get there. So yeah.
Yeah.
yay!
But
All
like
right.
in this Mordor scene, it is fairly light outside. And remember what happens to the orcs in season 1 when there's sunlight on them?
It's fine.
Season 1 doesn't remember what happens to orcs.
Yeah.
This is evil light. That doesn't do any. This is
Evil
evil
light,
light.
yeah.
No warmth.
This light gives off no light.
You're right
evil.
though. It is funny because look how bright that is on Waldrig's hair.
Yeah, it's clearly sunlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, there are bright days in Mordor, I guess.
They
Hold on,
shouldn't
no.
be.
I was reliably informed that Mordor is now their Shadowland, so checkmate.
You have to have
Well,
light to have shadows.
you
Double
could-
checkmate, reverse Uno, get fucked.
You could easily have light days of Mordor if not for establishing that all of your orcs are apparently like unable, like through the
Yeah,
point of burning
allergic
to
to
death.
sunlight.
Yeah.
Air
Well,
quality
I mean,
index.
Rangs is time, I think.
No.
It's a
No.
sad day.
Could you run out a little bit
No.
longer, please, please?
Possibly the
He's not
worst
dead.
scene.
He
No.
died off screen. He's not dead. We didn't see him die.
The worst scene in the entire 2 seasons, the whole series.
Yeah.
So,
Horrible
thi-
decision.
yeah, this is.
I was enjoying the episode.
So
before.
Waldreg goes to check on the, I guess wherever it was that Halbrand was sitting around, and there's a sack, and the sack has a like a collar on it, a big old spiky dog collar on it, and then the warg attacks Waldreg.
What
Bullshit.
exactly is Waldrig doing in this scene? Does he not know that Halbrand
I
is
have
gone?
no clue.
I guess he was cleaning
saw
the
him
cell,
leave.
maybe?
I think
but
he's
also-
just
oh, no,
mad.
He's just
and he
tidying up. He
wants-
wants Mordor to look nice.
Yeah, maybe
Wait, the rate
yeah.
of-
it's for the
He's a
next
good-
person
he's
that
doing a
enters
good
the
job.
cell. He's got to spruce it up, right, ready for the next person. And then he's like,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
this
wait.
is-
Hold on.
Mint on the pillow.
The way
Gotta
that this is set
rearrange-
up, the way that
rearrange
this is
the
set up
dirt.
suggests that when Sauron left, he like sneakily unlocked the warg's collar and then put it under this thing to trap Waldreg. Like that's the point. He obviously wanted that to happen because he told the warg to do that. But how did he get released? Because Adar was in the room. There were a bunch of orcs in the room. They will have unlocked him and taken him to a horse and said, "Okay, off you go."
I just left something in my cage. Let me.
Like, how could he have done it unless he loosened the?
Little
Because
memento.
even if he loosened the collar previously off screen, then it wouldn't be where it currently is, which means
Yeah, it's in a
someone put it
bag.
there. Yeah.
He made the warg smart, so the warg did all of this itself. There you
I
go.
have no clue, but all we know is that Waldreg will probably never see him again.
I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, Sauron could come back, take over Mordor, and then raise him like the Night King in Game of
Ooh,
Thrones.
yeah,
if he
yeah.
comes back.
I would unironically love it if they capture fucking, I guess he's called himself, whatever he's called himself at the time, if it was Halbrand, capture him, and they're like, "Someone wants a word with you," and then Waldrick comes out, and he's got cyborg parts, and he's like, "You thought you killed me?"
Yeah, he looks like Cable.
I have died
Remember
before.
me.
We didn't
I
see him die,
welcomed you to
don't really
Mordor,
trust
and
it.
this is what you did.
By the way, Sauron could hear the scream from this far
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, no, not happening.
Got some good ears.
Because it's
It
also
screams really
only
loudly, okay?
only the true greeter of Mordor would have a voice that could carry so strong.
Hell yeah.
I guess maybe if he still has some kind of psychic connection to the Wog, then he
It's
would
not even,
maybe
he's
know
not
that
hearing it,
that's...
he's just feeling it, feeling the success of killing
Yeah.
Waldrick,
Yeah.
which to me, it secures him as villain. That's it. There's no coming back from that.
Absolutely.
The other
Yeah.
actions I can forgive, this is too far.
Yeah,
No, it's-
irredeemable.
The point is, it isn't the
Equally
Warg's
as
fault. He
evilous.
was enchanted. He didn't mean to.
Hmm?
It wasn't his fault.
Yeah, no, I
True.
hate Holbrand for this. He's the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
The
hate
Warg is
Sauron
fine.
for killing Waldrick.
Waldrick was just doing his job, and he was really good at it.
Yeah,
And
man.
that's what
He's
she
one of
now-
the best. I'm like I said, I'd implied it earlier, but I do hope they commit at least an episode, maybe a season to the funeral. I obviously like, you know.
The season.
It would. Yeah, it'll be a season of mourning. Yeah, like whenever a pharaoh dies, it's like 100
Well,
days of mourning.
It's like the death of Ned Stark being so significant, or Logan Roy. It's a character that when they die, everything changes. The whole world changes, right?
Can we have the orc lady
This-
singing like Eowyn in Two Towers?
Just to be clear, this should have been Dawn of the Second Age. All right.
With the death of Waldrick.
Yeah,
Are you
the
saying
dawn of the third
Waldrick
age.
Waldrick is the anchor being for Middle Earth?
Oh my
Yes.
The year
God.
200 after
Oh
Waldrick.
no!
No.
Waldrick is the anchor being.
This is not a canon event. This is not supposed to
Yeah,
happen.
Waldrick is like Uncle Ben. It's a canon event. He has to
No.
fucking die.
Encouraged is about to start.
Something's gone horribly wrong if he dies. It's the worst. Every universe needs King Waldrick.
You were the chosen
God
one.
Emperor Waldrick.
Well,
I'm not
At
kidding.
least
It
we
was
have
so
blood.
funny to see him back because he's such a goofy fucking idiot in the first season that gets given this great privilege of like becoming so important. To see him here as a lieutenant, nonetheless, it's just like that's fucking.
you
That's
were
wild.
old man
It's
Waldrick.
fitting.
You
I
were in
think
the
it's
little
fitting.
tavern, and oh my
And
goodness,
he gets
you had
a
the
bunch of
potatoes.
speaking lines. He's with the big dudes,
Yeah.
you know, decided things, and then he just gets killed by a warg.
He's
It's
moving
like,
up in the world.
"Aw." It would be so funny
Yeah.
to keep him around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's.
But they
Big
don't
miss.
do fun in this fucking show. They never want to.
Well, hey,
Or
well,
good.
Don't worry. We still have Glug.
Yes, glug, glug.
Glug and his wife.
Could he
Like a
I just-
be
well,
the Grand
just remember
Inquisitor
that-
in the Obi-Wan show who seemingly dies and then he does come back anyway? Like, there could be a big setback moment for Sauron when he does return, and it's Waldrick with like a massive scar but much vengeance, and then he can just, you know,
Would it be even
shut
funnier
up.
for the next scene? Waldrick's just back and there's no explanation. He's just there, just walking around doing stuff.
I would love that.
Maybe they put
Totally
like a
fitting in
little.
this show.
They put a tiny scar on his face, something really small.
No.
Nothing. Don't acknowledge
like,
it.
"Oh,
Or
yeah,
they have
well-"
like, wait, I thought Waldrick died. He's like, I'm Wildrig. I'm his brother.
The same actor.
Yeah.
Waldrick,
Same
you thought you were
clothes.
dead. I was.
I what?
I was.
Waldrick
Oh,
renewed
fuck.
for 3 seasons. Hopefully.
I want Waldrick fucking Warg Slayer.
Lord of the
Hashtag bring back
Warg
Waldrick.
Slayer.
Waldrick of the Rings.
Oh,
He has to collect every ring from all of men, elves, and dwarves to create like a super. And then get the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
ring off Sauron. It would be a great story.
Running out of fingers.
They're not courageous to do it. So maybe we'll do it one day.
He will return as Waldrick the White.
Yeah.
Do you think the last thing that Sauron saw before he exploded was Waldrick sitting in a field, smiling? You know, smiling and looking at him, just like, haha.
You have that
It's like the
moment in Infinity
It's
War.
like the end of.
As Sauron
Oh
is dying
my
and he talks to Waldrick in the dreamscape, and Waldrick says, "Was it worth it? Or what did it cost?" And Sauron's like,
Oh,
"Everything."
gosh, you.
Death Note or something. The end of Death Note, he's just standing over him as he's withering away. In the end, Waldrick gets the last laugh. In my heart, that's what I believe. He gets the last laugh.
I just had an amazing thought. So if they ever make, if Games Workshop ever make licensed Rings of Power miniatures, I am buying the shit out of the Waldreg miniature.
Waldreg 1 in 6 statue, hell yeah.
Yeah.
He has infinite might.
Comes with the
Well,
warg.
we have to steel our nerves and carry on with the story without.
Well, it feels
wandering,
like isn't the
of course.
story
But
over now? I
it's
mean, there's no characters
No, I
left.
think
I mean,
PG.
we could quit.
We can go in it.
That was always an
No.
option.
We only we only covered the parts of the season we actually gave a damn about. So, but we owe it to the dwarves to to go.
That's
we
true.
do.
That's true.
All right.
Yeah. That's
I think
fair.
that's
Well,
why
this
they
is
put
what-
Waldreg in episode 1 is to keep you going until the dwarves come back in, and it's like they knew.
This is what Waldreg would have wanted. He
Yeah.
would have wanted us to soldier forth like he did. All right. It was only that kind of a deception that could kill Waldreg. So back at Linden, the elves are basically preparing to leave Middle Earth. It's sad. They
Big old
believe that the
song.
rings have been chucked
Aw.
in the ocean. They think that they gotta go. It's a dark day. It's a sad, dreary day. Elrond is standing here
Well,
like he hasn't just
wait.
ruined everything.
Yeah.
So
Same with Galadriel.
let's just think about this piece by piece. So they're there, and then Galadriel's like, "What the fuck did you do?" And then he's like, "Círdan's gone out there, and he's gonna toss it into the big ocean trench. Lol, get fucked." And then Galadriel's like, "Ah, Jesus, get on a boat, quick! Gil-galad, apparently Círdan's gonna do the thing. Oh my god!" And they all paddle out there, and then they meet up with Círdan, and he's like, "No, I didn't."
Oh, he's too old and wise.
Well, but
Well,
how
you
does this
see,
scene
Mullen,
happen?
No, they just left.
So,
Just
Muller,
gave
it
up
happened.
and
It
went
happened
back.
off screen. They did a dramatic end to the scene, and then it doesn't matter what happened next because now we're in the next scene.
Yeah,
That's how
they-
it works in Rings of Power.
It doesn't,
They
doesn't
returned
make
back
sense.
to this place.
It doesn't make
Well, no,
sense.
they went back.
It never does.
Oh.
Elrond
have to-
says,
basically-
Elrond says, I sent Círdan out to dump the rings, and then Galadriel was like, "Oh, all right, I'll go tell Gil-galad." And so she
Yeah,
does,
I
and
get-
Gil-galad's like, "Oh, all right, well, I guess we're gonna go sing a bye-bye song."
Well, I guess
So
we'll
they
leave.
go.
Time to leave.
What, Eleanor, you want to come with us? You know.
Dude, I was just thinking how funny it would be if the One Ring did end up in that trench, because it's like this reporter to Sarah. It's like, "We found it." It would be like a really great comedic beat. If we found it, everyone's like, "Yeah," they're all celebrating. It's like, "I know exactly where it is." And the music's swelling, and then it hard cuts to them all staring at the trench at the side of the river or whatever it is, the lake. And he's like, "So it's in there?" He's like, "Yeah." And
We
they're like-
know it's there.
he's like I said, I knew where it was. He's like, "Yeah, you did say that. You said you knew where
Narrowed
it
it
was."
down
Thank
to
you.
this
Thanks,
trench.
dude.
He's like, "Do you want to jump down that?" He's like, "No."
No. Okay.
No.
Not
I mean,
at
you're
all.
the
even.
immortal being. You go down there, dude.
I don't know
Are
if
those
I'm
rings
that kind of
magnetic, man?
immortal.
Yeah.
Are those rings like magnetic? Maybe could we do like a big string,
Fucking-
a long
what-
string?
what are the-
Magnet. Can we get a big magnet out of
Yeah,
string?
one of the
Magnet.
orcs runs in with a big fishing rod like this. This kind of no. Okay, I'll try something else.
More.
I mean, we can try it until you find something better, I guess. Just standing
So
there.
what if we drain the ocean?
Ooh,
We'll
And then
we'll
Waldreg-
dig a trench.
Waldreg pops
We'll
up
dig a
like it's funny
trench
you should
across
say that.
Middle
Yes,
Earth.
we dig
I've got this
underneath
key.
it.
I
We'll
got this.
dump
key.
this. We'll dig a trench across Middle Earth. We'll dump all the water from this ocean into that ocean.
Whoa.
They start bringing in buckets. We can do this.
Yeah,
No, but
The
please,
beach
all
is
he needs
very
to
wet,
do-
sir.
He just needs one of his orcs to stab him with his own hat again, then he'd freeze the ocean, and then they could just mine their way down to the ring.
Oh.
He freezes the entire
Oh yeah,
ocean.
Dude, they
it's
do
Deep
that.
Rock Galactic.
And then it like
Oh
halfway
my
down,
God.
it starts melting again. They're like, "Oh no!"
Oh, no.
no.
Kill him again! Kill him again!
Kill him again.
Just throw him down.
Oh, fuck.
But then also you've
No.
got to send a load of like creepy crawlies and rats and shit down there as well, so that when he turns into Spaghetti Man, then he has something to eat.
Kill
gotta send-
Sauron and bring in the rats.
Bring in the rats, bring in the creepy crawlies, and bring in the old ladies in
To
their carts. And
rejuvenate.
send them
They
into the bottom of
They
the
have to
ocean.
bring in an old lady every time.
Yes!
She's like, "Oh, I'm so glad to have all these new friends." Ooh!
Just fill her cart up with bricks and send her into the ocean.
I'm imagining they have like a little bucket that has all the goo in it, and they're just
Ew.
throwing rats.
Yeah. They just
Make
want
sure
to
nothing gets
rat
lost.
every day.
I've thought of a way to drain the ocean. We put a straw into space, and we put it into the ocean.
Sauron has grown
Just
too
pick
big
up
for his
rats and
bucket. We need a
chuck
big one.
We need more rats. Throw more rats into the goo. Where's the old lady? She's on her way. She's old.
She's real slow. Do we
She's on a
keep old
cart in the
ladies
frozen
here
North
ready
wasteland.
for this? It's like, yeah, she died. She was
Oh.
old.
She died because she was old. We should have killed Sauron faster. Oh, my face hurts.
Jesus
Eventually, after
Christ.
so long, they're like, "Do we need the ring?" And Sauron's like, "Do I need the ring? Oh, no, it's fine."
How
Been
dare
stabbed
you.
in the face like 17 times already. It's like, I don't really want this anymore. This sucks.
Oh,
Really
Not a
inconvenient
quitter,
that
kill
the
me
next
again.
oldest person is only like 40 years old. So, oh shit, we're going to have to age her up for the next 30 years before we can send her.
Sauron, does it have to be
40's
old?
put this
40's
one
old
into
to a
it.
zoomer.
I've only ever done it with old people.
do you want to test it? Oh.
Okay.
That was fun. Let's
So,
get back to Rings
Yeah,
of
that's
Power.
fine. Anyway, yeah.
Ah,
Enough
Fun time's over. The elves are about to leave Middle Earth. They're singing a very sad bye-bye song. Elrond's here. Like he hasn't just ruined everything. From
You
their
should be in
perspective.
prison, no?
Everything's
You should be in
killed.
He
jail.
should be.
You would think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nah,
should
it's
be
fine.
punished.
For the
You know what's
record,
funny? You have this frame. You have this frame on right now. I was like, oh, he is actually at least he's like guarded by people, but a little bit later he just leaves.
yeah.
So
Mhm.
they're just there, but not for him.
For the record, I agree with everything he did, but from their perspective, he's
He should be
destroyed
punished. Yes.
the elven
Yeah.
presence in Middle Earth. So, like, he should totally be in
And
jail.
possibly all other free peoples as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is doomed Middle Earth to its fate.
Yeah.
They don't even treat it that way. They don't give him like a bollocken or anything. They're just like,
No, they don't care
No.
at all. They just chill.
well, as we know, he
chill
doesn't
about it, yeah.
lose his rank either, or even his standing,
one
his
does.
status, anything.
So, Gil Galad says the light of the Valar is diminished and it's fucking over, boys. It's over. It's so totally over.
Game
It's a
over,
very
man.
sad day. It's very dull and
It's
gray.
never been more over.
But
You've got to
then,
throw that simile in there as well. It's like coals too long removed from the hearth, you think it is, for this one? Which isn't the
Oh, I
worst simile
forget.
I've heard, but
it's not terrible.
okay.
I think it's just that they're out of stock. So whenever they say it's like, you go, no. Just say what it is.
It's like when Boogie talks about his health problems. I just tune out.
Exactly. And then he admits
Yeah.
he doesn't have
Start an
cancer
analogy.
and nobody catches it. It's like, oh, shit.
So I guess the effects of the tree dying are that elves are mortal now, or that they'll just die.
It's
I
not
don't
clear.
exactly know. It's not.
I'm still not
The-
sure if
the-
they just poof out of existence as soon as
They
the
will
last leaf
slowly
goes away.
fade away.
They all
is
explode
the-
into ice.
I would-
Maybe.
Oh, I
all
want,
of them?
though.
Oh no.
all of a chain
I would very
reaction.
much like someone to just be like, do we know this is anything other than just the tree's
Yeah.
got some rot? Like, have you
It's-
ever seen a
yeah, it's
tree
just
with
blue on
rot?
the
It
tree.
happens.
It
Yeah.
just has some bugs.
Looks fine in Oregon. You know, you
So
can probably move there.
I know that this would have been like a complete desecration of the law, but at this point, that's gone. So
We're there, baby.
yeah, if they had maybe said that like this tree contains fragments of a Silmaril or something like that, that just means nothing.
well, they tried
it-
that, but that's how Mithril was created because like a Balrog fought an elf and then some lightning struck it, and then
Hey, that's a lot of moving parts.
Sure.
Okay,
well,
wait.
but at the very least, it would mean that this tree is more than just a tree, because for now, it's a tree of symbolism that symbolizes the health of the elves across Middle Earth.
tree of
but we have-
symbolism.
Well, that's all it is.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
It doesn't.
I think
It doesn't
it
do anything else.
But that's what it's supposed to be, because the Rings of Power Season 1 does have the elves tell us that they are dying alongside the world around them, but it can only find a way to visualize that through things like the trees. So they have to go back to Valinor, because if they don't, not only will their world die, but they will as well, which is very confused and completely the opposite of what's supposed to be the case, and it's not supposed to be their motive for creating the rings. So it tells us that you're right. They only prove it insofar as they have the trees sort of dying, but they have found a way of disproving it, which I always struck me as weird. They didn't do with the dwarves, because when Elrond takes the Mithril shard back to Moria, and then he gives it back to Durin, and Durin swipes it across the table, and it sits next to the leaf of the tree, and the leaf of the tree heals itself. And it's like, well, that proves it, kind of. As good as proof as you're going to get anyway. So why not show that to the king of the dwarves? That would prove your point. Then you would probably be more likely to get the mithril you're after, and then maybe you'll save yourselves. But they shouldn't be dying anyway. That's a complete perversion of basically everything about the elves.
So on
Also-
that note, because I wanted to get at this, that's something I really don't understand. I'm going to go ahead and assume there's no answers to this. What was stopping anyone from, and just imagine it, take that piece of mithril, get some twine, or maybe a weaker metal, perhaps an aluminium if you have it, and wrap it around that mithril and then make a little ring thing of it and then put that on someone's hand, would that have the same effect or no? How does this magic work? How does making the ring out of that make it so that work? Could we not just, because they show it with the leaf, could you not just take that little nugget and just rub it all over the tree to save the tree? Could we do that?
Yeah.
Well,
Tree.
the way that they could have tested that, which because they could have plugged this hole, is they could have, you put the corrupted leaf next to the mithril, and then you take the mithril away, and then it becomes corrupted again. Because then that would mean like, oh, okay, well that's not going to work. We need a more permanent solution. But from what we get in the show, there is no reason why what you just say couldn't work.
Well,
yeah.
But also the idea of Elrond taking the little nugget of mithril back to Linden to show Gil-galad, that is definitely something that he should have done. But because it's not clear yet, but essentially Elrond, for the timelines to at all line up, which I know doesn't happen, so I need to stop appealing to that, he must have spent quite a lot of time in Eregion after being booted from Khazad-dûm, which means he absolutely would have had time to go to Linden and show the High King, look, I've got this. It works.
Yeah. And this has not, at this moment, been in any way near or touched by Sauron, actually, at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But oh well. We got the rings
Well,
now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of funny. They're all like, God, you're so depressing. And then Kid is like, rejoice, good people. I am here.
I put
I'm
one on.
old and
Wait, you did what?
I am old and wise, and I already have one of those rings, and they're really epic.
It is
the
kind
cue.
of like presumptive, like, oh, you're wearing one. Okay. Who said you could do that, buddy?
Oh, it doesn't matter. They all.
And
just
he's
get
like,
to keep
well,
their
I mean,
ring.
there's three of
Fine.
them, so whatever.
Yeah.
There's two more if you want to wear one, I guess.
I think this next scene is really funny
It's hilarious.
and frustrating at the same time.
Yeah, so Círdan shows up.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It's like, yo,
How did he
what's
get?
up, homie?
I guess he came here and showed up, and is no big deal. Here he is. He says that perfection now does exist, not only in Valinor. And holy shit, fuck, he's wearing a ring of power. Oh god, he's got one on. He put it on.
On his middle finger for some reason.
Yeah, it's a big fuck you to Elrond.
Yeah.
Not only did I not drop them in the evil fucking deep trench, I put it on my finger.
I
And
just
boy, it's
rode
great.
past you while wearing it, not even acknowledging your existence.
Yeah.
There is a sense that Elrond is just like, bro, what the fuck? Hello?
Yeah.
And he's like mouthing this as this is
We're
going
friends,
on. I
bro.
thought okay, jeez. Are you corrupted?
Círdan
You're
shows
corrupted
up.
too, huh?
Out of the way. Oldest and wisest here. Everyone out of the way. I put on the ring.
Also, did you wait for me to finish the song? Did you wait for that? Like, was that planned?
It would be really
Just want
funny
to interrupt me?
if Elrond was like, can I have one last look at all three rings? They're like, okay, Elrond, I trust you. And he jumps into the waterfall again. He's like,
Is it weird that the elves have a song prepared for them leaving Middle Earth? Like so sadly.
I wouldn't say so.
You don't
Yeah,
think that?
they've been there for like thousands of years.
It
Someone-
feels like the
someone
kind of
probably
thing
wrote
that the
that
elves
one
would
night,
do. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
look
Círdan
out
shows
by
up,
playing that,
got a
Mutely.
ring.
You're right. Sorry, I was distracted.
He gives the other two rings to Gil-galad, and then Elrond says no, and so Gil-galad drops them, and one clankety clanks over to Galadriel, and she is allowed to take it, hold on to it for a while, look at it, and then Galadriel puts on a ring of power.
Yeah, she just
Puts it on. Just fucking
And
puts it
later,
on.
I think she later
Unbelievable.
rationalizes it as the ring chose her,
Which is bad.
which is bad. Yes, very bad.
That is so fucking crazy.
I love how after everything that she's done and all the fucking mistakes she's made, she gets to
So
have
many
a ring.
mistakes, all the blackmailing, all the antagonizing
All the
of all the people she's
manipulation.
talked to, and
But
then
also-
the ring falls in front of us. Like, oh well, I guess it's here now.
There's no reason at all why Gil-galad would ever willingly give her the ring, which is why the writers were like, well, we need, she's got to have the ring because she just kind of does. I don't know how it happens in the books, but here they were just like, well, he drops it and it goes, she's got it now.
And then
That's
they just
it.
accept it. It's like there's that
Yeah.
scene in is
He
it
watches
Monty
it happen.
Python's Holy Grail? Is it like so? watery tarts throwing swords at you is no basis for a system of government. It's that kind of thing. Like you should probably have a discussion about who gets to do this. I mean, fuck it. Kierden came back because the sea burped at him. I don't think he's of sound mind. And then the ring sort of flopped toward Galadriel. That doesn't seem like a very sound basis for giving her that sort of power either. Have some kind of conversation as to who should get these.
Yeah, so they don't have a conversation in this episode, which, given how it's framed, I can maybe understand, given that Gil-galad seems to be okay with the idea of her at least putting it on to see if the tree's going to work, to see if the rings are going to work to fix the tree. But as soon as we hit episode 2, he should have definitely had a conversation like, you are obviously not keeping that.
Yeah, that's not
Why would I let
happening.
you keep that?
Yeah,
But that
why, like,
that
it's
isn't even a
not-
conversation that
I
happens.
hate it. I hate it. She just gets allowed to have it. Gil-galad just
Yeah.
allows her to put it on. Her, of all people, who might as well be
And-
Sauron himself.
Not just Gil-galad, Elrond as well. So Elrond and
Hey, he
Gil-galad
said
from this point
no.
on.
Under his breath once.
I mean, he did, and then she was like, "Yeah, but how about yes?" And then she's wearing it,
She's
and
like,
then
Elrond, I hear
she's
you,
just got it forever.
but counter argument, yes.
Counter argument, no.
But just compare that fucking piece of trash to the actual Lord of the Rings.
But
Yeah.
yeah, Galadriel
Jesus
now
fucking
is
Christ.
Galadriel now has a ring of power.
Yeah.
Gil-galad, when she puts on the ring, Gil-galad decides he's gonna put the other ring on himself. Probably wishes he could have chosen because he's the king and everything, but all well. The sky then lightens up, the music swells, everyone smiles, and the tree grows its new leaves, and it glows like a fucking, I don't even know, a sun, like glowstone.
Mhm.
I find the way that
Minecraft.
this scene plays out really weird because it's like you're playing triumphant music, but like, but should you be?
Should you?
Yeah.
There's
I
nothing
don't know.
clever about
Maybe
the
from
music.
their perspective.
Well, no. So that's the thing, right? The music's job here, I think, is to play what should sound like maybe a combination of celebratory but also tragedy, something weaved in to give you
Yeah,
a sense of
something
what this
uneasy.
means for the future.
Well,
Because
I
we
don't
know, and the music knows
Yeah.
we know, but it's
I mean,
weird.
if there were any solid, like, memorable musical themes like we get in like Howard Shore's score for the Lord of the Rings, then you could absolutely start combining them and having them play off of each other. That isn't.
I mean, I guess what's awkward is there are like motifs that I definitely recognize. I'm not like a huge fan of any of them
Yeah.
particularly, but there are definitely motifs.
I've
Like
started-
there is a
I would actually say it's
There's
a bit
like
of a
a-
flaw on McCreary's part that he seems to have the sense of I'll just play the theme again and again and
yes,
again
pretty
and
much.
again.
Yeah.
Anytime
Yeah.
there's a scene with Galadriel that is apparently important, they play the same theme again. Do, 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 do. It's that one.
Yeah.
They do it over and over and over again. And it's the same with Numenor. Numenor's got their
Same with-
bwah, bwah,
Yeah.
bwah, bwah,
Eastern
bwah,
Holland as
bwah.
well, yeah.
They keep
Like the
doing it.
individual
I think it was worse in season 1 as well. We had a Khazad-dûm theme, like the exact same rendition of it that every single time there was dwarves on screen, like fucking.
And they have
And then
they
the
have the same
Gandalf's
theme
theme as well.
for,
Or
Yeah,
well,
and
fake
Sauron's
Gandalf.
and the one for what? I keep forgetting his name. The ranger elf guy.
Arendelle.
Lemonless.
Yeah,
Arendelle,
yeah.
Yeah, he's got a theme. Well, he had the theme with the lady who didn't come back for season
Bronwyn.
2. Yeah, they had it. But yeah, it's exactly that, right? It's just like it's very repetitive. It doesn't feel like basically the main difference between any time that the music comes back is it louder or is it quieter? Not
Yeah.
like is it recontextual. It's funny that it's coming to my mind, but I always really liked how Mysterio's theme in Far From Home. It's like it has the heroic version, but then it's just like you change the key signature and then it becomes evil, and it's like it's cool, right? It's
Well,
a little
his-
detail.
His
There's
and
gotta be
Vultures are
some way
like
to-
the best
yeah.
work they've done in a long time for just a villain's
Well, yeah,
theme in
Vultures
the
being an
MCU.
inversion of the Avengers theme, and it's the same here, right? It's like what. Surely there was a way to essentially have a theme that could oscillate between seemingly triumphant with sinister undertones. But yeah, like I don't know, it's just so weird that it's playing this really triumphant music when like we all know that
It feels
it's
phoned
not.
in.
Like everybody who's watching this show knows. Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel
but
like
how could it be? It's a $500 million production. It's Lord of the Rings.
well, that's the
You
thing,
think they
right?
cheaped out on paying him, or
No. I don't.
No, I
I don't
just-
think he needs to work any harder than this for it to be passable. As in, like they accept it and it goes. So whatever.
I think it's that he had passion for God of War. Like the story was
some of the
interesting to
tracks
him
in God
and
of
it
War,
inspired him.
Ragnarok and 2018 are
insane.
amazingly good. Yeah, like it's
They are so
yeah.
good, yeah.
so all we can imagine is that he had help, not help in the sense of actually composing, but input from the people who write the story, input from people who are designing the scenes, and then he's talked about this in blog
Well, you
posts
see
or
him
whatever.
talk
Where
about it in the behind the scenes and stuff, right?
Yeah,
like
he's
in the
poured
Raven
over the
Kratos
music,
documentary.
and he said whenever he gets a point where he's not sure what to do with the music, he'll return to the script and look like the actual dialogue, the events of the story, and get inspired from it.
Oh,
What the fuck is he going to do with this?
Well,
Yeah.
this might have been, they went to him and said, here's a checklist of different songs that we need. Let us know when you got them. And then he
Yeah.
said, all right, here, I made
Well, yeah,
some of
and-
these tunes for you based
And they
off your
use
brief
them as they want
description."
to.
It
Yeah, and
might
then they'll
even
just use
be
them.
that he submits them, and then they're like, "This is great," and he's like, "Oh, all of that's it? Okay, I guess."
All of it.
Like
Right,
it's
like,
this is my
where's
stand-in
I
thing
don't
because I
know.
don't know exactly what to do, and then they're like, "No, this works great." Because doing it such that it's like I've got my dwarven theme, but I guess because something sad is happening, I'll just have a different instrument that's strings or something, and that's there we go.
No. I mean, it feels like the same thing because Howard Shore did the theme, and it's like the theme is not very interesting either. And I don't know
No.
what that means, other than nobody was interested. No, but there was no passion behind these projects. I don't know.
Howard
it's
Shore was a
just
very big
strange.
one. Like he's, you can look at all the making of behind the soundtracks for The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and very much keen on going back to the source material and actually reads alongside composing. So like he'll be notating
Yeah.
as he's going through page by page to understand what's happening in the story, what the theme is, what the world is thinking about its characters. And so having that huge amount of wealth to draw on is a huge difference when it comes to something like this, because there isn't a huge amount being conveyed anyway. Yes, there's more than is being conveyed in the music. There should be a sad undertone or a sinister undertone to this. Ben McCreary did do a little bit of it toward the end of season 1, I think, once some of the characters had become a little bit more firmly fleshed out in his own mind. There were a couple of scenes when he blends the Mordor theme and the Gandalf theme, for example. It's still very simplistic because it is just two character themes being interwoven. But in this case, I don't think there is a Lindon theme. I don't remember there being one. And so, like, I don't even know if you'd have the starting point for actually turning that into something that tells
even
a
if it's
story.
generic, just making it celebratory and glorious, but then having a tone underneath it that gives you a sense of tragedy, just something like that.
I mean, honestly, the only one of, because I like his music, I like Bear McCreary's music, in particular in God of War, but most of the music in Rings of Power is fine. But the only one that I would say is like an earworm is the Numenor theme.
Probably.
It's the only one I
if
can.
I had to pick, I'm not sure.
I quite like the Dwarven one, just in isolation. The other ones, I like all of it's acceptable to me in isolation. None of it's like horrible, which is rare to find, right? Soundtracks make you go, my ears. But none of it does anything to like. None of it's the kind of thing that'll make it into any discussion of what's your favorite tracks from movies or TV shows.
How many times is it going to be one where like it'll just sort of come into your mind just when you're doing something else and be like, like if you like the lighting of the beacons, right? When is any?
Oh yeah,
that's like a song that was just like, that just comes into my mind. Now I got to re-listen to it again. Whereas here, when are you ever going to be like, oh man, the Numenor theme? I gotta go check that out again.
It's not just superficial grandiosity, in which case it actually is a very good representation of the show it's a part of. There's nothing else going on. Grandiosity, yeah.
It does seem like though that he put in like a lot of effort, because I've seen a couple of the behind the scenes things, and there's a troll that shows up in episode 3 very, very briefly. It's just hello troll, and it goes on for like a minute. And for that track, there's a particular piece of music that he wrote for that track that features like 2 very high profile heavy metal musicians that he brought into the studio to one a vocalist from Meshuggah and the drummer from Testament, amongst other things, to add their musical talents to that particular track. And it lasts for like 1 minute, and it's to introduce a troll who,
but on Amazon's dime, baby.
Maybe
I mean, I guess true. Yeah,
with
I
my
guess so.
friends. These are friends that he just wanted to have a vacation with.
There's something to be said for him being quite busy. He does a lot of scores. It's
True,
not
yeah.
even like it's not like one per year. It would often be like multiple per year across film,
He ain't
TV,
no
and games.
Ramin Djawadi then.
He's also currently or recently finished working on a full-on like metal concept album with a whole bunch of other musicians. So that's probably where that connection was made. But yeah.
Yeah.
You want to do a troll song? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I guess it makes sense, right? That the music being kind of like generic is downstream of the show being very empty.
Yeah.
I suppose it's not a surprise, but this particularly struck me. This struck me as an instance of the music really like not being in harmony with what we ought to be thinking about this scene.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But you know,
It makes me actually believe that Galadriel was just right, and there was no corruption at all.
Well,
no, I
that's
think
what
it's
the
like
music
in,
wants us to think, yeah.
made a point of, right? That the mystery will be, are they evil? And then the answer will be no, because like a
It'll
lot
be
of
no,
bad writers have this problem where they need to create. I hate to bring it up because I don't want to spend too long on it, but Halo,
Yay.
like
Yay,
that
Halo.
show frequently
Oh, I hate
creates
that.
mysteries that span like multiple episodes that are pointless. So like instead of Reach just being an event that takes place, instead it's like, well, no, it's a thing that Oni knew about ahead of time, but they like kind of, you know, they had all of these schemes in play and they had contingency plans and they had orchestrated this plot to get John Halo killed so that they could then create the Spartan Threes and use Master Chief John Halo's death to bolster that. And it's like, why couldn't it just be that Reach gets invaded and then you just do that story? It's like this weird notion that you need to create these mysteries to like sustain your story where a mystery is not required or even is like detrimental to your story. Like it actively works against the story. And it feels the same, right, in season 1, right? Of like, oh, who's Sauron? Is it Halbrand or is it Gandalf? It's like, oh, all right. Yeah, this is pointless. You know, it's actually pointless. It only gets in the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, Galadriel has a ring of fucking power.
Yeah.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
only thing that she's lost is her relationship with Elrond, and that's all it has cost her. She gets to keep her station. She gets to stay close to Gil-galad all the time. She still gets to just like live this really nice, prestigious, you know, high authority positioned life, and she doesn't pay anything for it. She gets Gil-galad very mildly wags his finger at her and says, "Oh, but that's all it amounts to. That's it. That's the only
Yeah.
price she pays. She gets away with it completely, and she gets
Yep.
rewarded with a ring of power.
Cool.
So yeah,
Amazing.
pretty frustrating. But we see a shot of them. We've got the 3 rings with the 3 of them. And...
You gotta show it. You gotta show how awkward it
Oh,
is.
yeah, you
You
do.
gotta show how
Might be a
awkward
bit
it is
long
for the
though.
actors. Look at how awkwardly they have to hold their hands like this for 15, 20 seconds. Look at them!
You can't look at how much she's shaking. It's like you just want to do that again. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
Is it because her hands are so fucking small and she has no muscles in her arm that the weight of
Can't
the
hold
ring?
it up.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's
The
just a
weight
really-
of the ring.
I think it's just a really
That weighs
awkward
like 2
position to
grams.
Hold your hand in for a while. I think that's it.
No.
It's like they're trying to touch fingers, but also not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They're playing
Fucking
the
Gil-galad with his fucking ring
Gil-galad
collection
got
there.
His,
Yeah.
his
Yeah, yeah.
hand is pretty steady, but yeah, Galadriel, goddamn.
Yeah.
Look at that head shaking.
Yeah, they so we get this shot of them with the 3 rings. Oh my goodness, it's the 3 rings of power. Oh my gosh. We got this new forge being built and readied back at Eregion. So we can cut right on over to Eregion. New forge, Celebrimbor is here, and a message has arrived from the Southlands because
What?
Halbrand has arrived here at Eregion, and he wants to speak with Celebrimbor. But Galadriel told him that Celebrimbor
No.
shouldn't treat with Halbrand again because Celebrimbor doesn't know the true identity of Halbrand because Galadriel didn't tell him. So, yeah, that's the episode.
Yeah.
oh shit, it ends
And,
there, yeah. And then it says,
yep,
and
and
then
for
it
him to
says
get back-
based on the Lord of the Rings
Oh,
and the
fuck off.
fantasy.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So yeah, that is probably, I would say, based on the stakes of everything that happens, based off of the some of the resolutions to the first season, how Galadriel gets away with everything and is even rewarded, based off of just kind of everything that happens. That's probably the worst episode of the show.
It's either that or episode
Hmm.
6 in season 1.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah.
A soft spot in my heart. I don't know. A hard spot in my heart. I despise episode 3 of season 1. For me, I think that takes the cake for the worst. But then at the same time, the what happens in this episode is way more important than what happens in episode 3. And for the with the exception of Elrond, they fumbled it pretty much completely.
Yeah, Elrond was a high point, which is I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's actually true. Galadriel is still absolutely horrific. She is repugnant. She's manipulative, and she gets everything. Just she gets rewarded with a ring of power for no reason. Gil-galad's still a moron. I haven't seen anything particularly wise from Círdan. We got so far pretty much a big waste of time with not Gandalf and Nori and Poppy.
Yeah. Those things are just fucking boring to watch. But I think Elrond being a massive shad puts this above a few other episodes in season 1.
Oh, but I mean, it feels like it's worth reiterating. The consequences of this this episode on like the entire story is enormous.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
You know, the whole Lord of the Rings doesn't happen if like a handful of events played out differently and easily could have played out differently.
This is true. But we don't have Harfords wanting to eat each other and shit.
And that was a huge problem in season 1.
Is there really anything?
Waldrick too. Oh yeah, that does make it the worst episode.
That's fair.
Waldrick is implied to have been eaten by a warg, which I don't approve of. It wasn't his fault. He was enchanted. He was bewitched. He's still a good guy. He's still a good dog. He's good. Deep in his heart of hearts, but he was taken advantage of by the evil, foul Sauron.
Boo, we don't like him.
Boo, fuck Sauron.
But not for the reasons the show wants us to dislike him for.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was episode 1.
Truly it was.
And then we got done with that pretty quick, but it was the longest episode, I think. Very exciting. A lot of stuff happened.
We're gonna speed through episode 2. It'll be easy.
That's right. Episode 2, where the stars are strange.
Very strange. Very strange indeed.
You know what? I need something uplifting. I am in terrible spirits after episode 1 and how it ended. So, hey, Khazad-dûm.
Yay.
Oh yeah, we're in Khazad-dûm, baby. We kind of zoom in from the map. We'll get to the explosion later. But the Mountain Doom later, but we kind of zoom into the map to Khazad-dûm, and we see the front of one of the entrances, and it has these big openings where they have these the dwarves have set up these big fancy mirrors to bounce the light into the cave system that they have that allows them to get light and to grow crops with.
How neat is that?
It's neat. I don't think it would technically work, but I guess in this world it does. So I'm glad they've taken that into account. So pretty.
Part of it would be you'd have to keep moving them, right? Unless they were set with clockwork to match perfectly where it would need to be to best make use of how much sun is available.
You would need you'd need a mechanism or people there to point it inside.
They do turn up in
or all of those.
In the Mummy, if you remember. Anyone remembers?
Yes, they do. It fills up the treasure room and everything, yeah.
You also have to count for like the angle of the sun during different seasons and shit like that. You know, it would be quite complicated.
When the dwarves are smart, I'm sure they know about that stuff.
There looks to be some gears and like chains, you know, like running all kinds of stuff on their mechanisms in order to make it alter, I assume.
Be insanely complicated, but the dwarves are very, very crafty. But I don't think they would have something like this, though.
The fun fantasy
thing. Would. I can believe it. Yeah. I can believe it. I'll buy it.
I honestly didn't even think about it. I was just like, I think they can do that, I guess.
I think the dwarves can manage it. They're smart.
Because implying this, they would have a bunch of other like high-tech shit.
We'll get to that.
Like what? It's mirrors and gears. This is mirrors and gears. This isn't like...
No, but they have to set it up like, in order for them to reflect properly like throughout the entire year.
That's fine. That's like no, it is fine. People just do that. That's just a thing you could do. Wait till I tell you about the Egyptians, my dude, and the shit they came up with. Like, dwarves could do this. It's just gears and mirrors.
Yeah.
There's no incredible technology. It's just okay. We need to have these mirrors. They can either be like glass with a backing or highly polished metal, and then we just should have a mechanism to move it. And boom, if they want to use gears to do it, or if they want to use like a balancing system, there's multiple ways to do it. Dwarves are
Yeah, but you
smart.
have
They're
to
like
be
people with
insane.
brains.
You have to be insanely precise with it
No.
if you're gonna time this to.
No,
like, yes, you do.
timing the sun is something that every ancient civilization
The
figured
sun
out.
is not in the fucking same spot every day, Rex. You have to.
We know,
time it, like,
everyone knows.
yes.
That's why the gears
Yeah.
move them. This is shit that we like humans figured out in ancient times.
Sure, they figured it out, but could they make fucking clockwork to?
It's not.
Have mirrors
No,
reflect
it's
the
not
sun?
clockwork. We
Yeah,
don't know if
it kind of
they're
is,
probably
though.
moved manually.
Yeah, they could have a group of
If they
people
are,
who never
then
move
that's
them.
more fine. I thought it was like if they were like automatically done with like
Yeah, you can
clockwork
even.
mechanics and shit.
And by the way, all that kind of a mechanism would be is just different sized gears hooked up to some sort of a system that just moves it. I mean, a clock. If you went back in time with like a clock and a set of gears, the only problem you'd have was the scale of how small it is. If you make a large version of it, you can do that. There's nothing
No, you
technologically.
can. I'm not sure. You're sure if these people can. It's a
Yeah.
quote unquote medieval setting. They are dwarves, so they should be more handy and shit. But the level of technology would imply them having a bunch of other shit as well.
Like what?
That's what I'm saying. Well, basically like crossbows and big ballistas and like
That's
I
fine.
guess
hold on.
clocks and
If they had crossbows, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
well,
Remember in The Hobbit they have twiddly widdlies, so
oh yeah, that's true.
Ooh.
What the fuck is a twiddly widdly?
Oh, we'll get there. Don't you worry.
But they
Wow.
do seem to have a bunch
Yeah.
of other like semi high tech shit within Chaos of Doom as well. So I guess it fits there, but I don't know.
also in Khazad Doom, the way that the city is kind of built inside the mountain with these like insane giant walkways, which I mean you also see all of that in the Peter Jackson films as well, but
Yeah.
that would require a lot of it requires a little bit of suspension of disbelief to accept that they
of
could
course,
do that.
yes.
So I mean personally I like the mirrors. I don't think that it presents any kind of logistical problem, and I like the fact that some thought was put into it.
Yeah.
It's not just just a hole where there's light. They're actually directing the light using mirrors.
Okay, are the twirly whirlies in the fucking regular version?
They are not. I was just looking up a picture.
I have
they're
never
in the
seen
extended
that
version.
shit before.
you've never seen it before?
extended
Now I
version,
need to
yeah.
check.
I have not.
Have
I
you
haven't
not
watched.
seen the extended?
I have not watched the extended Hobbit. No.
Oh my
Oh, I
god!
see.
You are
Oh,
missing a
it's
fucking
it's
treat.
crazy.
So you haven't seen the fucking goat cavalry either, then?
No, well, I've seen a lot of
that's
clips
good,
of
though.
it
That part's good,
I was sent highlights of it like back in the day, but fucking I've never seen the
Yeah.
twirly whirlies.
They're amazing.
All
they
right.
they completely negate elven
Yeah.
arrow barrages, and they only bring
Holy
it up for
shit.
two.
Yeah.
Here's the
I'm
thing,
happy
like,
with it because fuck elves, but it's fucking
dwarves are
stupid.
so much fucking better than elves. Fuck elves.
Yes.
Oh, we all know we'd be
Um,
hanging out with the dwarves all the time. compared to the
100%.
Dwarves are
elves.
fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Elves are like,
Yeah,
ooh,
shit.
don't put dressing on your salad. That's against the rules of the. And the dwarves are like, more mead, wench.
Shut up,
Um,
Twirly Whirly.
All right, so Khazad-dûm, light mirrors. Look at everyone going. The dwarves are hanging out. So we've got Diza and Durin, and they're shopping in a market here. And it's kind of implied that they need to be saving a bit of money because back in season 1, because of his falling out with his father, the king, he is kind of implied that he was demoted. He's still technically the prince, but are we to believe that he is no longer a dwarf lord? He had his little collar, pulled off. What
I
is?
think he'd still have a
what's
decent
kinda going on
chunk
here?
of money though.
Well,
Yeah,
here's the thing. I don't really buy it. She's still like a
Oh, yeah,
high-ranking
she's one of the higher-
stone singer
She's
thingy.
the highest, isn't she? Isn't she like the most special
she's like
one?
the chief stone.
Yeah,
singer
she's like the
person.
super. She's like in contact with the king directly, so she's
Yeah,
probably
there's
gonna make
no
a good amount
way-
of dwarven cash. And
way that
he's
them
also
put
working
together-
again, so he's.
Yeah, he is.
It's not like he's sitting on his ass.
He's working. She's working, and plus, would King Durin want to remove money from the parents of his grandchildren?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't
So-
think they would need to, string up their purse strings, whatever the fuck she says, that badly, noticeably.
I do think it's funny, however, that they talk about how they need to save money for the food, but then they just seem to take the food and not pay for it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
No,
maybe they.
It's one of those.
Maybe at
Walk
the,
off.
One
Maybe
way
they
of doing
check
it,
the
yeah.
bags at the beginning and end of the market.
Yeah, I was going to
I
say
don't
the
know,
modern
but-
Amazon stores where you can walk in and walk out and it automatically charges your card. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
because the Indians on
Damn.
the internet are
Really
working
high
on
tech
it.
now.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I don't know how that checks out at all because he wants to get this big old fucking
There's no
mushroom,
checks
and
out-
she's like,
checkouts.
nah, and she
It's-
grabs a stem.
The reason why, like, I think I'm willing to buy it because it seems to me like that's what the writers are suggesting with the gold collar being removed in season 1.
He's
But
taking
the
his
reason
money?
why that he is
No, he's
removing
losing his status.
removing
then-
his status, which will then affect his ability to make money. But it
but-
asks a whole load of other questions that you're asking because we don't understand what it means to be a dwarf lord.
He would
Yeah.
surely have money. She still has
Oh, yes.
money. He's still working now, and she's still working now. There's no way they would be struggling for daily groceries or anything.
Oh, absolutely
So
not.
well, struggling for groceries, no, but like later in the episode, we do see that he's like slumming away in the mine with the commoners.
Yeah.
Which whether we buy that is a different
Which
question.
is also
but-
stupid.
Well, no, but that's my point of like he would have that as another avenue for money, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He could
plus-
just sell a
plus-
bunch of fucking jewelry or something. Like he probably has a fuck.
Yeah,
ton of it.
I think that was an overstep on the part of the writers. They probably thought, oh, they'd be on hard times now, yeah, and it's like, no, they wouldn't at all.
It's especially funny
No,
when you
they
see them in their big fucking thrones at their dinner table as well. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
we don't have any money.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, the point that they're making, I guess, is that they are worse off financially than they were during season 1. But I get the point that they have gone a little bit too far. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't afford a mushroom, just the stem.
It's just, then still not pay for it.
Look, you're both wonderful actors, but you guys could shed a few. All right. So, but yeah, she says to put it back. She grabs a little stem, and he says, Durin says, "You married a prince. Now you're bound to an outcast." And she says, "You know, but I'm with the dwarf that I love. I wouldn't trade your heart for a mine full of fire opals." And then you're
Disa
like,
is the best
"Oh."
character in this show.
That is character, and that is in character, and it's relatively nice. It's just look at that.
Look, it's
that's
like
all it
two
takes.
characters that have a relationship that I can believe and I'm somewhat invested in.
They also have a
Interesting.
character I understand. I know what they're doing. I know what they believe for the most part. It's really nice.
Yeah.
They don't
The
just
acting is pretty
constantly
decent as
talk in purple prose. They talk like normal people.
Yeah, exactly.
She does have that one slightly odd scene. I can't remember if it's episode 7 of season 1. It's after he's been dethroned, as it were.
Oh.
Yes.
Where she
and then
sounds
she sort of
evil?
goes, she goes completely evil. It's like, we will rule all the dwarf mountains, and we will show your. It's like,
Yeah,
fucking
fuck
hell,
you.
calm down. I know you've got the Sith
Sauron
eyes, but like,
corrupting it.
dial it down a bit.
Also,
But like, she's
Yeah,
back to normal
like
in
fuck
this
your
scene, which
dad
is
and your
nice.
brothers. We're gonna rule this kingdom.
No, I think that is, I mean, her being ambitious could be a part of her character that we just haven't really seen explored yet because there hasn't been much of an opportunity because she's always wanted him to go for the mithril.
Yeah, like
She's always been there to tell him, yeah, we need to get the mithril. This will be fucking incredible. This will be good for you, good for me, good for all of us.
Yeah, in the context of season 1, that final scene where it sounds like she wants them to rule the galaxy, I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but it might present a problem depending on what happens to her in season 2. Because in season 2, so far, all she's really done is tried to make Durin reconcile with his father, which I don't know why she would necessarily want that unless she's playing some, larger game, or
In the- in
obviously
think
she has
she-
other motives.
Episode
I think
7,
she
she
just
doesn't want
cares
them to
for Durin.
reconcile. Like in episode 7, she's very aggressively against the father. That's why that one scene just stands out as being completely out of her character. But I think the show was slightly confused at that point, and I hope it doesn't get confused again as to what the driving motive for dwarven greed and jealousy is going to be. Because it wanted at that time the mithril to be the thing, which is quite clearly turning the dwarves against each other. And it's the thing that kind of acts as the one ring upon the dwarves. That's the thing they really want. But this season is obviously going to go and give them their own rings, which are going to do the same thing. So I think it was sort of preempting itself by making the mithril more than just a very special ore in their minds. And that's what turned her at that time into this power-hungry, seemingly about to go evil bitch, basically. And now she's back to being quite sane, level-headed, make up with your father, as opposed to your father as an evil bastard.
Probably rewrites again, and she might go down that path later on.
Her preference
guess
might
we'll see.
be the well-being of her husband and her grandchildren over political ambitions.
I think that's part of it, but also this was not explained very well. But in this episode, she basically says, like, we can't hear the mountain, I'm afraid. the mountain needs healing, and symbolically, I guess, and literally, you as the prince need to reconcile with your father because that will then heal the mountain, and it kind of works in both ways. So what they probably should have done is have her acknowledge that maybe she went a little bit too far at the end of season 1, and that she, in order to do whatever these grander dreams might be, she needs them to actually get back together and make up. But because that's what happens, it's just that the character doesn't really acknowledge that that's a bit different to how she was before.
How do you guys like the whole dwarves being a bit more spiritual and like connecting to the mountains and like the singing of finding the paths to dig and all that shit?
I'm fine with it. I think I think it's a pretty natural result of a people who, for their civilization lives in mountains, and and they're just surrounded by it all the time, that they, that their culture sort of develops such that they have this kind of relationship with it. I think it's fair. I mean, you would expect the same of like elves that lived in the woods all the time, or even Numenorians in the sea analogies. It's like, well, yeah, you're an island kingdom,
Yeah, I think it blurs the distinction a little bit, in the sense that because the dwarves have, in this telling, magic, which, as far as I understand, in the source material they don't, because magic's a very specifically created thing. It's the reason they keep harking back to the difference between the seen and the unseen world is that magic is not like spells which break the natural order. Magic is simply the real world manifestation of an unseen part of you, and not all races have that unseen aspect of their nature. Elves do, which is why elves are seemingly capable of magic in the eyes of other races. Dwarves don't. They can use trinkets, which elves tend to imbue with magic, but they don't actually use themselves. Hobbits don't, men don't have magic in this sort of way. So Rings of Power has imbued the dwarves with magic. It's connected them in that way. I don't necessarily mind the way it's expressed. I quite like the stone singing as their sort of way of communing with the mountain. It feels vaguely right. It's just that it's not quite, it's sort of, in feeling appropriate, it's also inappropriate. It misses the point of the distinction between elves and dwarves.
I see, because like you say, eventually they are going to get magical rings. And if it had been clear from the start that they are like almost the antithesis of magic, then it would maybe hit a little bit harder the contrast between giving people who probably shouldn't have magical rings insanely powerful magical rings.
Yeah, and it's like you also have to build up gradually over time the distrust between the elves and the dwarves, given the show has junked the backstory that sort of explains where a lot of that distrust comes from in terms of the specific events which haven't happened. You also have like the distrust that arises between two peoples who are so fundamentally different in their natures, and their contact with magic or the unseen world is one aspect of that. To dwarves, elves seem very, very strange. They think differently. They invoke these weird powers that we don't understand. And to the elves, the dwarves seem overtly mechanistic. They shun the natural world. Their entire way of engaging with their home is mechanical, which is very different. And so they don't understand each other very well. And that misunderstanding leads to the kind of conflict and distrust that this show does still rely on, because the king has this almost preternatural distrust of the elves. I just don't know where it's come from in the context of this show. And it might have helped to sell it had they not made the dwarves just as magical in their own way as the elves did. If you actually did big up the massive differences in mindset and outlook, at least then we'd have something to work with as to why he really doesn't want to work with them. But we don't have that.
Yeah, because later in the episode, we get there's whispers of a rumor that the mountain is cursed because Durin brought Elrond inside the mountain. Which that would only spread if there is some kind of like pre-existing.
We can get to that later on when it starts to become much more a bit more prominent in the story.
Okay, yeah, I'll hold back on that. That's fine.
All right, yeah, because I'm sure we both got that in our notes because it's specifically kind of like talked about. So,
I just wanted to mention I'm not a big fan of the whole spiritual thing. I think
I love it.
More
I think it's great.
Yeah, I don't.
I enjoy. This is hilarious. A payoff for it in, I think, this episode. I'm not sure if it's this one or the third one.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring up too the because she says she has one of the elven lines at one point. She says the bird that's far away sounds big, but when it's close up, it's a small meal or something.
Yeah, the songbird one. Yep.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, we'll get there. Another amazing analogy. Listen, nothing's gonna get to strong gravy. All right, we've already peaked the strong gravy. All right. So yeah, they're having like a they're having like relationship stuff. They're actually characters talking. I love you. Oh, thanks so much. Now, we hear Disa feels a tremble kind of before anyone else, which makes sense, I think, because she's used to doing that. She's a stone singer. She's used to feeling the mountain, having a connection with the mountain, and she feels that there's this rumble approaching, and she tells everyone to get down because you see Mount Doom has exploded, and the shockwaves of Mount Doom exploding have sort of rumbled through the earth, we're led to believe so far. And it collapses one of the entrances of Casa Doom up top, where the light gets in, and it wrecks one of the mirror arrays, and it drops this massive boulder on a bridge, and it kills some dwarves. Oh shit! All this is happening. Durin jumps on Disa to protect her, so it's like, oh, these little things. Oh, and so that is kind of where we leave the dwarves for now.
I mean,
However,
the character stuff is really good. Like, as my favorite part of season one is Elrond and Durin and Disa tends to be those because they actually have things they can draw on, which are personal backstory, and they have a reason to like each other. It's not just highfalutin talk about the fate of the world. It's how this very specifically is expressed over, for instance, your fear for your friend who might die because evil is rising in the east and all that stuff. Like, that gives it way more depth. I don't like everything around it as much in so far of what we got of season 2, because we had I don't know if it's before this scene or if it's after it. There's the map scene when all those tendrils of black evilness are spreading out. Yeah. So like, we assume it's the rumblings from Mount Doom, and the dwarves say or suggest it's the rumblings from Mount Doom that have caused this. But the evil tendrils on the map and the fact that like you get the elven messenger dying separately seem to suggest that it's supposed to be a spreading of evil as opposed to mechanical rumblings from a volcano erupting and things like that.
I thought the map thing was to imply it was like it really was like vibrations through like the core of the earth, and
they mention it later. They say like a fire mountain exploded in the far south, and that has had ripple effects on our
which essentially means that what's happening now.
I don't believe them though.
Well,
we'll get there. I don't want to go.
It's getting ahead. Yeah, like my assumption for what actually happened would be based on the results of all of this, because otherwise it's an enormous coincidence.
So
it's bad either way.
If this is actually the rumblings of Mount Doom, like timeline-wise, that does line up as far as I can tell. But it means that the dwarf scenes that you get in episode 7 took place prior to episode 6.
Yeah, because
oh god.
Yeah, so we're going back a ways.
Yeah.
So all of the dwarf stuff, until we get something that links them together and ties the timelines, all of this stuff is happening pretty significantly before everything we saw in episode 1. There are no rings of power yet, for instance.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't think about it that way, do you? And I don't know that the show thinks about it that way, but maybe.
Well, so this is, I don't know if I'm giving the show credit for something that it shouldn't have credit for, but like this episode, by the time it ends, they're about to get back involved in the story. Let's put it that way. And the suggestion, I think, which again I could be reading into something that isn't there, is that they have endured like, at least a few months of living in like really bad circumstances. It's at the end of next episode, not this one. Sorry, I think.
Well,
because otherwise, which would then allow the timelines to resynchronize. So throughout all of the ending of season 1, what we see in this episode is going on in Casa Doom, basically.
So we've jumped back in time for now, and then we will catch up with the main timeline later.
Yes,
we're constantly jumping. Yeah, it's just that it's so subtle and confusing, and they never mention it. That it's actually you've been doing this the whole time.
That the effects of Mount Doom exploding took its time to have its full effect on Casa Doom.
I think that if we're going to say that, then we're saying it's magic.
But that's what I thought. That's what I interpreted the evil lines on the map as being. Is that it's just like the dwarves come up with an explanation for it, but the actual explanation is just the gradual emanation of evil from Mordor, even though Sauron isn't in power, which creates a huge problem when the elven messenger gets killed. But we'll get there later, I guess. So I sort of read it as taking place concurrently, because also how would they have heard about the volcanic eruption? They're on the almost other side of the world and the other side of several mountain ranges. They can't see it. No one's been back there. How have they learned that was what caused this?
So the distance from Mount Doom to Khazad Doom, I don't know exactly what that number is, but on a real life map, it's not that far because Middle Earth is not that big compared with like Planet Earth, for example. Given that it was a massive fuck off explosion that supposedly decimated the Southlands but also killed like 2 people, I think it is entirely possible that such a catastrophic eruption would be felt across the continent, because again, it's not actually that far. And as for them speculating where did this come from, it's probably reasonable that the dwarves would know that it's the closest volcano.
700 miles away and on the other side of 2 mountains.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was pretty sure it's pretty far away, actually.
It's far, but like on a, I guess, continental scale, if we're looking at the world, like the real world, it's not that far. And if we're talking, like, I don't know how far away from like when Mount Vesuvius erupted, you could feel it. I don't know if we have a number on that or anything like that. But the thing is, if you dial up the intensity of the eruption, and we're not talking about something that's like 1 billion miles away or something stupid, then I can accept that they would feel it and it might have some kind of consequence in Khazad Doom. But because it just relies on, was this eruption violent enough to cause this effect? And if the answer is no, then you dial it up higher.
To accept is that feeling it, sure.
Yeah.
It being violent, I don't know about that.
Also, I think, unfortunately, the sense that you have to make for this, the fact that it strategically almost knocks out the very things that are going to have drastic effects on the dwarven culture and society.
Yeah.
My assumption was that they're trying to tell us Sauron is orchestrating this.
I was thinking the Balrog is starting to go nutty because they teased him. He's still around somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
that's what I thought.
He's just pacing at the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah.
So mentioning that has just made me think of something else. So later in this episode, Sauron reveals that he is aware that the dwarves are currently in deep shit, like stuff's going on in Khazad Doom.
Yeah.
Which, how could he possibly know that unless he's omniscient? And if we say that, like, well, yeah,
I'm not even gonna start accepting that.
I was gonna say, I just take that to mean that this is all his plan. He's fucking with the dwarves to make them desperate enough to make the deal for the rings.
Could be. But then did he? I mean, obviously, like the Waldreg stuff with the sword and the dam and all of that. Okay. That was his plan, but he didn't make it happen at that. Well, I mean, he wanted it to happen. I just don't know if he wanted it to happen then.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. It's like
part of his plan, including being killed.
He entertains that it could happen in many ways. You know, he's a fluid planner. You could put it that way. You know, he lets a bunch of options come to the table. But the issue I take with it is, what the fuck did Sauron do to make it such that Khazad Doom broke in exactly the way that he needed it to? Like, what?
And I mean, if he could do that, then goddamn.
Yeah.
Well,
he had to go via. He had to go past Moria to get to Eregion. Did he like sneak up the mountain and just break the mirrors?
He's there at night with a hammer, just like.
Yeah, like. Yeah, I'm true. I'm trying to get it straight in my head. I don't know, because I'm thinking it works either way. Or at least I'm willing to accept it either way. And does it being magic actually change anything? Because are we willing to accept that a quake inside a mountain would damage the intricate mirror system first?
Well, wait. The reason why I dismissed that anyway is because it's way too convenient. What it does is precisely what it needs to do to make the dwarves desperate. So I think it makes more sense to say that Sauron did this on purpose, and then I take different issues with it.
Yeah, because it not only.
I assume also the dwarves would have built their mountain to their home to withstand some amount of this shit, and the mirror should be a top priority of securing that.
Well,
to make sure, shit that,
we could discuss that now, I suppose. I hate the fact that their whole society is dependent on those fucking mirrors. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd have some kind of trade system set up, even if with like Eregion or something, because
you'd
it's
think
close.
They make a lot of mushrooms.
No matter how isolationist they fucking are, you'd think they could either trade in emergencies with people in the area, Well, fuck it. Would they not have farms of some kind above?
They do have farms, but underground apparently.
Well, but that's my point, isn't it? Like they know how to
Yeah.
farm, so get going, lads.
Yeah.
You don't want to starve. Get making the farms outside. It's actually easier to do it outside. Crazy, I know. But still.
Nah, dude,
Yeah.
can't do that with dwarves.
It also doesn't only destroy the mirrors. The whole thing is also like, oh yeah, we can't repair like any of them. Like we have no single path that is safe that we found by our
can't find
fingers.
safe passages, and that's why I don't like the spiritual stuff, because they should just like be very practical and know this stuff by
Well,
kind
if
of
you
the
have
nature.
if you
But
have access
apparently
to
we need
magic,
a
that
lady
would be your
to scream out the
practicality.
mountain in order to find passages.
I get that. Yeah, they should have much more practical solutions to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just
So-
dig up.
Dig up, stupid.
Dig up, yeah.
Also, from what I understand, people can just leave the mountain if they want to.
They can, yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the
there
doors work
should probably
fine.
be gonna be a bunch of people
They
who's like,
should-
well, I'm just gonna go and buy something and bring something back for my homies.
Are
Well-
practical enough that someone should have said at some point, "Hey, boss, what if our lights went out? Like, what if that happened? What if they got broken or something? What do we do?" And be like, "Well, we've got all these amazing things we can do. Look at this big old list because we're smart, practical, and we know what we're doing. And this is what we do in an emergency."
So, regarding the idea of them leaving the mountain to trade, it's revealed later on that the king has not allowed that for some reason.
He's
Yeah.
retarded, yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
that,
she is
that
retarded,
causes
I
a
don't-
lot of
yes.
problems. 'Cause I thought like I vaguely knew where it was going in the sense that there's a logical way it should go because season 1, the offer from the elves is 500 years of supplies in exchange for Mithril, and the dwarves at the time didn't need supplies, so they said no. Now they need supplies, and they still have access to Mithril, so I assume the conflict would be over: do we accept that deal or not? Because
The
that
king's
seems more
retarded, yeah.
natural.
But yeah, the king is
instead,
retarded
oh,
and stubborn, so
hey,
he's not gonna
do
accept
you
that.
fancy getting some magic rings? So we can't fucking eat those, so no. But that's
Oh, dude! I mean, we are getting ahead, but I just love the idea of like the rings will solve your problem. It's like, bro, I need food.
I'm hungry.
The rings of conjuring fillets, or like,
He's
what's
like,
going on?
look upon this, and he
yeah.
aims the ring at a plate that a piece of bread spawns. He's like,
Fucking-
yeah.
Fucking the
Yo.
ring of bacon summoning, like what?
But it does mean that they are leaning very, very heavily for the reason everything working being like the line like we can no longer hear the mountain. Like that is what they are leaning on. It's this sense of there is a deeper spiritual rot that is corrupting everything about where they live, much like as happened to the elves. And the elves fixed it with the magic rings, so we need magic rings to fix it here. And that's
And it
probably where
probably
they're
will.
going, even though
Yeah.
they could have fixed it so much more easily. Just accept the deal that was made in the previous season that you've basically forgotten about.
Yeah, without
So-
the fucking magic singing, they're basically fucking hopeless at mining and building and shit. I don't like it at all.
So does it fix this problem as best as we can if we say that the eruption happened and then a whole bunch of time passes and then Sauron walks past Khazad-dûm, makes there be an earthquake and breaks all their mirrors?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because the problem that remains would be the fact that breaking all their mirrors basically means the dwarves don't have any food, right?
Yeah,
But
he knew.
apart-
Probably have some supply, but
They have, I think some light gets through. They've just
They've
lost
got one
a lot of the
left,
light.
I think.
They got one left, yeah. For now, they got
one left. Yes, I mean they probably have some
Probably fine.
stores, like stored away, but they probably can't grow anymore.
They have
And,
last year's
It's gonna
bread,
be a
they
problem
can
in
use
a
that.
bit of time.
Fucking last year's
Um,
bread.
All right. Well, good talk. Good discussion. Boy, dwarves.
Yeah.
what's
Nailed
going
that
on?
first scene.
Yes, we
Nailed
did.
it. We
All
did.
right, boy. So, I wonder what Galadriel's up to.
No.
Oh no.
That's what I've
No.
been thinking
I'm
this
not.
whole time.
No, take
Well-
it back.
We'll let
Something
you know when
evil
we're
like
done. So Galadriel is having a kind of like a vision. I say a vision, not a dream, for reasons we'll get into. But Galadriel is having a vision. She is planting seeds at Finrod's grave. You know Finrod, remember her brother that
Finrod,
she really wanted to
yes.
avenge?
Yeah,
remember.
ships
Um,
and rocks and shit.
You know, I can't help but wonder. Can't help but wonder if she's ever planting seeds at the grave of some other elf of her past that maybe she should have been mentioning more or talking about more. And I, of course, am talking about
Sauron.
Teleporna. Oh, I mean Celeborn. Celeborn.
Fuck
Who
him.
she mentioned a single time to Theo I think in episode 7?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
fuck! Right. It took me 10 seconds to figure out who you're talking about.
Theo, yeah, the little shit kid, yeah.
No, I mean
Theo.
the elf.
Oh, Celeborn, yeah,
Celeborn.
Teleporn.
Celeborn, yeah.
What? Oh,
But I
What?
think it was in season 1, episode 7, where she just like randomly mentions, "Yeah, I had a husband once. He fucking died."
Yeah.
To
Yeah, he
this
died.
kid she met.
We never found his body, but yeah, he's probably dead.
Never mentioned again. It was implied that he died in the war. So yeah, it's just weird to see once again this. I guess remembrance of Finrod makes sense, but how Celeborn was just mentioned once so randomly and has never been mentioned again.
Mhm.
But just me thinking out loud. Now in this vision, Celebrimbor appears. Oh my gosh, I didn't know
He's
that
like,
you arrived.
hello.
Galadriel says, and Celebrimbor says to Galadriel that he's had a visitor. Oh my goodness!
Oh my god.
Who could that be? Well, we don't have much time to think about it because vines vines and roots come up from the
Oh,
seeds that she
no.
has just planted, and they grab Celebrimbor like a fucking World of Warcraft druid spell. And then Celebrimbor is like, "Are these not the seeds you planted?"
Which
Because I watch Rings of
which is
Power,
great
Therefore, I am an imbecile.
because
So,
she planted seeds.
yes,
Whoa.
these
Yeah.
are the seeds she planted. I was there. I was there, Gandalf, 3 seconds ago when she did it.
Yeah, so just want to make it very clear. When he said, "Are these not the seeds you planted?" He literally planted the seed. I just think it's really cool
Oh
that they
my
showed that she
God.
had literally planted seeds that then made something that he said, "Did you not plant the seeds?"
Yeah.
In case you didn't get it.
It's
like
a setup.
it's-
this is a setup and a payoff.
Dude,
it's
when they give you
subtext that is so surface level that it's just text.
they're so good at it. They give you the payoff
text.
almost immediately after the set. Most things take their fucking time.
They like to do that
They're
in the show.
lazy. They take
Like
forever. But
less
this
than
one,
10 seconds.
yeah, this one was
Don't
like
you
boom,
see?
boom, boom.
Yeah, she planted the seeds at Finrod's grave. She was doing this to avenge Finrod, and then it led to all this bad stuff. Oh my goodness gracious! It's very
Man.
subtle. So I guess we're basically led to. She's led to believe here that this is vision. The vision is saying that essentially Sauron is in Eregion.
Yeah, just an echo of the prior episode that we were discussing. You know, yes, Satan is with our smith who can make weapons of destruction. Just FYI.
It's
Yep.
chill.
And again,
Totally
they're
fine.
still, yeah, they're sort of like, that is news. That is news.
Well, that sucks. No. Anyway.
We sent him a letter. It'll be fine.
Has he not given a
Sent
letter back?
two
Oh,
of
that's
our-
sad.
Two of our
They
most
just-
average men to get the letter to her.
It's
I
hard
find
to
it
translate
just-
these days.
It's
I don't know.
it's such transparent writing that the writers need a reason for Galadriel to need to go to Eregion because that's
Yeah.
what is going to happen later in the season. Well, I know. Let's put a vision in her head where the guy from Eregion shows up and talks about evil magical rings,
Mm.
and then they just like,
Well,
yeah,
checks
that'll
out.
work.
But what if
Checks
you
out.
didn't get it from all of the other shit in the season? You need this vision. You gotta see it this
Cool.
way. Gosh. These
So,
are the
yeah, the-
seeds that she planted. Did you not notice that?
Also,
was the
she
seeds
fucking-
that the writers
She's the
planted.
bird in the cage.
so
Oh,
during this vision, she Celebrimbor recites the 7 for the dwarf lords, 9 for the mortal men, and 3 for the elves, and all of that, which is what clues her in on the idea that Celebrimbor is going to make evil rings. She's wearing one of them.
Yes.
Yep.
So this
She is.
dream very strongly implies
find
that
them.
the creation of more rings has extremely negative connotations.
Mm.
So
But-
we don't
But her ring is
know.
fine, though.
Oh yeah, she's fine. She's good. She's the
Yeah, yeah,
best.
yeah.
So is this her new ring giving her foresight?
Yeah.
She must know that this ring that she has is one of those 3, and her king is wearing another one of those rings. Galadriel should be pretty fucking terrified
You know what
of
she
what
should do?
this vision potentially says.
She should walk up to Celebrimbor and be like, sorry, Gilgalad, and be like, Did you see Celebrimbor getting tortured in a dream? He's like, no, and she's
in my
like,
dream,
oh,
in
I
my
did-
dream it was vines.
No,
What
she,
was
no,
in
she
your
just puts her
dream?
hands up and goes, I didn't either. I was just asking.
No,
It'd
I was just
be
wondering.
weird. It'd be weird if you did.
Some
I'm sure he's
shower,
fine.
shower thoughts.
I
Sent the
do
letters, that's
like
good.
I do like how when she reveals that she was having visions to him, and then he just kind of immediately like is like, oh, thank God, I've been having these really wacky visions as well. Thank God you're having them too. Like,
I thought it was crazy for a moment. Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
But that's
he
what
says
we're
all
both
that, then she
crazy.
goes, "Oh, I was joking." He's like, "Oh."
I was just
yeah, me
testing you,
too.
just testing you to see
I
if you
like
would-
the other subtext in the scene is that she fell asleep while he was talking to her again. Because
Well, it's Gil-galad. I want to fall asleep
he
too. when
started off on
talks.
another fucking simile, and I nodded off.
Yeah, he started talking about furniture and walruses or something. I don't know.
Loud oceans. I don't know.
But yeah, the reason I didn't really call it a dream in a vision is because she just like she kind of zoned out while standing up like a
Yeah.
cow at this
Like a cow.
military strategy meeting. She's just kind of looking the other way, and she has this weird vision, like she hasn't got enough sleep. So the elves are planning to attack Mordor.
Yay!
Okay,
Yeah.
so this just goes to show how fucking good Waldrig was at his job. That even the elves
Everyone
have somehow
fucking
learned
knows.
that this is not the Southlands. It is the Southlands no
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
This is Mordor.
We got
You
this
bow or you
how
bleed.
high?
I think this is the first time that they've said it with all of their rolling R's.
Mordor.
Yes, that's right.
Do you think
I can't
Waldrick
do it.
sent like letters to all of them? It's like it just says Southlands is Mordor now, signed W.
Oh, he says like, please
Some
RSVP to the Mordor.
Yeah.
If you arrive, please.
Oh,
It's like, yes, we're all enemies at but please, come on, like, start calling it what it is.
I did make it. Yeah.
I do like that
so
comment.
I'm glad
though,
that they respect the. They don't dead name the Southlands. I don't know why they would respect calling it what the orcs want to call it. So that's weird.
Well, you know, the orcs are very nice people, very misunderstood.
Just goes
at
to
this point.
show Waldrig's influence in
Well,
this world. Is
I
still
was gonna
felt.
say I would give this episode a much higher rating if the scene had opened with like the High Commander Lord Waldrig has been defeated in battle. Like this is a signal
He's
of
been
the weakness
consumed
of the
by
enemy.
a bewitched warg.
and then hard cut to Adar crying, like because he's lost Waldrig.
No.
No.
Okay, so the military meeting. The elves here, they want to attack Mordor. Oh my goodness gracious. So I guess they know the place is crawling with orcs and stuff. It's been told. They're thinking about attacking it. And they assume that Sauron is not allied with Adar. I do not know why this is an assumption they make. Is it because
Yeah.
Galadriel would have told them that Adar claims to have killed Sauron?
Yeah, I guess they're going
Like
strictly off
1,000
that.
years
But
ago?
I wouldn't trust
But I mean,
that
why
shit.
would she? Yeah, like
I
why
wouldn't
would she
either, because
trust
you can't
them at
trust
all?
anything. Yeah, you
what I
can't
mean,
even
what I
trust
mean is, I
anything
wouldn't
that
trust
old.
to draw. First of all, I wouldn't trust that it's true. But secondly, I wouldn't draw from it that they couldn't possibly be allies.
Yeah,
That's
you
insane.
True.
you actually don't know. You have
Yeah,
no
we're great
idea.
friends with Japan now. So the two commanders here talking to Gil-galad, they're like, yeah, we should attack from the north between this place and this place. And then Galadriel's like, no, we should attack from the west. And Gil-galad says, all right, we're attacking from the west. And
No,
the
it doesn't.
military meeting is adjourned.
He has
Yeah,
to make preparations.
Yeah, he's
This is such
big
a
preparations. That's
This
it.
is such a missed opportunity because remember, it just goes back. It's like I don't even know why they bothered making her a commander in this show at all. Like at this point, this is like the scene where you could have showed us like, oh, what are her qualities as a
Expertise and
commander? What should she do?
skills,
It's like,
yeah.
oh, why are you going to attack from here? What do you expect the orcs to do? How many elves are you going to send? Is it
Yeah,
going to
she
be
gets
all
into
from
a
the water?
discussion with the other
Like
commanders.
all these things, but all she says like, it's going for the west. And everyone's like,
Yeah, specific
right,
points
we
of
did it.
attack, shit like that,
Yeah. Maybe
But
she
no,
thinks of
I
something
just
that the other
vote.
commanders hadn't thought of, and then
Yeah.
comes up with some kind of plan, and then they respond like, "Oh, Galadriel, this is typical you. You're just going to like risk like hundreds of elves are going to die. Like we might win, but why do you always have to get so many people killed?" And
Yeah.
then she could be like, "No, because you haven't considered this, 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 and this." And then they realize that okay, maybe she has learned something, but that's never going to happen because the
Or
writers don't
maybe-
understand their character.
Maybe they
Yeah.
do something that's desperately needed for her character, and she collaborates with the other two, and they share ideas, and she works with the people underneath her in the military hierarchy, and that's why she's been such a great commander because she's willing to actually cooperate with people. God forbid, but no, it's just we do this. We attack from the west. Okay, that's what we're doing. You're the boss.
Have we
All right.
mentioned why she is still the commander of the Northern armies yet?
No.
So So she goes to, in the beginning of season 1, she gets exiled to not Numenor, Valinor. Gil-galad spends the entirety of season 1 believing that she is in Valinor. Turns out she wasn't, and she fucked everything up massively. Which means that not only did he not find a new commander of the Northern Armies during season 1, but he also didn't strip the title from her after knowing what she did at the end of season 1. She is still the commander of the Northern Armies. There are no consequences for her actions.
Correct. There are no consequences for her actions.
And she was gone a long time and still didn't get replaced.
But the thing is, I think it's pretty normal that people keep their rank even if they're not doing the thing. But the thing is, there should be a new one already.
She was an exile.
Yes, yeah.
There should, one way or another, should be a new one already. Which is like,
exactly,
oh, did you?
Because that's how militaries work. If the guy in charge leaves, the person underneath him moves up. It's just a general.
Yeah.
That's what happens with militaries. But I guess that doesn't happen in Elf World, so who knows?
Yeah, they're very slow moving. It takes 100 years to replace a commander.
It took all day for Gil-galad to send a message to Celebrimbor about Sauron being back.
Yep.
So, let's see here. Yeah, Galadriel is still commander of the Northern Army. No consequences for that. No discussions of battle plans. All right, Gil-galad says that she looks troubled. She says that she might not be in. She says that Sauron might not be in Mordor because he sees himself as master of all Middle-earth, not just Mordor. And she says that the vision has the vision sort of informs her of this. And she tells Gil-galad that the rings will be the key to his rise to power, which is essentially what Elrond said last episode. He strongly implied that it might be the case that the rings of power would be needed in order to get him back to his full strength, because he's still kind of a bit of a weakling. He doesn't have his armies and everything ready, but the rings might be his key to doing that. So she tells, so the king of the elves and the commander of the elves, they are wearing these rings as she says this. It's just she says these are so fun. These are probably what he's going to use to get power, and they're both sitting there wearing the things. So all right,
even hides his up his sleeve as she says it.
Yeah, he's ashamed of it.
Yeah.
You just when he does that, you just wanted to say are you hiding that from me or you? What's going on there?
I'll just shit to my hands.
I'm also wearing one, dude.
I was thinking maybe he is sort of subconsciously, he feels a little bit uncomfortable and almost ashamed of the fact that he's wearing it, but you can't really read that into the character because he barely has one.
He should. Yeah. We need to have some. I can't believe I'm saying this. God, I want some exposition scenes because I need to know what the fuck's going on with people.
Yeah.
I need to know what people are like. I'm desperate. We need an anime style fucking beach scene where they all get together and they just explain flatly exactly how they feel. Because right now I'm so lost on everybody. I don't know anything. I don't have any grounding for people's.
Do you find yourself shouting to the heavens? Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Why? For instance, there are ways to. There would be ways to elaborate on why Gil-galad, even knowing what he knows, can still say, you know what, rings are bad, but they are keeping this light of Valinor in us and the tree alive, and it lets us stay in Middle Earth, so we don't have to abandon it to its terrible fate yet. I realize that. I think it's worth it to keep the rings on for now. Let's do this in the meantime. Let's try to figure out how the rings work. Let's try to piece together what's going on here. We need to get up some plans. We need to go as fast as possible, so we have to wear these rings for as short of a time as possible. That could be something that they do. That could be his thought process, right? He could be different to Elrond, who thinks, nah, the worst thing is that we get corrupted by Sauron. If that means that Middle-earth is just left to whatever happens to it, then, I mean, so be it. It still is. It's still a second worst. But maybe Gil-galad, maybe he sees himself as a steward of Middle-earth, and he takes that risk. But we never get these conversations. None of these ever happen.
Nope.
It reminds me, honestly, one of the best written films in the scenes in the Lord of the Rings, which is, I mean, that's a high bar. You've got loads to choose from. Is the Council of Elrond scene when they're deciding what are they going to do with these rings. I cannot imagine a similar scene existing in something like Rings of Power. Can you imagine a council scene with these fucking elves? What do we do with these rings?
They wouldn't just trade information to one another. They wouldn't just exchange information that's important to each other. It would all be metaphors, and then the scene would end before something's about to happen.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine characters just sitting down and having a realistic conversation about here's the stakes, here's what's going on, here's the plans that we need to enact, here's what I'm concerned about. That just doesn't happen with basically all of these characters. And it sucks. I have nothing to latch onto for anybody.
Yeah, I would say any interesting line of dialogue that happens in the, let's call it the first half of any good scene in Lord of the Rings that leads into bigger things and better conversations and then big payoffs by the end. A starter line, at best, you'd get one starter line at the end of any given scene of this, where like the second someone says something and you're like, oh, that could, no, okay. Like, you know, that could lead somewhere. And this is the writers for this are like, no, that was the grand thought. And you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we always just repeatedly cut away and have to fill in the blanks on what happened next, even though there is no intuitive answer for what could have possibly happened next.
These conversations, you have to almost like close your eyes in theater of the mind what the conversation actually was, because the writers have taken the conversation and squeezed the abstract end point of that conversation into a juice that they've delivered to you, and you're just left with like, oh, is this what happened? Oh, okay, I guess it's like the attack from the north, attack from the west thing. Like that should have been a whole conversation. Those are your plans to invade Mordor, and it's just it's done. It's over. Boom. Just like that. No discussion. Nothing. Who are these two other people? I assume they're military minds. They had a plan. So, are we going to talk it? No, nothing. Okay. Moving on then.
So I don't know if it's actually stated, but it's implied that they are the commanders of the north, south, and east. Oh, sorry, east, south, and west armies. And she's the commander of the northern armies. So
Yeah, I assume so as well. Yeah. This
Yeah,
is also
I
the
don't-
scene where
I don't think that's actually stated, but yeah.
Yeah, this is also the scene where he mentions that Oregon is protected by high walls and rivers and shit.
Yes.
So obviously a shapeshifter and master manipulator can't get in because there's walls there. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're only addressing the idea of
Oh.
Sauron entering Eregion if he had an army, like military defenses, because that's what they're speaking
Which
to.
is, again, retarded.
Well, yeah, because also Gil-galad just said in this scene, Sauron doesn't have any allies or armies. Which, firstly, you can't know that, but fine. If he doesn't have any, then why are you talking about how thick the fucking walls are?
Yeah, the only thing that they could, I guess, know is Galadriel saying, yeah, when we were fleeing the Southlands, there were some orcs still around. But that's it. I think that's all she's able to say.
Yeah, and he also says that Celebrimbor's the secrets of his craft is safe. Like, how the fuck would you know that? And you know that Sauron was there, so they're obviously not, because he was there throughout the whole process of making them, basically, until like the very last bit.
It's not. It's that the fact that she got suspicion of Sauron in the first place is because Celebrimbor repeated one of his lines at her, so she knows already that his mind is compromised. Gil-galad has just finished telling, or at least influenced. Yeah, Gil-galad has just finished telling us that once he gains your trust, he can do this. She knows he gained Celebrimbor's trust. He doesn't need to assail walls with an army to make this, in jeopardy. It already is, because it's Sauron, not some weird sort of orc commander.
He manipulates minds and influences people. He doesn't have to attack with militaries.
But also the fact that we had the power over flesh line from Celebrimbor in season 1 means that, like you said, this conversation should have made Galadriel remember, like, hold on a minute. And then they could have just shown us a flashback to that conversation and had the cogs turn. She's like, oh shit, Celebrimbor's in trouble. And then explained all of that, which means we then don't need the bullshit vision from the ring. But obviously they're relying on, well, she's got to have the ring on that she shouldn't fucking be wearing because he shouldn't let her be wearing it, because we need to put visions in her head because we need the story to happen. But they already have the pieces in the show to where they don't need to do that.
It's really inept, yeah.
So, yeah, great stuff. Yeah, Galadriel tells the king she has visions of, glimpses of the unseen world, like waking dreams. But there's no way to tell if any of these dreams are directly Sauron's influences or not. They have no way of telling. They could be complete misdirections. They could be the truth. I don't know how they could know. Like, again, we don't even know what the Rings of Power do as audience members. They're just Rings of Power. I don't know what that means. What kind of power? But it seems to be that they are certainly giving Galadriel the ability to sort of have these premonition-like visions, and Gil Galad, who has sort of had them before, he can, I guess it enhances his ability to see them, but
He also gets visions, he says, yeah. I don't know.
So I don't know, maybe his are more clear, or they're spelled correctly, who knows?
I think, if Elrond were listening to their conversation in this scene, where they're talking about how it's doing these different things, making them feel and think different things, and the corruption of the other thing. Well, he'd be that emoji. He'd be like, "You guys are not fucking serious right now. Seriously, like you just never listen to me.
Just take those fucking things off. God damn it."
Yeah. Also, very minor thing. At exactly 11:23, the Galadriel has a line and her lips doesn't move.
Yes,
Oh,
I know
really?
the one you're talking about. It's when she turns around and says, "Supposing I was not alone."
Wait,
Yeah.
what
really
was
bad
the
ADR.
timestamp?
Well, no, there's before that. I think 11:23 exactly.
It's the final cliffhanger.
No,
for
she passes behind Gil-galad, and then she has a line, but her lips doesn't move, and then it cuts to her, like in the exact same spot, and then she speaks.
Then we're talking about then there's two, because the one I'm thinking of is a different one.
Yeah, right
there.
there's another
$1
one
million.
with Durin later that I noticed.
Let's see here. Gil-galad denies sending her to Eregion, or he denies a request to send her to Eregion. He thinks that she cannot face Sauron again because he knows that she's been affected by his magic, and that kind of makes her like extra vulnerable.
Oh, great. Send anyone else then.
Why does she have a ring, bro?
Because she just I want to find someone who likes this show, and they're out there somewhere.
They're out.
And
I've seen Defenders online all the
ring?
time.
Tell
It's
me.
really weird.
Oh yeah, I've had arguments with a few.
I don't.
Now she claims to Gil that I know his mind because we've been like connected or whatever.
That is not reassuring at all.
Yeah,
That's fucking massive red flag.
Yeah, once again, Galadriel says the kind of thing that you would expect Sauron to just basically say. It's like, oh yeah, we've been connected.
It's what you were saying earlier. So you need to say this to Galadriel. It's like, listen, here's a piece of paper with all of the boxes to fill for you being Sauron. Here's a paper with all the boxes needed to fill for you being mind-controlled by Sauron. And here's a piece of paper with all the boxes I need to fill for you being a die-hard elf who's good-natured and happy and wonderful and trustworthy. Do you know which two papers have been filled and which has not?
Yes. You have a 96% chance of being Sauron right now. The math checks out.
Can you reassure me? And then she's like, well, I'm just having some visions of killing Celebrimbor. He's like, oh.
And then he takes it out and he just scribbles another box.
Yeah. 98%.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. Both of these characters, I hate them because one is Galadriel and the other one is an incredibly stupid, incompetent moron leader.
Gil-galad is really annoying. He's like persistently pisses me off.
Yeah, I would not have voted for him.
I hate the vibe of this whole scene. The fact that we're establishing the horror of what's happening in Eregion potentially in the future, but they just don't do anything that relates to solving that problem.
Yeah. This should be the same as that shot where they had all of the Númenóreans, riding towards the Southlands, right?
Yeah.
It's as urgent. If anything, it's more urgent because you know that Sauron's there, whereas before you didn't actually know that there were orcs there. You didn't know that.
And you want to crush them before they can build up defenses and infrastructure and grow food and stuff like that. You want to hit them now while they're at their most vulnerable.
It reminds me of in Shaun of the Dead where why am I forgetting his name? Bill Nye's character who gets bitten, and when that's been made clear, and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "It's all right. I've run it under a cold tap." And like, it's the same thing. It's like, "Oh my God, Satan is at our Smith's house," and then he's like, "It's all right. I've sent a message."
I sent two of my most average guys.
It's worth mentioning at this point as well that timeline-wise, if they did just pack up their shit and march an army to Eregion, they would get there before Sauron does.
Oh yeah,
that's funny.
Oh well.
We already know they can ride there in a single day because they did that at the beginning of episode 1.
They can just teleport over there. That's true.
What we call cinematic language, okay? They started the season off with it, so they must be telling us it's relatively simple. Why would they do that otherwise?
Easy peasy.
It's also pretty funny that Galadriel says, "I alone can slay him" when he got killed by a bunch of fucking orcs in the first episode.
Well, also the fact that she says that I am the savior of the universe. I'm the only one who knows Sauron's mind. I'm the only one who can kill him. It's just the same shit that started all of this in the first place.
Yeah.
Because she just hasn't learned anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly what she would say if the ring was controlling her.
Indeed.
That's what
I've had
Gil-galad
too
should be
much Rings
saying, you
of
know?
Power.
You
It's
you
just-
have allowed this Dark Lord to twist your mind, and now you've become the very thing you swore to destroy. That's exactly what he should be saying. Has Gil-galad actually made a single wise decision yet? A single one from the beginning of
think-
season 1 onwards?
Not really,
don't think
no,
so.
at all. And honestly, just the speed with which he's interested in these rigs. If I were an outside observer, I'd be like, I think he might be fucked. I think he's
Yeah.
gotta.
Mm.
Be told they're like corrupting and potentially Satan's little wing-wangs, and he's like, "Oh yes, give me." You're like,
Thank you, Daddy. Please more.
You know, Satan wasn't all that bad. He wrote some poems.
It's a point of view.
From my point of view, the elves are evil.
I know.
Now I'm just imagining that.
I know.
Lost. Jumps down a waterfall.
Oh my god.
I mean, it was
Wait,
the high
no, did he
ground.
jump down the waterfall, or is it that they're actually having a duel by the waterfall as the thing is falling off the waterfall, and then Elrond launches himself on it and then does like a massive jump? He can jump.
He would
fairly
jump
high, I
up the
presume.
waterfall because he
looks
would
like a
then
healthy
gain
lad,
the
yeah.
high ground.
Jump off
He
the
looks like
waterfall.
he's healthy, yeah.
Mhm.
He swims up the waterfall.
Oh yeah, he's got that. He's got the thing from Breath of the Wild, the suit that lets
Yeah.
you. There's one that lets you swim up waterfalls, right? In Breath of the Wild. I'm not
Yes.
misremembering, am I?
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, you're correct.
You
Swim
can-
up, stupid.
I got that one. Are you guys looking forward to the live action The Legend
No.
of Zelda movie?
Uh,
Yeah.
Nah, man, I'm saving all my
Wait.
excitement for Minecraft, so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
The fuck was that?
A really good idea is what it
Yes.
was.
Yeah, a really
Following.
good idea.
So let's see here. She said, okay, so she claims that she knows Sauron's mind, and she says that
That's a lie.
only, huh?
She does not know Sauron's mind. She
Yeah,
doesn't
that
know
is
anything.
this. This is
doesn't
one of
know
those
fuck
crazy
all.
things that she just says. But because in the visions that Sauron gave her, he was in complete and total control. He appeared as he wanted. He sifted through all of her memories, even going all the way back to her childhood in
Yeah,
Valinor.
Even to the
He
point where
had
she
total
knew it was
control.
happening and then got dragged into it forcibly. Like she was like, no, 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 and then like became a part of it almost. You're gonna
It's
tell
not an
everyone that
understatement.
part?
It's not an understatement to say that she knows nothing about Sauron, because every single thing that he has done
Well,
is him playing into, or could be
Could-
him
it's-
playing into.
could you
It's
not?
things he deliberately said to her.
Could you not
Yeah.
unfortunately argue and be pretty on point to say it isn't that at all? It's that she kind of likes him, if not has pretty strong feelings toward him.
Yeah.
Like she, to the point where she might be interested in trying to save him, so to speak. Like that's gonna be. And it's
I
gonna
don't
take-
think. I think that Sauron deliberately. Well, what I figured is because in season 1, we know that Galadriel that Sauron already knew who Galadriel was at the point when he turned into Halbrand, which was episode 1 that we just went through, which to me indicated that maybe he chose that form knowing that he could then fuck around with Galadriel later down the line. Because if he came out looking like, I don't know, what's his name, the guy who faked cancer.
Boogie?
Boogie?
Yeah, Boogie, that's it. Yeah, yeah.
He takes the form of
that form.
Boogie.
yeah, if he-
That would be a
if he-
10 out of 10 show, dude.
I am
If he took the full
Anatar
Boogie, then his plan doesn't work.
298.
That's still why
Power of the
Lord of,
Avatar.
Lord of the Dew.
Oh no.
So like it relies entirely
never
upon
did.
her kind of having a thing for him, and also him being, somewhat charismatic and playing into that, and I guess seducing her. Ultimately, at the end, he does try to seduce her. The whole "I will make you a queen" thing. Like it's not just oh you are the commander of the Northern Armies. You're really skilled, and I could actually use you. It is that he wants her at his side. So I think that that's absolutely something that we're supposed to take from the show. Whether she thinks she can fix him, I don't know.
It's that flash to the
There's
scene
a bunch
where they
of looks
connected.
and
is making me think that, especially with didn't they put it in one of the promos or trailers or whatever, the acknowledgement of Galadrion,
Yes.
whatever the fuck.
About a bunch of the cast have talked about it as well.
So it's so
Galadriel.
gross.
You are joking.
Yes.
You are
Galadriel.
joking.
Nope. There's interviews when they actually talk about this shit.
God.
She says, I can fix him, and I'm like, bitch, you're more broken than he is.
Imagine they did a Star Wars prequel. They
Actually
started
true.
doing Luke Paltine. Let's get them together.
What?
Luke Palpatine actually sounds like it could be a Star Wars character.
I am Luke
Palpatine.
Palpatine.
Oh boy. So she says that only she can slay Sauron.
No, that's not true.
So
can.
that's something she just made up. Not sure what she thinks that she's learned about him to make her believe that she's his only weakness, because he has only completely and thoroughly dominated her. And the only reason that we have to believe Sauron kept her alive in season 1 is that maybe he wants to use her in future plots. But he did leave her in the river, and it was only Elrond who just kind of came across her and just kind of like saved her. So if Sauron really did want to kill her, he was being clumsy about it. But I don't know if we're led to believe that he wants her to be alive because he's going to manipulate her. And if that's the plan, fucking working like a charm, my dude.
No,
Well, yeah,
hold
it's
on.
almost like it would be a good idea to take yourself completely out of play. It's just like, you know what? I can't participate anymore.
I should jump in that trench. And then the sea would make the bubble because it's like, ugh, get out of me.
So, like, the idea that maybe Sauron wanted Galadriel to be alive makes a bit of sense, because if he wanted her dead, he could have easily killed her.
Well,
Yes.
is it within his power to just kill her in that scene and take her form, and then...
You would think, yeah.
I would assume.
Might take some spaghetti time.
And
but
he'd have
yeah,
to be
why not?
Galadriel.
It's just
Maybe that'll be the
interesting to
plot
think
twist.
about as like a strategic
Oh,
move.
yo, that would be great.
I actually remember thinking that in the final episode of season 1, because like after that, when she goes back into the forge and she says proceed with making the rings, basically, and for like 5 minutes I was thinking that must be him. 'Cause there's
Exactly, that's
no
what
way
I'm
she's
saying.
gonna say yes.
She's checking off all the
Because-
boxes of actually being Sauron.
Yeah, you can't tell. What is the difference?
Yeah, it's like Galadriel, tell me one thing that you have done that Sauron would definitely not do.
She's like, I got you that
Just one.
birthday card. Like,
Well, 'cause
Sauron
she
would
does
give me a
that
birthday
to-
card.
Sauron's a nice guy. He'd give me a birthday card.
As soon as she gets pulled out of the vision, or pulled out of the river, literally, she pulls her knife on Elrond and immediately says, like, tell me, prove that you're you, because she thinks he might be Sauron. And he does. But then
Right.
he doesn't flip it on her and go, so how about you? Are you, how are you feeling today?
Also, that doesn't even make sense because Sauron can go back to her childhood
yep.
and assume the form of her brother.
Yeah.
Shouldn't he just do that with Elrond?
But like
Yeah.
the idea that maybe he wanted her alive so that he could manipulate her, I still don't think that even works, because as far as Sauron was aware, and is currently aware, there are 2 rings, not 3. Because the reason there are 3 is because Galadriel said, "Now we got to make 3 so that there aren't 2." So his plan was that there would be 2 rings, and he can't have thought that Galadriel would get one of them, right? Because
You would have assumed that it would have been Gil-galad and...
Círdan,
I mean, Círdan, because he's really old and really wise. Apart from that, we got
I
no one
thought-
else, right?
there's other elves.
Well, I thought
Yeah,
Celebrimbor
Celebrimbor
might
could
end
have
up
kept
getting
one.
one. Yeah.
Potentially Celebrimbor, yeah. The Lord of Eregion
Yeah.
and the Lord of Linden, yeah.
Yeah.
That would make the
Makes
most
sense.
sense.
Gandalf has one in the events of the Lord of the Rings as well. But, yeah.
Doesn't
That's
Gandalf
Círdan's
get...
ring.
I was going to say, yeah, he gets Círdan's ring off screen. Well, I say off screen, prior to the events of the film.
Well, it's before
Awesome.
before the event, so I guess it ends up in.
Gandalf.
Don't worry, they'll make
Depths
a
of
show
Moria,
just
right?
for that.
Well, it'll happen in this show, right? If this goes all the way to the end, right?
Please,
Ugh.
no, don't even say
Well,
that.
I guess the problem is I don't even know what the story's going to look like in terms of them trying to. I presume that the end in
Sure.
this case being like Isildur getting killed by orcs and then the ring getting dropped into the river, right? Like that would be. I don't know if they'd want that to be the ending necessarily. It's
Yeah,
a
I
bit
don't
of a-
think they do that. But I think they're gonna have like Isildur and Elendil and Gil-galad are gonna fight.
and the
you see
battle
them
of
further.
Sauron. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
How far
And
they
then-
keep going after that is anyone's guess.
Well, surely no further than that, right? Like-
Well, yeah, but is that
Yeah,
literally going to be
probably
the
not.
final episode? Is the question.
Well, who
Or
knows
the
if
Last
that's even
Alliance
Who knows
being
if they'll
season
get that
5
far.
probably was the plan, yeah.
I mean, yeah, if
Bridget
they even
Bell-
finish the series, like they might
yeah,
end it
I
after
think
season
I
3.
think they're gonna see it through to the end. I think
Yeah.
that this
Ugh.
is one where to admit it, to cancel it would be to admit the whole
Yeah.
thing was a failure, and they don't want
Yeah.
to do that. It's
Sure.
it's almost like a sunk cost fallacy would be my assumption on this
So-
one. That they got to see it
Sunk
through.
pride
all the way to the
fallacy.
end.
And that's going to be
Yeah.
rough because the viewership for this is like
We'll keep going
less
down
than
and
half
down
for the
and
first
down.
season. It's pretty
Yeah.
fucking dire. So.
Just waste more money.
I mean, theoretically, by season 5, we could be the only ones left.
Wouldn't be our first rodeo.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
God.
still
The
we're
biggest
still going
Rings
through
of Power
Batwoman,
fan
right?
base.
Still Batwoman
Yeah,
fans.
that's right.
Keeping it
Season
alive.
5 is going to be like fucking 2032 or something.
Well, yeah, I guess it'll be like 2030 or something like that.
Remember when
God,
Gary
can you
figured out
imagine-
how old he would be if season 5 finally came around and he like stared
Oh.
into the darkness?
God, imagine dedicating like 10 years of your life to this show.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
this is gonna be the rest of my life covering Rings of Power. Like, oh fuck me. Oh.
So, yeah, good stuff. Let's see here. Sauron, back in Eregion. Sauron,
Yay.
who is, I guess, in the city. He's been allowed entry into the
Mhm.
city because what are guards? I don't know.
yeah,
they,
he's
Yeah,
just
they
outside
treated
of
it as
the,
though this
here.
is the absolute stop when it should be way before this.
You don't get to come inside.
He
this is
has like
in the
2 guards
city.
watching him at all times. You know. It's
But this is in the city. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
in the
they're
city.
in.
It's just outside of Celebrimbor's like.
Well, he's within
workshop.
shouting distance of Celebrimbor. He's like,
Yeah.
hey!
yeah,
Hey,
just
let me
next to
in.
him.
Let me in
Yeah.
more, I guess.
Let me in more.
Yeah, so Sauron, who's in the city now, I guess, he's denied entry by Celebrimbor, who's the Lord of Eregion. He's in charge.
Mhm.
He's the mayor, the big cheese.
Mm-hmm.
There are guards here who just let him stand here and wait.
Yep.
I can only assume that we don't think about him having to eat or poo or sleep,
Nope.
or the horse, or the guards. I
Good
don't know. If
thing-
you're not in the scene, you're paused, I guess.
Good thing Galadriel
So
didn't
do
make a
you like-
standing order to execute on sight Halbrand. You know, would have complicated things.
I guess she has that authority, probably as
But-
commander of all the stuff and scourge of the whatevers.
Yeah, but Halbrand
he-
just knows that's not gonna happen. He knows he's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
That's
he
what I
doesn't
mean.
know at this point.
For all he knows, he could turn up and they'd be like, Sauron. And he'd be like, oh shit, okay, I'll be back. I'll
Oh,
change.
okay. I
I'll
guess
do
I'll
something
leave.
else."
And he's like, "Oh, who? Where is he? Where is
Yeah.
he? Fucking run!"
You mean the horse? Oh my
Yes.
god, I'll get off the
He
horse.
is-
You go.
Oh,
He just read the
oh
fucking-
God!
He just read the fucking script and he knows he's gonna be fine when he gets here.
Shadow
Like, it's
Shacks,
Super
oh
fucking
no.
stupid.
And
Oh.
his amazing plan is to just be like, I'm just going to stand here, though. That's cool,
Yeah.
right? And they're like, yeah.
Fucking nuts,
Yeah.
dude.
You're allowed to stand there, but you're not allowed to come in. It's like, yep, all right, that's
Man.
fine with me.
Yeah.
There is-
Imagine the spies
you-
who watched him go into Mordor thought, well, that's our job done. Off we go. And then just left him. So no one has spotted him. No one has spotted him coming all the way from Mordor to Eregion when they explicitly said they spotted him going in. They just went home and stopped. And then he's out here for however long it is. And again, no one thinks it's at all suspicious. No one thinks,
Nope.
oh, hang on. I recognize this guy. I'm pretty sure we've been told he's Sauron. We should probably mention this to somebody. No? Okay.
I
No.
just wish the
So
show
for how long?
would him.
He has to be here at least a few days, right?
Well, for how long he's standing there for, at a minimum, it's a day, which is still insane.
Yeah.
I think it's
Mhm.
more reasonable that it's at least a couple of days.
Yeah.
Also,
Um,
I think the writers forgot they did a setup here that they didn't use
No, they did.
because
They do.
Hmm? yeah,
This is the thing. I was going to say there's something that happens in episode 4 that would make for a decent bit of conversation right now, but since
Oh, I
too
haven't
many
seen
people have
episode
not
4 yet,
seen
yeah.
episode 4, and it's not the easiest thing to explain. It's not quick, and it leads to a couple of conversations, not just one. But there's
Yeah.
Sauron has put something in order that we know is currently active to help him with this plan. It's kind of silly, but we can't talk about it yet. I guess we'll find you get
Oh,
told it explicitly in episode 4.
but I was thinking about something else. I don't think that's going to be coming up again in 4. Because when the assistant lady comes around, he does like the things like, oh, I guess I'm going to wait here, as we already said. And then he like turns around, like to show the wounds, like, look, ow, ouchie, I need treatment. And the lady like wants to says, he's wounded. And then it's like, yeah, I don't care. And then that never.
Well, that's
does
technically
anything.
that is set up and
Be-
payoff. that was an
Yeah,
attempt to get
it's
them
I
to
mean,
bring him in.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
the thing
just-
I was thinking this would be like the beginning of how he makes his way into the thing, where it's like,
That-
okay,
that
guess
is
I'll
what
leave.
it's supposed
and
to
then
be.
Technically,
and
it
then
is.
he
Like the best reading of that is he's trying to make himself seem more and more sympathetic to Celebrimbor, and
Yeah.
Celebrimbor technically does break after enough time, right?
Yeah, yeah. That,
Mhm.
well, that's
And
how
then
he
he's
ultimately gets
manipulated in
inside.
like 2 seconds.
It's
But-
dumb as
but that
fuck.
would-
I'm just saying that's what the
Yeah.
show's
Yeah.
going for.
Because
But, and
I
again, the
thought-
only reason why any of that can happen is because the guards allow him to just stand there.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the only reason why that can happen is because the letter didn't arrive, and
Well,
the only reason why that can happen is because he didn't fucking Galadriel didn't tell Celebrimbor that he's Sauron.
All
So
Sauron
all
needs
of
now
that is required for this to happen.
is a boombox with the fucking Lord of the Rings theme playing, and then Celebrimbor pokes his head out of his tower and goes, "Go away! I don't want to be
Go away."
friends with you."
Because this would have been like
Oh.
a thing where maybe, I don't know, no one wants to treat him, and then the lady comes out because she's like easily deceived. That's the word. And then she like has to come out and wants to treat him, but he kills her, takes her form, goes inside, and then again, as I mentioned earlier, just trying to go through the ranks, get closer to Celebrimbor, convince him of the thing, do all this deception thing, all this evil magic stuff, instead of just being there. And it's like, oh yeah, I guess they didn't tell you. Anyway, I'm gonna leave now. No, wait, tell me. And then he gets in. It's like, oh wow, that was very lame. Because again, they just don't do anything with the whole. He can transform into basically
Oh, yeah.
anyone.
Mhm.
So
Like, nothing at all.
from what you've suggested, Morla, because I have only seen the first like 10 minutes of episode 4, is it worth mentioning anything about the missing message or not? Because
Well, so what it is we get an explanation for what's happening to the people who are trying to get messages to Eregion.
and Sauron is behind it.
Yes.
That's insane. So that means that he
That's-
knew that there was a
oh my
letter that was going to come, and he got in the way so that way
Dude,
Celebrimbor
it's-
would never be told.
Honestly, you'll love it.
Okay, I can't wait to see this.
Sure he will.
'cause
Yes.
I was totally
Because-
expecting when I did my video for episode 2 that we were just not going to hear from them again, and it was just like, oh, the bandits, that's good enough.
Something
Anyway,
got
moving
him.
on.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what they did in season 1 with the mystery spy who had all the answers, and they do a very similar thing again in episode 3.
All
So
spies are
this is,
mystery spies, right?
well, I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Are there like James Bond? Everyone knows him, so he's
Well,
not a very good mystery
they
spy.
are,
Archer, he's the best spy in the world. Sterling
Archer,
Archer.
yeah.
They
Yeah.
are dragged away with chains, and that is the signature move of the creatures that have killed them.
Mhm.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it
Also,
next week.
Kratos?
Hooray!
Kratos.
Kratos is like, I have to destroy this world, and it's God.
Elves, you
pantheons of this
conspire
god,
against
they're-
me?
All the gods of this world are clearly evil. They have to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, Rags, this is the armor I was talking about, like way earlier in the.
I like this more than the gold.
I think it looks like shit.
I don't like it much, but I like the fact that they actually have something resembling a steel plate on their chest, the gauntlet, and the green with the gold work on it. I don't like the helmets, but I think it's better
It's
than the
mainly
gold.
the green paint on the armor for me. It just looks like someone fucking
Oh.
slotted random green paint on the armor. It looks
wait,
unfinished.
you and I are thinking differently. I thought it was
Oh.
green, like a greenish metal that had been like gilded, not the other way around. Oh,
Yeah.
now I see what you're. Oh,
I was thinking the same as you, Regs. Yeah, if
now
that's
that he's
green
mentioned
paint,
it, oh shit! Now that Gogur's
Yeah.
mentioned that, and I kind of look at it like a reverse zebra.
is it like? Is the word oxidized? Is that what we were thinking? Like
If
you get
it's-
metal in it.
Yeah,
I-
if
to
it's
me, it's supposed
bronze,
to be
right?
like-
Bronze turns into green, that kind of green. But so it would be like random
I
splotches
thought it
of
was
bronze then.
stylistic. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
in
thought
pa-
it was just a style, like
in
a
particular, that-
stylistic choice.
The one on the right,
f-
the dude on the right, it looks like they've taken a sort of bronze helmet and just
Like a
blasted it
copper
with a
and
spray
jade.
can.
I just
Oh.
think it's a random child who like painted the armor green because he was bored.
I still like the look better. If I was playing an Elfguard RPG and I had to choose my character, this is the skin I'd buy from the ring
The Rings
store.
of Power store.
Oh, copper,
But yeah, the Rings of Power store over the flat gold.
See, that's where you and
I
I,
mean,
differ.
yeah,
I'd
I
choose
like
the
the colour, I
goofiest
guess.
clown outfit, or I'd choose the Waldrick skin.
The Waldrick skin, of course. He has got Waldrick's got armor. You know what? We saw Waldrick for all that time. None of us said a goddamn thing about his armor because it worked.
Yes.
We didn't make fun of his armor at
Yeah.
He
all.
looked good.
He was a-
Actually, his armor looked
He
so suitable that I thought for sure we'd be getting more of him.
I thought he just looks dignified.
He looked ready. He
He
just
earned
needed a
that
crown.
armor.
That's all he needed was a crown.
He is the king. He is a king.
Aldrich crown.
Aldrich, our king.
I have a question. Like, what can this armor actually be made of? It can't be steel and it can't be bronze because both of those are alloys, and they didn't know how to make these until 5 years ago.
That's how they made alloys.
Very
Is they
true,
just
yeah.
took
Once
the
he
bits
cracked
and
it, they
stuck 'em
rolled it
together.
out, buddy. He was
Yeah.
he was blown
Blasted
away.
out on a production line.
Yo,
You gotta
guys, it's
see
like
this.
light bulbs up in here.
Yeah, the
Hmm.
question is, do we see this armor in season 1? And if we
Yeah.
don't, then it may well be that he was like, guys, I've just had this incredible idea.
Dude.
We can use this for anything. Like all of their
Yeah, this is a
cutlery
new
is
design.
green and bronze.
Maybe
and
that's
all-
why it looks a bit shit. Maybe that's why.
That
Yeah,
would be
this
funny
is
if we got a
fun.
scene where he
Yeah,
talked to
you're still
Durin, any of them, and just was like, "Do you guys know about alloys?" And they're like, "Yes."
Yeah.
Yes.
Just alloys like two metals being like mixed together. Yeah. Good, because we
Oh.
do too. We were just making sure that you knew.
Yeah. If it
We
is
just
two
thought,
different
yeah.
metals like mixed together in that way, that would be a retarded way to make
That's
an
just,
armor.
like,
It would just
splotchy,
break
yeah.
instantly. But
You're gonna have to chew that more because it's all chunky. You're gonna have to do it more. In it, and
it would break instantly from just one hit if you like mix the metals that
yeah,
way.
I thought it was just like a greenish metal, like some greenish elf metal, and then it was given the. God, I don't know. I don't think about it that much.
I think it looks like a fucking unfinished design. It's yeah. don't like it.
Let's see here. Caliburn says no news from Linden. There says news from Linden should arrive any day. Is he? I guess he's waiting for a letter he doesn't know is arriving.
I need to mention that. Sorry, that line is just one of the worst examples of ADR. I just think it's fucking hilarious because he's having a conversation with his assistant, and they're like, "Hey, what should we do with not Sauron? What should we do with Halbrand?" And she's like, "Well, I mean, he's a bit injured. Should we let him in?" He's like, "Nah, we can just let him stay here. He'll leave eventually."
He's
And
not
then he
Sauron
walks off,
or anything.
and then he walks off screen and says, "News should arrive any day now." It's like, what? What does that have to do with anything?
I don't have
And
any
how do you know
idea
this?
what message is he expecting from Linden.
Well, he says, I don't know if it's this episode or
News?
the next one, he wants to know if the rings have worked.
And
But I
is-
think the answer to that should be obvious. Do you still feel like you're dying? Because, like, if obviously not.
well,
so
I'm
they
watching the
work,
show,
right?
so yes,
Well, true, yeah.
I do
he-
feel like I'm dying.
If what they say is accurate about the magic of the elves leaving or whatever, then they should absolutely feel it instantly. When,
Well, that would be
it gets
something they could have shown when they put on the rings. Maybe it cuts to some elves all around Middle Earth, and they just feel like they feel something. They feel like something. They get that. You
That
see it
would
in their
make-
eyes, and
That would make sense, though. And I mean, the reason why they didn't do that is because the way that Sauron takes his little baby steps towards corrupting Celebrimbor is he says, "I know that the rings. You haven't heard about the rings." He's like, "Oh my god, did they work?" And then he says, "Yeah, they worked. They worked amazingly well." So if he already knew that they worked, then the writers would have to come up with a different way for him to get inside.
Oh, they didn't talk to you. Oh, how sad. Oh no.
You didn't receive any letters.
It's so horrible, man. Oh.
so yeah, the Elvis messengers are dead.
Elvis, what messengers?
David.
Elvis's message is
Elvis.
dead.
Hey, but, they all
Elvis the messenger.
now listen here, Gil Galad. Where'd my messengers go? They had an important message to deliver to Celebrimbor, and I need to know if they're okay. I guess to do an Elvis impression this stream. Halbrand is shown right after the scene of the messengers being dragged away, which kind of like through the language of visual filmmaking implies that he could be responsible. But here I am thinking that's not fucking possible, so I won't entertain it. But okay, I guess we'll
Yeah.
get to that when we get to that. Because
Well, my speculation is, well, which apparently is wrong from what I've learned today. It was like,
it probably makes sense.
Somehow he noticed that these orcs are following him, so he does like dark magic speech and made them kill the people that might follow him if he finds one. Or, which would be more in line with the Rings of Power, the squad just stumbled upon these people that followed Sauron and then they killed them. That was
So,
my speculation.
I was thinking it was just random bandits, but like if we're saying that Sauron did this, then that's just completely insane because again, going back to any semblance of, if we're trying to make any semblance of a timeline out of this, by the time the letter has left Linden, Sauron will probably be arriving in Mordor for the first time.
It is this simple, okay? For now, we don't need to go any further than this. There are 3 ways from Linden to Eregion, and one's real good and real fast, one's pretty okay, one's super long. Now, when they need to go
bullshit,
there...
but...
Yeah, it's very bullshit. Now, when they need to go there, they discover the super good fast way is completely out. There's no way they can do that one. The long way is open, but the shorter way is also open, but... shorter way, there's creatures that are there now that haven't ever really been there, and it's because Sauron put them there because he knew that that's the path people would take.
It's
Except
the
that they have
only
been
way.
there. They've been there for thousands of years.
That doesn't
Wait.
take a fucking age.
So he didn't specifically get them to intercept the letter. He just hoped that they would.
Yes, this is what I mean about it.
Yeah.
It's so we probably can't get into it now. It's so dumb.
That is awful.
There's no other possible way they could have gone except for fucking endless miles to the north or whatever.
3 ways, baby.
Sure,
3
sure.
ways.
That's how it works. Yeah.
This is breaking my brain because I know that they wouldn't know this at the time, but had they gone the long way, they would have still got there before Sauron.
Oh well.
Anyway, over in Dune.
Yay.
Rune.
No.
Rune.
You're out in the desert. There's a horseman. One thing I noticed is that if you look at the horseman, you see the silhouette, and they got the flag. And then in this scene here, they don't have the flag, and then the flag reappears right here. So that's fun. That's fun. Maybe it was getting annoying and they took it off or something. I'm not sure. It's just we're just doing what we can. Oh my God, it's Skeletor. Oh my goodness, he goes into this big stone temple, and I guess this is where all the mystics hang out from season 1. You remember the 3 white-clad mystic ladies who were trying to find the Istar, who they thought was Sauron.
Yeah.
Well, this is a place that some of them are. I don't know if it's
their goon cave.
This is their goon cave. This is the goon cave.
Yeah.
Now
the king beyond the wall lives apparently.
there's a bearded guy here who seems to be the leader. We're gonna call him Rasputin. I like that. I like Rasputin.
Oh, that's good. That's
At
good.
random set. I like it. They do this ritual where they bring in these jars of moths, and one of them gets
Sure.
cut because they need some blood. And of course, you got to cut if ever there's a ritual, a blood ritual, and you need blood, you
Don't
have
cut
to
you
get
there.
cut in the palms of your hands, right?
Yep.
That's just where you have to get cut. Or I
Hey.
assume any old blood will do.
If
It's all coming from the same place.
a rule from the ritual, then fair enough. But whenever they
Yeah.
make it explicit, they just need blood, and they do that, it pisses me off.
Yeah, I
There's
don't believe
there's a
it's-
really funny
Ugh.
there's a really funny part of it. I assume like it's a blood sacrifice and you need a certain amount of it. But when she walks away, a huge part of it gets like cut up with a robe, and it just gets removed from the area.
Well,
So
drags
yeah,
it that way.
we got blood,
Mm.
we got moths, we got crazy witches, we got Rasputin, we got Dune.
We
It's
got
looking pretty good.
Eminem.
Looking pretty good. Plus, no Harfoots in sight. However,
Yay.
Good shit.
we see all of the moths kind of convulse and form into a shape, and the shape takes the form of what I can only call her, based on randoms videos, Feminem.
Eminem is good
Yes.
too.
Oh my goodness, she's back again.
Guess who's
Feminem's
back?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So he asks, "What news from the White Wings?" And Feminem says that Sauron's shadow is deepening and that he has taken a new form to deceive his enemies. So I guess she has learned about Sauron somehow.
She
Okay.
does know all these things apparently.
Yeah,
Why?
I thought she
I
got
don't know.
vaporized, but well,
Okay,
we
wait,
thought
wait,
that
wait.
before.
so I thought he brought it back to life in this very scene, or is he?
No.
He brought it
Guess
back
she's
to
like,
life,
this is-
and
that
then
doesn't-
she
I'm
ran
gonna
off.
her to here.
So she
Yes,
ran off to do some
that's the only way
spying
that
as a
makes
moth.
sense. Yeah, so when they get vaporized, all three of them in the end of season 1, they all kind of turn into moths. It's a
Right.
little bit weird. Same with the staff that he uses to vaporize them, which is why he doesn't have it in season 2. But then if Rasputin has just resurrected her and immediately said, "Hey, what have you learned?" That wouldn't make any sense. So he
Right.
must have previously resurrected her, and this ritual that he just did, as far as I can tell, is maybe like a summoning spell, or he's teleported her or something. So yes, he did resurrect her, but I don't think that's what this was.
What if she was pooping and then...
I had the same exact thought just now. The exact
I always
thought.
ask this. Is like, what if they were pooping? People do that.
Yeah.
It's like, do you mind? Come on, man.
He also says, I hear whispers from salt scavengers and Mumakil thieves.
Just stealing a little Mumakil over there.
let's
sticking it
see.
in
Are
the
you
back pocket.
stealing Mumakil? What the fuck?
Rasputin asks,
How do you do that?
Well, you wouldn't steal a car. So Rasputin asks about the Istar, and he mentions he's heard rumors from salt scavengers and Mumakil thieves, which, as I believe, I've been told that in the lore, Mumakil are from Haradrim. They're not
Yes.
from Rune. But
Yeah.
you know what?
Way
They
further
get
south.
around.
Okay.
They get around. I mean, horses aren't
Wandering
from
Mumakil. It's everywhere.
America,
It's
but we
more
got
that
them.
they're
Not
fucking
really.
huge, and so I don't know how you would steal one.
Yeah, how the fuck do you
Oh,
steal
come
one?
on.
You got it's a heist. it's a big heist. You
Yeah.
gotta
Well,
get
is-
those
is it
guys
actually-
and God and
What is it actually like Mumakil going around robbing people? You know, like
See, I didn't
Oh,
even
yeah.
consider that it was people like carjacking Mumakil. I figured that it was a group of raiders on a Mumakil that went around robbing other people.
nah, they stealing them things.
A really secretive escape vehicle for
They climb
Mumakil.
on and they're
no,
like,
it's the actual Mumakil stealing things from people.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's like-
amazing.
There was a pretty cool that Rags got referenced in here as well. He said whispers of an
Yeah.
old man in rags. I don't know what that means exactly.
It
Something
was in you.
Listen, there was
Got to explain yourself, Rags?
I don't. First off, I ain't gotta explain shit.
Whoa.
Also,
Okay, no need to
that
be
didn't
hostile.
happen.
Jesus.
Especially not Gandalf. All right.
You had no old man in you.
I've had no old men in rags around
Okay.
me.
all right.
No old men in rags around me. Okay.
I'm glad we cleared
Get
that
this
up.
straight. Yeah. I'm glad we did too. There's no misunderstanding here.
On the subject of things not cleared up, so I'm very confused still by the real slim lady. Like, does she spend all of her time?
Real slim lady.
Does she spend all of her time living as moths? And
I
that's
don't-
how she got these rumors?
You
Because
know,
that's
that's
the
like the-
impression I got.
Don't you?
Well, yeah,
I
so
mean, sometimes,
Don't you
but-
live as moths?
because he says, Rasputin says, "What news from the White Wings?" which either refers to Feminem and the other two that didn't come back for some reason because I guess they weren't good enough, or it refers
Enough
to
blood.
the sort of what is it, like Legion-like entity that forms Feminem, which is comprised of multiple moths that went out spying.
We are Legion.
But then, if that is what they do, then how did
We
they
love
ever
lamps.
make the mistake in season 1 of thinking that Steve, not Gandalf, was Gandalf? Because they didn't. They went and found him, and they assumed he was Sauron. But if they live all
Well-
their time as moths gathering rumors, they
here's-
wouldn't have made that mistake.
So whatever they thought, I guess they've been looking for Sauron to return for a while, and there is something about. I guess it was within the realm of possibility that after Sauron dies and explodes or whatever, one of the methods of his return is via meteor. Because that's specifically where they go to. The meteor hits, and they go to the meteor thinking that, oh, this is probably where Sauron is, because obviously there's no one in the meteor yet. They've long gone, but they go and pursue whoever this person is because they're thinking, yeah,
Don't they
this could have
say-
been the space Kinder Egg with our boy in it.
When they realized, don't they say, "Oh, he is the other" or something like that?
Yeah, so in episode 8 of season 1, they say, "Oh no, he is the other. He is the Istar." And Rasputin in this episode, episode 2, he is aware of both Sauron and the Istar. So the whole organization collectively knows about both entities, but they were looking for Sauron, not Gandalf. They just didn't consider that maybe they were wrong until the very end.
But they still really want to find the Istar.
Mm-hmm.
So they would want him, they'd want him either way.
I think they want to find him now. And my guess for where they're going with that. Well, yeah, so my guess for where they're going with that is that originally, had they been right and had they found Sauron, then they don't give two shits about not Gandalf because his mind is veiled and he's going to be a simpleton for the rest of his days. But what they did by being wrong is they started to lift the veil on the wrong guy who's now going to become like a fully fledged wizard. and they have to now deal with that problem and, I guess, find Sauron. It's not clear at all what they want to do with Sauron, but they're clearly looking for him.
That makes them much stupider in retrospect, then, because
yes,
if
yeah,
the-
absolutely, it does. Yeah,
if the risk was we could accidentally create a fucking good guy that would be really powerful, or we could awaken our master, let's just flip a coin. It's like, well, no, we should probably find the other one first, see what our options look like. This fucker is like, who knows? Whatever.
We don't know at all, like, specifics, because we don't. This is so vague at the moment. It's one giant fucking mystery box. So it's all speculation at this point. But if we get any kind of payoff that's anything like what I just said, then yeah, they are morons. And he specifies in this scene that those 3 mystics were the best of the best. They were his best acolytes.
Yeah, that's
fucking
fucking embarrassing.
He says they were like my most skilled acolytes. Yeah.
They got beat up by a couple of Harfoots and
They did.
and a weird guy that can't talk.
They make a point of that in the episode. Remember when one of them gets hit in the head with like a stone? Like the point of the episode being like, you guys are getting fucked up by little midgets. Like you guys need, you're not that intimidating.
Yeah.
They're even incompetent in this scene because like the leprosy knights come in and like their whole claim to being more competent is that they just that's the reason they're here. They have a skin condition that they want.
It might just be this is an age before Vaseline. All right, they might just look grim. They might be fine.
So they show up and Skeletor says,
They're just really ugly.
Skeletor says, "Yeah, I'll capture him for you. My evil plan is that I'm going to like threaten to kill the Harfoots, and then he'll have to surrender." Which, like, okay, yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. But not only did the Mystics not try that in season 1, but Skeletor is also confident that the Mystics didn't try that in season 1 because he presents this as like some new idea that they haven't tried before.
But they, already their claim to being more competent. So you're like, well, what did you do that my most powerful acolytes didn't? I don't know, basic tracking. That's a start.
I mean,
great. It's like nobody thought to track them before.
Well, they're not really good at that either. So.
But their plan to attack, so to speak, is so crap. Like beyond so crap.
I'm gonna
it's
threaten him.
It's not anything. It's like, have you tried arrows? You're like, yeah, I guess you could try that.
Wait, did you guys say the acolyte people didn't try that? Because I feel like they did. They turned into the guy even, and then
also like a large part of why they failed. I know it was complete bullshit and that the Mystics are terrible, but a large part of why they failed was because the Harfoots had some advantages. And well, so I'm trying to remember, where did the staff come from? Did he take it from one of them?
It's
it's during
one
lady.
It's during fucking with them. One of them goes and grabs it, and then he gets it. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
It is that simple. They should have just said like, yeah, it was embarrassing, kinda. We lost the staff. He got it. And he fucked us up.
Yeah, well, we'll take the L. We'll take a big L on that.
Yeah, this time we're gonna get him because, truly, we can only kill him if the plot lets us. We can't actually do it otherwise.
Can you just send us over and over again until we're allowed to win?
Well, no, send us in the finale of every season. That's the only time we might be able to beat him.
Exactly.
It'll never be in the middle of the season.
Clearly, they can't die. Might as well just send them every time.
If they showed up here, like right now, and they came out into the desert to track not Gandalf and the 2 Harfoots, they win. Period. They can't hide. They don't have 2 other people with them.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a fucking stick.
And that, we'll get to that later,
unless,
I guess.
Things happen. This feels so bad.
I know.
That is the worst scene in Rings of Power in my mind.
Oh,
we will
get
my there.
God. I'm good.
Dark Wizard, evil man. Woohoo.
Okay.
People are speculating on whether or not he's Saruman, by the way. What do you reckon, folks?
Probably.
Fuck it, why not?
Why not?
I'm guessing no, actually. I think he's just some random Dark Wizard.
I don't think anything surprises me at this point, but I wouldn't count on it. I would not bet that he is. But if he turns out to be,
I think he might just be here for the season, and that's it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're gonna kill him at the end or something.
Yeah, it could be a rite of passage almost for Gandalf to overcome the Dark Wizard of the Land or whatever. But I mean, it was suggested, and I was like, it could be that like they have a battle. There's an attempt to do something with Gandalf's mind, and he like reverses it back on this guy, and this guy gets veiled of his evil, and then almost like the show wants to write its own profile for why Saruman is a good guy and turned bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh,
One
that
thing leads
sounds
me to
just
bel-
like the kind of thing Rings of Power would do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I can absolutely see them having that fucking mindset.
Because
Doing
the
this
one
character.
thing that makes me want to believe that he is the Saruman, they in the subtitles they just call him Dark Wizard. Normally, if
Yeah.
it's like just a normal character, they just give them the name immediately, even though they haven't said it yet.
Well,
So
like,
maybe
so on
from the meta knowledge, I could believe they
well,
would
not
go
further
for
on
that.
from what I just said is like, could you totally see like in season fucking 3 or 4 if they push it that far, and then Gandalf is like, I believe you and I will be old good friends, and they'd be like, no, get it, because oh my god, and like the spell whitens the whole beard instead of it having black in it. It's just like, oh,
Right.
it's fully white now. Yes, Saruman.
I hate it. I kind of want to see it.
And then he's like, you know, we have to change your name. Can't be calling you Dark Wizard. What is your name? And then he's like, oh, well, I used to be known by a different name. And then the camera zooms right in on him and he says,
he
Christopher
looks
Lee.
into the camera.
Christopher Lee. I used to be Dracula.
Oh.
And that's
Have you ever
so
seen
the
it's
other
not.
alternative is like blue wizards. Those are the only other one of the other people it could
Yeah.
be is a blue wizard. The blue
Was
wizards
it
they haven't really
Radagast?
been
And I was
very
like,
well established.
Chop his legs
They
off.
could, yeah. I mean,
Ooh, hold on. Does Amazon has the rights to? Because the blue wizards have names, yes, in the lore.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Because I know that the Warner Brothers properties, the Peter Jackson stuff, they were contractually not allowed to name them, which is why they're only referenced in passing in the Hobbit movies. They just say, "Oh, there's a couple of blue ones." Does that mean? Because theoretically, that would mean that Amazon does have the rights to use those characters. Because one of the stipulations was that there can be no overlap, pretty much. So anything that was created, I guess, for the Peter Jackson films can't exist in Rings of Power, including the music. So I guess would that mean that theoretically he could be one of the blue wizards taken directly from the lore? I'm
If
not
they were
sure.
in the appendices to the Lord of the Rings, because they have the full rights to use that, I think yes, and I think they're mentioned in there. And it would be an earlier version because the idea of the blue wizards kind of evolved over time. But the strictly speaking canonical one, which is the only one that's actually committed to extended fiction and appendices, is the idea that they went east and were corrupted in various different ways and ended up aiding Sauron, much as Saruman did later. And they did arrive earlier, they did arrive in the Second Age, and he's already in place, which would add up. Tolkien tried to change his mind a little bit later and have them actually be good guys who were very important, but just completely off screen. But that never made it into any of the stories, as far as I'm aware. So I think they could use them, but it would be very anticlimactic if the scene was, oh, and my name is dude you've never fucking heard of before, as opposed to
I think
my
even-
name is actually Saruman.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even think they'd be that interested in being like I've always loved the color blue. I have a brother who's blue as well. We're the blue wizards. He'd be like,
Yeah.
But
I have a
compared
blue house
compared
with
to
a
him
blue
being able
window.
to say like
Well-
I will go by my ancient name Saruman, he'd be like, oh my god.
I mean, you say that where, like, as if you're going to have like a conversation where they're like, what color should we wear? Should we wear blue? I like blue. As if that exact fucking thing doesn't happen in episode 3.
No, but I'm not saying that's something they wouldn't do in terms of the actual dialogue. I'm saying that they're more cynical, right? They're like, do people even know the blue wizards? They're like, we got to do
True,
Saruman
yeah.
because everyone knows Saruman.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like
Yeah.
at the point of using the blue wizard, you may as well just make up another one.
Yeah, like we know the blue wizards as a reference, but I'm not even sure the general public really remember any references to the blue wizards.
Yeah, but then again, I mean,
Don't
this
know
show
any.
is doing like its attempt to get closer to lore is just name dropping stuff with no setup in universe. So I wouldn't put it beyond it. Like at some point in a later episode, Adar calls Galadriel by like a other name, which is only referencing
I mean,
like a very old part of the Silmarillion. It's like only people who will think, oh my goodness, they're referencing Tolkien. This is such Tolkien. Look, they have Entwives now. Isn't that
Eat
brilliant?
fire, bro.
oh yeah, it's not that they wouldn't
Big
have
Tolkien.
zero references, but I just think that this opportunity, because I even think it's more likely the more we go on too. Like maybe they've left it as a 50-50 of what they're going to make the Dark Wizard, but the show's ratings are going to plummet, and so eventually they're like, I could just
They
see someone
already
saying,
They already
Make-
have, yeah.
make the Dark Wizard Saruman. People will talk about that. Make him Saruman. Just do
They
it.
like Saruman more.
Yeah. We need engagement on Twitter. Make him Saruman.
Ugh.
God, man. The amount of cope I've seen on Twitter is insane.
Mm.
Anyway, move on.
I'm blocked by many people there, so I haven't seen much.
Okay. Back in the wilderness, Nori and Poppy are trying to decide on a name for Nut Gandalf. We can blast by this pretty quick. It's fucking weird that they're just now having a discussion on what should we call
Torture.
you, or should I just call you Hey You until forever. He tells them nobody can give you a name. It is yours already.
I can give him any name I want.
Wrong.
Fuck you, Steve.
Wrong. I'm pretty
Which
sure
is
people just name
incorrect.
people.
Yeah,
when
I
they're
guess he
born.
assumes everyone falls from meteors from the gods like him.
Yeah.
But he does know that
Mhm.
Nori has parents and a family.
Yeah,
So he should know that this isn't how it works. People get their names from others. And also there's just
Yes.
the practical element of, okay, but like, what do we call you if I want to get your attention?
Mm-hmm.
I think the better version of this is what is done in other stories. The whole, like, you don't name yourself. People who love you end up naming you in this world, and I'd like that myself. And then
Yeah,
you
like
can have Nori be like, "Well, I don't know what to name you. That's a big responsibility." Like, and then she could talk about how her parents named her, and then she can mention a couple of suggestions, and he can be like, "Oh," and then she can be like, "No, those don't work." You can make it much more meaningful and interesting.
Yeah.
But they did what they did because they rings of
Yeah,
power, and that's what
especially
they do.
if he ends up adopting the name that they give to him and he likes it, and
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't, like, he's not warm to it at first, and he really wants to go by his, I guess, internal name or whatever. But then he ends up going by it, or maybe later we get a scene where someone asks him what his name is, and he says, "I'm the name that she called me." So
Also-
There
just-
actually is a
just to be
scene
clear,
in
You can name yourself, and Gandalf has a bazillion names, but generally speaking, you don't name yourself.
Yes.
yeah, my parents.
Also,
named me
I think
Rags.
he'd probably realize also it's like, oh, I probably have a name, I just can't remember it yet, because he seems to realize he's starting to remember other things. So he's
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably going to
if
be
they'd
like,
gone,
oh, I
if
do
they'd
have a
gone for
name, I
that,
just don't
that
know
would
it
have
yet.
made sense. Yeah. But
Yeah.
he seemed the way he phrases it seems to suggest that he thinks it's normal that you just get your name when you find it.
It's just
When you fall from the sky in your meteor.
But yeah,
That-
also
Well, it would be
doesn't-
great if you had a reveal down the road where she asks, "Hey, have you remembered your name yet?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I remembered it a long time ago." But it didn't even mention it, and he's just chosen to go by the name that they gave him as like a little
Mhm.
sweet reveal. But I'm probably not gonna do that.
Doesn't
I-
Gandalf has like loads and loads and loads of names in the lore, so it's particularly weird for him to say that no one can give you a name.
There is actually a passage, I can't remember if it's in The Hobbit. I've got a vague memory it's in The Hobbit near the beginning when he introduces himself and he's asked what he's called. And he actually says, in the West, they call me this. In the North, they call me this. In the South, they call me this. You can call me Gandalf, something along those lines. So yeah, he's quite used by that point to people giving him names.
Well, no.
Yep.
He chose
Well,
all those
no,
names
fuck
in all those
you.
places.
Yeah, but those names suck.
I
Probably
also saw
not.
some other people pointing this out, but Nori mentions he's looking for a Gand.
Oh god damn it! Yeah.
Yes, we will. Yeah, so we've got Poppy says they can take a shortcut through the desert, which they want to take, but they decide they can't because, as many of you probably know, in a desert there's not a lot of food or water. So they say, well, we can't do that. And so they
Good.
go back and set up camp.
Good to know. I hope we can use this desert for a payoff in another episode. That would be great.
Probably not. That would be. I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. Now back at camp, Poppy asks if not Gandalf can conjure water with his magic. But
Valid question.
apparently, but without a Gand, like a staff, he's afraid of losing control. However, every time he's tried to do it in the past, it has worked out. And also, dying of dehydration will absolutely kill you. But yeah, magic side effects seem to be harmless to minor inconveniences.
Yeah, you fall over, maybe a tree explodes, but you know, otherwise,
Yeah.
pretty fun. Worst case,
Yeah.
you get some more bugs to eat.
But you have to drink water or you will die. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the retarded child might get hit by a branch, so we can't do it.
so Gand. You think they're setting up that this is Gandalf by saying he needs a staff which is called a Gand? I don't
was
know.
Didn't we look up what Alf means? And it was Alf.
Alf
in,
means you
ah,
looked up like the old.
It was Old
Nordic
Norse.
or-
Yeah, the Old Norse version of translation of the word Alf is elf or fairy, which means that he's stick
Yes.
elf
stick fairy.
or stick fairy.
Stick fairy.
Stick Fairy.
Yes,
There's,
he will be called Stick Fairy very soon.
There's a bit more in, I think it's episode 3 or 4, I can't remember, that would push us further to the potential of naming him. I think that's actually going to be a season payoff, which is so sad.
Probably. It'll be at the end of season 2. I am Gandalf.
And I am good. I'm Gandalf the good.
exactly.
Shall not pass.
He grows a hat.
He just goes. And he's- So, they hear horses coming,
Ah,
and oh my goodness, the trackers, they're upon us. They're coming. I can hear the horses. And so the two Harfoots hide with the somewhat amusing edit. I won't lie. Yeah, he turns around and they're just like gone. Oh my god, they're so used to hiding as Harfoots and everything. Funny, I guess, but it's kind of fucked up that they don't say anything to him and they're just like,
That's
this
true,
guy's
yeah.
left to his own. It would be funny if they had constructed the scene in such a way where maybe Poppy or whatever sticks out her head and says, go there over behind that rock or whatever. Or even they could do something where he turns around, they're nowhere to be seen, and we just get his face as we hear their voice tell him to go behind the rock. And he's still like clearly looking for where the sound is coming from, like he can't even tell, but then he skitters off. But oh well. But it kind of makes it look like they left him to his own devices, which is, in character for Harfoots, I guess.
Nobody gets left behind, huh?
All the spooky trackers show up. They get off their horses and they look around and they cannot find the
that's not
Harfoots
tracking.
for the guy. They
Yeah,
throw
Gandalf.
or Gandalf, yeah. They throw a knife
I
at
like
a snake.
I like
He's
the shot
behind
where
the
the
bush, guys. He's totally invisible.
I like the shot where the one guy looks directly at their weird tarp that looks very obviously not like a rock, and there's like,
Yes.
no, there's nothing there.
Yeah, but
I'm
we don't
gonna-
see it from his perspective like they did in the Lord of the Rings, which makes it kind of neat.
no.
This is just like this is
I was saying this was neat. I was like, the fuck
no,
are you talking about?
no,
I was
no.
about to get angry.
No. The warg is beautiful though. But yeah, we're just sort of led to assume that I guess they did a really good job of hiding. Trust us, and I guess it works out because even though all of these trackers had a reason to come to this location, get off their horses and look around, and note out there's footprints and stuff, they just can't find him. So they say, "Oh, I guess we're leaving. Let's go, guys."
Yeah.
I think they
That's-
do
did-
foolishly do show us what it looks like.
Yeah, there's one frame where you see the tarp. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Which is so
Yeah, it's totally
obviously
nothing
not natural.
I didn't even see that
Never
one.
mind.
So
Okay.
yeah, if we can be clear, this is a very bad ripoff of a very much better scene. Like, it's
very much better scene.
it bugs me to no end. It's like they've comboed as well some of the bits and bobs of obviously in Fellowship and in Two Towers. They're grabbing up the big old tension of because he's right above, and then to look directly at them and you're like, oh god, and it's like, oh, they didn't. Fucking, did they forget? They have elven magic is protecting them in Two Towers. This is just two idiots with fucking
This is
a
Harfoot
portable
magic.
bush. Not only that, you're possibly against the worst person ever to try and trick. These people like know how to track in this area particularly. You're just fucking Harfoots. You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
They also
This
they
is so
also know
hilariously
exactly what they're looking for.
yeah, and this is one of the most sus things. It wouldn't require a particularly smart, experienced tracker. If we were here, we'd be like, that doesn't match anything here. Like whatever that is.
I mean, I think even the bigger problem is how the fuck did they not spot Gandalf? He's just like behind some bush somewhere.
Well,
Yeah,
Well, they
that
didn't
works,
really
man.
look that hard. That's the point. That's the
and then
funny
if you
part.
push
They
to their
just
actual
kinda
like,
look around
expert
like,
tracking
oh, well.
shit, they should be able to track that they must be here.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
they put the
they had a reason to
footprints
get off
end
their
here.
horses.
Yeah,
and
because this
come
would
here.
be the end. This is the end.
Yeah,
of
if you
the
can't see
trail.
them, it's
There would
because
be
they're
no
actually hiding
additional
here, fuckers. And I thought that was the whole fucking point.
Exactly.
That's why they're looking around. It's like, well, then keep looking. You haven't found them yet.
Exactly. You're only here for like a minute. Don't you think it might be worthwhile to be a little bit more exhaustive?
Oh shit.
Nah.
Nope.
Ooh.
Whoa.
It's not hard to make
Um,
this work, but they didn't.
So once the
Yeah.
trackers leave, they pop out and start talking. The Harfoots and the trio.
Yeah,
So
pretty much
I
immediately.
would have waited a while,
Yeah.
but I guess
Nah.
they're in a big hurry.
It's safe now. It's fine.
They keep forgetting about all the tracking that's happening to them. Still don't worry about it.
Mhm.
Now, not Gandalf says that they have to leave this trail. Because
What?
I guess they think that the trackers are tracking the trail and not the people who
Tracking
are using
you.
the trail.
They're
Yeah.
tracking you.
So leaving the trail might make things harder or easier. I don't even
To me, it looks
exactly
like it'll
know,
make
but it
things
wouldn't change
easier
anything.
because they're going into open fields of sand,
Yeah.
leaving
Yeah,
Let's
footprints.
go into the desert when they can see us for miles and more easily track us. Yes, it's gonna
Yeah,
be
they
great.
decided to go out into the desert. To
I
get
love
away
the
from
idea of
trackers.
just let's go and stand in the desert where all they need to do is just turn around and be like, hey, wait a minute, there they are. Like, and they're on
Well, no,
horses.
I
It's
mean,
not even like they can hide.
Should we even address the fact that it's like, oh, that we'll die? It's like,
That too, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but the
fine.
trackers will have a harder time tracking us.
they'll have a hard time
Yeah,
tracking
they'll
our
die
bleached
too.
bones. We'll be fine.
Oh.
Show sucks in the
It
best
does.
way.
But luckily we're back at Casa Doom.
Yay!
So we see a couple dwarves talking about rumors of bad omens across all the dwarven realms. And it's mentioned that maybe the mountain has become cursed because Durin let in an elf.
Yeah,
So
true.
we get the
Racism.
idea
I
that
hate
letting an
elves.
elf into your home is just bad. It's a bad omen. It's bad juju. It does something to the. It's a curse. It's bad magic. It's something, which is nothing that was ever mentioned in season 1.
Yeah, it also means that Durin's friendship with Elrond, in whatever form it took, was some kind of transgression of a cultural norm, which was never even hinted at as being the case.
No.
And yeah, also the fact that this rumor has spread and has any kind of weight behind it suggests that it is kind of normal for the dwarves to not like and not trust the elves, which like that fits in with the behavior of the king in season 1. It doesn't at all fit in with the behavior of Durin and Disa in season 1.
They like Elrond, yeah.
Yeah. When they first arrive, though, they're not that friendly. Or Elrond isn't. Disa is very friendly, but
Sure, but that's because of a specific reason. It's because Elrond
Yes.
forgot what year it is.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
We've all been there.
Yeah. And the dwarves, the other dwarves aren't really like hostile to him, but they're antagonistic, I guess. Like
No
they don't
one
really like him in
mentions.
the...
Well, you'd think that if it's going to curse the mountain, people would be like, "Yo,
Yes.
don't bring him in here. He can't come in
Mhm.
here. No. Be friends with him outside." But I guess that just was never something worthy of mentioning in season 1.
Yeah.
So, okay. And also, he got in by invoking the right of Sigan Tarag. So
Yeah.
he just is like, yeah, no, so that's kind of weird that an elf can get to come in because he invokes that, one of their own traditions. And they're just like, well, I mean, we got to eat up the curse, I guess.
He
invoked
knew the
right of
words,
Sigan Tarag.
I guess.
He said the
Fucking-
words, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, don't tell any other fucking elves about this, okay? And he's like, I won't, I swear.
And
Well, no, hold on. Celebrimbor knows about it. Maybe that's going to pop up later.
He's gonna break some fucking stones as well.
Dude, that's one of my
Well, they're gonna-
favorite things.
he pulls out a little tiny hammer, a little tiny craftsman hammer, and dinks on the boulder, and it just snaps in half.
One of my favorite things in Rings of Power season 1, I think it's episode 2, where they go to Khazad-dûm, and it looks like they teleported instantly from Eregion. And then when they try to go in and they're repelled, it's like, I'll figure this out. And then Celebrimbor's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just go.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'll just go back then. Yeah.
He just
How
wanders
bye.
off in the exact same outfit and demeanor and
Mhm.
preference in every way, shape, and form you can imagine. Exactly the same as he was, and then he just teleports back. Knowing how
Yeah.
long it takes to get to these places. God, the show, it's so bold of you to just tell me that that's the case.
The joy of
Like
green screens.
Region and
Just wherever you
Khazad-dûm
need to
aren't
be.
that far apart, but it would probably take like a full day to get there at least.
I figure it takes about a day, and yeah, they also went one step further, and they had Elrond talk about salted pork, and like, oh, of course I might even get him to let you into his workshop, kind of thing. He was really like, oh, Celebrimbor's gonna have a really good time. It's like, no, bye.
No.
I hate this show.
Yo, you were supposed to set me up with the dwarves, dude.
It'd be really fun, man. We're gonna play Burnout Revenge.
The
let's
PS2.
see. We're gonna play Rock Band.
You missed the metaphor, the songbird metaphor.
Oh, I haven't. It's right here. It's up next. We're not done yet. Oh, we're not done. Oh,
I was
we're not done.
looking on the screen.
Oh.
I thought you'd missed it.
So these two chicks are chatting their little rumors, as they do, and they stumble into Diza, and she's like, "How rumors are like songbirds, may sound filling from afar, but up close it's an empty feast."
I mean, it's not even true, really.
It's bullshit, because why does a songbird is going to sound exactly the same when it's far away as when it's up close?
Not true, but carry on.
Well, okay, it's not going to sound worse. It's not going to sound like a sickly little pigeon or something.
If it's in your ear, it's probably not going to.
It'll be louder, but you're saying it won't be anything different in terms of like what you're getting from it.
Yeah, it won't be like bad. It's not like it's a meaningfully different.
Well,
like,
and neither will a rumor. Like, is her point that a rumor's only interesting and stuff when it's distant from you? When you get into it and figure it out, it's not interesting anymore. It's like, that's not true.
It's like, oh, the sound of the songbird sounds good from afar, but you can't eat much. There's hardly any meat on those bones, which is funny coming from Diza. But I guess we're trying to. It's one of those weird rings of power.
That hurts to listen to.
The quality of the songbird's song has nothing to do with how edible it is.
True. That's a better analogy right there. The quality of a songbird's song has nothing to do with how edible it is. Confucius of
Someone should do like a stream where they rank all of these fucking things from Rings of Power once the series is over.
Oh, that's such a good idea.
Let's do it.
Such a good idea.
Because
you've got, I wrote down all the ones from season 1, and you've easily got 10 from season 1. You're probably going to get 10 more from season 2.
Once the 5 seasons are out, we got 50 to rank. Yeah,
we have gravy tier at the top. There's table salt tier.
Yeah, table salt.
Let's see. So Diza and these two gals, they go to King Durin. And there's a dwarf there named Narvi, who's explaining that a new fire mountain far to the south has awoke, and it shook the bones of the earth, and it made this earthquake. And it's implied that the old paths cannot be remained opened because it's too dangerous. They can't find a safe way through. So Diza asks the king for permission. He says, "We'll find the light." And that doesn't mention anything about what that will entail, but the king instantly gives her approval for this. Which
I don't understand how this works mechanically.
Yeah, no idea.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it means when she says we'll find the light.
I am somewhat willing to buy that through like resonance in stone, she can kind of detect where certain ores might end up being, so they have different, feelings and stuff to them. It's like, somewhat, but we will sing to find the light. Well, no, we just need to puncture a hole in the fucking wall. Yeah. That's how we did it last time.
I figured that's what she
meant.
To
the light rather than the light itself.
Yeah, she knows where the light is. She's going to use her voice. What we see, it's flat out magic. Like, there's no debate about that anymore, I don't think. But she's going to use her magical voice power to punch a hole in the wall and quote unquote find the light. That is what I think that means.
It just sounds way more dangerous than finding.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course, you understand. Everyone here understands why I'm even saying that. Is the show proves that is way more dangerous as a way.
Yes. And King Durin in season 1 is characterized very much as being overly cautious. He doesn't want to help the elves because he's not willing to risk dwarven lives. And he immediately says, "Yeah, okay, go poke a hole in our ceiling."
That's crazy.
And given what ends up happening,
they also mentioned they want to find a safe place to dig for, getting to the light. Like, I thought that was the thing they were looking for. Like,
so if I were the king, and I was feeling particularly crazy, I might be like, "Hey guys, maybe start moving the rubble out from our main power source, light source. And be careful. Take the small ones first from the top, and just get some stuff out of the way. And then if anything sounds or feels out, get back up. Have some people there to test integrity and strength. But what we're mainly looking for here is to just open up the holes where the light was coming in. That's all we want to do. Just try and do that."
Fucking madness.
They said that's not possible, so shut up.
I disagree.
No, the show said right there in the script, it says dangerous.
Just on an emergency basis, open your front door and then have a mirror going from the front door. That will give you at least a base level of light you can work with for your farms until you found safe ways to go up.
As long as they can get out still. Which they
can.
But
they can. Which means that there is a way out, which means they can just put a mirror in them.
Which would also imply that the integrity of that front door, where we seen all the all the mirrors go into, that integrity is still there. So she could probably open that up at least, and then make your way from there.
that door is fucked. We used another door.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. This
Yeah,
doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all.
It's really stupid. Yeah.
and also the tremors just conveniently destroyed like basically all of them,
Well-
and also like they're all not repairable anymore.
This
It's
felt like a Simpsons
oh.
joke. Like, we've got one light left. We need to find some more light. Then she's like, I'll do it. Sings and then breaks the remaining light.
Break
like,
everything.
For real?
Yeah,
Seriously?
So the trio here, they go to I guess just a nearby balcony. Originally, I thought my read on the season 1 stone singing bit was that she was in a special particular chamber for that.
Right.
But I guess here you can just go to the balcony and let loose.
Yeah,
and
just
so
scream.
the three of them start singing and calling out, and as they do, we feel shaking, and there's crumbling rocks, and the fires blow out, and it ends up collapsing one of the remaining light shafts. So obviously, as you said, this is magic. We're straight up doing magic now. Yeah, this is what King Durin the Cautious One approved instantly. Kind of weird.
It's just so awful. That's
yeah.
such a bad result.
Yeah.
That's
Screaming in a
really
massive
wrong.
cave usually not a good idea.
Durin says that, or King Durin says that in 9 centuries they haven't, that the stone singers haven't ceased to provide for them, but for whatever reason now they just can't. The mountain may be cursed, or a bond with the mountain has been cut off. And it is there that I need to blow my nose. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
I suppose with like 9 centuries of success, you can kind of forgive them for going for
guess
this
so.
approach, even though it does turn out to be the worst one they could have chosen.
I mean, what they could have done, what I was expecting them to do, and I don't know if this is because they just filmed it all on the same set, but have the dwarf ladies, the stone singers, go as close as they can, get a ladder, go up to the little cave in where the one remaining mirror is, and then start blowing holes in the wall with their voices. Whereas what they do is they stand on the other side of Khazad Dûm and they project their voices across the whole fucking city, it seems like. And then given the visual of like Disa stretching, she's kind of looking around to find where it is. And then she kind of stretches out her arm almost as if she's using the force. It very much seems like she is like projecting her voice to focus on that particular part of the cave, which, I mean, one, it means that you just have to say, well, this is just magic. And two, it's so much more dangerous than it needed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like I mentioned before, the dwarves, like it takes away from their actual like being good at
Well,
mining.
it certainly
and
takes away from it in
crafting
this
and all that
scene,
shit.
considering there are practical options humans would do here.
Yes. Yeah.
And the dwarves aren't able to do fucking anything without their stone singing.
There's all this all this piling up always in the show. It's like, oh, this just made its way here and destroyed all the sun shafts. Oh, we failed for the first time in 9 centuries. Oh, we also can't repair any of them. Oh well, there's our drama. It's like,
Yeah, it does feel like just
very
add water
cool.
sort of drama, like Mordor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Add Mordor.
I think as Rags already says, like I don't know if Rags, it doesn't matter. One of you guys said it before. It's like all the black tendrils on that map we see in the beginning, which just like kind of applies magic the way they show it as well, which is kind of weird because we've seen the
I don't know.
we've seen the mountain being made by
She
water and lava, so there's no magic involved as far as I'm concerned.
It's magic water.
She knocks out all the lights too gradually, like they showed to show the power of his singing. So it's like, can you imagine living in this world, hearing the start of that singing? You'd be like, oh god, oh no, like they're gonna destroy everything.
Yeah, I was just thinking because you don't see any other dwarves during that sequence just kind of walking around. There's no one there that can get hit by the rockfall. There's no one on the bridge. There's no nothing. But just if someone in there is just trying to sleep, you're not sleeping. That's not happening.
Your house might fucking crumble.
Yeah, and that.
Yeah.
It does set up potential power level related problems as well, because obviously much later in the timeline, you're going to have goblins attack and you've got the Balrog coming up from underneath. Until magic gets involved, you can kind of explain why the dwarves were limited in what they could do to counter that. But if it turns out you can just sing and collapse entire sections of mountain on your enemies, then that invasion becomes way less believable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
did she ever try singing in a
weaponize that
Balrog?
quite well.
What happened?
Well, Disa would need to sing at the resonant frequency of the Balrog's face, and then she's all good.
Just blows up
You'll
the
figure it
head.
out.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's a smart lass. Oh.
Oh,
Anyway.
I will say I wish that there were that it wasn't 3 chicks, not because diversity is cringe, but because I think it would have been interesting if we had like you know how you have like soprano, alto, tenor, bass, that
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of thing, having a wider range of voices where that only like men and women working together like a choir to where you can hit all the frequencies and all the pitches. I think it would have been neat to see that, but yeah, it's whatever.
It's like Disa's team or something, right? Because there's several
Yeah.
teams. Yeah.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's the same 3, or I mean, Disa's the same, obviously, but I think the other 2 are the same 2 we see in season 1. Honestly, I can't remember, though.
I have no
But
idea.
Disa says in this scene that, like, all of the other Stone Singers have failed, so it suggests that she's maybe in charge of them and she had the others give it a go first. I don't know why, but I think that's what we're supposed to draw from it.
Oh, we'll get there. Don't show this
we
yet.
can't show that
Don't
yet.
show this yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Scroll up. Don't look at it. Okay? It's like fucking Indiana Jones here.
Don't worry,
All right.
chat. You'll get
So-
that payoff.
The mountain. Oh goodness, the dwarves, they're in some pretty bad trouble now. It's so yeah, everyone's like, "Oh, this sucks," and they start to leave. All right, so let's talk about the best thing in Rings of Power. So,
Absolutely.
now everyone's starting to leave this little area where they are, this little throne room, the place everyone's gathered. And before Disa can walk away, King Durin says, "Hey, Disa, come on back here. Come on, I want to talk to you." And he asks, "Are you really gonna make me ask?" And because there's been a lot of tension, there's been a lot of as a reminder for everybody at the end of season 1, Durin and King Durin, they're on really bad, really bad. They don't see eye to eye. Things are not good between them on account of Durin wanted to open up the mines to get the mithril, and he was really, really upset that King Durin didn't want to help the elves to kind of save them and do the deal. And he's particularly angry about King Durin's treatment of Elrond and kicking him out. And that's full of its own issues because the season 1 plotline, as far as the Elrond mithril stuff goes, is a fucking nightmare mess. Elrond in season 1 was a horrifically poorly written character.
He's just a liar.
He's just a fucking
He's
liar
a
all the
weaselly little
time.
liar.
He's a
Pretending
shit.
that he's friends with Durin when he was only there to get shit from him.
Yeah, and then he's like, "No, I'm your
betrays
friend.
his
I'm
promise.
your friend."
My friend, I'm not gonna tell anyone about this mithril. Anyway, Celebrimbor, you see, I got some mithril over here.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of expose a bit of an overview here, and we can go into it in detail as much as y'all want. But essentially, the king is he tells her, "Yo, what's up?" And the king uses this opportunity with Disa being here and the stones singing to ask about Durin. And when he does, Disa says, "Oh yeah, your grandchildren really miss tugging on your beard. Yeah, but your grandchildren, they really kind of miss you." And he's like, "No, Durin, you fucker, I'm talking about Durin." And essentially, Disa appeals to his sense of. She calls him stubborn, but he says some dwarves would call it strength, and so she appeals to that sense of strength, that he should be the stronger one of the two and should summon Durin to help because Durin's just as stubborn as the king is. And it seems that Disa really does want this relationship mended because she does mention her grandchildren first, missing their grandfather. And I think she really cares a lot about her husband.
Mhm.
And she invites him to man up, to be the strong one, and ask about Durin and summon him. And she does imply at the end that maybe the king's bad relationship with his son is potentially one of the reasons why, like maybe the like everything's kind of off with the mountain, and why the fate of the dwarves could be hurt by the fact that the king is not in in a good like place with his son. So yeah, really good scene. I
Mhm.
forgot to write down all the specific lines of dialogue and stuff, but unironically, I was like quiet all the way through when I watched this. It was really good. I like the acting from both of them. They talk like normal people.
Yep.
And I just think that if it's like a little glimpse into it's a little glimpse into what the show could be if this was
Yeah.
a really good show and each relationship was full of people who really did care about one another and wanted things and spoke in ways that were reasonable and tried to appeal to the things that people found important, and then just had really good acting, which the show often is just like the acting's fine and everything, but a lot of the, especially the stuff from King Durin when he opens up and says to Disa, are you really gonna make me ask? And
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
I find it I find it fascinating in this show specifically, like how many times they just scoot across something. It's like, oh wait, you got something here that you can do. Like especially with this scene where he goes like, oh, some call it strength. You could have had this whole story between like these three where you have like the viewpoint of the king where he has to uphold the grudge because otherwise his peers are not gonna respect him as much. But he really wants to see his son, so he's gonna struggle with this. This is all like it's all that's implied here. And then later we see like the small scene a little bit later with Durin. We can get into that when we get there. But yeah, it's like this whole multi-tiered thing you can do where they have like their I don't know, their big get together at the end. It's like, oh man, we've been not talking for so long, and now we're gonna work together and figure this all out. This could be like a full season of just the dwarves and all
Yeah.
what's happening down there,
Mm.
which I just want to
Um,
see because I think this would be really fucking awesome.
the dwarf stuff is interesting in how much better it is than any of the other plot lines, at least that
Yeah.
I've seen so far, because we really only have 3 characters. We just have Durin, Disa, and King Durin. There's not really anyone else. It's just the 3 of them. Other dwarves are essentially background characters. We don't know anything about really any of the other dwarves. It's really just them. In fact, I'm glad we're starting to see more dwarves because we kind of saw them a little bit, but it really was like, for instance, we've never seen. And this is weird once you think about it, but I don't think we've ever seen Durin's kids.
No, we haven't.
We saw them with
have
their
kind of
little-
Oh no,
seen them.
really shortly.
Yeah,
They
season
walked
one.
past in season
they
one.
walked
you're
they
right.
walked around with those giant stone helmets on, so you never
Yeah.
actually see what they look like, but
Oh,
they
okay.
physically they existed on screen. Yeah,
But they actually
Okay.
they have an outsized influence depending on like even though we very rarely see them or only see them that once, there is quite an important scene in season 1 where Durin the younger is debating a course of action and says, what kind of father would I be to my kids if I broke a promise to a friend, I think is the example he uses.
Yes.
And it's because this entire storyline is a family drama and it's actually rooted in something that everybody vaguely understands. And there's a kind of feeling quality to it. Whereas in every other storyline, either none of the characters know each other or they only know each other in a political sense. And the only thing they have to talk about is the grand scope of the plot. And it's just, it loses itself in its own sense of epicness. Whereas the dwarves really neatly combine like an important story thread, but it's all being manifested through a personal story, a personal interaction, which is a father's caution on behalf of his son and his son straining against the caution of his father.
Yeah, and like the kids in particular, I'm not going to say what happens because we're not doing episode 3 yet, but they affect Durin's actions directly, which would probably have been more effective had we actually seen them. So
It's
in
weird
this
to not have
episode,
them around. Like they're
Yeah,
barely like to the
'cause they
point where I can't
mentioned-
even remember seeing them.
yeah, they're literally on screen for about 5 seconds. It's blink and you miss it kind of thing. It's when Elrond shows up the first time, and then the kids kind of run down the stairs, and Durin's like, "Oi, piss off! Go take those off. I've told you not to play with those." And that's it. They're not at the table when everyone else is. In a minute, we get a scene with Durin and Disa.
Yeah, they're never at the
eating
dinner
They're
table.
not there either. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's weird. Like it's like I guess it's just what I don't know if they didn't know how to like properly portray dwarf kids or
Guessing that's the case, yeah.
I don't know because
might
they
be.
should be there, but I don't know.
Didn't want to have the child actors on set while the adults do their thing because then you got to do more reshoots. If they're looking at the camera or
Is there,
something, I don't know.
The
But
problem of
Might
how
be a
do you
thing.
portray dwarf children?
There's
We can
that.
find-
Could
we can
also be a
find fat
problem with
kids.
the prosthetics that they use.
possibly,
just put-
that might be it.
But that would be
Yeah.
like cute in a way where you see the little dwarf kids and they got beards and stuff. They're really thin, but they grow
Really
facial
hairy.
hair like really quick. You know, that'd be like, okay, that's okay, it's a dwarf thing.
You could do things like that. You can frame them from behind, so that way they don't have to wear the face, the nose prosthetics and the eyebrow prosthetics and all the rest of it. You can do things where you can get essentially what they did in the Peter Jackson films, and you can get like little people and dress them up as children essentially, rather than dressing them up as hobbits. So that way you're not actually dealing with kids on a film set. There are so many things that you can do, and they're just not there. And if they weren't relevant to Durin's actions, then it would be like, fine, he has kids, who gives a shit? But they are. So you're constantly like, where are they and what are they doing?
He does talk about them and he references them, and it's I believe 100% he does care about them. I can believe that his care for them influences why they want to like get the mithril and everything and make the Khazad-dûm better and bring in this new wonderful age for the dwarves because that's their kids and think about that sort of thing. And the fact that she like the first thing she says is to Durin is she mentions the grandchildren, but she's being cheeky. She wants him to actually sack up and ask about Durin himself, but that's what she uses as a way to be like, yeah, your grandkids miss you.
Someone in chat has just pointed out, how could I forget this? So in season 1, the kids in the background are singing the password to the mithril mine, and had they not been doing that, then Elrond would not have found the mithril mine.
Which means that the elves probably wouldn't have gotten mithril, and who knows?
Yeah, and that
The
would've
kids
been
saved the
end.
world, and also doomed
Yep,
it.
pretty much.
Gosh, this reminds me of in season 1 when Elrond and Durin have the whole conversation where Durin tells him, I haven't seen you for 20 years. It's like a whole lifetime for me. It's like I found that was like a really cool thing that should have explored more, because I think that's really interesting.
In
But it's
Isolation,
just-
that first scene where they kind of talk on the elevator is
Yeah.
really good. But a lot of the stuff,
Right.
it's the surrounding materials that kind of mess it up.
Yeah,
I feel that way with all of it. I even feel that way with this scene. I don't. I'm not as fond of this as apparently you guys are, because my impression of Durin the Third is the king, right?
During this,
Yeah, I think it is.
Third is the king.
'Cause they
Fourth
fucked it
is
up
the
in the-
son, right?
they screwed it up in the credits, because I believe in the credits for season 1, he's credited as Durin the Second, which doesn't make sense because Durin the Fourth is definitely Durin the Fourth.
Right. But yeah, Durin the Third, I enjoyed him more in season 1 because I got the impression from him that what we were going to discover is he was absolutely right, and it was because of a lot of experience and knowledge that Durin the Fourth lacks significantly. And so not necessarily in that you should never make friends with an elf or anything like that, but more so the mining of mithril, right? Which in season 1 he kind of was proven correct, and then that this is all happening, you could easily connect to there's weaknesses in the mine because of delving too greedily and too deep, that sort of shit. And that what he's doing with his son throughout season 1 feels to me like he's never gonna like disown him, but he's gonna discipline him. And then when he makes the connection that Elrond is like a brother to him, much like his own, like what is this, fired in his mother's womb, that was like a step over the line, and he does almost demote him or derank him or defamily him. But I always took that not just as actual anger, but it felt to me like he was going to be teaching him a lesson. Like, that is a fucking line you don't cross for so many different reasons. Like, you need to understand just how much we need to take care of each other. We got to protect each other. The world out there is not going to like there's a reason dwarves are the way that they are, and that you've just not lived a long enough life to understand it. And to be honest with you, like, I was never convinced, because it's the like the 20-year fucking gap. You could just use that on his son, being like, yeah, what a fucking friend. You consider him as close as a brother in the womb, when the guy has lied to you again and again and again, and barely even talks to you for decades unless he's got something to get from you. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much for his son to learn about the world. He's so naive, and it's part of what I enjoy about Durin the Fourth. I feel like he's one of the most human characters that the Rings of Power can get, which is a huge compliment to them, because they're not familiar with humans. And so this scene annoys me a bit, because this scene is confirmation that he really did act out of anger, and he's a tad petty, and he doesn't really know how to solve this problem, when I think he's of the age that he should know exactly what he's doing, and all of it is very deliberate, and that this is like a path he's putting his son on to learn something. And so getting confirmation when he's like, why should it be me who apologizes? He was the one who was offensive. It's like, oh. That was a
slightly different read of the earlier scene, though, because the scene you reference in season 1, when he chastises his son for invoking his mother, comes, I think, about 2 sentences after the king himself use the mother as an example in the argument he's making. He begins by saying to his son, like, when you were born, you were weak, but your mother told me, or something like, effectively, your mother told me you'd grow up to be healthy and strong, and blah blah blah. And so, like, he's hypocritical in that moment. And so my read of that scene was always that he is actually quite an irrationally proud, angry person. He probably is correct about the mithril, but the show wasn't trying to portray him uncomplicatedly as the voice of wisdom, because the family story is very much one of mutual recriminations leading people to ruin, even though their best intentions would lead them somewhere else. So I don't necessarily see this as much of a character break with that scene. It seems like an extension of it.
For me,
I
it
don't
felt
necessarily
like a break because it felt like he was in so much more control other than when the mother is mentioned. And to be honest with you, I can't speak to the show's opinion of whether or not he is a source for wisdom necessarily, because the show is complicated when it comes to figuring out who the fuck they think is right and wrong, especially when it's someone like Galadriel, because everything she does is wrong. But with his dad, I always thought that we had more to do in terms of his son learning from him, because a lot of people have said they're not even supposed to be in the same timeline necessarily, as in, like, if Durin the Fourth is alive and well and doing shit, then his dad shouldn't even be alive according to law. I know people talked about that, so I figure, well, they've got them here for the family dynamic, and it's just, especially with how old his dad is, I would hope for more wise commentary instead of petty commentary. Not like none, just I just don't like it being the one, like, he's saying to Disa in front of all of his, like, in front of his guards, like, he's the one who was the offensive one. It's like, I want better dialogue than that for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think the vibe that they were going for there is that he still cares about Durin, but he is unwilling to actually say that, so he doesn't ever actually apologize, and he says, "Surely Durin knows that I spoke in anger," which, I mean, we can feel how we want about that, but then as soon as Disa says, "If that's an apology I hear, then try saying it to Durin," and then at that point, he immediately closes that door and he says, he becomes emotional, and he says, "I shouldn't apologize, it should be him." And, like, yeah, that is a little bit petty, but I think that, I mean, we definitely have the one scene in season 1 where that comes through, his emotions get the better of him, and I swear that happens an earlier time. I just can't think when, because we've got the scene about midway through the season that's really quite good in season 1, where Durin and the king are speaking with each other, and Durin, the younger, apologizes to the older, and then he basically forgives him straight away. But I swear there's another scene in there where he becomes emotional. I just can't think what. I'm gonna have to have a look.
I don't have a problem with emotional. It's more the pettiness of it. I'd rather it be raised a bit higher.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think it's that the writers potentially had a poor choice of words rather than the point that they were making.
Well, because, like, they almost get back to where I want when she says something pretty oversteppy, and he says "stay your axe" or something like that. Because part of it was this just felt really inappropriate on a level of king to subject. Like, you better be careful. Like, you're shouting at him about how pathetic he is with his own family in front of his kingdom. Like, to me, that felt...
He basically blames him for the entirety of, like...
Yeah, like, if this scene began with him or rather them walking away, and then he says, "Disa, come with me," and they go to, like, his chamber, big old stone door closes, I would buy the dialogue completely as her dressing him down and him being able to take it. But there's so many guards here, and it's an open space. I just, like, it just feels inappropriate as fuck that that's your king that you're saying this to.
Yeah, you don't really talk this way to a king, especially at Warrior King, when they're very proud and stubborn and all that.
Well, and especially when the kingdom's shaking faith in him as well.
Yeah. I can believe that she might, because she isn't just one of his subjects. She's also his daughter-in-law, so I can maybe...
That's where I was going. I started with that, as in, like, she's not just that, she is also his subject. He is her king. Like, sure. I recognize their family, but, you know, it's got to count. That's one of those things that happens in a lot of stories that I quite like. It's like, remember... like, I am your king, not just your father-in-law or whatever.
Yeah, so at that point, he probably should have pulled her aside and, said, like, I get it, but you need to remember that I am your king, kind of thing.
Something like that. I mean, what we're gonna get something that this is probably what colors it for me. Is there's some other surrounding scenes that make me believe the writers are fucking inept, and the one after this is one of my least favorite.
Absolutely.
Scenes.
Yep.
And it genuinely makes me question just how much the writers even remember of their own work. The next scene.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I know exactly what you
Yeah,
mean.
very much so.
Yeah.
So stupid. Is it right after this, or do we
Yep.
get something else? I
I
forgot
think it's
already.
right out of this.
Oh,
After this,
okay.
yeah.
Alrighty. So Durin is he's on
Mining.
the grind. He's on the grind set. The mine set.
He's playing
He's on the
Minecraft.
mine
Oh,
set. He working
nice.
in a mine shaft, playing Minecraft. He's looking for those diamonds. And he's ding 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 going, doing dwarf diggy diggy hole. And then he gets blisters
song.
on his hands. And then he gets mocked by all the other dwarves for having soft hands, which makes no sense. Because
Yeah.
in all of season 1,
He was in
Durin
the
has been
extra
showed to
danger.
be a hard-working dwarf who puts himself in
Yeah.
danger to save other dwarves.
He was
And the
in the
first time-
extra dangerous mithril mines.
Like
Yep.
the first time we saw him, he was breaking boulders for the
Yes.
Sigyn Tarag
Yep.
thing.
There is a whole
Oh,
scene with him
yeah.
and Elrond just alone and the two of them mining the mithril to try and find the
Yes.
major cavern. And I remember that scene because it leads to another nice bit of dwarf dialogue. It's when Elrond sort of takes the piss out of him for being named after his father, who's named after his father. And Durin says that it's one of the highest honors for a dwarf is to earn the name of your father, which is a really nice little scene. That it's earned on the back of the two of them fucking working hard trying to mine through to the mithril vein. And this scene has forgotten basically all of
I was
that.
going to say, all of those references, that might be one of the worst examples of forgetting your own history. You wrote him to be kind of a man of the people, getting his hands dirty absolutely in every
Hero.
way
Yeah.
you could imagine. Yeah, he puts his life on the line to save all of the dwarves that are in the cave-in, and then he personally mines in secret with someone to try and get this material that's going to potentially lead your kingdom to glory. Like, all of these references put together, it makes no fucking sense. And this disrespect, it's like, you need to start giving me a timeline, because there's no way I buy at all that any of these dwarves would be this disrespectful to the royal family after the prosperous, era they've had for so long. What, the sun mirrors go down, and like a week later you're treating the royal family like this? Really?
Yeah, especially after seeing him doing like the scene with Elrond you just mentioned, where they hammer the stones and all the people are like, "Yeah, Durin, let's go. We
Yeah.
love you."
I just
They're
think it's a
he was-
complete. Sorry, go on. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
he was like very well liked by his peers from what we saw. And I think the writers was like, "Oh, we told you about the rumors that might have gone around, so we did our work. So here, now he gets bullied." It's like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we got to put him in a really low point for reasons that make no sense.
It's cringe. And why does he have
yeah, hey,
blisters?
Yeah.
He mines regularly. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, on the one hand, I feel like this is just, I mean, one, it's incompetent, but two, it's also manipulative because Durin is obviously in a bad place emotionally and he needs to go even further, in the bad direction so that way we can get some catharsis later on. That's the purpose of the scene, like narratively speaking. But they didn't even do that right because the workers believe that it is Durin and his father's fault that they're in this mess because of, I guess, the rumor that he cursed the mountain when he let Elrond in. But that's not mentioned in this scene. We just have to infer that from the previous mention of a rumor.
Wasn't mentioned in season 1. It didn't seem like any of the dwarves had issue with the elf coming in for Tulachar and whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and if these dwarves are pissed off with Durin specifically for letting in the elf that has cursed the mountain, then surely they would say something like Durin's just as weak as his elf friends or something.
Yeah.
Because that would then specifically target their frustration at Elrond, which would then give Durin even more of a reason to be really, really pissed off with them, rather than just inventing the idea that he has soft little baby hands, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
No. Anyway, that's that scene. It's terrible. It's not very long. It's just bad.
Yeah, I don't like it. They basically blame Durin and his father for being in this mess, and some of them feel that he cursed the mountain by bringing in an elf. They don't say why here, though. It's kind of implied from the thing earlier. They just kind of make fun of him for being upper class. They push him and bully him a bit, and then it card cuts to him at the supper table.
Yeah. Again, but again, you could have done something with this whole thing if you gave it time, told us how much time has passed, how they came to think about him being the sole cause for this all happening, and then maybe and even then you probably have like a split. Like there's some people who's like, "Hey, Durin, you're cool. Like, what are you doing down here? Have a conversation." And other one's like, "Fuck that guy. He has like soft palace hands." And then maybe he has to, like, I don't know, reintroduce his worth to them and maybe save them from something or do something meaningful for them to realize the that he's actually not that bad of a guy. You know, simple fucking things that basically write themselves, but the writers just can't do it.
Because, like, timeline-wise, it's maybe, what, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks,
Yes.
something like that ago, that he went into a collapsing mine shaft to rescue 4 dwarves.
Yeah.
It may have been those 4 dwarves that he rescued. Like, we don't know.
Like I said,
So,
it's as though it's written by someone who hasn't seen season 1. They have no idea.
Yeah.
It's
Just
really
forgot
annoying.
fucking everything.
I don't like this rewriting of history. Plus, the dwarf like Narvik or Narville, I already said Narvi. He was like, yeah, the earthquake happened because a fire mountain blew up. So like that's the reason.
The word.
You think that would get out?
I just like the idea that
that
spreads around the local newspaper. This was like, nah, it was the elf. It was the fucking elf.
Yeah, it was the elf.
Obvious
It's propaganda, yeah.
A mountain blows up. Yeah, it was the elf. Anyway, that night we assume at the back at the Durin residence, he's at the dinner table and he asks where his kids are, and why Diza is using last year's bread, and Diza says that the king doesn't allow them to trade with the surface, which I find is really weird. It doesn't make sense to me that he would rather have them like pinch and starve instead of just like trading and doing commerce with other people.
That's a
Especially when they have
major
so much
flaw.
to trade.
Well, and like this is like, where's the scene where we have him address the fact that his people are suffering, not just in the sense that some of them might even, you know, die, but like everything will be grinding to a halt. Everything, because all of industry, like, you know, the light and vegetation being down is catastrophic.
Yeah.
So just where is that scene where we say, like, what the fuck? The obvious solutions are not being accepted. What's wrong with you? Obviously,
well, again, give us a Council of Elrond style scene, but with the dwarves, where it's the king addressing the other dwarf lords and nobles and all of that. But the problem is, these writers have no idea how to write that kind of scene.
But we desperately need it.
Yeah, I think that
Green Council.
They have shown that when they're dealing with characters like Durin or Disa, they can handle a conversation with 2 people, but put 10 people in a room. No way is that going to work out.
Way too complicated.
And these are just like nameless weirdos who don't have to show up ever again. These are the perspectives that all the dwarves have, and they give their reasons why, even though it should be pretty clear. Like, yo, we got to eat, we got to like trade with people. We got everything except food. We got all the money and the mining and the ores and stuff like that. Let's go and trade. Last season we worked out something really big with the elves to do this big, you know, tower and everything. And
yeah, and you
have that forge at the beginning
where the king is like, I will not have us be seen as weak, and then his son or whoever else is like, we are weak right now, without blah,
what
blah,
we seen is dead.
Yeah, would you rather us be dead than weak? Would you rather see your son's bones?
And then he goes, oh, I guess I will, and then they do it. But it's just we need a huge reason
it's
why
so funny.
He would not want to trade, and
The
I don't know if one exists.
Green Council meetings in Hot D are like precisely the solution to these sorts of problems, because you can throw in throwaway lines for every character there that answer so many little questions. Like if someone said, you know, our supplies from the you know, encampments we have on the surface are running low. They can't supply for the whole mine forever. And then someone else is like, We've got some,
at a time,
you know,
we got 2 weeks of food or something like that, or a month of food.
Just any,
and then he
just
says,
a bunch
right,
of
we'll
lines in a row,
or...
everyone shouting at each other, and then you have the big old emotional moment where he says, "Fine, there's not been a problem I've not solved, and this'll not be the legacy of my rule."
Character there, aren't
the
you?
only thing I hate more than a living elf is a dead dwarf.
Someone just says that in the middle of the meeting, and they all look at him like, yes!
Yeah. But we don't get that scene, so we'll just have to pretend. That was fun.
That would have more character
that we didn't have.
Yeah, more character than the rest of the episode.
Yeah, because I feel like we'd want to lean super hard into like dwarves being kind of noisy, and they drink and they got their jewels and their big beards and everything, and they're having these big loud meetings, and then they're pointing and yelling, and they go and they got all the dwarf clans, and they each have their turn to talk, and then you have the whole quiet, and one of them hits a gavel on something hard.
Exactly, and you have a guy taking minutes, and the leader of the singers, if it's Deez or whatever, She's like, we can find other places to sing. And then some other guy's like, you want to blow up more of the mine? Are you insane? And then,
Yeah.
she'd be like, oh, what have you done, fucker? Like,
I
what-
didn't blow up a mine.
Those scenes, this is why we have so much trouble with the Black Council scenes in Hot D. It was like, what's going on? You guys know how to make these scenes. Make them more interesting, because the Green Council ones were top tier.
Yeah, they were very good. Some of the best stuff. Almost as good as Aaron Hall.
No, that was boring, Rags.
Oh right. Oh right.
Yeah,
I forgot.
did
Yeah.
you realize that Damon he didn't grow, he didn't change.
He was
At the
just
end of
hanging
season
out,
one,
and then
he
he
was
left.
kneeling, and at the end of season 2 he knelt. So you see, nothing was
Kneeled.
accomplished.
He
I mean,
kneeled.
other actually people
Kneel.
think he didn't
He's
change at all.
kneeling.
Yes, yeah, there are
Yeah,
lots of
there
people
was
who think that Aaron Hall was
A
pointless
viral
and
tweet
worthless
of
and
him
Damon.
kneeling at the end of season 1 and kneeling at the end of season 2, and they're like, he didn't do anything. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, that's there's nothing in
Very
between there, huh?
popular. I mean, I'm pretty sure that some people have started comparing Ring of
Dude,
Power.
you'd be like the beginning of Lord of the Rings, Sauron is killed, at the end he's killed. There's nothing happens.
Yeah, there's nothing happened in between. Just some fucking shit about the ring or whatever.
So yeah. Where's my little spot on my notes? Deeza says that yeah, she really wants Durin to kind of make peace with his father, and he's like, oh, he's the obstinate one. It was him who did the problem, and it's all this issues because of him. And Deeza, kind of almost like out of desperation, tells him that we can't hear the mountains anymore, and she's afraid because of that. And then he reassures her, and he says they're dwarves, and they will find a way. So yeah, that's a little scene there. It's got its issues. I mean, their relationship is still good, but all the stuff I'm learning about, like apparently what Durin said, and I don't know that much about the state of what all the other dwarves think. Kind of like the
Yeah.
elves, actually. I don't know what the perspective of any of like the general elves kind of are. No clue. So
See,
Yeah,
I just
there are
want to
no
know why they
scenes-
have bread from last year. I don't know. I want to know why they have that.
it's still, it's old to keep it around. You never know. Might save it for a rainy day.
Mhm. Not gonna be
Uh,
moldy or anything.
yeah. Nah, you just gotta store it right.
Yeah.
Maybe it's really salty. I don't know. But back at Linden, Galadriel goes to visit Elrond in Círdan's workshop.
Oh no.
Because Elrond's working there. He's
Of course.
he-
Why wouldn't
yeah.
he be?
he's working there. He probably wants to kind of keep his distance between Gil-galad and him, and he wants to get away from. He wants to probably stay away from Linden, or that part of Linden at least, and away from Galadriel. And so he's just making a boat. But I'm not sure why
Yep.
he specifically is working for the guy who didn't destroy the rings like he wanted to.
Sorry, what,
I
guy
would be
fucked him
pretty
over?
fucking
was
bitter.
that not
I'd
a
be-
joke? Because I consider this, like, he was my front runner for assassination until Celebrimbor. None of this makes any fucking sense. Elrond should not be here.
Yeah.
No,
Elrond
absolutely
should
not,
not
no.
be chilling out. He should be panicking. He should be
Yeah.
sweating.
Elrond.
You should be
dude,
getting every
Elrond-
last elf who's willing to listen to him to join him, and they need to
Yeah,
go
yeah.
to Eregion immediately.
He's to tell
Yeah.
the world about.
He needs to not be
Sauron
fucking
being
carving a boat. This retard.
Yeah, he should just leave for Regan immediately, like by himself, if no one wants to join him.
This was
Yeah,
driving me
it's
nuts.
fascinating
This
that
whole
you
scene
bring him-
was
It
killing
is-
me.
He's
I
also
couldn't believe
fucking
it.
sandpapering a massive fucking log. That's
thought-
gonna take fucking years.
I thought he was going to end up in like a little cell, which would annoy me as
Yeah.
well, obviously, but still it would make more sense because of what he did.
Anyone
He
that-
needs to face charges, surely.
Yeah.
But
I
nope,
think.
we're not doing that either.
Nope.
They've
He's
done
fine.
something potentially really interesting with him in that they have written him into a corner where he has no allies left. He has alienated everyone around him, and the only person he thought he could trust has betrayed him. He can't actually stick around here, but the show doesn't seem to realize that that's not a problem. It's also a really interesting thing you can do with his character. Like, if you've established that there's nowhere left in Linden where he feels like people are sane, have him go off on his own to try and warn Celebrimbor
I was
or
about to
something.
say,
Like, send him away
At the
to
very
do something.
least, he would
Yeah.
go alone. He would just be like, fuck all of you, I'm going to go save Celebrimbor.
Because apparently no one else is doing anything about.
Well, and to be honest with you,
Celebrimbor.
he wouldn't want Galadriel going with him anyway. You're a corrupt little
Right, yeah.
goblin. You're
Yeah,
Sauron's
it's-
puppet.
how can he trust anything that she said? How can he even know that she is who she presents herself as?
So I just want to mention prior to the point where Galadriel walks in, Elrond has no reason to believe that Celebrimbor's in trouble, right?
He has every reason to believe it. They've all agreed. Remember, they've sent messages to warn him about Sauron being on the way potentially.
Sure.
For all they know, he's there. That's why. This is a Batman situation. If there's even 1% chance, we gotta treat it as an absolute certainty. He should be fucking off. I gotta go save my friend.
Sauron. That's the guy that's been worried
there,
about for centuries.
If he gets there and he's like, "Oh my god, is Halbrand here?" quote unquote, and then Celebrimbor's like, "No, he's not. It's fine." Then he'd be like, "Whew, that was close." But if he is there, he'd be like, "No, Celebrimbor, that's evil Satan man." And then he's like, "No, don't worry, it's fine."
I'll stick around a bit if he shows up,
Yeah, I see what you mean, because in this scene is where he learns that the letters, that they haven't had a response from the letters, and it's also where he learns that Galadriel's had a dream about Celebrimbor and Sauron or whatever.
Yeah, this all just makes it worse.
Yeah, without that knowledge, he still knows that he would still want to tell Celebrimbor that Halbrand is Sauron.
It is how long? How many days? Yes. Like 3 at most, or whatever.
Since when?
To get to just to get to Eregion.
If you're riding on horseback, it's 1.
So just fucking, he would go. That is not long enough. You know, he'd be like, you know what? After all this craziness, I just want to chat with him anyway. I'm just gonna go chat with him. See you guys.
I mean, in the show, yeah, it's probably 1.
You know, I'm curious if that message got to him.
Like 5.
Yeah, again, like based on what we've seen in the show, it's 1 if you ride non-stop, but obviously that's not how it works in reality.
It is the only concern they should have, because honestly, as long as that's secure, they need to make it's pretty obvious, right? Celebrimbor is very important because he knows how to make rings of power, and we know rings of power can very likely, if not have definitely, been corrupted by a certain Satan man that we now know is Sauron, got inside Galadriel's head, blah blah blah. He could come back and he could manipulate Celebrimbor, because Celebrimbor doesn't know that he's Sauron. He only knows what you idiots told him before you ran off, which is, oh yeah, don't treat with him. Why didn't Elrond say, by the way, he's Sauron, bye, and grab the rings? Why did he just grab the rings?
Because at the time, he didn't know.
Yeah, he didn't know at that point.
That's what I said earlier. He knew.
I
thought he made
you're right. Yeah, he found it.
He knew something was up. Galadriel told him he's not who he should be. Don't ever talk to him again, ever, Celebrimbor. But then,
the conversation they should have had on that entire trip when she was a meter away from him, you know? It's like, where are you going? I'm gonna tell on you. Why? That guy was not Halbrand. He's like, yeah, okay, but he's like, who was he? Galadriel, tell me. Nobody. I will not. Yeah, so excluding that, he's still got every fucking reason in the world to just go see him. But yes, you're right. After this scene, it's like several nails in the coffin in terms of that. And Elrond is donezo, but he's still not the most donezo.
It's not episode 1 anymore.
The Chad energy has left.
I mean,
he's got some hyper soy energy in this scene. He's just like, let me carve.
Yeah. Let me build my boat. Leave me alone.
I don't want to be in a war anymore.
Yeah.
So let's see. Galadriel wants Elrond to join her in a small party to go to Eregion, since she thinks Sauron is there, and she says she thinks that since Elrond is a politician, the High King trusts him, which is
even though he just tried to destroy the ring.
Yeah, he's like the most hated elf in always.
He should be, yeah.
Gil-galad should hate Elrond.
I don't understand it at all. I don't understand why.
I got no.
Well, he's lying. Sorry, she is lying to him at this point. We're about to get to what she actually wants to say, but the lies don't work if the person you're speaking to couldn't possibly believe it, and there is no reason why he would believe this.
Wait,
why would she use the fact that he's a politician to convince him when politicians have no special powers over Sauron anyway? I don't know why. From his perspective,
what are you saying? Her lie is?
So she walks into the room and says, Gil-galad has given me permission to go, and I want to bring you with me because you have the High King's trust. What she meant to
steadfastness.
Yeah, what she meant to say is that I need you to come with me because the High King will not let me go
Right,
unless you
right,
come
right.
with me.
Gotcha.
Alone,
So,
yeah.
I mean,
Which is a,
basically.
yeah, which is
Which is-
it's a complete retread of what we had at the end of season 1 because she has just completely concealed information from him, lied, tried to misdirect him in order to get what she wants and hide the fact that she's fucked up.
Well,
She has learned nothing.
At least she's consistent.
Yeah, she's consistent, but the show seems to think that she's going through an arc, which she's not.
No,
I don't know what it
doesn't-
means.
She hasn't,
Good.
she hasn't learned anything. She isn't changing the way that she behaves.
No,
She's
because
being-
because
she's
Elrond
being
Why should she
rewarded.
learn? She's getting rewarded. Yeah, why change? This is
Exactly.
working
I
out
mean,
great.
yeah.
I'm
What
a
is the nature of
manipulative
her
asshole
going
idiot.
on an arc when she's been given a ring? She
Mhm.
just had one now.
Yeah. She again, she again does the thing. Like everyone's like, here are all these points that make sense because I understand Sauron's power and how he operates, and then she just blackmails them. It's like, well, but you said you gotta do the thing in season 1, you asshole.
Oh, I
Once
hated
again,
that.
she relies on being deceptive to Elrond. So
Does she
Must
even
be a day
need
and
to
ends in
deceive
Y.
him at this point? Like he knows that Halbrand is Sauron. He's very concerned that Sauron influenced the creation of the rings, and by extension, he's very concerned about Celebrimbor's safety.
Lying is just
So he should
instinct for
already
her.
want to go.
Yeah.
And then she comes and says, even though I am the one who, up until basically this scene, was totally fine with wearing the rings, I also want to lie to you to persuade you to go and do the thing you already want to do, and that I now want to do, even though I didn't want to do
Like
it.
I said, it's instinct. She just lies.
She's
That's just she opens her mouth and lies come out.
She's too proud because if she were to just come out of the gate and say, I can't go unless you come with me because the king thinks that I'm susceptible to deception, then she would try and hide that, which is what she tries to do.
Yeah.
It's all
When
fun.
has she ever given a shit
Yeah,
what
she's too
Gil-galad
proud.
thinks? She would just do it herself anyway. That's what she always does. I mean, she jumped off a boat having been told to go back to Valinor. She abandons like every mission she's ever been sent on to go and do her own thing.
So that he does suggest that in this scene. Elrond says, you've disobeyed the High King before, why not do so again? And then she says, because he is right, which means that what she meant to say, instead of saying the High King believes I might be susceptible to deception, what she meant to say is I am susceptible to deception.
Yeah, she tries to dress it up as if it was the king's opinion.
This scene, it is indistinguishable from if you were told before watching it that she is currently working for Sauron and that Elrond has had a lobotomy.
Yes.
Pretty much true.
However, we cannot miss an incredible ring of powerism.
Yes.
But she does admit to Elrond regarding how she was manipulated by Sauron that she says, I was played like a harp to a melody not of my choosing.
They played us like a damn fiddle.
Plucked us like a damn harp.
Yeah, like she's gotta stop.
But Elrond says that it was of her choosing. Sauron plucked the song from her soul note by note and made himself what she wanted to see and use. So it makes sense for Sauron to have that opinion because he thinks that she's been totally bought into the whole bullshit. Yeah. But there is no way that Sauron could have planned all of this out. For reasons we talked earlier about his impromptu grabbing of the symbol and bumping into her randomly and all that stuff. It's just
and everything that she chose to do when she was like when she was on Numenor.
Remember,
Sauron
just wanted to chill out making some swords in Numenor.
That's right, he did. He's the one who urged him to go back to Middle Earth.
Yep.
It depends on whether it's a problem. It depends on where they go with it, because, like Reg said, I think it does make perfect sense for Elrond to suspect that this is that Sauron planned all of this out to strum Galadriel like a harp, or however it goes.
Yeah, because we don't know what she told him about all the Numenor stuff and all of the Southland stuff.
But if the writers come out and sort of almost try and suggest that, Elrond's right, that is what happened in season 1, then that means that they don't understand the story that they told.
Okay. I mean, we just had a scene in fucking
happens.
Khazad-dûm that illustrated that pretty well. So
It is sort of peak Rings of Power, though, that like your first season, your principal antagonist doesn't have a motive until the last episode, and up until that point, your protagonist is actually the villain, and they didn't see it.
We did it, guys.
I
Oh, God.
like swapping up the formula. I can appreciate that. Big respect, mad respect for doing your own thing here. Good job, Amazon.
Of course.
So Galadriel says, Galadriel pleads to him that she cannot let Sauron in again. Yet she just keeps wearing the ring, I guess. So kind of
And they
weird.
send her closer to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has
oh
visions about him, but all right, whatever.
She needs to be
Can't let
locked
him
away
in
in a
again.
box
Yeah.
and sent to Valinor or some shit. Like, get her out of here,
It's
man.
so
That's
fucking.
fire.
He doesn't deserve
He's-
it.
These people are so fucking retarded. Like Jesus Christ. They put the rings on. Go like, oh, we have the rings now. It's like, did you test anything? Did you test how? Do you need all 3 rings still? Does the tree still need the rings? Do you all need to be in close vicinity of the tree to be effective? I guess not. Can other people wear the ring? Did you do anything?
Is
Probably-
it stuck to your
I
finger?
don't
Can
think
you take it
so.
off?
It's
They
fixed
just-
metal. Let's move on.
So
Okay.
Mine.
Elrond, when she offers her hand, Elrond spurns it because he says that he'll have no part in their plot because when they chose to wear the rings, they became Sauron's collaborators. So
Good boy.
at least in this regard, he is sticking to his guns on the
Yeah.
rings as far as his relationship with her goes. So at least for now.
It does fall apart quite. I can't remember if it's the next episode or the one after. There's a moment when she basically says, "Oh, the ring told me to do something," and he says, "We will not take any guidance from that ring, but okay, I'll do it." And it's just
That's-
fuck's
that's
sake.
episode 4.
Oh, it's so funny.
Galadriel says that Elrond promised her that he would not. Oh, this part.
Oh no!
He
no,
promised
no, no.
her that. All right,
Fuck
so
you.
this is a rewriting of history. So Galadriel
mhm.
says that Elrond promised her that he would not rest until things were put right. But this is a recontextualization of that particular promise, which was made back in season 1, episode 1, and the before times, the long ago. The promise that was actually made was that if she is sent to Valinor, that Elrond will ensure that things will be made right if Sauron is still alive. But
Yes.
she's not here in Middle-earth. That's what that promise was. She was worried that if she gets sent to Valinor, but Sauron really is alive here in Middle-earth, she's worried that he'll be able to do whatever because no one else thinks that he's around except for her. So he promised, I'll see to it that Sauron's taken care of and everything after, if you have to go. That's the promise. She's recontextualizing this promise to suit her desires here when Elrond is still being true to that promise and he didn't break it. So we
Yes.
have like 2-3 times in this conversation alone where Galadriel has tried to manipulate or just flat out lie to Elrond about things they've done.
And went on a little revenge spree in all of season 1 and did all the
To be
things
honest
when
with you,
he wasn't even aware she's doing the thing. It's just insane.
Feels a little subtextually, maybe, that she's practically saying to him, like, if I get into the same room with Halbrand again, I think I'm going to jump him. Like, I've got serious issues here. I need you to help me out, friendo. I need you to keep me away from him because he's kind of super hot. And then it flashes to that scene they had together, and she's like tearing up, and it's like, yeah, she's hot for the Sauron D. That's what they're doing, and she's actually begging Elrond to act as like a cock blocker, which is insane.
Elrond, I need you to cuck me.
When you watch Lord of the Rings, you just don't really expect this to be the thing that they want to do in the prequel TV show, you know?
It's fucking insane. It's
Yeah. Also, everything that Elrond is doing in this scene is him essentially keeping his promise that he made to Galadriel in season 1, because he thinks that they need to take the rings off and they need to leave Middle Earth, and he's trying to urge her to do that. Essentially,
Yeah. So he says to her, "If our friendship meant anything to you, then fuck off." So she does, and it's very sad. Oh my goodness, it's so sad.
He's just gonna stand here and build boats and
Oh
see what
no,
happens.
he isn't. He's gonna go talk to Círdan, who's shaving with an oyster.
Yeah,
you can't have Círdan shave. Fucking sacrilege.
Anyway, Círdan says that okay, so how to even kind of tackle this? Círdan says that essentially just because a drunk guy makes verses of poetry, that doesn't make the words less beautiful. as a way to try and say, yeah, even though Satan made these rings of power to take over the world, that doesn't mean it takes away from
Well,
the
of course,
not the same thing.
justifying
good of what they are.
his betrayal of Elrond as well.
It's also, I mean, Kieran, I kind of wish I was in the scene
Stupid.
with him. I'd be like, did you just say that you're okay with having the corrupting, powerful things if they're pretty?
Yeah, like I
Sounds
don't.
like
Yeah,
it.
like they've done a terrible job in terms of a first impression of this guy.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
like,
they
the
told
whole
us.
thing I get
They
is-
told us he's
it's
wise twice.
basically he sold Elrond out because he really liked the ring and he wanted it for himself. That's all I
Yeah.
got, and now he's retroactively justifying that decision
Yeah, he's,
because it's actually. It's literally just because he thought it looked nice and because it's probably corrupted him.
yeah, and he's
Yeah.
saying it like Elrond should have figured this out himself, but he doesn't address Elrond's argument ever. He keeps moving around it, but I don't think the writers understand that's what's happening because they would
No.
probably make this argument legitimately. They'd be like, "He's right, you know. If Satan wrote a poem, it wouldn't be any less meaningful if you found meaning in it." And it's like that's not what happened. We're talking about
Yeah.
rings that
These are
actually
evil magical
influence your
rings.
mind.
Yeah,
Which
it's,
you
not
can
the
no
death
longer.
of the author
First of
really
all,
applies.
you can
Yeah.
no longer even comment on it because you're fucking wearing one, you moron. And secondly, like you didn't want to do anything with it until you looked at it. Don't you think that sounds like something's corrupted you? Maybe.
Yeah.
Is that not
Little
exactly
sus-
what an evil
little-
ring would do?
And he's like,
Also, it
no,
doesn't
but
even matter
look,
who
I
made-
can fucking manipulate the fish.
Well, let's talk about the fish.
Like,
Oh,
I
God,
don't-
yeah.
I don't
Let's
Well,
talk
things
about
that-
fish for a moment.
I
All
don't think
right.
I like that
It doesn't
at all.
even.
Okay,
doesn't e-
so
It doesn't even matter who made the rings though, because he could just corrupt whatever the fuck, right? From what I understand.
he basically is saying that the Master Satan magical manipulator guy who's going to use the rings to take over the world. Yeah, it's like but they're really pretty and nice and think of the
Mhm.
blah blah blah. So he sticks his hand in the water because they're sitting by the water's edge, and the fish seem mesmerized by the ring. They go right up to it. These fish, like they want it. And he says that we do not yet fully understand these rings, as he is trying to convince Elrond that the rings are a-okay to wear
He
and
should be
use.
allowed to wear it. Yeah.
I mean, it's all
The
backwards.
argument he makes is the direct opposite of the one that Gandalf makes right at the beginning of Fellowship.
Yeah,
And,
we don't
Gandalf
understand it.
refuses to take the ring. The actual quote, specific quote is, I might use this ring with the desire to do good, but through me, I would wield a power. It would wield a power too great and terrible to imagine. Círdan here is saying, it's fine because the power is being worn by your friends and they want to do good with it. And I'm kind of wondering whether they are aware that that's what they're doing and they want to play off it, or whether they are so ignorant that they don't see the irony of that
You'd
position.
think the wisest fucker in the universe would be able to have a comment or two about the nature of power that was more interesting than this.
But also here he pulls his hand out of the little pool, and then the fish leap to their death because they are so drawn to the power of the ring. How is that not symbolic for the fact that these rings draw beings to their power?
Yeah, look at what it does to these little lesser creatures in the water who don't eat it's not food or anything. They don't need it. They just want it so much to the point where they'll leap out of the water onto the rocks in order to get closer to it. And I'm like, man, that's just got bad omen all over written all over it, man. What do you think it'll do to us?
As if everything we've just said isn't worrying enough, he then says you are wise to fear this power. Okay.
Alright, wise man.
He's the wise character, yeah. They told us, so.
Very,
okay.
very wise. The ring
Old,
can do
too.
evil things in Sauron's hand, so only elves should have them to use them
only
for
we-
good. he says. Only
Only
we should
we
have
should
them.
wield it. We are the good guys. Yes.
The characterization of Círdan is just entirely manipulative because they straight away say, "Oh, he's wise. He's wise. Yeah, he's wise." And his wisdom is what causes the elves to put the rings on, and it is what convinces Elrond to be on board with it. Because this scene is what gets
Yes.
Elrond on board with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very hard to see any way the show plays out that doesn't, in the end, do the most boring thing possible, which is prove Círdan correct. Because
Yes.
we know the elves have to still be wearing those rings by the time of Fellowship. So they must come to a conclusion where they can use the rings and use their powers, but not be corrupted by them. In which case, everything he's saying here is right, and the show can only pretend that it isn't for so long before it has to acknowledge it, which is tedious.
And then they're all gonna point at Elrond. It's like, look, you were a dumb goober. You were wrong all along, even though you had very good evidence and points that supported your claims, and you should be right, actually. But, fuck you.
Unless
I mean,
they
you
do
never-
something. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know with the show that they might do some fucking weird magicism at the end to remove the evil from the rings or something like that, or yeah.
Well, that
or
should be
make-
something that's discussed or talked about. Gil-galad should
Yeah.
be like, hey, we gotta send a message to Celebrimbor. Can we remove his influence? Can we melt him down and try again? Is there a
Rags,
spell we can do? Or can
You
we
were in a
drop him in a
scene
vat of
with Gil-galad,
bleach?
he would point to the tree and be like, "The tree, dude, look, it's clean."
Yo, tree clean.
You really think these
Yeah.
things are evil? Would an evil thing clean a tree? I don't think so.
It's obviously good, yeah. Evil things don't make light.
And then you'd say,
just
well, and then you'd say, the wise guy said it over there. He's wise, and he said it was fine.
He's obviously correct.
So,
It's just so
Kieran,
lame that Elrond does all this big think and is like, "Yo, I got all these points," and everyone's like, "No, you're wrong."
it makes
Go
him a
build
fool
boats.
because he's convinced
Yeah.
by this crap.
Yeah.
So
He gets shit on
Elrond's
constantly while
basically
Galadriel just blackmails people, antagonizes
manipulates
them,
people.
manipulates people.
Mm-hmm.
It's
He
prideful
goes
and all
against
that.
orders of the king, and what does she get? The fucking ring falls in front of her feet, and she gets to keep it. It's like, okay. And Aaron, it's like, no, you're wrong. Go build boats.
So
Oh.
this was the scene that kind of cemented further my hatred of Círdan as a character. And unless
Yes.
something radically shifts in the coming episodes, we need to keep Círdan in our pocket to reference as a great example of dumb people trying to write wise characters. The advice he gives is bad. It's just for all the reasons that we've discussed. It's ridiculous to think that this is wise, particularly from Elrond's perspective, but certainly from ours as the audience. The advice he gives is terrible, and Elrond is damaged too by taking it and thinking it's actually good. Galadriel has only been manipulative to Elrond, and Círdan wants him to go with her. Elrond simply, at this point, if you have any ounce of intelligence, Elrond simply must assume that Círdan is completely under Sauron's influence.
Yeah, Elrond needs the friend with the brain that says, you thought they were all, you called them collaborators with Sauron as a result of getting those rings, right? And you'd be like, yeah. Like it corrupts them, yeah. And then you spoke to Círdan, and what he told you, and you being in his presence, convinced you not of those perspectives. And he's like, yeah. The guy just looks at him like, Elrond. Ellie boy.
Bro.
But that's the thing, is that there are no other elves. I mean, the only other elf that he could speak to is Celebrimbor, and his nuts are currently in a vice. So, like, he doesn't. The setting is not fleshed out enough to where he has other elf that is relatively unimportant that he can just go and have a chat with. Every single elf is currently wearing a ring, or is Elrond.
Get a mirror at this point.
I don't know about you. All this elf and ring talk, boy, it's a bit too much for me. I need to change of pace. I need to change of scenery. Because we're going back to the desert, baby.
Oh, that's
yeah. Not Gandalf.
Really quick.
Yeah?
I find it really pathetic that Elrond needs the alleged oldest and wisest man to tell him to stop being a bitch and help the elven race to not die.
Well,
building boats.
As much as Elrond is consistent in his distrust of the rings or whatever, as like a point of plus or praise of his character, I still think it's absolutely retarded. He's not taking more action and cares more about Celebrimbor.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yes, he needs to go up there. Especially because there's probably a whole bunch of elves constantly kind of going back and forth between these two areas.
Absolutely.
So wouldn't be hard to just go. All right, back to the desert. Not Gandalf is crossing with the two Harfoots. They're tired, they're thirsty. There's no water. He collapses. But that's okay because Poppy sees a mirage of a well. No, it's not a mirage. It's an actual well.
It's an actual well. God,
how the fuck does she see that over the ridge?
This scene is she goes and I don't know. She's taller than she looks.
Yes.
All right,
when
so
she was lying down on the fucking blanket or whatever.
Here's the way this general sequence works. Oh, it's they're crossing it. They're crossing a desert. Not Gandalf collapses from dehydration. Don't worry, we found a well.
Hooray!
All right, we used the well. Oh no, the well has a noise. And the noise brought the noise brought the trackers here. Don't worry, a random stick appeared. That's good. I can cast a spell. Oh no, the spell is making us fly away like Team Rocket. and that's the scene.
That's
Yeah.
that's
There
pretty
are
much
so
it.
many funny moments in this scene. I like the idea that Gandalf almost dies because he was lugging a fat hobbit around. And he's going to go on to light later. Like, the entire fate of Middle Earth was at stake in that scene, but he just
Stupid
about survives.
fat hobbit.
The well has a bell on it for no
Oh.
reason other than to attract bad guys. And then fucking Gandalf gets up and thinks, well, that stick looks vaguely like the one that I want, but I don't know that it is the one that I want. I'm going to test it by summoning a hurricane, and we'll see what happens. Oh shit, no, we've lost the hobbits. Oh, that's going to be
Oh,
another
shit,
episode.
no,
I was
we
so
lost the
happy
Hobbit.
when they
Creeping
team
around.
rocketed. I was like, yes.
They got
Yeah.
Yay, I
yeeted.
hope you
Yes.
die.
They got yeeted.
But like, I don't hate them, but like,
I hate
just
them.
go away. Oh, yeah.
They're
fine.
not the
want them to
worst
die.
Harfoots, but they're pretty.
Oh
Like, my
yeah, I don't think
view
they
on it-
deserve death. I just
it's-
don't want to be around them.
It's just
Mm.
how much the show clearly loves them as like, oh,
Yeah.
wholesome, cute, and fun, and aren't they great? And I'm like, no.
They're annoying and fucking. Ugh.
I think
bad.
this scene probably pissed me off more than nearly any other scene. It's so inconsequential, so it almost seems like it shouldn't. But like you've basically
Yeah,
gone
you're a
through
hater.
it repeatedly. It's problem solution, problem solution, problem solution. Cliffhanger
Like
done.
a machine gun.
Yeah,
I was just
It's
to let you know, I
wild.
don't know if
You'll
you know,
get-
but it is consequential in that, you know, these guys, they split their plot lines now.
it does split the plot lines, but I have seen
Mhm.
how they explain how the hobbits aren't dead, and God damn it.
Explained? They didn't
Well, yeah,
explain
yeah,
it.
that's a choice of words. Do we want to reveal that
Hey,
now?
some
'Cause
some of us want to watch it and experience it just like the writers
Okay.
intended.
'cause I
I-
speculated that they were just going to have a giant trampoline, but they
Oh, like Emperor's New Groove.
yeah.
For the last time, I did not order a giant trampoline. Well, you know what? You could have told me before that, pal, before I set it all up. Oh,
Fucking
that's a
Gandalf's
good
line
movie.
as well. We were just having a drink of water. Yeah.
I'm just like I guess I don't have really anything else to say. Really, it's fucking weird that there's a random bell at the end of the rope for the well.
It's a trap because it's their well, so they get to be alerted whenever someone uses their
No,
well.
they don't. They don't because it only happens when he drops the water bucket down the well. When they
Because
bring it
it-
up, it doesn't make any noise.
They just.
Well, you could also just
doesn't
cut
lock
off the
it in
bell.
You
properly.
could just cut off the bell too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
I don't know.
or,
It's
you
just
know,
a random
it-
bell that goes ding, ding, ding. And I have no clue why.
They could be less stupid and at least try to stop it because you know the whole point they went this way so they don't get found and they just
Yeah,
go like, oh, ding, 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 ding.
She notices
Also,
it
the
and
fact that-
lets it ring. It's like, you should probably
Yeah,
stop
and-
that, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
And then they splash water at each other's
Like,
faces.
oh, that's weird.
The
Oh, well.
fact that Skeletor and his like buddies they show up within like what 30
10
seconds, if
seconds,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, so that means that
and-
they were already in this giant flat open stretch of desert and they hadn't found them, and the implication is that they wouldn't have found them if not for the bell.
even though they're just easily spottable and almost dead.
Yes.
They would have
just
found him
followed
within
them.
minutes.
And then,
They
what's
could've-
even funnier
they didn't even
though,
have to hide that they were following.
remember
them.
their
They're on
perspective.
horses.
We are trying to hunt and kill these fuckers for the Dark Wizard to get the restorative spells or whatever the fuck. And all they know is, these guys, this group, they destroyed 3 Dark Wizard acolytes that were the most powerful he had. So, you know, what's the plan, fellas? And it's like, well, we're going to come at them with swords and arrows. Okay, that's a plan. I think that the wizard people probably had more powerful stuff than that, but you know what? Go ahead and try, see what happens.
Also, I'm trying to remember exactly how the sequence goes, but when the Skeletor and his friends, when they show up, not Gandalf is lying on the ground, like nearly dead, and he's just been fed some water, and they stand there and just wait on the horizon to be noticed, and then they slowly pull out their sword. If they had just bum rushed them, they could have probably stabbed not Gandalf before he found the stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
They
if
don't-
he
they
didn't
don't
have the
wanna-
stick, they lose.
We're busy staring.
Well, remember, they said the plan
I mean,
was to
the
use
plan was supposed to.
use the Harfoots as like hostages or to
Yeah.
manipulate. They didn't do that. They just attack them all.
Mm-hmm.
So why
All
is there
right.
flag and eye when Sauron
Because-
has not yet been one?
Because
Sure.
other people can use eyes, little platoon. Sauron doesn't own eyeballs.
But this guy clearly doesn't even have them. I mean,
They're under the mask.
I don't. I mean, the leprosy's had them by now. I mean, I don't
No,
believe
they
that
can
he's.
see.
Leprosy's had it. It's over for them.
It's a leprosy eye. That's what all the
By the way,
weird crease.
he
marks are.
starts
I
with a
don't know.
breeze, and that stops all of them.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's breezy. We better kill him
Don't
before he
stand in my
finishes the
eye.
spell.
Well, no, but you see, That's true. He starts with a breeze that really shouldn't affect you that much. You should fucking rush him now.
Yeah, like throw your little javelin
If he's
at
making
him.
a breeze, he's a wizard, and he's got a stick. We better get going because he's about
If
to
he's
make a fucking
making a
tornado.
breeze, he's a wizard.
No, if he's making a
That's
breeze and
true.
he's a wizard, they know he's a wizard.
Okay.
Oh.
I was about to say, which is like fair enough.
Because this is what I'm saying is like he's building his spells because they wait so long. He's got them in a tornado. So
Then
it's
he
like, oh
actually
well.
gets him.
Yeah.
Let's split up, gang. So you don't all
Oh,
get
fuck.
sucked up the same cyclone.
Yeah. And if if Gandalf could actually do this, the Witch King wouldn't fucking stand a chance against him in Return of the King.
This is low-powered Gandalf not understanding his powers too.
Fucking hell.
Also, as the hobbits or half-orcs, sorry, as they're about to get like blown away and sucked up by the tornado, they make sure that they tell the audience, "Oh, why isn't he stopping this? Oh, I don't think he can. Oh no." Just to make sure that we understand, like they're about to die and they're still dumping exposition on us.
Yeah, we've seen him not having control several times, but apparently we need to be told again. Yeah.
I wish we'd give that exposition to some of the elf bullshit so I know what people are thinking. Okay, so
And it gets
yeah,
so
that
much
happens.
messier here
The
as well,
tornado
right?
sucks up Nori and Poppy and blasts them like away like Team Rocket, and then
It's great.
that's that. So yeah, whatever. Back in Eregion. It looks like, well, boy, you guys will be excited. You guys have been probably wondering how this all got started. But back in Eregion, we have a Celebrimbor who has crafted something with his new forge with the last slivers of the mithril. He has crafted Ithildin, the runes on the doors of Moria in the lore, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
I think this is the invention of moon runes.
Wow, that's so cool. Anyway, moving on.
They're also
Alright.
made of mithril.
Yeah, so all right, so it's not I don't know what to say. It's like they were just like, yeah, he just
Well, is it
Or
not
raised on
yeah.
Mithril.
like super like wait what when he says with the remaining mithril? It's like what do you mean remaining mithril?
There's a little bit left.
I thought
Little slivers left.
were we not
Pretty sure
using
you
as much as we
dropped the whole
could?
thing in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
thought they
they
dropped the
used
whole
the
thing
entire
in,
nugget.
They they used a centrifuge and
Oh.
different. They separated it out. It's
Yeah.
he had a little bit left, little bit.
No, I figured that they had like molten mithril, and then when they made the 3 rings, and they were like, "Oh, we got a bit of like extra material." Like I can see that might happen, but
I would have thought
Then
they
the
would
question
pour
is-
maximum to get the maximum effect, not fucking let some of it
Well,
leak out.
Celebrimbor, he stuck
They-
a little
they
on the
showed
side to
them-
make his moon.
sure, but
runes.
you would end up then with a ring that's like the size of a.
Who
hula hoop.
cares? However big the rings get, they get. Fuck it.
They show in season 1 him fucking dropping the entire nugget into the
Yeah,
molten
that's what I
metal.
mean. He definitely did, and I
Oh.
figured, yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you make?
There was a
hula
little
hoop?
crust on the inside. You know how like when
He
you know,
nibbled
like,
a
if you-
quarter
if-
off before he
Listen,
dropped it
this
in.
makes total
Nibbled.
sense. Show some goddamn respect.
No.
Okay. Here's what
Never.
happened. It's like if you have a milk, if you
Never.
have milk, okay, if you have milk in a cup, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna pour myself some milk and drink this delicious milk. Yum, this is so good. Oh, I got distracted, and you leave the milk on the counter or whatever, and then like maybe 10 minutes later you come back.
Does
you're like,
your
oh, yeah, that's right.
drinking the
Have to
milk
finish my
save the
will.
universe, Rags? Then you're gonna drink the
Listen,
whole fucking thing.
I'm not done. I'm not done with my milk story. So then you're like, okay, I want to finish the milk, and then you lift the milk up, and then you could see the little circle, the little white circle on the top, where the top of the milk was. That's what the mithril did. They had the big pot of the metal goo, and then they tipped it over, and they made their little rings of power, or what the fuck ever. And so then and then there's a little bit left on the inside, little crusty bits, and they're little bitty bits, just like the milk.
Nope.
That's what he's using to make the moon runes that they use on Moria and for Durin's fucking map and the Hobbit movies.
Grandma
Alright?
Brimbor is much more talented than to let crusty milk happen.
He had enough for the rings of power. They were perfect.
But there
You
is
just
like a
happen to have a
second
little
order
bit left.
question that comes in. So let's say there is some weird, whatever the fucking analogy is, milk bits left over from the mithril. Okay, you now have a
Mithril,
choice.
yeah.
You have the most valuable
Mithril.
material in the world. What are you going to use that for? You know you've just built items that save the entire future of your race
Moon
and so the
runes!
entire world.
Yeah,
why
why
would
not?
that
They're
be the thing
cool.
you build?
They're cool.
I am
They're
going to
cool.
build
Cool.
a pretty door. Like, okay, where are you going to
no,
put
the
the door?
pretty
I don't
door has
fucking
He's
them on
know.
them.
very proud of himself
Yeah.
too.
It's gonna
Listen,
be- I'm
moon
gonna make-
runes
I'm
are
gonna make
really
a door that you
fucking
can't see.
cool.
It's
We
like
have,
if
why-
I get-
for
we
what
have a bunch of
purpose?
Philistines in this chat right now who
What?
can't
I would-
appreciate the invention of moon runes.
Stop
know,
saying
if I-
slurs, we'll get banned.
well, like I can make another ring to save the world, but have you considered ever needing a door that you can't see sometimes?
But what if we
How
put
about
a
making a fucking
password?
spear tip out of that or something, you know, something useful.
Could use that to keep Sauron out, maybe.
You can here's
Throw
what if
the
you need
Mithril at
to-
him?
Yeah, the moon lands on it and it glows. It's really fucking cool. It's like something from Minecraft. It's really fucking great.
You know that
Alright,
he keeps
so he
that
makes-
girl around just to be like, wow, that's really cool and awesome and you're so cool.
Yeah, look at
and
this
Oh,
awesome
he want-
shit they can do.
He wants to fuck her. He does. He's hot.
You just
Ah,
imagine that if the elven army turns up and like he's replaced the door to the tower with the moon rune door and they can't see it, so they don't know how to get in.
He's
Where
like, you
did
gotta
the
say the
door go?
And then
password.
Celebrimbor dies
just-
and doesn't leave an explanation behind. It's like,
just
how do we
have
get
to
what to do with
pass-
this?
They just
get
have
to the bottom of the
detach door
tower.
from the hinges and carry it away and like leave it somewhere because they don't know what the
Well,
fuck
no.
it is.
No, they wouldn't know that the door was there. It'd be completely invisible. They just show up and be like, I have no memory of this
Oh
place.
yeah, that's
oh
right.
well."
It's just a 10-foot stone wall, and they're like, "What the fuck did he do?" You make him Lord of Eregion for 10 minutes.
Is that part of his plan now? Because he's being subtly influenced by Sauron. He's going to close off Eregion to the outside world by
Honestly, it
using moon
sounds so
runes.
Dumb. Yes, I can believe they would do it. I mean, it just
And then
sounds like exactly
randomly-
what they would do.
Well, because
A year later, they can read the door randomly, and they're like, "Wait! Holy fucking shit! What is this?"
because like just to be clear for anyone who hasn't seen the show or any of the future episodes, is the moon rune door Ithildin thing is not mentioned again in episode 2 or episode 3. I don't know if it appears in episode 4,
No.
which means that it seems like they've just whipped it out to be like, hey, remember this? Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Like it
that's-
doesn't.
yeah,
what I
it
thought it'd
really
be.
is just remember moon runes,
Yeah.
and then she's like, "No, you just invented them."
It's just funny because I
And
think
he's
Maul
like,
and I
"Oh, have
agree.
you not
You should
seen Lord of the
probably-
Rings?" And she's like, "No."
Lord of the Rings, who could that be? And then he
Oh,
says, "Stay tuned,
no.
bitch."
No.
I think it's also worth mentioning here
I'm
that
so done.
however long it took him to make the moon runes is how long Halbrand or Sauron has been standing next to the guards.
Oh yeah.
Because Halbrand showed up when they were just putting this forge together, and the woman there was like, "Oh, this new forge seems cool," which means it. So either he created these in a day, or has it been a week? How long has he been standing there? We don't know.
Oh, rings
I
of
don't
power
know.
time. We have no clue.
Fucking-
It could be yesterday.
be
We
any
have
It
no
could be
time.
idea.
I don't know.
an age.
Yeah,
An
I feel
age-
sorry. I feel sorry for
age
the
of
guard having to
moons.
stand there all fucking day because this fucker won't leave.
Well, because
Alright.
I love it
Let's
when we
wrap this
cut back
puppy up.
to Halbrand and he's just standing there staring at the tower, just
Yeah.
unblinking.
Standing menacingly.
Yeah, 3 feet from the guards.
The important thing is that moon runes haven't been invented. That's
Yes.
basically what's
That's
important.
good to know. That's very good.
They give him
Anyway.
evil face though. Halbrand,
Yeah.
he gets evil face.
Yeah, they're outside. It's night. The moon runes are glowing because they're really fucking cool. And they look down at Halbrand and he's just staring at the balcony like a creepy psycho.
Yeah.
And apparently he can control the weather and he makes it rain.
Obviously.
Um,
And he puts on evil face. Look at him.
Yeah, he does. So the
Ooh,
reason that he makes
spooky.
it rain is because he wants to make him seem pitiable to Celebrimbor, so he'll come and talk to
Yeah.
him.
Sure.
Look at poor little
That's
Sauron in
that's
the rain.
That's
This is what
actually
Sauron
he
is
did.
doing. That's
Yeah,
it.
This is what he did.
Yeah,
And
I'm
just
not fucking
remember
around
that
with people.
It's
He
not
can
like a
influence-
meme.
He can influence people's minds and sculpt reality. He could just like touch one of the guards, mind control him to let him in.
Nah,
Yep.
that's boring. I was just thinking about this evil face. Like, if someone saw that, they'd be like, "What the hell is wrong with your face?" And then he like it goes back to normal. He's like, "What? Nothing? What? Who? What were you talking about?"
Sorry,
You had
sorry,
Satan eyes there for a minute.
sorry if I'm standing here for 2 weeks. I've been feeling a bit exhausted.
I really need a move.
I think people are starting to realize I'm not human.
Anyway, he's been standing
Oh.
there, not shitting or peeing or sleeping.
Several
and same for the
years.
horse for years.
Several years.
Uh,
Well, and then,
Anyway,
and then
apparently-
can I
Hey,
introduce
Marlo,
this?
you
This is
wanna
my
talk-
favorite payoff in
Yeah, I would-
essentially the entire
Do
show.
it.
I'm not sure if this one's going
Oh.
to be beaten for me for a while. When I was watching this, of course, there's been several moments where I've been laughing my ass off, but this is one I even tweeted about because I was just like, "There's no fucking way this happened." So the second I saw this elven umbrella design, I started laughing, and that was before I had realized that Celebrimbor, who's just walked from inside to here, like it would take a minute. He is soaking wet when he gets to Halbrand.
He's nervous. That's all sweat.
Meaning this fucking dumbass elven umbrella doesn't even work. He's just there for show. It's just dumb shit. But to tell
it's
me,
hilarious because the guard carrying it is just soaked. He just doesn't get any of the umbrella space.
They didn't design it such that it would cover him.
For the person in front,
it's useless. And the thing is, it's like as if Celebrimbor wasn't made more embarrassing in this show. He can't invent a working umbrella. Like he doesn't know how they work. He's seen them.
No, this makes sense. He used up the last of his mithril for the moon runes.
He needs mithril for the umbrella.
He can't make an umbrella that works. He's out of myth.
No. He got the girl and he was like, "Do you like this?" She's like, "What?" He's like, "Mithril umbrella. I used the last of my mithril."
I used the last of my mithril again. Oh my god.
It doesn't protect you from the rain. It just looks cool.
And she's like, "Well, does it glow in the moon?" And he's like, "Nah, it just keeps you wet."
No.
It keeps the holder dry. That's the only thing that it does. It doesn't dry the person it's meant to hit. That's the power of mithril. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. This whole scene.
That while the guard is soaking wet.
He's talking to him, and he's just. It looks. Celebrimbor looks so fucking wet, and I was just like, "How did that happen? That's an umbrella, you fucking idiot."
Why bother having the guy hold the stupid umbrella?
They've even got like the little pegs that umbrellas have at the end of. I don't. What were you trying to tell me that Celebrimbor's already just terrible in this show, but he's too retarded to protect himself from water.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure he's wetter than Sauron, who's been standing outside for the last week.
Sauron doesn't have an umbrella. It makes sense.
Umbrellas encourage rain. You must.
It
actually funnels water onto him.
It's a reverse umbrella. It's like wearing a funnel.
Yeah.
Over your head.
That's what I thought when I first saw the design. I was like, wait, did they design this and then make it, and then this was the first test they actually had of it, and it just doesn't work? And the actor's just getting soaked, and he's like, just fucking power through, bro. Just power through, it doesn't matter.
Dude, they're paying you some amount of money for this.
Oh, I thought you meant like Celebrimbor was doing that, not the actor. So like he's just come up with this insane umbrella design. He's like, guys, it's raining. We need to go test this.
That's the way I take it at first, but then I start to think about like set design shit, right? And they're just doing this. And can you see the way this works? Like I can see if the water is actually just coming down and hitting the actor, and he's like, this is not working. They're like, just make it, just fucking do it.
Like, tell him to follow me closer. Don't tell him to follow me fucking closer.
And maybe this was like the third take that they actually went with, and so they're like, you are soaking. And it's like, no one's gonna give a fuck. No one likes our show anyway.
No one's watching. The EFAP guys will make fun of me, but
we have lunch in 20 minutes. Just get through it, you fuck.
Celebrimbor, if you want to come on EFAP and talk about the umbrella, we would love to chat with you about it because it's brought us so much joy.
You can, you know what? They don't make them anymore, but you know that if they did have candid sort of behind-the-scenes interviews where they got to say things that were not 100% sucking the cock of the thing they're a part of, you know, any time from like 10 years back plus, you probably have him going like, oh yes, the umbrella on set, it just wouldn't work, you know, water was splashing all over everyone and we just had to, we didn't have the time to redo it, it was part of the scene, and so, yeah, so you just sort of have to pretend these things, you know, as an actor. You could totally imagine that. These days, they would just never acknowledge it. They'd be like, everything was fine, it was great, we loved it.
Everyone loved the umbrella. Oh yeah, everyone loved the umbrella.
Everybody had fun. Nobody had any reservations or concerns about what we were making. Nope, it was all good. It went smoothly. Nothing. There were no arguments. Nobody fought. Everybody was all on the same page. It's great.
You should buy it.
It's great.
Thank
Please
you.
buy it. Yes. Rings of Power on Amazon Prime. Streaming now.
Genuinely, I know it's not something we really talk about, but the transition from people who make behind-the-scenes stuff because they love the art and want to share more about the people who make the thing beyond what we're more familiar with, like the director or the actors, that's completely converted into it's just advertisements. That's all it's meant for.
I feel like
advertising for the thing you've already bought.
The clearest example would be the Marvel assembled stuff. It's like this shit is just
sad.
Like, there's very, very rarely genuine insight. And there's very rarely anything negative said. Any problem that's encountered, it's always met with a better solution. That's about the most that you'll get. If there was a problem, they figured it out and it's way better. Which is not very interesting.
Well, they had like, because I was watching the Alien anthology behind the scenes, and there's this like 30-minute section they have devoted just to the guys who did set dressing. talking about how they went to loads of different places where garbage was just burned / thrown away, and they just looked for stuff to litter around Hadley's Hope, and they were like, it ended up perfect. It just looked like it was so worn, so rusted, so distant from anything you'd call like pristine, clean, and everything. And then they were talking about how they need to make the doors to the front entrance look really rusty. And James Cameron, because they were shooting in they were shooting in a particular place that hadn't had its, let's just say, front doors fixed in a really, really long time, and apparently they were asking him what kind of rust does he want, and he just walked them out to the doors, pointed to it, and said that. Like, whatever that is, that's perfect, we'll have that. And just showing all of this is just like, oh, that's so cool, all these problem-solving things. And then obviously talking about the things that went wrong, how he could be an asshole, just it just enhances all of it, makes you feel like it was made by people, lots of artists working hard, the unsung heroes, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Modern stuff is so slop and slimy. And,
Yeah, it's so
Yeah, when they made the Iron Man suit for first Iron Man.
Remember when they made fucking helmets?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were basically told, yeah, just make us a model, and they were like, this kind of feels like a thing where we should have a person in there so we can move around, and then they made like a whole fucking thing where a stuntman can go into, and they made like the physical version 1 of the Iron Man suit, and then when they did the presentation for the first time, like Favreau and stuff, they didn't even know there was a thing. And they was like, yeah, roll it out. And then fucking the stuntman just walks out of it. And everyone's like, yo, what? We can film with this?
This thing looks real because it is. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would have thought?
Fucking imagine, yeah.
We should tell people who aren't familiar with this show that Celebrimbor designed a hat, and that's what you can see in this scene.
Do you like my head? Do you like my hat?
Do you like my hat?
Oh,
Wait
God.
till you see my moon rune.
My moon runes. Someday I will combine them.
I'm glad the torches haven't gone out behind me. Okay. Everyone.
God, this
game
conversation
faces on.
between the two is so fucking stupid.
All right, we're
Go
so
ahead.
close. We're so close. All right.
Oh yeah, we
We're
kind
in
of
the
are.
final
That's true.
stretch.
Yeah.
Final stretch.
Close-
All right.
Close to collapse.
So, Celebrimbor goes to confront Halbrand with his fucking umbrella, and Halbrand manipulates Celebrimbor and tells him that there's news of the rings and that Gil-galad has taken the credit for their creation. He's saying that basically we're getting shat on because we're just the little guys who made it, but the big guy, he's taking all the stuff. They're not doing us justice.
Appealing to Celebrimbor's 5-year-old sensibilities. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This man should not be succumbing to shit like this. He should instead be like,
He's
you know,
an elf.
it's
He
really
is the
fucking
Lord.
strange, actually, that I haven't heard
He's-
from them. Well beyond the point of them disrespecting me as a smith. That this is weird. Like, they're not sending me
Yeah.
any information, and you
And
turn
also,
up
I've been told
when-
that you're untrustworthy.
yeah, like I'm not
so-
supposed to speak to you, and then you're telling me shit that's just mean about them. So,
Yeah.
and I don't
Then
know
he just
you.
says, Archers!
To,
Get him!" And they
to make
all
this-
shoot him.
Sorry, to make this clear at this point, this is a good month or so after the rings were forged.
Yeah, so
And,
Celebrimbor
Linden is
should
a
be like,
day's ride
something
away.
weird is going on. And that's,
People
that
just
should be the
haven't
start
like
and end of
come
it.
from Linden that are just like, yeah, they put the rings on and everything's great. Did you make those?
Did
They're fucking great. You know, Galadriel got one. Wasn't that weird?
Also telling the Lord of Eregion, the thing he basically owns, like, the big guys don't ever give you anything. They just take all the profits. Like,
Except the
bitch,
city.
I have a city that's like
I'm
mine.
like the most respected thing of the thing we're talking about in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
On the other side of
It's
the world, call me the master smith of the elves.
You
but they
literally
don't give me
remember
enough
when
credit.
they met. He was like, "God, is this Celebrimbor's workshop? I'd love to meet him. He's incredible. I've heard all the stories." He's like, "Yes, I am him." Woo. It's like,
Hey, hello.
but no appreciation, of course. None.
None at all.
I will say, like,
it
in
works
this
so well on
first-
him. He feels like a kid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He succumbs in like fucking 2 seconds from this fucking retardation.
Yeah, in this first
they don't want to
section,
talk to you anymore. Oh, about that. Yeah, that's sad.
So,
Well,
yeah, Celebrimbor invites him in.
Well,
Yeah.
one thing I just would want to mention before, because yes, he does, but I also love the fact that they actually had Halbrand / Sauron actually do the playing hard to get. He's like, you know
Mhm.
what? I'm just gonna go, and then Celebrimbor's like, no,
Yeah.
no, don't go.
Yeah.
No.
oh, I know if
uh,
I'm where I'm not wanted. I've just stood out here for like 5 years, But
I'm fond of the part where he is like, oh, Galadriel will tell you it's not my place, and he's about to leave. He's like, oh, she isn't here, you are.
I think this
Right.
is
Hang on. And then he's like, "Oh, what about the king? He probably told you." Like right after he asked him, "What about the rings?" It's like he just told you he doesn't know. Why the fuck did you ask him about the fucking king if he told you anything? He clearly doesn't know. He just told you he doesn't know. Like the dialogue doesn't fucking make any sense.
this like dialogue exchange is leaning extremely hard on the relationship that Halbrand has with Celebrimbor, or the other way around, the relationship Celebrimbor has with Halbrand, because they worked together for months. The
Yeah.
problem is we didn't see any
We
of
didn't
that.
see it,
We
yeah.
have one
Yeah.
scene with them, and then we had a line from Halbrand later where he says, "Wow, what if we stopped working so hard? Maybe that'll work for some reason." Because if you kind of view this scene as they are genuinely good friends, they've known each other for a very long time, and this guy shows up in, yes, in the pissing rain, which is comical, but let's just say that that's what happens. And he's injured, because at this point, Celebrimbor believes that he's injured, and he shows up and says, "Wow, have they really not told you about the rings?" And Celebrimbor was characterized from the get-go in season 1. He wanted to create things that are beautiful and powerful. He wanted to bring beauty to Middle-earth in the same way that Fëanor did. If you take what I think they're trying to do, if you pretend that it's what you wanted, I guess, then it kind of works a little bit. I think the first step of him getting Halbrand inside, getting him in out of the rain and giving him a hot bowl of soup, I don't mind that, I think, as much as you guys do.
I
But it
mind
relies
this-
heavily on an off-screen relationship.
What you're describing is where we would try and go as if all of us were asked to solve this scene, right? So I think him being wounded, yes, good choice. Him being super friendly and maybe in danger, it's like, oh yeah, that could work. Him what does he say about the nature of the rings? He's like, Celebrimbor, I have news about the rings. I have to speak to you. It's super important. Then he comes down. He's like, whoa, okay, yeah, what is it? Like that would have worked as well. Everything you need to do to manipulate and get yourself in as fast as possible, but also use Sauron's magic somewhat that he's supposed to have.
Yeah.
So
all he does is the rain.
If there was a ranking on this scene of how well they did this, I don't know, man. I'm giving it like a fucking 2. It was pathetic. It's not an impossible to achieve scene, as you just described. There's things to use, things to make use of, and to better represent Celebrimbor, he should be better than this. It should be harder to take full advantage of him. And we can rely on his curiosity, right? Separated from how dumb everything is outside of the scene, we can use the fact that Celebrimbor has not been contacted whatsoever, and that's really fucking weird. And Halbrand can come in with way more wounds and be like, do you know what's happening? All the messengers are getting fucking killed, dude. I've got special information that, Galadriel and blah, 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 anyone, whoever, wanted me to give you. And then he's like, but they told me I couldn't trust you. And he's like, that's before they found out the truth. And he'd be like, the truth? He's like, I can't say it out loud. You have to take me inside. Like, we got to be private on this.
Yeah, give it a sense of urgency, basically, because if he had come through the gates and said to the woman who comes to speak to him, like, I have news about the rings. I need to speak to Celebrimbor now. And she's like, no, he's not allowed to. Just fucking tell him that I have news about the rings. And if he was, again, worse injured, and he was like covered in blood and whatever else, then she goes back and says, you probably want to go speak to this guy because he has news about the rings. Yeah. Problem solved.
Yeah.
There's another way to skin it as well, which is that, one of the few things we know about Celebrimbor is, as you say, he wants to bring this profound beauty back to Middle-earth, and he has been shown how to work with a material he's never encountered before. If we went back to, say, the Moon Door scene, I would probably have showed him trying to work it and just not being able to do it because he couldn't do it alone. And he really wants to do it. He's already made 3 of the most beautiful things that could ever be imagined. And that's the only thing he wants to do. He thinks he can keep bettering his work, which is something that Sauron can exploit. If you have him trying and failing to recreate the tricks that built the rings, and Sauron turns up and says, hey, how about we rejoin the old team and we can do the great ring stuff again? I think you wouldn't even need necessarily a sense of urgency to make Celebrimbor say, you know what, yeah, no, absolutely, I'm bringing you in because I've been trying for months to try and do this, and I'm desperate because I've been basically seduced, not necessarily by Sauron, but by the allure of beauty, which is a kind of greed in its own right, which is kind of the thematic message that this is trying to build up with all of the rings anyway. So there are a number of ways you can do it which play off of all of these people's established characters that don't rely on some twat who can't invent an umbrella standing out in the rain inviting a guy in for no reason.
Correct.
He was out of Mithril.
Something else that I'd want to
Exactly.
highlight about this that is in slight defense of this scene, it diverts responsibility for what happens away from Celebrimbor and to Galadriel, is Celebrimbor has no reason at this point to suspect that this guy is Sauron or anything close to Sauron.
That's been a problem forever. Like there's so much more we could go into for why there's a problem. That's what I meant about in isolation, because considering everything, everyone is kind of assassinated right now in relation to Eregion. Like nobody's treating this situation correctly. So, you know, like, yes, but also, ugh. that's how I feel.
Well, next, so they go inside and they chat, and Celebrimbor asks if the rings worked, and Halbrand says that they worked wonders, and the elves were saved, and Lyndon is A-OK. And Celebrimbor is quite emotional at the news that he's been able to create something of this kind of power, and that it had the effects that they were hoping for. That this is the route that Halbrand's essentially using to manipulate him here going forwards. Sauron appeals to them being friends, but he has to tell Celebrimbor more. He wants to plead Celebrimbor to make rings for men. Oh my goodness.
Those fuckers? Ew.
Those fuckers. Celebrimbor says, but men are covetous. The risks of corruption are too great. And then
I find
Halbrand...
this funny, considering that Galadriel is the protagonist.
She's like the most easily corrupted.
Yep.
Self-admitted, too.
And plus, when he says, besides we're out of Mithril, I just used the last crust for the moon runes. Take a look at these, aren't they fucking cool? And Halbrand agrees. He says, wow, these really are.
He's like juggling the moon runes.
By the way,
I can do this too, by the way.
These are really good.
Just say, wow, you can't see them when it's not moony. He's like, yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, but trust me, when the moon's out this time next year, oh boy.
Oh, dude,
boy.
He's like, these are my moon runes, and that's how he can tell he's faking it, because he's like, oh, those are so awesome. He's like, I haven't put them in the moon yet.
And like,
He's like, I think you're manipulating me.
Anyway, in response to Celebrimbor saying that they're out of Mithril, Halbrand says that the dwarves have had problems of their own to deal with. So they're probably not going to get more Mithril anyway. So I guess this is Sauron knows what's going on in Khazad-dûm.
He knows all. He has read the script.
Halbrand says that when Galadriel discovered who he really was, she cast him out. But Halbrand says he is not a king, not a Southlander, not a mortal. He is an envoy from above to guide those in Middle-earth, because bad shit's going down, and the Rings of Power are the last chance to restore the light, and they have work to do. Halbrand then opens up the doors. Oh my goodness, he uses magic, and he makes the lights go out, and he blazes the forge's fire.
Does a
and
bunch
his voice
of evil
fills
shit.
the room.
He turns all the lights off, and then he makes all the
It's a
fire
spooky
explode.
voice.
Like,
It's really dark. It's
there's
raining. It's
loads of
thundering. And the
dark
lights go
magic,
out.
and the lightning is blaring outside. It's like, and I am actually Jesus. And look, this is proof. How evil I am is proof that I'm really good.
Darth Jesus.
You know, he
Darth
practiced
Jesus.
all of this, and he was like, that's what good people do, right? They turn out the lights, they have the big spooky voice, lightning, thunder.
I mean, I guess he's going for like full-on shock and awe. Like, you know, if you imagine like an angel appearing to you, you would barely be able to comprehend it.
Well, you
He's
wouldn't...
trying to just overwhelm him, right?
I don't see why it would be helpful to make it dark, scary, rainy, lightning, and an ominous voice. You do all the opposites of those things, but in an equally awe-filled way. Like imagine all of the rain stops slowly, and then light starts to appear. Even like the moon has a big ol' shine into the room. He has a more ethereal and softer voice. All the everything's flowing calmly. The lights are smooth and strong. And then he's like, it's time we bring back, you know, stability to this world, and that's what I'm trying to offer. Instead of,
Yeah, I see what you
welcome,
mean. It is a little bit like,
What about a pile of skulls?
Yes, skull
Ooh,
pile.
yes. These are the skulls of bad people, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, he claims to have looked all over the world for a great craftsman. So I would imagine he would have started with Celebrimbor. He's like the big famous great
He's pretty well
elven
known now.
craftsman. So if you're looking all over the world for one, you probably would have just started here and then you worked your way down. But okay. And plus, Celebrimbor knows how he got here, how Halbrand got to Eregion. He was fighting orcs in the Southlands and he got like stabbed by a sword or something. So it's weird that an envoy of the Valar, just an angel, would be doing that and nearly dying from a stab wound
exactly.
and
That's actually a
having
good
to
point.
get
Didn't
brought
think
here
about that.
and then like almost die if it wasn't for elvish medicine. So kind of weird.
You know,
But
Well, yeah, it's like he's trying to start a new grift, forgetting what his prior grift was, and then everybody remembers what it was.
you know when those
it-
doors first blast open, by the way, just real quick, it looks to me from the shot that Celebrimbor's like, oh dear, the door's blasted open again, as
Oh,
they
yeah,
do.
yeah.
While Sauron was like, no, that was me.
There wasn't.
Like,
God,
he closes
God, you
them,
are
and then
starting
Sauron
to
goes,
show.
yes, it would be unfortunate to encounter a being of such power. The doors open again, and then
Oh,
Celebrimbor's like, oh, Jesus, there they go again. Oh, God, hang on. And he's like, no, it's me, you fuck. I'm doing it.
Oh, well, allow me to open the doors. Tell the truth. Quish, and they open up again. He said, "Oh, bother.
there they go again. I
Sorry,
gotta get a lock on
the
these
doors keep
things."
interrupting you. I'm so sorry. I should just bolt these things. If only I had more mithril to
Oh,
bind
more
these
mithril.
together." Ah.
If only I had more mithril.
Why would he reveal his true nature to Galadriel if he was looking for a great craftsman all over the world? I don't know why.
Oh,
Because he said that
it-
Galadriel, that she cast him out whenever she discovered who he really was, which
I
surely
just
Why would
think
she
it's
have done
hilarious.
that?
I just think it's
That's really
hilarious
funny.
that he told her, "Is like, oh, I'm a Valarian.
I'm a fucking angel.
I'm a Valarian envoy," and she's like, "Get the fuck out of here! Fuck
Get the
you.
fuck out- don't speak to my friends ever again.
Don't speak to
got-
my friend."
I half got impression because of how bullshit all of this was, and how obviously like he's not considering anything, that he's just been corrupted at this point or something. That like Sauron's in his brain and there's nothing he can do about it. Because this is super sus. All of this fucking like when he started blowing out the candles, doing the ominous voice, and then he said that Galadriel like rejected this and stuff. It's like, yeah, you're a
Now,
there'd be so
well,
many
let's,
questions to ask, and I don't know. Just I thought maybe that he was just fully taken over.
Yeah, like given what happens in episode 3 in particular, you basically have to say that Sauron is just controlling him like a puppet. Whether he was at this point, we don't really know, and I am willing to give this scene a little bit of leeway because he is very obviously overwhelmed by what he's seeing. But all of these questions are things that he is aware of, and he should, at some point, when things calm down, he should be asking these questions, but he obviously does not. By the time this episode ends, we're done. We've solved that problem. He's now accepted this new iteration of Sauron, and he's not going to ask any questions at all.
let's see. Halbrand says that he can bring him the knowledge none other possesses, like alloys. That he won't just be seen as second to Fëanor, and that Celebrimbor will be revered as the Lord of the Rings.
So your umbrella will work.
Oh my god!
The Lord
Yeah.
of the Rings.
So
The
cringe.
Lord of the Rings.
It doesn't help that it's said at the backdrop of like this just absurdly fake looking shit. Like, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm totally doing this in a way that's convincing. Like,
Celebrimbor was so corrupt that he sees fucking Sauron Jesus in the cloudy hills. Like, what is even fucking happening?
So,
Emerges from the
Lord of the
fire.
Rings.
God.
So cringe. So, Celebrimbor hasn't wanted power, though. You're trying to, you're trying to use him being a powerful Lord of the Rings, as like a way to tempt him. This is sort of the peak of his argument. This is what he ends it all with. Some of it works in terms of being like known as a great craftsman and being able to be given knowledge that will allow him to make incredible things. But to say, yeah, you're going to be the Lord of the Rings is like, I don't think that's what you should hinge most of your stuff on.
the Rags, that's the name
here.
of the thing.
Oh my god, I like the Lord of the Rings. So he said Lord of the Rings. I like this show.
What was he gonna say? You'll be
now.
John of the Rings? Like, this is way better.
But yeah, but he should appeal to his. I think he should appeal to the idea of if you make these rings, they'll be used to save all the races of Middle Earth. Your creations will be spread across the land, far and wide, and your beauty won't just be among the elves, but everyone and all over the Middle Earth. People will know your beauty and the power of the things that you can create, which
Yeah,
should
the
which should be the thing that they
Fëanor
try and appeal to
line
him.
is important there because like, it's you will be the recognized best creator of all things ever. So it's not just that you can save everybody; it's that you will be recognized for doing that. I can kind of see, yeah.
Ladies and
That
gentlemen,
part being
this
like an
is-
incredible craftsman, yeah. But
This is Bugatar, Lord of the Dew, gift taker.
Fucking gift taker.
The breasts are quite on point.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
would be
they're-
convinced,
they're accurate.
of something here. Something's going on.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
yeah, much like Bugatar, it's Bugatar.
Did once again. Beautiful work.
Yeah, I feel that Sauron could have done a much better job with trying to convince him. He does okay in some parts, but a lot of the rest is just doesn't make sense, like how he gets in and stuff like that. He could be using better stuff. But I don't know if he even technically needs to convince him. If you could, I don't know exactly what the extent of how his powers work are, but yeah, he did better here than he did with Galadriel at the end of season 1. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was,
absolutely.
But here, yeah, some parts work, some parts don't. It's I expect better of Sauron, that's for sure.
Yes.
Especially saying stuff like, "Oh, when Galadriel found out, she cast me aside, and I've been looking all over the world for a craftsman." Like stuff like that doesn't quite add up. And I imagine if Celebrimbor wasn't being sort of awestruck with all these miraculous visions and things that he was
Fireworks.
doing, it would be very quick for him to point out these issues. And if Celebrimbor doesn't point these issues out once the shock is worn off, then yeah, then he'll be an idiot because some of
still
the
an
story
idiot.
doesn't check out.
Like
Yeah,
he's already an idiot, I would say. you
Oh,
know?
super! He's the most assassinated as far as I'm
He
concerned.
doesn't. He doesn't get to be a human in this episode.
He's not
just
a human. He's an elf.
He gets talk. Fuck off.
Fucking retard.
Now I fucking forgot what I wanted to say. God damn
You
it.
gonna say he's not even acting human, as in like not even acting real, or
Yeah, he just becomes a stumbling, bumbling idiot. Like he takes everything he says at face value and is like, "Oh yeah, come in." Like he has like these. He has a few things he shouldn't do, and he does all of them.
someone said, did they really say the Lord of the Rings? Yes, that's why I've had it on screen like this.
Yes.
This is really a
that's
thing.
what they say. You'll be
He should
you'll
have said
basically
the
you'll
Lord of
be known
Ring
as the Lord of the
Gollum, but he
Rings.
didn't because he's a coward.
Oh, Lord
He
of Ring
says-
Waldreg.
Lord
Yeah,
of Ring
And
Waldreg.
it also, of course, has the accompanying like swelling music and fucking
Yes.
echoey tones.
Yeah.
And,
Halbrand says we
it's
have
so
to make rings
cringe.
for all the races, and if you do that, you'll be known as the Lord of the Rings.
I really like in universe. It doesn't make sense because he's appealing like you can be really powerful instead of you can make things that are powerful. But at the same time, the bit that I really just don't like on a purely subjective level is they are using the phrase "the Lord of the Rings" and relying heavily on the emotional ties that most of the audience are going to have with that phrase,
Yeah.
so that they will more readily accept that phrase. They'll be distracted and they will just accept that Sauron has now convinced Celebrimbor to do his bidding.
Someone said the locker of balls. We will make we will make chastity cages for all of the
Sauron
races.
won the
You will be
argument.
the locker of balls. All right. Anyway, Halbrand claims that he is Anatar, envoy from the gods or whatever, the Valar, the whoever.
Lord of
He's an angel. All right. He's from
Yeah.
heaven.
And this
So
headline is
yeah.
funny.
All right. Back in Linden, Galadriel thanks Gil-galad. She thanks him for being able to go to Eregion. Elrond is the one leading the company. So, yeah, he's going to be
Oh
the
my
one in
God.
charge, and she doesn't like that. But this also means that, boo, Elrond has He has taken. He sort of changed his mind, and
Oh, come on.
he is going to go with them. But Elrond has apparently only agreed if he got to lead the company. So something, I guess.
Man, Galadriel looks pissed. Even
Yeah,
though
she's
she
like, I
shouldn't
want to
be.
be in charge, man, because she's such a
Yeah.
fucking cunt.
I mean,
God
she's
damn it.
already admitted she's corrupted, bro. Maybe she
Yeah,
shouldn't
like
go at
Elrond-
all.
Elrond agreeing to this,
No.
it should have been contingent upon Galadriel. At the very least, it should have been contingent upon Galadriel taking the ring off and giving it to someone else.
Elrond should never have been offered this to begin with.
No.
Gil-galad is an absolute clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Like, he's taken one
Nothing
person
makes
who
sense.
is known to be corrupted, so he can't trust her, and in charge of her, he's put the one person who just tried to fucking
Subvert
throw the
his
rings
whole
into
order.
the sea.
Yep. It doesn't make any sense.
Maybe
Have you
maybe he
considered
thinks
he's
they'll
a politician? He has his trust because he's a politician.
Oh,
Fuck. Just...
Yeah, maybe he thinks they'll cancel out and be like a normal person. I don't know.
Well, one normal competent person.
Well, it's just
can
like
act them
it's like
together.
send someone else. He's like, there is no one else. There's no characters here. It's just us.
Maybe send one of your armies. They're all gone. They don't exist.
Armies. Yeah, they're all off screen.
They're all off screen now. So.
They're all physics simulations on a hard drive somewhere.
I could have just done what they did with Círdan and just slapped some new elf in and said, "You are the strong soldier," and that's all we need to know. He can lead the army at that point.
He was the
Rufus.
strongest and wisest elf of us all. Fuck me.
So let's get our cliffhanger. A message arrives from Celebrimbor to Durin in Khazad Dûm, who has invited them to a Region.
Hooray!
Woohoo.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
Hope he's
fucking
gonna bring
done.
some.
there's
I
an
hope
ADR
he brings
line
some
as well
food
that,
back when he gets back home. That would be nice.
Yeah, 58:11. There's an ADR line where his slips doesn't move whatsoever. Minor thing.
Boy, season 2, episodes 1 and 2 of
Yay.
the Amazon's The Rings of Power. We are so back.
oh yeah.
Disaster.
I will say
It's like we
that
never
It's not a
left.
big fire though.
this
It's
episode
really
has
bad.
gone down in my estimation after having this discussion, but I still would probably say that it is the strongest episode of the entire series.
I don't know
which
about
is,
strongest
like that-
episode, but it's stronger than episode 1 of this season. I'll give you that.
It was short.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely stronger than episode 1, but I mean, what is it competing with for the best
Short.
episode of the series?
I wouldn't even make a claim for the best episode of The Rings of Power.
It is funny. I guess this is a
Yeah.
shorter one in that it was like not an hour and 15, 16 minutes. Wait, was it? Or was it actually
No,
shorter?
so the
I mean,
the first one is about an hour 10. The others are pretty much all around about an hour once you remove the prologue and the credits.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right, yeah. Well, that's merciful.
I guess this
Apparently
one
an
stands
hour.
out because they have some characters that talk to each other like people. I guess that's why this one
I mean,
stands
there's
out.
not a lot of that. I wouldn't say. There's a bit.
I didn't say it was a lot. I just say
Yeah.
it has it.
But you know, the previous episode had Shad Eldron for a little bit at least. You know,
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is so much better than the first one.
Well, the first one set in motion almost all of the major issues this season has. It's almost like it
Yes,
takes more of the
exactly.
brunt of the responsibility for all of the bad shit to do with rings
Yeah,
and Linden
because
and
yeah,
the groundwork
absolutely.
is screwed.
But if you
But,
look at the
um,
first episode like in isolation as its own thing,
It's difficult to do that though, because so much of what happens
Yeah.
in episode 1 is a massive problem because it deals with the fallout of episode 8 of season 1. And it, again,
yes.
with the exception of Elrond, it fudges it completely.
Yeah. But it does have
Galadriel,
elements.
yeah, she gets
Mm,
off
like-
with everything that she's done, and she gets a ring of power, which is
Mhm.
which it can't be understated how insane that is.
Yeah.
Or overstated how insane that
Yeah.
is. It's nuts. She
And
is the ultimate, like she got everything she wanted and more. She's super powerful now in whatever way a ring of power itself will, make her be. And she no punishment. She got away with everything that she did. She just gets to get away with it because she's the protagonist. And Amazon loves Galadriel.
I don't know why.
I don't know either. She's such a terrible character. I hate her. There's nothing likable about her. She's prideful
Mhm.
and she's manipulative and she's
Arrogant.
stupid. Oh, I hate her.
Yeah, one of the worst characters in fiction, really.
Certainly one of the worst for being a protagonist, especially.
Yeah.
Forming a protagonist of a show. Could you find a worse show protagonist? I don't know.
Well,
just
does
don't
that
know.
wrap us on today's EFAP being
Yes.
only 8.5 hours long to get through 2 episodes of the TV show?
Yes.
Oh my god.
It was funny.
I'm used to getting up at this hour fucking up.
I was listening to FNT talk about that, the attempted coordinated cancellation, and they were talking about some of the comments they saw, and one of the ones they said that just read out was like, these people will take an episode of TV, 3 episodes of TV, and talk about them for 2 hours. And they're all like laughing.
no.
And then Drinker was like,
Fucking
2
nothing.
hours? EFAP, it was like fucking 5 hours for one episode. What the fuck? And I was like, yeah, sure, man. What the hell?
Oh Jesus, 2 hours.
Rookie
that's
numbers.
fucking nothing.
I'm glad we're all alive. That means something.
Barely, but
Surviving, fighting. I don't
Fighting.
want to spoil, but 3 and 4 have plenty of fun things for us to talk about next week, and
Oh
by
my
the
God.
time we reach the week after that, another 2 will be ready to go.
Ugh.
Right.
Isn't that brilliant? What a wonderful world. And I mean, you fuckers in chat, you can complain all you want. You apparently enjoy listening to us break down every last sentence in
Don't
the show.
kid yourself.
It's
That's what
it is
we're
fun
doing.
to talk about like the other dimension that we don't get to be in, where this isn't shit. Not even necessarily good or great, just better. There's so many ways that's within reason, within reason of these writers, even. Just trying here and there to be
Right.
like, oh, why didn't you just do this way obviously slightly better thing
Yeah.
that doesn't
It's
ruin
very
everything?
basic writing thing. Couldn't you have done
It's
that?
it's really easy to improve on this show.
Granted,
Oh.
this is EFAP 302, but in a way, well, I say in a way, in the most meaningful way, this is the return of
This is
EFAP
the
for year
real
7.
301. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we didn't even get a week off necessarily because we've been making more stuff. We got to record more catch-ups for everybody, but we've also just got to keep doing Rings of Power. And then we got other things on the way. I was about to say what they are, and I was like, no, wait, best not, just in case they don't happen. But I'm just saying, the train never ends. And we're about to run into October, which is our busiest month of the year every time. And it's going to be especially busy this month. Ho ho! We got a surprise for you guys. You're going to love it.
Oh boy.
And I'm not just talking about the Halloween arc, which is almost good to go. So yeah, get excited.
Nice.
Keep guessing
boy.
which franchise we're going for. It's on the way. But
Find
hey,
out eventually.
before we do anything kind of heading out, why don't we chat a little bit more with our wonderful guests for staying with us, obviously for 8.5 hours. We appreciate it, and I'm going to start with Little Platoon because this feels almost ritualistic now. This was your first EFAP on, was it not? Was Rings of Power season 1, episode 1, or am I?
It was in the
Yeah.
deep mists of 2
Oh.
years ago.
And that one was, I want to say it was a bit longer because this one didn't have a 2-hour discussion about rocks. So that
Yeah, the
Oh,
dwarf
yes.
magic conversation in this one was mercifully short compared to that one, but no, always great to be on,
appreciate it.
even if it is
Sam.
Rings of Power.
100%. What are you up to? Where can people find you? And why should they
I
subscribe?
Yeah, they should subscribe for more talk about Rings of Power at the moment, since that video is. I'm still got to finish season 1, so the last 3 weeks have been going over the 5, I think it was, episodes I hadn't quite got around to doing, which inevitably meant lots of little mini essay videos in the middle. And so, like, the last 3 weeks have been about 100,000 words worth of script.
Good God, that's going to be a nightmare for you because you
Yes,
not
it
only
is.
got to
Really
catch up with
looking
all
forward to
them,
it.
but you can't even say like, oh, I'll work on the first episode of season 2. By the time you get that done, they'll be done with the whole fucking season because they launched all of them out. Which was rude, by the way,
Pretty
to
much.
all long men in the world that they did that.
Oh, it screwed up my
Yes.
planning completely. I was hoping they would do like 2 at the beginning and then 1 a week, but no, 3 at the beginning. It's
Why
half a
do they-
season. So, yeah.
Why are they all doing this?
I don't
Do
know.
they not
desperate.
care?
Does it work?
Why are they making it harder for people to make videos on it?
Does it actually
So that
work?
they
Because I thought that this was just categorically not a thing that works.
I think it seems that the only reason to do it is if you think that the first episode is not going to be enough in terms of a hook. I guess an interesting one, right? Andor. That's very much 3 makes sense because it's like an arc. It's done and it's complete.
Arcane, same thing. Arcane.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas a lot of the other time, it feels like you don't feel like one episode is enough. Because think about like what was the ending hook for the Acolyte was look, kill Naka. Like, you know? It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
that
yeah. That was a good
interesting.
comparison because I actually do, in retrospect, think releasing the 3 Arcane episodes is probably a good idea, just because those.
I think
Oh,
that was
yeah,
a really good
yeah.
idea.
Yeah, but and we'll see if they can do that again this time around, which we're very hyped for, by the way, chat. We're
Yes,
2 months
Arcade
away,
season 2
right?
trailer, very
yeah.
exciting.
Very
Very
much
exciting.
looking forward to that one. And hopefully, you know what? It'll be exactly the same as this, just a complete flip. You know, it's like mirroring. We should have very long episodes breaking down all kinds of episodes, but that should have a different vibe. I hope, anyway.
Yes.
No,
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
All the fingers crossed in every crossable way. But yes, it's a link in description. Check out the little platoon. Next, of course, yes, random. Thank you so much for being in the 8.5 hours. Nice to have you. I can't remember again which we had you on first, but this still feels monumental, and hopefully we'll have you for the full set because this is going to be quite an adventure through the lot.
Yes, thank you for having me on again. The first one I was on was almost exactly a year ago. It was it was the first episode of last year, whatever number that was, 251, I think.
The art one that we did, right?
Modern art.
Good
Modern
times.
art makes you, if you don't like modern art, you're all right. I think it was something like that.
Generally,
Basically.
sure.
Basically.
I'll put that on the list.
Where can people find you, and what are you up to?
Well, yeah, YouTube channel, which should be linked in the description. Right now, I'm kind of no-lifing Rings of Power, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much every waking moment that I'm, wake for, I have woken for, is being spent on doing Rings of Power videos. So first 2 episodes are out. Episode 3 is done, and that's going to come out tomorrow evening.
I'm jealous.
And I'm chugging away at episode 4, and I'll also throw this in because why not? I've finished my part 3 Arcane video, and that is going to be released before season 2.
Perfect.
Nice.
Dare I poke at like what's your overall conclusion on season 1 after having such a deep dive?
There are the main problem that I have with season 1, I think, is pretty similar to what you guys concluded, is plot armor. Because there are 3, 4, 5 moments where plot armor does actually become a problem because of what it leads to. There's a whole bunch of times where it doesn't matter, so it's like, oh well, they hyped it up to make it look more interesting or whatever. For the most part, though, I think it is fantastic. It's one of my favorite seasons of TV ever, which isn't to say that it's perfect, of course, but in terms of what it actually tried to do and what it succeeded at, it basically succeeded at doing everything that it was attempting to do. And looking at it in this amount of detail has made me appreciate it even more, because there were so many times where I was like, hold on a minute, does that actually make sense? And I, a couple of thousand words later, I'd be like, yeah, that actually does make sense. How the hell did that happen? Because if you do that to something like Rings of Power, you just end up in an infinite cycle of, no, this doesn't work because of this, because of this, because of this. And it's the opposite for Arcane. So it's basically convinced me that if you take something that is really fucking good, that it gets better the more you look at it.
I am desperately trying to get Gary through the season before 2 comes out, and he's 4 episodes in, and he's already, I think, used the word love. I'm not sure. I think I remember him saying love. So, like if you're only halfway through, that's probably a good sign, especially because he wants to rewatch it already as well. So it's like,
oh yeah,
the first 3 episodes are really fucking strong.
It's just
I will also mention just very quickly, I am going to do a comparison video for extended Return of the King, but that's not going to come until after. We're talking early next year.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's so much going on in the next few months. It's insane. And hey, you know what? We'll try and cover as much of it as we can, because we got Joker 2 is on the way. The fucking cavalcade of video games that just poured out.
Oh god, yeah.
We had, because I mean, just so that, because we haven't been live with the EFAP chat for a while, but Dustborn looks like a cringe disaster. That's the most you'll get from us. Like none of us are going to play it. None of us are going to give a shit about it. It just looks like a complete disaster. Like I said, Star Wars Outlaws. You guys have been seeing me stream it. Metal's been streaming it. Fringy's been streaming it. It is horrifically bad. Don't trust anyone who tells you that game is good. It is not.
It's crap.
It's fucking
It is
awful.
crap.
It's
It's
really
not
bad.
even mediocre. Don't accept mediocre either.
No.
That's giving it too much credit. It's crap.
I might be making some kind of like highlight video so that you guys can see it in a much more consumable way if you don't watch the streams. But holy shit, I would say it's not quite Lord of Ring Gollum. And I know it's like, what the fuck do you mean it's not quite Lord of... What do you... No, just in the sense of, how are you even comparing it to that game? And I was like, exactly.
Gollum was once a century, right? That's only once in an age do we get a game like that.
We're not
It is
getting
not
another
Star
Gollum.
Wars Assassin's Creed. It is not Star Wars Far Cry. That is very unfair to both of those games. I'm tired of these comparisons. It's worse than these things.
And me, Mel, and Fringy, from even the little of what I've seen, we've all encountered different fuck-ups in the same vein, right? Like, we've all come to similar conclusions about the absolutely hollow and pathetic mechanics and the horrific writing in the story. It's just a lot of people are posting about how, you know what, it's actually pretty... It's like, no.
Just no.
No, the reputation system is really interesting.
It's not at all.
No, it's not.
Oh, there's so many things to do in the open world.
And then Space Marine 2 I've been hearing good things about. Looks like a lot of fun. I saw a few clips of people playing it, and I was like, I wonder if that would be something I'd like to do. It looked like a fun horde game.
The game
I can
actually
soon tell
like
you more
to play
about it.
right now, which is Astrobot, which looks really, really, really fun.
I intend to stream that once I do my last Outlaws stream, hopefully tomorrow, or today for me right now, anyway. Because I was hoping the last one would be yesterday, but I couldn't make it to the credits, so we're gonna try again. But yes, I don't know if anyone else here is planning on streaming it, but I want to do at least one for Astrobot just to run around with him. It looks like fun.
I'm really excited to play that game. It looks
from what I've
cool.
heard, you've got like the standard sort of platforming type levels, but then there's like a fun element of trying to rescue each of the mascots in Astrobot form in each level, and you can collect them all and stuff. I was like, oh, that sounds like it'll be a...
Something I've already seen is the little intro, like, oh look, it's PlayStation. Like, they've got a whole bunch of custom ones for Astrobot that have a whole bunch of like Sony characters, showing up, but Astrobot-ifized, I suppose. They look like him, but yeah, those characters and little animations and stuff.
And there's
looks super duper fun.
Black Myth Wukong, a lot of fun from the 4 hours I've played it, and it's got a popularity level that means that a lot of people are playing it.
Oh yeah, the other one as well. Concord is no more.
Well, I was building up to Concord. That's the biggest one, right? In terms of just we're not going to have coverage of it, but I assume what can we add to this conversation other than LOL?
What is that? I've not heard of that.
13 days.
Concord was a live service hero shooter multiplayer game that was published by Sony. That only lasted for 2 weeks before the servers got shut down because not enough people were playing it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was in development for years. It probably cost a lot of money, and I don't think it even got over 1,000 on Steam when it launched.
Was it free to play, or did you have to buy
it?
it?
It was
$40.
It was like $40.
So it's just gone.
A few hundred people, yeah.
Yes, you can't play it. It's the servers have been taken down after 2 weeks of it being online, which people have pointed out that a housefly lives for longer than that on average.
Well, that's quite a shame.
Not a great investment.
Ragnarok is coming to PC, which I'm looking forward to because I've not played that yet.
Nice.
Same. I'm getting that when it comes out.
Have you played 2018?
I have, and I love it, but I played it through again quite recently to prepare for Ragnarok.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to doing Ragnarok, but I obviously have to wait until it's going to be November at this point because I got a bunch of stuff to get through.
Yeah. The fact that you held off for this long.
Yeah.
Well, I don't own a PlayStation, and I have I have heard many things about your EFAP on Synthetic Man, and I have it bookmarked for when I have actually played through Ragnarok.
Oh, you're not ready.
Oh, you are right. Yeah.
You're not ready for that, no. But better to play Ragnarok first for sure. You'll be blown away by how pathetic his review was. But hey, you know what? Have fun. Or at least I hope you have fun. All right. Well, Metal. What are you up to, Malad, that people can find?
Well, I'm currently regretting my life choices. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Because I want to do videos on every episode. It worked very well for the first one. That's out. You can find that on my channel. While this EFAP was running, I was constantly editing and re-rendering episode 2. I'm currently at render 23. That's going up right now, and hopefully the copyright is gonna let me through this time. I doubt it though. It keeps finding things, and I don't even understand what's happening. It just seems more random every time. But
On the
yeah,
bright side, Metal's releasing videos about Rings
I'm
of
releasing
Power.
videos, exactly. Go check it out. There's definitely going to be 8 videos coming. Well, 7 now. I'm going to be behind 2 episodes pretty much the whole time because there's no way for me to catch up with, having a normal day job still, doing things. And I just do what I can with the time I have for me, but I'm going as fast as I can. And yeah, hope you like him. Other than that, Forge coming tomorrow. We wanted to do Beetlejuice 2, but I could not get a screening for me, so I couldn't watch it. So we instead we're going to do a gaming Forge tomorrow. Mark and me. We're actually gonna play Space Marine 2 co-op. So we're gonna start that tomorrow. That's gonna be fun.
Sweet.
So we're gonna do a little gaming there. So that should be fun in the bun.
You
And
got
yeah,
it
other than
all
that,
over in Metal's corner of the internet. You have the great, awesome fun of a gaming stream, the breakdowns of Rings of Power, and then a shitty game like Outlaws, which you're continuing to stream.
Yeah.
I hear, yes or no?
yes,
I don't
that's
know.
gonna be. I'm gonna be switching between Space Marine and Outlaws.
Oh man.
Depends then on how Mark is available, I guess. But I'll make my way through the Space Marine game, the Star Wars game, because people like watching that, me memeing around on that, because that game is just a big old meme.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. See how I said
every
I was
time.
saying 8.5 to the other lads. Now we're into saying 9 hours. So
Yeah.
thank you for being for the 9 hours.
Third of my day.
Mr. Goga, how about you, sir? What are you up to?
Nah, fuck all. Sub to Mooler and watch the War Arc.
Yay.
Of which we've almost got complete. Getting there. We just got some tooling around to do. So yes, there you go. Hope you guys enjoyed the War Arc. I'm sure we'll have something like it one day in a few decades. When we prep the next thing. I mean, the funny thing is,
Braveheart is the next one.
yes,
And pretty damn good, I would say.
yes, Braveheart, Ironclad, Gladiator. No spoilers or anything. That was in the trailer. A lot of people seem to treat it as though it's still a mystery. What could be
Yeah,
next?
some people just don't know, They haven't seen the trailer.
But of course, it'll take a break for the month of October, where a very special, different arc is coming out, which will also make me think, like, fuck, Fringy, how are we getting these? Where are we putting these halos? They gotta come out at some point.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to figure that out at some
We
point.
can't release them this month if it were once per week, because they'd have to stop for like a whole
This
month.
is This is Rings of Power month.
They're all
maybe
done.
Christmas
They're
or
all
after.
they're
Yeah,
all
maybe done
wonderfully
for a little
edited.
while at
They're
this
all
point.
ready to go. It's just that I'm trying to figure out where to put them because I don't want to spam. Especially, what we hate to do is like work really hard, reach a point of having all these different avenues of different things to release, and then just shove them all out, and then have like nothing else that we can release for another few months. It's like, well, that was fucked. Obviously, we're well past. I was about to say Halo hype.
As if there was any.
So, we know you guys will enjoy it. It was just trying to figure out a good place to put them out. In the same vein, we've got plenty of things like that. Halloween's already fucking stuffed October, and we haven't even organized our next recording sessions for all the different things we're doing. And we got to get on Super Chat catch-ups, which we are tackling. So don't you worry about that whatsoever. So with that, Rags, Fringy, is there anything you guys wanted to mention before we say goodbye?
Sure. Hopefully, I'll have something out quite soonish. I'm being delayed because, as you could probably tell, I'm a little bit sick, a little under the weather. I caught a little bug on. I was away last weekend doing this and that, and I got back and I was a little bit sick, and then I had to do Rings of Power stuff and notes and watching, and so here we are. But hopefully, I'll be feeling a lot better soon, and I should have hopefully something out quite soon as well. So. Stick around for that. You'll know it when it's out. You'll know it.
I'm just working. boring answer, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
trying to find a way to say more than that, but also not say anything at all. Because I'm like, listen, okay, we got September's a weird month It's like a build up to October for us in terms of
month, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because like August is the end of the year, and then October's a big month.
So well, I mean, you're going to be getting your Rings of Power, which apparently it means 9-hour stream per week, plus the whatever else ends up coming out here and there. We'd like to carry on Chained Together at some point. We'll have to figure that out.
Yeah,
because that was very fun.
Yeah.
We got 3 other sections to do. Az and his team actually completed it, so we can't be having them out-gamer us.
It can be done.
It can be done. And they decided their next thing will be that they all run it at the same time, but separately, and race it, so you get to the top first.
Yeah.
So I was like, that's kind of fun.
Kind of fun, yeah.
So there's that. Yeah, me and Fringy are working on stuff. I'm working on some stuff. Stuff is being worked on, and stuff is got with stuff on it that's work. It's really hard to be more specific than that. Like I said, tomorrow we got Outlaws. After that, I'll probably do Astrobot, and then Black Myth Wukong, I think. I don't know how I'm fixing all of this up, but I'll try and do something. And then we got
Shit's coming.
October's on the way. What's the horror game release this year? Does anyone know, or several of them?
Silent Hill remaster.
Silent Hill remake, right?
Silent Hill 2, right?
Isn't that Bloober Team?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to play it. I'm just saying it's coming out.
I'll probably be playing it because I played Silent Hill last Halloween, so that actually kind of...
Is there I think the remake of Until Dawn is coming out.
Me and Mel will do
I
that.
don't care about that.
Is that going on PC?
I should have expected that.
Yes,
that's
it is on PC.
Mel, that's perfect for
Yeah.
us because Until Dawn is like the least cringe of all of those games.
Okay. Well, I guess we have one game we're definitely going to play.
Well, we can do a challenge run of try and keep everyone alive. Because we usually do the try and kill everyone. Let's see if we can keep everyone alive.
Let's see what the really unlogical choice we can do so they stay alive.
Well, it does end up working that way. What else could be said? Yeah, well, because we'll have to do some plans for that. Because the 6th, I'll have to do some kind of Halloween-y birthday streamy. But I think I've now wiped through all of. I did Machine for Pigs, Dark Descent, Soma, and Bunker.
Well, time to do them all again.
Well, I was gonna say, I guess I should move on to something. I just don't know what it would be. We'll figure it out, chat. Maybe make some suggestions. I'll figure it out. But the other thing as well this year, I'm hoping Fringy stream one of the Amnesias, preferably the Dark Descent, I think.
Good.
Yes, and then Rags go play Bunker, okay?
Yeah, I'll check out Bunker. I've heard good things. So
Yay.
got the look come October.
Just do Bloodborne again. I could do.
Ooh, classic.
Sony has an extra reason after Concord to finally release Bloodborne on something else, so they got to recuperate the massive loss.
Well, on that note, I suppose we shall say goodbye and good night. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we shall see you next week in terms of EFAP stuff for episodes 3 and 4 of the Rings of Power, where 5 and 6 will be out by then. Woo! Oh wait, 5 will be out by then, not 5 and 6. But whatever, bye!
Bye.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Oh, it's another copyright thing. Fuck.